Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 417, Chapter 416, Crobat and the Gathering Storm. Under the faintly crimson moonlight, Golbat was bathed in the glow of evolution as it began its transformation, little by little. Naturally, the first and most noticeable change was that enormous mouth that once dominated its entire body. Now, that gaping maw, which had practically taken up Golbat's entire body, began to shrink. At the same time, the main torso expanded rapidly, filling out the space left behind. Golbat's massive mouth ultimately shrank by nearly 90%, while its body became more solid and three-dimensional in shape. Next, its wide bat wings began to transform. Unnecessary portions were trimmed away, making the wings more slender and streamlined, far better suited for flight. Meanwhile, Golbat's legs also began to change. The once stubby feet were now replaced by a smaller, more slender pair of wings. Following that, Golbat's ears stretched back and grew longer, losing the dainty compactness they once had. Finally, beneath its newly solid torso, a pair of small feet with 3 toes each grew out. The evolution lasted around 2 minutes. Once the glow of evolution scattered into shimmering light particles, a 4-winged Crobat appeared before Sato. In fact, once evolution was complete, Crobat's previously massive size had actually decreased a bit instead of increasing. The most significant difference was the dramatic reduction of its once gargantuan mouth. Since the torso hadn't grown proportionally, the illusion was that Crobat had shrunk a bit. However, while the torso seemed smaller, Crobat's wings were far longer than they had been when it was a Golbat. Even with this increase in length, the wings felt lighter and more agile than before. There was no sense of burden or clumsiness at all. Congratulations, Crobat. You've finally evolved. Sato extended his left arm, and Crobat obediently landed on it. With his right hand, Sato gently patted Crobat's head, smiling brightly as he offered his blessing. Swamp. Bellow. Swampert and Bellosum, who had been standing nearby, also stepped forward to offer their congratulations when they saw Crobat successfully evolve. Kai Chi. Crobat, now almost entirely purple, chirped affectionately, clearly enjoying Sato's touch. It nodded respectfully to Swampert and Bellosum in thanks. Then, with a gentle flap of its 4 wings, Crobat took off into the air. It circled Sato once at high speed before landing again, this time placing its feet on both of Sato's shoulders. With another firm beat of its wings. In the next second, Crobat effortlessly lifted Sato into the air. After Sato recalled Swampert and Bellosum into their pokeballs, Crobat flew swiftly with Sato in tow. In just 2 to 3 minutes, Crobat had covered what would have been a 3 to 4 kilometer journey with ease, showing off its incredible speed. Thanks to its 2 pairs of long, flight-optimized wings, Crobat flew almost soundlessly. Hidden under the veil of night, Crobat carried Sato silently through the skies above Pallet Town's port, landing quietly on the rooftop of an unoccupied building. It was already past 7 p.m., yet the Pallet Town harbor was still bustling with activity. Numerous ships had arrived that night, and the docks were filled with busy workers and sailors. However, behind this lively facade, Sato felt a strange and unsettling atmosphere. Through careful observation, he noticed that the dock workers and sailors seemed too quiet, nothing like the typically rowdy, boastful sort one would expect in this line of work. Even more suspicious was the sheer number of them carrying pokeballs. Looks like things won't be going smoothly tonight. These workers and sailors are probably in disguise. I wonder if the other Rocket members have noticed. If not, and we end up fighting each other during the boarding chaos, that would be a disaster. Realizing the abnormality among the workers and sailors, Sato's mood soured. He glanced around and saw most of the other Rocket members eyeing one another warily, too focused on each other to notice the strange behavior on the docks. This only deepened Sato's concern. Right now, tensions among the Rocket members were high due to the limited number of boarding passes. If he were to bring up the Key Stones and Mega Stones now, it would likely backfire. Worse yet, he might not even make it out alive. With that sobering thought, Sato quickly stopped considering these Rocket comrades strangers to him, after all, as allies. In fact, some of them were likely to be his opponents in the upcoming newcomer battle. If a few got eliminated here, it might even work in his favor. With that in mind, Sato made his way toward the luxurious restaurant he had visited earlier that day. Before the storm hit, he needed to properly rest and recover with his team. Welcomed warmly by the restaurant owner, Sato entered the VIP room. Meanwhile, in an unremarkable hotel near the Pallet Town harbor, a faint blue light suddenly flared inside a modest guest room. A blonde woman in a black dress appeared with the aid of a Natu. Just then, a sharp slicing noise broke the silence in the dark room. A black object shot through the open window, aiming straight for the blonde woman's head. However, before the object could strike, the Nada perched on her shoulder reacted. Its eyes glowed with a blue light, and the kunai-like projectile was frozen in midair by psychic power. But the sneak attack was merely a prelude. Moments later, a dozen more black darts sliced through the window, flying toward the blonde woman. A surprising scene unfolded next. The blonde woman's eyes also lit up with a blue glow, and she extended her pale hand forward. In the next instant, the darts halted midair as if hitting an invisible barrier, then clattered harmlessly to the floor. As the last dart hit the ground, a masked girl in a ninja outfit had silently appeared, seated on the window frame. A spinnerack perched on her shoulder. She slowly unsheathed a ninja blade with her left hand, eyes sharp and filled with killing intent as she locked gazes with the blonde girl inside the room. Chapter 418, Chapter 417, Janine, Maya, and Marlos, Bonus Chapter. Janine, we're both members of Team Rocket. There's no need to go all out trying to kill each other right away. I don't have the item. Facing the current situation and the murderous aura radiating from the kunoichi before her, the intense sense of danger left the psychic Maya under enormous pressure. She steadied herself and lifted her chin to face the ninja girl, Janine. Psychics also varied greatly in strength, and it largely depended on one's innate talent. The gap between psychics could be as wide as a chasm, one that could never be bridged in a lifetime. Maya was indeed a psychic, but her natural ability was on the lower end. Compared to someone like Sabrina, the difference was like night and day, completely incomparable. That psychic barrier she had just erected, an invisible force field, had nearly exhausted all of Maya's mental energy. She had no means left to defend against Janine's next ferocious strike. If it had been Sabrina in her place, Janine would have already been subdued. Still, being a psychic born in the slums of Saffron City gave Maya a unique path forward. When she unexpectedly awakened her psychic powers, she boldly recommended herself to the famed psychic queen of Kanto, Sabrina. To her astonishment, Sabrina accepted her and even brought her into her elite psychic guard. It felt like a dream. From that point on, Maya's life completely changed. With Sabrina's guidance, Maya quickly mastered some psychic techniques and successfully transformed from a street punk into a mysterious psychic. Out of admiration and devotion, Maya, one of Sabrina's most ardent followers, gained her trust through unwavering loyalty and became one of her most trusted members within Team Rocket. Currently, Maya was still considered a rookie grunt within Team Rocket, so she qualified to participate in the rookie battle competition. Sabrina had personally instructed her to enter and at least place within the top 10. Since it was a direct order from Lady Sabrina, Maya accepted it without question. Thanks to Sabrina's training, her strength had already reached the level of a top-tier elite trainer. After learning telepathy, even peak-level elite trainers were no longer guaranteed to defeat her. Because of this, Maya easily completed the early rookie competition missions and smoothly made her way to the port in Pallet Town. There, she happened to run into two familiar faces also participating in the rookie competition, Janine, the kunoichi from Fuchsia City, and Marlos, the Little Thunder God, of Vermilion. Janine was the daughter of Koga, Fuchsia Gym's leader. Although only 13 years old, she had been personally trained by one of the top ninjas since childhood. Her ninja skills, fused with Pokemon techniques, were already quite refined. Whether it was tracking or assassination, she excelled in both, and her solo combat abilities were formidable. She had already surpassed the average peak elite-level trainer. Due to her admiration for her father, Janine readily joined Team Rocket upon learning he was a part of Team Rocket. Her participation in the rookie competition was largely due to Koga's orders. Marlos, known as the Little Thunder God, was the younger cousin of Lieutenant Surge. He also hailed from Unova but had grown up alongside Surge in Vermilion City. With a matching temperament and family ties, Marlos had been mentored by Lieutenant Surge from an early age. Under the tutelage of an electric-type elite 4-level trainer like Surge, it was no surprise Marlos had grown powerful. In Vermilion, at just 14 years old, Marlos had already earned his nickname and was considered a peak-level elite trainer, among the best of that tier. Since Sabrina, Lieutenant Surge, and Koga were all friends, and all gym leaders, their subordinates naturally knew each other. Thus, Maya, Marlos, and Janine were acquainted, though they didn't get along particularly well. Still, while not exactly friendly, their relationship was better than most Rocket members. Out of respect for their mentors, they wouldn't usually resort to lethal force against one another. However, 2 days ago, the trio had visited a nearby black market together for supplies. There, they had stumbled across a key stone and a Mega Evolution stone at Hydewa's stall. These two precious items caused their already tense relationship to completely fall apart, turning them into enemies. Not on you. Then why have you been sneaking around the past 2 days? Don't tell me that arrogant idiot Marlos has them. If you know what's good for you, hand them over. Out of respect for Lady Sabrina, I'll spare your life. Hearing Maya's claim, Janine's face twisted into a sneer. Her voice was ice cold, her intent to kill unmistakable. Her left hand had already drawn her ninja blade halfway out of its sheath. At this distance, it would take her less than a second to take Maya's head clean off. As the daughter of Fuchsia's ninja clan leader, Janine had begun her training at age 3. After years of rigorous and brutal discipline, her heart had long hardened like iron. Aside from her family, she cared for no one. To her, Maya being one of Sabrina's people and also in Team Rocket meant nothing. The girl was no different from the old wolf she'd killed at age 5. Just 2 days prior, Janine, Maya, and Marlos had stolen the key stone and mega stone from Heido. But at the critical moment, Maya and Marlos had played her. They used Anata's teleport to escape from the mountain black market, leaving her behind to cover the retreat. If not for her exceptional ninja skills and escape tactics, she'd have been beaten to death by the Sea Serpent gang. Now, Janine had returned to Pallet Town's port not only to board the ship headed for Cinnabar Island tonight, but also to seek revenge on Maya and Marlos. Of course, taking back the key stone and mega stone from either of them was also part of her mission. As luck would have it, she had finally tracked Maya down tonight. But Janine wasn't reckless. She knew where she was, the port of Pallet Town. So, she waited patiently through the day, only taking action after nightfall. She had been staking out Maya's lodging spot for quite some time. I swear it's the truth. The keystone and mega stone aren't on me. Marlos is too cunning. After using me, he ambushed me and took both items. If I hadn't overdrawn my psychic energy to force a teleport at the last second, I'd already be dead. I've been laying low these past 2 days to escape the Sea Serpent gang and recover. Seeing the murderous glint grow stronger in Janine's eyes and the cold shine on her half-drawn blade, Maya gritted her teeth and pressed on. I left a psychic marker on Marlos. I can lead you to him. But just as her vision blurred and warning bells exploded in her mind, Maya's face went pale as she let out a terrified scream. She swore this was the fastest she'd ever spoken in her life. A split second later, Janine reappeared before her. Her ninja blade was less than half an inch from Maya's throat. Even her nada had somehow been caught and tied up tightly in silk threads by Janine's Ariados. Take me to him. Or die. With a look that could kill, Janine glared at the still-stunned Maya. She quickly sheathed her blade and turned her back coldly. Chapter 419, Chapter 418, The Fisherman in Motion. While Maya yielded to Janine's overwhelming pressure, Sato was happily enjoying dinner in a VIP private room at a luxury restaurant with his team of Pokémon. Since today was the day Golbat completed its evolution, Sato had specially organized a celebration in its honor. The joyful event thrilled both the Pokémon and the restaurant owner. Piku, in particular, adored the gift Sato gave him that evening, further deepening the bond between them. At the moment, Piku was bouncing and hopping around the room, cheerfully carrying his soothe bell. Sometimes, he even used his electromagnetic levitation, magnet rise, ability to float about in the air. The soft and soothing chimes of the bell echoed gently throughout the room, and with mischievous little Piku around, the atmosphere of the celebration grew especially warm and lively. Perhaps it was the calming effect of the bell, but even the usually cold and short-tempered Arbok allowed Piku to jump all over his body, and even offered a congratulatory nod to the newly evolved Crobat. Seeing the bond between his Pokémon growing stronger, Sato felt deeply satisfied. He knew that only through mutual trust could his team unleash their full potential in battle. Time always flies during moments of joy. Around 9 p.m., Sato left the restaurant with his Pokémon and headed to a decently upscale hotel nearby to rest. In truth, Sato had no intention of boarding the ship tonight. The reason was simple: it was far too dangerous. He'd not only have to face infighting among Team Rocket members but also deal with the impending chaos. So, Sato decided to play the role of the opportunistic fisherman, appearing only when the time was right. It was less dangerous and much less effort. With a little time left before things truly kicked off, he decided to attempt making a basic version of Pokémon food specially tailored for the Pikachu family. Compared to the custom food he had previously made for Swampert, this low-tier Pikachu line Pokémon food was much simpler to prepare. After all, Pikachu was a single-type Pokémon, and the ingredients needed for its specialized food were far fewer, making the prep process easier. After 5 or 6 failed attempts, Sato finally succeeded in making his first batch of the basic Pikachu line Pokémon food around 10:30 p.m. Perhaps due to the absence of the key ingredient, leaves from the Electrowood tree, the resulting food didn't take on the transparent jelly-like form of Swampert's custom food. Instead, it became small, solid yellow spheres. Fortunately, Piku was absolutely delighted by them and was showing signs of becoming a tiny food lover. Even though the Electrowood tree leaves were missing, the food still contained highly concentrated electric-type energy. After eating it, Piku, whose fur had grown a bit dull from expending electricity to maintain his levitation, regained his luster. Fine sparks of electricity began to flow across his fur. The lightning-shaped mark on his forehead, which had dimmed, began to glow again. Piku was once more brimming with energy. Just before 11 p.m., Sato quietly exited the hotel room through the window. Dressed entirely in black and wearing a dark mask, he silently rose into the night sky above the harbor with Crobat's help. Using a pair of high-powered night vision goggles, Sato clearly saw a small vessel from Cinnabar Island slowly docking at one of the berths, right on schedule. A large number of passengers had already gathered at the docks, most of them Team Rocket members. As soon as the ship's crew lowered the gangway, some of them could hardly wait to board. However, the ship's crew clearly weren't ordinary sailors. Several of them blocked the overly enthusiastic guests and showed them something on their right wrists that immediately calmed everyone down. Sato noticed that those sailors were wearing Team Rocket watches on their right hands. In that moment, he understood, this ship was run by Team Rocket. Clearly, they had anticipated the ticket shortage issue. Evidently, gaining access to the ship bound for Cinnabar Island was a mini-trial arranged by Team Rocket as part of this newcomer showdown, meant to eliminate the excess participants. Naturally, the other passengers had realized the same thing. As a result, those without tickets wisely stepped back, letting the ticket holders board first. Before long, all the Team Rocket members with tickets successfully boarded. However, to their annoyance, the sailors didn't allow them to roam freely once aboard. They were ordered to gather on the deck. The ship wasn't large, but the deck was more than enough to accommodate 50 or so passengers. From Sato's perspective, this spacious deck would soon become a battlefield, where only the strong would remain standing. Soon, the ship's whistle blew and it began to move. At that moment, many Team Rocket members still on the docks released flying or water-type Pokemon and began pursuing the ship. Within minutes, the vessel had traveled several kilometers and faded from view, becoming invisible to the dockworkers and sailors still on shore. After exchanging glances, those dockworkers and sailors quickly dispersed. Under Sato's watchful eye, a large number of black-suited divers entered the sea along with various water-type Pokemon. Looks like I was right. These underworld players just couldn't resist the lure of tens of billions in poke dollars. This mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind, strategy is actually brilliant. If I hadn't suddenly intervened, those few people on board would have stood no chance against this well-prepared group. Watching the black-clad divers slip into the dark waters below, Sato, still floating in the night sky above the harbor, frowned in thought. It was well past 11 now, but Joe hadn't arrived yet. That made Sato a bit uneasy. He shook off the concern and refocused, directing Crobat to follow the ship that had already sailed quite a distance. By the time Sato arrived above the ship, carried by Crobat, chaos had broken out on the deck. Numerous Team Rocket members without tickets had found ways to board and were now engaged in battles with the ticket-holding members, spurred on by the ship's crew. The rules were simple, only 50 members could remain on the deck. The losers would have to catch the next ship or find another way to Cinnabar Island. Naturally, those with tickets had the upper hand and, once they understood the rules, they banded together and began driving the uninvited ones off the deck. Since they held the higher ground and controlled the deck's layout, the initial waves of water-type Pokemon riders were easily repelled. That changed when a few Team Rocket members arrived using flying-type Pokemon and created havoc on the deck. Only then did a large number of water-type Pokemon riders manage to get on board. Thus, the grand melee began. Chapter 420, Chapter 419, Sato's Speculation. This time, there were over 100 Team Rocket members trying to seize spots on the ship, while only 43 Team Rocket members were already aboard. So, the situation was practically a 3-to-1 standoff between enemies and allies. However, the members already on the ship held the geographical advantage. They easily knocked the ticketless Team Rocket members who tried to board from the sea back into the ocean. Only after eliminating nearly half their opponents did they start engaging in intense battles with the rest. Interestingly, once a ticketless Team Rocket member successfully snatched a spot from one of the ticket holders, they would instinctively join the defender's side to repel the next wave of boarders. As for those knocked off the ship by the remaining onboard members, once they fell into the sea, they were, by the rules, considered to have lost, with no further opportunity to compete for a place. To prevent these eliminated participants from interfering with the ongoing competition, the supervising sailors aboard the ship would make a note of them, fish them out of the water, and send them back to the port on a small boat reserved for defeated contestants. The battle on deck was utterly intense. Even though everyone was from Team Rocket, they'd all started fighting in earnest. To win a spot, no one held back. At this moment, Sato was still soaring above the ship in the night sky, aided by his Crobat. He quietly observed the chaotic brawl below, with no intention of joining in. In truth, Sato wasn't the only one playing the waiting game. There were quite a few Team Rocket members with the same idea of letting others exhaust themselves before swooping in. These individuals had something in common. They each possessed either a large flying mount capable of sustained flight or a large aquatic mount suited for long-term sea navigation. Thanks to these mounts, Sato and others had the resources to act like fishermen waiting to pick the ripest fruit at the end of the melee. After all, the sea at night was bitterly cold. Anyone who stayed in the freezing water too long, unless they were seasoned coastal dwellers, would lose body heat rapidly, even without fighting. Naturally, the Team Rocket members with the luxury to hang back and wait were all strong. In Sato's eyes, they were definitely a cut above the average Team Rocket rookie. Barring any surprises, these bystanders would likely win spots on the ship effortlessly. After all, those who survived the melee would be at least somewhat worn out, whereas the opportunists would remain in peak condition. Among these fishermen, Sato sensed 3 individuals who posed a particularly strong threat. The most dangerous of the 3 was a female ninja flying nearby on her own Crobat. In terms of size, her Crobat was on par with his, and the aura it exuded was even more powerful. Using his system scanning abilities, Sato saw that this masked female ninja's Crobat was level 47, with a total individual value of 174, its potential was nearly golden. Frankly, Sato believed she was the strongest Team Rocket rookie he'd ever encountered. The cold, merciless look in her eyes made him wary. Moreover, she was extremely alert. The moment he shifted his gaze toward her, she sensed it immediately and shot back a glare sharp as a knife. Clearly not someone to mess with. The second was another masked individual, completely cloaked in a large, black robe that concealed their identity and even their gender. Their flying mount was unusual, a massive magnezone on which the cloaked figure lounged casually, showing zero interest in the chaotic brawl below. Or perhaps they were simply confident of victory and felt no pressure at all. Although the magnezone wasn't quite as high level as the female ninja's Crobat, it was close, level 45. What caught Sato's attention was that the magnezone had a total individual value of 177, undeniably top-tier rating. Like the ninja's Crobat, the cloaked individual's magnezone had also been meticulously trained, learning a host of moves through TMs. Note, magnezone is the evolved form of magneton. It evolves when exposed to a special magnetic field. Magnezone can easily float through the air using electromagnetic levitation. In real life, most ground-type moves can't affect it at all. The third person was a blonde woman who, in Sato's opinion, was likely allied with the female ninja. The two were flying very close to each other, and based on the blonde's submissive and cautious demeanor, it was obvious she deferred to the ninja. However, Sato paid more attention to the blonde than even the ninja, for one simple reason: she was a rare psychic. The identity of a psychic was extremely sensitive in the current situation involving the Keystone and Mega Stone. The moment Sato saw the Nato on her shoulder using teleport, he was certain she was one of the people who had tried to steal Haiduo's treasure. From what he could see, her psychic ability seemed rather weak. She needed herself, a Kadabra, and the Nato on her shoulder to work together just to maintain a telekinetic floating ability. Still, the technique she used to mentally link with her Pokemon via psychic threads and temporarily boost her own abilities reminded Sato of one person, Sabrina, the psychic queen of Saffron City. To this day, Sato could clearly recall the stunning scene where she used her psychic powers alone to stabilize a collapsing skyscraper. She'd truly earned the title of Psychic Queen. Back then, Sabrina had used the very same technique, creating a mental link with her 2 powerful psychic-type Pokemon, to accomplish that incredible feat. Note, telekinesis is a psychic-type move. Effect, it suspends the target in the air, making them easier to hit. Also note, in real life, telekinesis can be used on both opponents and the user. It's a primary method for psychic Pokemon and psychics to levitate. A truly flashy technique. These 3 are probably the toughest obstacles I'll face in this rookie showdown, Sato thought. And they likely each have powerful backers behind them. A psychic, huh? The Keystone and Mega Stone are probably in one of their hands. After carefully observing the 3 individuals he deemed most dangerous, and recalling what Haiduo had told him earlier, Sato confidently concluded that the Keystone and Mega Evolution Stone were in the possession of one of them. There was no doubt in his mind now, the Team Rocket member who had escaped using teleport was this very blonde woman. And the female ninja was most likely her companion in that escape. Chapter 421, Chapter 420, Hidden Agendas and the Perfect Scapegoat. After all, psychic-type Pokemon weren't just rare and precious, they were also notoriously proud, their temperaments rivaling even those of dragon types. Unless the trainer was someone naturally gifted with a strong mental presence, like that blonde woman, psychic types would rarely choose to follow a human. Besides that, Sato had also observed something else. Janine and the blonde woman, Maya, were visibly hostile toward the robed man sitting on top of the magnezone. Their gazes constantly flicked over to him, filled with animosity. Could there be more to this than meets the eye? Haiduo said there were 3 people. At this point, I can confirm the blonde woman was definitely one of the culprits who tried to steal his treasure, and the Kunoichi is likely another accomplice. Judging by the way both of them are glaring daggers at the robed guy, he must be the third one. Which means the Keystone and the Mega Stone are probably on him. As Sato watched the suspicious figure's movements, he silently analyzed the situation. His eyes flashed with sharp insight as the pieces fell into place. Meanwhile, while Sato was covertly observing Janine, Maya, and the robed figure, the 3 of them were also sizing him up in return, this powerful stranger who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Since Sato could sense danger from Janine and the others, it was only natural that they could feel threatened by him as well. In fact, the pressure Janine and the others felt from Sato was even stronger than what Sato sensed from them. Lady Janine, who exactly is that guy riding a Crobat like you? He even dresses just like you. Is he from your side? He's really strong. Both my Natu and Kadabra have been warning me not to provoke him. You know they can somewhat sense the future, so I always take their warnings seriously. Using her telepathy, Maya asked Janine in a seemingly calm tone. She kept her gaze low, not daring to meet the Kunoichi's cold, ruthless eyes. Having witnessed Janine's strength firsthand, Maya was now reverting to her old habits from her days as a low-level thug in Saffron City, reading the room and siding with the strongest. At the moment, she looked every bit like Janine's obedient underling. I don't care who he is. If he dares block my way, I'll kill him. Are you sure that robed guy on the Magnazone is Marlos? If you're wrong, you know what'll happen to you. Janine's cold mental voice responded with a sneer. Though her face was hidden beneath her ninja mask, her disdain was unmistakable. Despite looking down on Maya, Janine's gaze toward Sato was actually filled with wariness. In her estimation, Sato was an even greater threat than the robed figure Maya had identified as Marlos. Out of all the new rocket recruits she'd encountered since leaving Fuchsia City for this mission, Sato was undoubtedly the strongest. But just like Maya, she had no idea who Sato actually was. As a top member of the younger generation of Team Rocket, and a trained ninja, Janine made a habit of gathering intel on other up-and-coming talents within the organization. Unfortunately, the tiny bit of information Sato had revealed didn't match anyone in her database. Crobat was the final evolution of Zubat, but among all the talented young rockets she knew of, aside from herself, none used this relatively common yet incredibly difficult to fully evolve Pokemon. Where did you come from? I don't care. If you dare stand in my way, I will cut you down. Sensing Sato's subtle glance her way, Janine returned it with a cold glare, her eyes sharp and unflinching, a silent but deadly warning. That robed guy is Marlos. The psychic marker I left on him is still intact. He stole the Key Stone and the Mega Stone. Now that he's carrying such valuable items, neither we nor the Sea Serpent Gang will let him get away. All the exits around Pallet Town's port have been locked down by the gang. He's trapped. And now that the mission is about to begin, he's forced to show himself in this disguise. From the looks of it, he's planning to keep the stones for himself. Otherwise, the higher-up in Vermilion City would have shown up here days ago. Greedy bastard. Picking up on Janine's displeasure, Maya quickly responded via telepathy again. She had seen the murderous gleam in Janine's eyes and couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. In theory, Maya should have had the upper hand in a fight. After all, her psychic types gave her a type advantage over Janine's poison types. But reality proved otherwise. Type advantage wasn't everything. Janine had the capability to assassinate her without a sound. Maya had never even realized Janine had been lying in wait outside her room the previous night. Janine was, after all, the daughter of Koga, the gym leader of Fuchsia City, known far and wide for his lethal ninja poison techniques. Naturally, she had inherited his deadly skills. If Janine wanted her dead, she wouldn't even know when she'd been poisoned. Note, poison ninjutsu is a unique blend of ninja arts and poison-type Pokemon attacks. Koga, the poison-type Elite Four member, is a master of this craft. That's why Maya always carried several vials of powerful antidotes in her pockets, just in case Janine decided to pull off one of her silent, deadly tricks. At the same time, Maya kept a close eye on Sato, the mysterious powerhouse who had appeared out of nowhere. If the opportunity arose during the coming battle, she wouldn't mind clinging to him for protection. In truth, both Janine and Maya were aware of the Sea Serpent Gang's covert pursuit. As core members of Team Rocket, they understood just how valuable the Key Stone and Mega Stone were. They also knew the Sea Serpent Gang would never give up easily. After much hesitation, the two had decided to report the matter to the organization. What they hadn't expected was that the higher-ups already seemed to know everything, and were extremely displeased that they hadn't reported it sooner. Not only were they denied any rewards, but they'd also been chewed out harshly. Now, besides reclaiming the Key Stone and Mega Stone from Marlos, Janine and Maya were here to take part in the upcoming major battle, to redeem themselves and maybe snag some benefits on the side. What a shame. Now that the organization is involved, I can't personally kill those two to settle the score. Using me as bait. That won't be forgotten so easily. Now that Janine had confirmation from Maya, she first gave Maya, who was still bowing her head, one long, cold stare, then shifted her gaze to Marlos with killing intent flickering in her eyes. Damn it. Those two idiots actually reported this to the organization. Janine's like a cockroach, toss her into enemy territory and she still won't die. She's a walking time bomb. I have to find a way to get rid of her. And that bitch Maya. I should have finished her off when I had the chance. She probably used some stupid psychic ability to track me down. And who the hell is that guy on the Crobat, just like Janine? Is he her backup? At that moment, the robed figure, Marlos, was staring darkly at Sato, Janine, and Maya. Internally, he was seething with rage. Just moments ago, he had received a message from his cousin. The scolding and the demand to hand over the key stone and mega stone on his communicator made him feel like his heart was bleeding. The Sea Serpent Gang. You'll do nicely. Tonight, I'm going to rip you apart and vent all my frustration. Grinding his teeth, Marlos tore his gaze away from the others and stared instead at the pitch-black waters surrounding the ship, murderous thoughts swirling in his mind. Chapter 422, Chapter 421, Incoming. No matter how furious Marlos felt at this moment, under the supreme will of Team Rocket's leadership, even his most respected and feared cousin, Lieutenant Surge, had to bow his head. As for him, still just a fledgling, there was even less room to resist. All he could do was obediently comply. The free-for-all among the Team Rocket rookies on the ship was nearly at its end. According to the rules, if no one launched a new challenge within 2 minutes, the unofficial trial would be declared over. But the fishermen hadn't taken their cut yet. Naturally, this chaotic battle between the Team Rocket newcomers wasn't going to end so cleanly. Just as the battle was winding down, the 8 fishermen, including Sato, who had been staying on the sidelines, finally decided to make their move. What surprised Sato was that the first to strike wasn't any of the usual schemers, but the cloakman riding a magnazone. The men seemed to be in an extremely furious state and launched a vicious attack on the Team Rocket members below. The cloaked man's magnazone was indeed powerful. Its control over electric-type energy was on full display as 8 thick white electric currents, each the size of an arm, burst out simultaneously from its body. In that instant, those 8 white currents extended from magnazone like writhing tentacles, launching a full-on assault on the surrounding Team Rocket members. In a single move, the cloaked man tried to eliminate all 8 of the remaining members on the ship at once. And he almost succeeded. After enduring the brutal skirmish, the Team Rocket members on the ship were already in terrible shape. As soon as magnazone attacked, 4 of them instantly lost the ability to battle. The remaining 3 weren't defeated outright, but their guarding Pokémon had already been knocked out in one blow, and the few Pokémon they had left weren't enough to put up a joint defense against a magnazone that now seemed like the embodiment of thunder. Team Rocket doesn't need weaklings. Just get lost already. Magnazone, keep using Thunderbolt, clear the field. Marlos was utterly unbalanced at the moment. He needed a place to vent his fury, so he chose the already battered Team Rocket rookies around him as his targets. However, once he activated his group taunt aura and revealed his terrifying strength, the rest of the Team Rocket members who remained on board, though battered, immediately and tacitly joined forces to take down Marlos. Soon, over a dozen ground-type and grass-type Pokémon were launching a coordinated assault on Marlos and his magnazone. Magnazone, charge, enter overdrive flight mode, then use Boom Burst to clear them out. Seeing himself surrounded, Marlos didn't care one bit. He immediately issued the command to his magnazone. With its levitate ability, magnazone instantly entered a charged-up state, its 3 eyes glowing ominously red. In the next second, it moved like it had been injected with pure adrenaline, its agility more than doubled. Magnazone tore through the air like a Boeing fighter jet, dodging every attack from the ground and grass types below, whose mobility was generally far inferior. Simultaneously, waves of invisible boom burst radiated from Magnazone's body, inflicting massive damage on the Pokémon below. This guy's completely lost it. Sure, get mad, but do you have to go out of your way to make enemies like this? Sato, descending slowly from the night sky on his Crobat, frowned as he watched Marlos rampage unchecked across the deck. The few rocket rookies still standing were already the cream of the crop. Assuming they didn't die, they'd likely become important pillars of the organization in the future. Marlos' behavior, offending so many all at once, was baffling to Sato. Of course, Sato didn't know that Marlos had recently had his Keystone and Mega Stone forcibly confiscated by the organization. If he had known, he wouldn't have found Marlos' behavior all that strange. After all, losing billions, possibly even tens of billions, of Poke dollars in one stroke, and having absolutely no power to resist. If it weren't for his strong heart, Marlos might have already gone insane. As it stood, he was just venting on people. Still, Marlos wasn't completely unhinged. He didn't start biting everyone like a mad dog. He made a very calculated decision to avoid provoking Sato and the other fishermen who were still at full strength, and instead chose soft targets. Seeing this, even Janine and Maya didn't step in to stop him. Most of the fishermen were happy to sit back and enjoy the show. After all, for every participant here, reducing the number of competitors was a win. Since Marlos wasn't coming after him, Sato naturally had no reason to interfere with his rampage. But he wasn't about to accept Marlos' charity either. So instead, he went after one of the remaining Team Rocket members to take his slot legitimately. He targeted a middle-aged Team Rocket member who was the closest to him. The man was no pushover. Under Sato's quiet observation, he had already taken out 6 other Team Rocket members who had come for him. The cost? He had lost 5 of his Pokémon in the process. Now, only a battered Hitmonchan remained by his side. Crobat, use Gust to blow them away. Sato didn't want to draw attention like Marlos or attract too much enmity from his peers. So when he defeated the middle-aged men, he made sure not to go overboard. Crobat nodded in understanding. With a sweep of its wings, it became a flash of purple light and darted toward the man and his Hitmonchan. The Team Rocketman was no coward. He wasn't about to give up without a fight. He immediately ordered Hitmonchan to counter with Thunder Punch. Unfortunately, Crobat, with a base speed stat of 130, was far too fast. Even when carrying Sato, with its quick reflexes, Hitmonchan couldn't land a single blow, not even close. In the end, the man and his Pokémon could only watch helplessly as a white whirlwind lifted them up and flung them off the deck and into the cold, dark ocean. After securing a spot, Sato and Crobat found a secluded corner of the deck and sat down quietly, waiting for the internal Team Rocket battle to conclude, and for the real fight to begin. Roughly 2 minutes later, the battle finally ended. Only about 30 Team Rocket members remained on deck. Most were panting heavily, expressions filled with the look of those who'd just survived a disaster. But before they could even begin to feel relieved, the ship was suddenly struck by several orange beams fired from the surrounding seawater. Explosions tore through the hull, and the entire ship began to shake violently. The sudden attack caught the exhausted Team Rocket members completely off guard. Some who had been near the edge of the deck were flung overboard by the violent tremors, landing in the freezing black ocean below. Then, the previously calm and dark waters began to stir with waves and light. At some point, a group of black-clad divers had completely surrounded the ship. Chapter 423, Chapter 422, Melee. The moment the Team Rocket's ship came under attack, 7 fierce and monstrous Gyarados suddenly erupted from the surrounding ocean waters. The devastating hyper beam that had struck the ship moments earlier had been unleashed by them. Standing atop each Gyarados was a mysterious figure clad in a black wetsuit. As these 7 emerged from the sea on their Pokémon, more figures dressed in identical wetsuits began surfacing around the burning ship, dozens upon dozens, all bearing water-type Pokémon of considerable strength, surrounding the Team Rocket members like a pack of wolves. This is a hell of a formation. To reclaim the Keystone and Mega Stones from Team Rocket, it looks like the Sea Serpent Gang has sent out all their elite forces. At this moment, Sato was back in the air, flying atop his Crobat. Seeing the entire ship being besieged by over 100 Sea Serpent Gang members, he felt a chill run down his spine. Using the system's scanning ability, he had already checked the strength of the 7 Sea Serpent Gang elites who had initiated the assault on Gyarados. Each one of them had at least pseudo-elite 4 level strength, and every Gyarados was at least level 50. While the strength of the surrounding Sea Serpent Gang members varied, over 30 of them were elite level trainers. With only rookie Rocket members and a few disguised sailors left on the ship, there was no way they could fend off such an overwhelming force. So, faced with this situation, Sato's first instinct was to follow the classic strategy, retreat as the best course of action. Without hesitation, he had Crobat carry him into the night sky once more. Of course, Sato wasn't really planning to just run away. With Crobat ensuring his personal safety, he chose to release another Pokémon known for mobility, his shiny Beautifly, to join the fight. AKA doing the bare minimum. After all, once rocket reinforcements arrived, he couldn't just stand around and say he bailed. The last thing Sato wanted was for Deserter to be added to Giovanni's impression of him. Damn it, I am never trusting Joe again. It's already way past the promised support time, he said they'd be here before 11. It's truly rare to find trust within Team Rocket, huh? Glancing around the night sky, Sato found no sign of the promised allied reinforcements and couldn't help but curse Joe's shamelessness. If he still didn't understand what Joe was up to, he'd have to be an idiot. The guy was clearly using him as a pawn to test the waters ahead. Meanwhile, the Sea Serpent Gang was launching a frenzied assault with their water types, clearly intending to sink the ship bound for Cinnabar Island. If it weren't for Crobat's long-duration flight capabilities, Sato would have had no choice but to abandon ship and escape into the sea. Staying on board was far too dangerous. If the ship exploded, there'd be no escape. Luckily, the Sea Serpent Gang hadn't forgotten their objective. They mainly targeted the hull's underside, trying to force Rocket members into the water to fight them directly. Faced with this hopeless situation, most Rocket members, unaware of the larger picture, fought back with the desperation of those ready to die, leaping into the sea to battle the Sea Serpent Gang head-on. It seemed some of the gang members recognized Janine and Maya as well, because even though they were in the air, both were being swarmed by flying types under heavy attack. As for Marlos, who had previously wreaked havoc on the battlefield, his overwhelming strength actually made the Sea Serpent Gang wary. Few dared approach the electric-type specialist. But Marlos, fully aware of what was going on, didn't give a damn whether the enemy approached or not. He immediately released a level 42 Lantern into the ocean, commanding it and his Magnezone to launch a coordinated air-sea assault on the gang. Since most of the Sea Serpent Gang's Pokémon were water types, Marlos began dominating the battlefield with his electric-type prowess. Even the 7 pseudo-elite Sea Serpent members dared not send their Gyarados to confront him directly. However, both the Sea Serpent Gang and Marlos were wearing wetsuits made of insulating material, so no matter how intense the electricity from Magnezone and Lantern, it rarely incapacitated their trainers. Moreover, the gang wasn't unprepared for a specialist like Marlos. Several of them began deploying Pokemon with Lightning Rod or Volt Absorb abilities, Sea King, Goldeen, Chinchou, and Lantern, intended specifically to counter electric types and tie up Marlos' forces. Meanwhile, Sato was facing problems of his own. Despite trying to slack off, the stun spore released by his shiny Beautifly was causing major disruptions to the Sea Serpent Gang's water types. Thanks to Beautifly's stun spore, nearly a third of the enemy's Pokemon in the surrounding sea were paralyzed and struggling. Though the stun spore wasn't particularly targeted, it significantly eased the burden on Rocket members still in the fight. With a bit of luck, they could even knock out several of the enemy's Pokemon in the process. At first, because of Marlos' overwhelming presence, no one noticed Sato's subtle tactic of having Beautifly scatter stun spore into the water. But once the number of paralyzed water types began increasing, and with Marlos finally being held back, Sato's little stunt was quickly discovered. Now, he was being hunted by more than a dozen flying types dispatched by the Sea Serpent Gang. Damn it, Crobat, leave me and help Beautifly. Seeing his shiny Beautifly barely surviving the relentless barrage of flying type attacks, Sato's expression turned grim. He shouted the command to Crobat. Right after giving the order, he retrieved the Pokeballs containing his Swampert and Arbok and released them into the ocean. Crobat swiftly carried Sato to the safety of Swampert's side before darting back into the sky to aid the outnumbered Beautifly. With Crobat joining the fray, the pressure on Beautifly dropped significantly. To her surprise, she found that with Crobat backing her up, the group of flying types that had overwhelmed her just moments ago was now being dominated by the speed and power of her new ally. Most of the flying types sent by the Sea Serpent Gang were dual water/flying types like Pelipper. Compared to Crobat and Beautifly, who had a rare mutated Supreme Sky-Splitting Stone, these Pokemon were far slower. They had only gained the upper hand earlier by relying on numbers and type advantage. Now faced with Crobat, who had superior speed and no type disadvantage, they were instantly outclassed and picked off one by one. Crobat, now a swift assassin cloaked in the night, darted through the air with lethal precision. With each high-speed strike, he cut down a flying type using Cross Poison. Note, Cross Poison is a poison-type physical move with 70 power. It has a chance to poison the target and a higher critical hit ratio. Note, this is a move Crobat learns automatically upon evolution. On the other side, Sato, now in the ocean, ran into new trouble. His impressive performance had caught the eye of a pseudo-elite 4-level Sea Serpent Gang trainer, who was now commanding a blue sea dragon rapidly closing in on Sato's position. Chapter 424, Chapter 423, The Arduous Path of Growth. I only had my shiny Beautifly add a little something to the seawater, and just like that, I've drawn all this aggro. As expected, in a chaotic melee, playing dead is the true path to victory. Seeing a Sea Serpent Gang elite charging toward him on a level 51 Gyarados, Sato's expression darkened considerably. He felt a twinge of regret for the stunt he pulled earlier to delay the battle. But it was too late for regrets now. What mattered most was figuring out how to survive. A level 51 Gyarados was no pushover, especially not when it was on home turf, the sea. Gyarados information. Level. Type, water/flying. Ability, intimidate. Gender, male. Known moves, Bite, Thrash, Leer, Twister, Ice Fang, Aqua Tail, Scary Face, Dragon Rage, Crunch, Hydro Pump, Dragon Dance, Hurricane, Rain Dance. Egg moves, none. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Rock, Bounce, Surf, Waterfall, Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Hyper Beam. Held item, Mystic Water. IVs. HP, 24, 31. Attack, 25, 31. Defense, 26, 31. Special Attack, 26, 31. Special Defense, 25, 31. Speed, 24, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total 4, 150. Level 50 was a major threshold for Pokemon, crossing it marked their entry into the pseudo-elite 4 level. Most wild Pokemon rarely reach that stage. There were 3 reasons for this. High mortality, wild Pokemon constantly battle, and their death rate is exceptionally high. Exponential growth curve, after level 40, each level takes significantly more time, energy, and resources to achieve. Hidden injuries, constant fighting leads to cumulative damage and hidden injuries, severely weakening their foundations and making future growth nearly impossible. Thanks to the existence of Pokemon medical experts, human-raised Pokemon could avoid the third problem, but the first 2 were still hard to circumvent. Don't be fooled by how quickly Sato's Pokemon were leveling up now, early-stage training wasn't too difficult. Combine that with his Pokemon's high natural potential, and it was no wonder they advanced faster than average. But as their levels increased, even the most gifted Pokemon, like his Swampert, now required several tough battles against equal-level opponents to gain just one level. Relying solely on daily training. Who knew how long that would take? And those high-level battles weren't just for show, they were extremely dangerous. At that stage, both Pokémon were too strong to hold back. A slip in judgment could easily result in a fatal blow. Because when things got intense, there was no such thing as pulling punches. Holding back might very well cost you your life. Just thinking back to that fight between Swampert and Infernape. If Professor Oak's Dragonite hadn't stepped in when it did, Daisy's Infernape might have been toast. The road to leveling up was smooth at first, but mid to late game growth was a whole different story, more time-consuming, resource-intensive, and definitely riskier. That's why many seasoned trainers in later stages chose to let their Pokémon train slowly and steadily over time, rather than fight frequently. Because once they engaged in battle, it could very well be life or death. For a trainer, Pokémon weren't just their strength, they were irreplaceable partners. Losing one wasn't just a waste of time, effort, and resources, it was a heartbreak beyond measure. Note, wild battles aren't regulated league matches. Since they're true combat, casualties are a natural consequence. Gyarados were known to be voracious eaters. Maintaining that massive body required a tremendous caloric intake, which meant heaps of Pokémon food every day. Sure, you could just leave it out at sea every day. But if you did that, it'd be no different from a wild Gyarados, and its growth would be extremely slow. And honestly, considering how much trouble Gyarados tend to stir up, letting one roam freely in the ocean every day meant it could disappear for good at any time. The enemy's Gyarados wasn't just high level, it was well raised too. It was obvious from how developed its moveset and body condition were. This wasn't some half-wild creature left to drift in the ocean. Still, the Sea Serpent Gang was a small-time faction. For them to have raised a level 51 Gyarados was already impressive. The limited TM pool showed that well enough. The reason Sato didn't immediately turn tail and run when the Gyarados charged him was simple, he didn't believe they could throw out another Pokémon over level 50. At this point, Sato's own strength was already on par with top-tier elite trainers, and his Swampert's power exceeded that of most peak-tier Pokémon in the same category. He wanted to use this opportunity to test his limits. This level 51 Gyarados was the perfect benchmark. His level 45 Swampert might not win, but it should have no problem holding its ground. Beautifly, return for now and take over flying duties from Crobat. Swampert, you engage Gyarados. Arbok, you handle the nearby small fry. With a quick glance around the battlefield, Sato came up with the optimal strategy in just a few seconds and issued his commands. In the next instant, the shiny Beautifly, who'd been cruising lazily in the night sky, spread her wings wide and dove swiftly. She reached Sato's back within moments, lifting him into the air. Swamp. Seeing that Sato was now safely airborne, Swampert let out a mighty roar and surged forward, slapping its huge tail fin against the water with tremendous force as it charged toward the incoming Gyarados. Now at level 45, Swampert was still 6 levels below Gyarados, but with perfect IVs and sheer raw strength, it was far stronger than ordinary Pokémon. Combined with its innate physical might, Swampert was more than confident standing up to the Sea Dragon. There was no fear in its heart, only an overwhelming fighting spirit. Roarar. True to its nature, Gyarados flew into a rage the moment it saw the seemingly weaker opponent dare to provoke it. It let out an earth-shaking roar. A wave of sound crashed across the battlefield, forcing nearby creatures to cover their ears against the sonic assault. At that moment, Gyarados' Intimidate ability activated. A suffocating aura of aggression poured out from its body, casting a heavy pressure over nearby trainers and Pokémon. It filled them with deep fear of the monstrous blue dragon. Within a radius of over 20 meters, most Pokémon and trainers fled instantly. Only a handful were able to endure Gyarados' fearsome aura and hold their ground. Chapter 425, Chapter 424, Overwhelming Power. As a Pokémon that once punched a nightmare god scarier than a Gyarados flying through the air, he'll brag about that for a lifetime, Swampert obviously wasn't intimidated by Gyarados' Intimidate. His eyes gleamed with disdain, and with a burst of speed, he charged forward to initiate the attack. Gyarados, Aqua Tail. Seeing Swampert enter Gyarados' optimal striking range, the Sea Serpent Gang Elite, mounted on a level 43 Pelipper, immediately commanded Gyarados to strike. In the next instant, Gyarados' eyes flared crimson. A massive, dazzling blue tail burst from the water, churning up enormous waves as it swept towards Swampert. When Gyarados got serious, it was like the sea itself flipped over. 100-meter wave surged forward, aiming to flatten Swampert in one brutal strike. Let it rip, Swampert, use Ice Hammer. Smash through that wave. Watching from above on his shiny Beautifly, Sato's expression turned grim as he shouted his command. Ice Hammer, a fusion move combining Ice Punch and Hammer Arm. Facing the oncoming tsunami whipped up by Gyarados' tail, Swampert's face lit up with battle-thirsty excitement. He raised his right arm, already cloaked in a swirl of white energy. A flash of blue crossed his eyes, and a jet of water spiraled from the sea, wrapping around his arm. A second later, icy blue light exploded from Swampert's right arm. The water surrounding it rapidly crystallized into a glowing frost-colored gauntlet. At that moment, Ice Punch and Hammer Arm fused perfectly. A surge of power erupted from Swampert's fist. With a mighty stomp, Swampert leapt forward, like the sea beneath his feet was solid ground, springing out of the water and aiming a devastating punch at the incoming tail. Boom. A thunderous explosion rang out across the battlefield. A pale shockwave of water blasted hundreds of meters into the sky. Under the stunned gaze of countless spectators, the 100-meter wave generated by Gyarados' tail was shattered by a massive crater. With a roar of furious agony, Gyarados was flung backwards, spiraling through the air. Impossible. Seeing his Gyarados knocked flying, the Sea Serpent Gang member riding the Pelipper shouted in disbelief. His mocking expression vanished, replaced by shock and horror. He's so strong, is that his ace Pokemon? Talk about carrying the team. This guy's actually scary. Janine, Maya, and Marlos were all drawn to the explosion of action. Seeing the result, the three couldn't help feeling a deep sense of awe. As Gyarados tumbled backwards, its tail, still extended from the clash, was visibly battered. Scales shattered, it was bent at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured. As for Swampert, who had taken the brunt of the impact, he was shoved backward several meters. His icy gauntlet had completely shattered, and his right arm trembled slightly. It was obvious, even though Swampert had come out on top, this was no one-sided battle. Both sides had taken damage in the clash. But anyone with a trained eye could tell that Gyarados had suffered a massive loss, its tail was broken, and it had been knocked into the air. An absolute humiliation. In many onlookers' eyes, Gyarados had already lost. However, Gyarados clearly didn't see it that way. The intense pain radiating from its tail only fed the violent rage surging within it. Roar. Before long, Gyarados' blood-red eyes emerged from the sea, its massive head full of murderous fury. Ignoring its injuries, it let loose beam after beam of massive orange energy from its mouth. But Gyarados had fully succumbed to its berserker rage. Instead of targeting Swampert, it indiscriminately attacked anything in its path, trainers and Pokemon alike. In its path, anything that dared obstruct it was mercilessly blasted. That corner of the battlefield instantly descended into chaos. This is bad. Snap out of it, Gyarados. Realizing that Gyarados had completely lost control, the Sea Serpent Gang trainer shouted desperately while flying his Pelipper alongside it. But Gyarados wasn't listening. Enraged beyond reason, it didn't even recognize its own trainer. It answered him with a raging hydro pump. Seeing this, the trainer's face darkened. Left with no choice, he had Pelipper retreat temporarily, all while glaring murderously at Swampert. Swampert had clearly been the trigger for Gyarados' fury. Unless he was defeated, this rampage might go on until Gyarados collapsed from exhaustion, something the trainer absolutely didn't want to see. Come out, Kingler. Tentacruel. Go, tie up that Swampert and let Gyarados finish him off. With that, he threw 2 Pokeballs, releasing a Kingler and Tentacruel. He ordered them to intercept Swampert and keep him from escaping. Unfortunately, in his panic, the trainer had clearly lost his judgment. He failed to realize that if even his ace Gyarados had been blown away with a single punch, then 2 Pokemon on par with Swampert stood no chance. Sure enough, Swampert didn't even bother taking them seriously. He launched 2 ice punches with casual ease, not caring whether they were knocked out, just that they were out of his way. Looks like he snapped. That makes things easier. Here he comes. Swampert, grab his mouth. Watching Gyarados barrel forward in fury, Sato's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. As the monster closed in, he calmly commanded Swampert to attack. Gyarados tore through everything in its path, charging at Swampert like a war god. Its gaping jaws, now shrouded in dark energy, lunged in a deadly crunch, aiming to rip Swampert to pieces. Too bad for him, even with terrifying bite strength, Gyarados was still no match for Swampert's raw power. Swampert grabbed the gaping jaws with both hands and yanked Gyarados clean out of the water. Bam bam bam. One crash after another rang out. With every thunderous smack, waves surged in all directions. To the jaw-dropped amazement of trainers and Pokemon nearby, Swampert swung Gyarados around like a giant blue whip, slamming it into the sea over and over again. Org. Even with the water cushioning the blows, Gyarados could feel its body coming apart. Pain radiated from every corner of its battered frame. Eventually, Gyarados' rage reached its limit. It lost all reason. From deep within its throat, it began forming an orange orb, the core of a hyper beam. It was trying to fire one point blank at Swampert. It might have seemed like a smart move. But to Sato, it was practically a suicide attempt. Perfect chance. Shut his mouth, freeze it with Ice Punch, then toss him. Fast. With a flash in his eyes, Sato shouted sharply. Seeing Garridos' mindless desperation, Swampert didn't flinch, only disappointment flickered in his eyes. Following Sato's command, he exerted strength in both arms, slamming Garridos' jaws shut, then using Ice Punch to instantly freeze them together. No. The Sea Serpent Gang trainer screamed in horror as Swampert hurled Garridos through the air like trash. Chapter 426, Chapter 425, The Curtain Falls. Less than a second after Swampert hurled the Garridos away, while it was still airborne, the Garridos, its jaws tightly shut, suffered an unprecedented explosion in its mouth. Boom. A thunderous blast erupted. The level 51 Garridos, its mouth gushing blood, crashed into the ocean, its entire face mangled and unrecognizable. That explosive attack inside its mouth completely removed the blue sea dragon from the battlefield. At that moment, the Garridos trainer rushed toward the ocean like a madman, retrieved it into its pokeball, and, without caring about the rest of the battle, immediately commanded his Pelipper to retreat from the battlefield. What that elite Sea Serpent Gang trainer hadn't anticipated was how his retreat would deal an immense psychological blow to the other Sea Serpent Gang members still engaged in the fight. If the morale of the Sea Serpent Gang could be displayed numerically, it would have been plummeting like a bear market stock, possibly even dipping into the negatives. I forced a pseudo-elite 4-level trainer to flee. That counts as a major achievement in this chaotic battle. As expected, those three aren't ordinary individuals. And I may have slightly overestimated the Sea Serpent Gang's members. Sato made no move to pursue the fleeing Sea Serpent Gang powerhouse. Letting him escape was more useful than defeating him. He hovered calmly in the sky, then directed his Swampert to join the ongoing battle on the sea below. Now, the chaos of the battle had reached a fever pitch. What had once been a promising advantage for the Sea Serpent Gang was crumbling due to the successive defeats of their top-tier combatants. Morale had taken a huge hit. Subtly, the once weaker Team Rocket side was starting to gain the upper hand, pressing the Sea Serpent Gang back. Janine and Maya had been identified by the Sea Serpent Gang as the prime suspects for possessing a Key Stone and Mega Stone, so the two of them were currently being targeted by three pseudo-elite 4-level trainers, each commanding a Gyarados. If it weren't for Marlos, a specialist in electric-type Pokemon, being such a massive headache that the Sea Serpent Gang had to split their forces to restrain him, even more trainers might have been sent after Janine and Maya. Both Janine and Maya were trusted aides of top-tier Rocket elites. They may not have been strong enough to defeat three pseudo-elite 4-level trainers, but they were more than capable of protecting themselves. Janine, in particular, needed no explanation. She'd escaped alone from the Sea Serpent Gang's lair, practically a dragon's den. Her escape abilities were top-tier, unmatched across the battlefield. If she wanted to flee, even the gang's elites couldn't stop her. Maya, being a psychic, had two teleport-capable Pokemon by her side, and Kadabra and Anatu. With their help, her ability to evade capture was exceptional. Unless the Sea Serpent Gang had a Pokemon capable of using Taunt, taking Maya down would be extremely difficult. Sato, having scanned Maya's two Psychic-type Pokemon using his system's detection abilities, could only say that Psychic Queen Sabrina had been very generous. She'd poured substantial resources into Maya. Because Maya's Kadabra knew Taunt, if it could move first and use Taunt on any opposing Pokemon capable of using the move themselves, then any means of restraining her would be nullified. In fact, the Sea Serpent Gang had prepared several Crawdon specifically trained with Taunt to restrict Maya and her teleporting Pokemon. Unfortunately for them, those Crawdon were swiftly intercepted by Janine's level 48 Tentacruel, which continually spread poison in the sea, and were then completely wiped out by Maya's Kadabra using Charge Beam. And to top it off, Kadabra had insane luck. Charge Beam's secondary effect triggered 6 times in a row, significantly boosting its special attack and greatly enhancing its battle power. Note, Charge Beam, Electric-type special move, base power 50. Has a 70% chance to raise the user's special attack by 1 stage. With teleport at its disposal, Maya's Kadabra roamed freely across the battlefield. Even using just basic confusion, it could easily eliminate the Sea Serpent Gang's water types. Moreover, Maya showed excellent judgment and a strong grasp of the bigger picture. She temporarily set aside personal grudges and sent Kadabra to support Marlos, freeing up the Rocket Trainer who posed the greatest threat to the Sea Serpent Gang. The Sea King, Goldeen, and Lantern, all Pokemon with abilities that neutralized electric-type moves, were all defeated by Kadabra. Now, with Janine on offense and Maya on support, the two joined forces to display overwhelming strength. Janine transformed the surrounding sea into a poisonous zone with her terrifying poison-based ninjutsu. Many Sea Serpent Gang members who attempted to support their 3 top fighters ended up poisoned and incapacitated. Poison-type specialists thrive in chaotic battles, they're practically reapers of cannon fodder. Armed with only a level 45 Weezing and a level 48 Tentacruel, Janine alone had poisoned half the battlefield. In this wild free-for-all, Team Rocket, despite being at a severe disadvantage, had managed to hang on, thanks in large part to Janine's horrifying poison tactics. Though her strategy affected friend and foe alike, the Sea Serpent Gang clearly suffered far worse. By this point, even 2 of the Sea Serpent Gang's pseudo-elite 4-level Gyarados had become severely poisoned and were badly injured, forcing their trainers to recall them. Overall, the three pseudo-elite 4-level Sea Serpent Gang trainers were beginning to struggle against the combined might of Janine and Maya. The tide of battle was starting to turn. As for Marlos, his situation was a bit rough. Both his Magnezone and Lantern had been ganged up on and defeated by multiple Sea Serpent Gang members. But he himself was still alive and kicking, and had racked up impressive results. Since Gyarados is water/flying type, electric type moves deal 4 times damage. Even at levels above 50, if they took a hit from a high-powered electric move from a mid-40s Pokemon, they couldn't handle it. Marlos exploited this glaring weakness. Though he lost his Magnezone and Lantern, he managed to defeat all 3 Gyarados attacking him on his own. Thanks to the explosive efforts of Sato, Janine, Maya, and Marlos, the enormous advantage the Sea Serpent Gang once had been worn down significantly. If Team Rocket hadn't been so outnumbered from the very beginning and hadn't relied on those 4 to hold the line, the Sea Serpent Gang might have already collapsed. Then, not long after Sato forced one of the Sea Serpent Gang's pseudo-elite 4-level trainers to retreat, the long-awaited Team Rocket reinforcements finally arrived. Their arrival was the final straw that broke the camel's back. The Sea Serpent Gang members realized the battle was lost. Deserters began to appear, and their lines rapidly fell into chaos. Roughly 10 minutes later, the chaotic battle that had raged for nearly an hour finally came to an end. Chapter 427, Chapter 426, Incredible Reward. The next day, 2 p.m., on a tiny island roughly 7 or 8 kilometers from the island where Cinnabar Island town was located. Boom. 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 At that moment, a series of deafening explosions rang out from the eastern beach of the island. On the sand now partially submerged by seawater, a Swampert the size of a small mountain stood tall, furiously punching the oncoming waves with full force. Astonishingly, each punch from this Swampert carried monstrous power. Every time it swung its fist, it created a massive void in the crashing wave, blasting it apart. The intermittent blasts echoing across the beach were the result of Swampert shattering wave after wave with brute strength. Just offshore, a Crobat and a Beautifly flitted through the air, their wings glowing with a soft cyan light. The 2 Pokemon were manipulating vast amounts of flying-type energy to generate multiple massive white cyclones, hurling them toward each other in a fierce mid-air clash. When these white cyclones landed on the water's surface, they formed giant waterspouts, agitating the surrounding sea into chaos. It was precisely because of the intense aerial battle between Crobat and Beautifly that one massive wave after another rose and slammed against the tiny island with such ferocity. With every punch Swampert threw at the waves, the gaps it blasted into them grew larger and larger. The sheer power in its arms, combined with its rapid punches, caused immense air pressure that created powerful shock waves. Vacuum Wave, a fighting-type special move, base power 40. Effect: the user throws a punch that creates a shock wave of compressed air. Always strikes first. By all accounts, Swampert should not have been able to learn Vacuum Wave. However, its raw strength was far beyond the norm, and because of its love for punching, after practicing the motion countless times, it began to understand how to concentrate its internal power and release it with precision. Then, just last night, Swampert unintentionally unleashed its first successful Vacuum Wave. As a result, it had managed to punch a massive hole through a giant tidal wave conjured by Gyarados' tail. Good, keep punching like that. Focus your strength into your fists and strike fast, like lightning. It may not be the textbook version of Vacuum Wave, but it still makes for an excellent long-range attack. Once you master this, your raw power will finally have range. As Swampert finally paused to catch its breath, a man in a black and white elite trainer uniform stepped out from the nearby trees. He handed a bucket-sized bottle of Moo Moo milk to the exhausted Pokemon as he spoke. This man was none other than Sato, who had arrived in Cinnabar Town just the night before. During last night's battle, he discovered by chance that his Swampert had developed the ability to unleash a surprisingly potent Vacuum Wave. So, he dedicated today's training to helping it perfect the move. A ridiculously cute Pika sat perched on Sato's shoulder, watching with wide, curious eyes as a trembling Kingler tried to hide itself in the sand nearby. Swamp. Swampert gave a nod, then eagerly picked up the Moo Moo milk and downed it in one go. The 2-liter bucket of Moo Moo milk had been enhanced with several gem-grade poke blocks. Thanks to its boosted properties, Swampert felt its stamina and energy rapidly returning. Just 10 minutes later, it was back on the shoreline, bursting with energy and punching waves all over again. Meanwhile, Piku had finished digging the Kingler out of the sand and was now riding atop it, using a smiling electric whip to gleefully steer it around the beach. Sato, the one who'd given Swampert the Moo Moo milk, was simply spending time overseeing his Pokemon's daily training. He had plenty of free time now for certain reasons. Giovanni is really generous, huh? He actually gave me this. It's not quite a mega stone, but it's still pretty damn nice. Seeing that Swampert had resumed training, Sato walked over to a chair under a coconut tree. Sitting down, he pulled a stone from his bag, one with a dazzling swirl of rainbow-colored spirals inside, and a joyful smile lit up his face. Last night, Team Rocket's reinforcements had arrived via a stealth aircraft. Yes, truth be told, the reinforcements had been watching the chaotic battle unfold from several thousand meters in the air long before they intervened. Of course, they hadn't spent all that time just watching. On their way, they'd captured one of the Sea Serpent Gang's top fighters, someone nearly at the Elite 4 level strength, before arriving at the battlefield. They only began to reveal themselves when Sato, Janine, Maya, and Marlos, the 4 key members of Team Rocket holding the line in that melee, started to show signs of fatigue. Because their ship had been destroyed, and likely also as a reward for securing victory in that chaotic battle, Sato and the dozen or so other surviving rocket recruits were granted a ride to Cinnabar Island aboard the stealth aircraft. And thanks to both his critical intel report and his standout contributions during the battle, Sato was awarded a keystone after everything ended. He was beyond thrilled. Even though it wasn't the ultra-rare mega stone he'd dreamed of, the keystone still had a value in the billions of poke dollars, far beyond what he expected. He'd been riding high all night, inwardly showering Giovanni with endless praise. Compared to small ships, stealth aircraft were on a whole other level. Within just a few hours, Sato had arrived at Cinnabar around 4 a.m. and then peacefully enjoyed a good nap in one of the town's inns. As for why Sato was currently on this small offshore island, simple, he had arrived too early thanks to catching a ride on the Supersonic Express. Cinnabar Island marked the endpoint of Phase 1 of the rookie competition, and there were still 2 more days before the first phase officially ended. In 2 days, Team Rocket would send people to escort Sato and the other rookies who had successfully reached Cinnabar to the site of Phase 2. As for the location of Phase 2, Sato wasn't entirely sure yet, but based on his guess, it would probably be somewhere on one of the uninhabited islands near Cinnabar. That's why he came here early, to acclimate himself to the tropical jungle environment and give his Pokémon some intense pre-competition training. Chapter 428, Chapter 427, Growing Piku and Bellisum's Dance of Blades. Sato toyed with the keystone in his hand for a moment before carefully storing it back into his storage equipment. Glancing at his Swampert still diligently practicing Vacuum Wave, he then waved over to the nearby Piku, who was still bullying a Kingler. Piku was nearly 2 days old now, more precisely, 1 day, 4 hours, and 37 minutes had passed since he was born. As a rodent-type Pokémon, Piku naturally had a fast growth rate. Even if raised on normal food, he would typically grow out of infancy within just 3 days. But Sato's Piku was receiving treatment that no ordinary Piku could compare to. From birth, he had been nourished with Miltank milk, an excellent growth formula, and supplemented with a simplified version of the Pikachu family's special food. Now, Piku was already 1.5 times larger than when he was born. If he used to fit in an adult woman's palm, he now fit in an adult man's. Yes, Piku had already left infancy ahead of schedule and entered a rapid growth phase. At this stage, he could now begin participating in simple battles. When Piku saw Sato beckoning, he reluctantly put away his tiny thunder whip, patted the Kingler beneath him, who didn't even dare to breath too loudly due to the strength of Sato's Pokémon, a few times as a farewell gesture, and muttered a few parting words. In the next moment, bright sparks flickered across his fur as tiny currents surged around him. Then, with a sound like jingling bells that soothe the soul, he soared up from the Kingler and zipped to Sato's shoulder at high speed. Although he was not even 2 days old, Piku's control over electric-type energy had grown increasingly refined during this rapid growth stage. He seemed born to wield electricity, once wild and unruly electric energy now acted as meek and gentle as lambs in his presence. Of all the electric-type moves Piku had learned, his absolute favorite was Magnet Rise, which he found super fun. After playing with Sato, Swampert, and other Pokémon companions, as well as nearby wildlife, Piku's mastery of Magnet Rise had shot up like a rocket. Combined with his inherently strong electrical energy control and his substantial reserves of electric power, Piku now had near equal mobility to flying-type Pokémon, able to move freely through the air. Sato fully supported and encouraged this behavior of using Magnet Rise to fly like a flying-type Pokémon. After all, Piku's only type weakness was ground-type. If he could make Magnet Rise second nature, even to the point of becoming a passive instinct, it would be a huge advantage in future battles. Good habits should be cultivated from a young age. Since Piku's mental development was still immature, guiding him through playful methods to use Magnet Rise constantly was the perfect approach. Sato knew very well, having the aerial advantage could be downright unfair. Without effective counters, an opponent could get kite to defeat without landing a single hit. Piku's future combat role would undoubtedly be that of a long-range artillery unit. The reason was simple: Pikachu with the mutated Thunder Orb/Light Orb, same thing, belonged to a class of Pokémon with high attack and low defense. Melee combat would be far too risky. Of course, Pikachu's melee abilities weren't weak either. A Thunder Punch or Volt Tackle could knock out most opponents. But minimizing the number of hits he had to take was always a good thing, wasn't it? Note, the mutated Thunder Orb increases Pikachu's attack and special attack by 2.5x and maintains a continuous charge state, making its electric-type attacks devastatingly powerful. Still, to keep Piku from growing into a physically fragile Pokemon, Sato planned to have him undergo daily physical training in the future. After all, a thunder mouse that can't sprint isn't a good mouse. Once Piku returned to his perch, Sato patted his little head, then led him into the small forest in the center of the island. Cinnabar Island, where Cinnabar Town was located, sat near the equator. Being at the edge of a tectonic plate region, it experienced frequent volcanic and seismic activity. Although the island they were on now was uninhabited and under 30,000 square kilometers in size, it was covered in dense tropical rainforest, which made it incredibly rich in biodiversity. However, due to its limited size and lack of human presence, resources were scarce, leading to constant competition among the wildlife. As a result, the creatures that managed to survive here tended to be particularly dangerous. That morning, Sato had already explored the outskirts of the jungle. The local wild Pokemon were generally around level 25, with a dominance of bug and grass types. Possibly due to the climate, the island boasted a massive variety of plant life. Food sources were abundant, allowing wild Pokemon from various regions to thrive here. Some of the bug and grass types found here even exceeded the diversity seen in Kanto. Sato had even spotted Combi from Sinnoh and Whimsicott from far-off Unova. He followed a path he had cleared earlier through the jungle. Before long, a small, flat clearing came into view, neatly cut from the surrounding foliage. There, Bellossom was dancing gracefully on the grass in a mysterious, elegant style. A faint but undeniable sharpness radiated from her every step. A verdant green glow surrounded Bellossom, exuding vibrant life energy. The surrounding grass even grew more lush and tall in her presence. In both hands, she held a blade of sharp leaf, two glowing green leaf blades twirling alongside her flowing dance, like a pair of elegant emerald ribbons. At first glance, the performance was beautiful. But on closer inspection, one could see that the longer Bellossom danced, the more pronounced her aura of sharpness became. Soon, she was completely surrounded by shimmering shadows of blades. Wherever Bellossom danced, the wildly growing grass was trimmed perfectly even, and any cut blades of grass were shredded into fine fragments by the crisscrossing movements of her twin swords. The move she was training was Swords Dance, a new technique she had just learned that day thanks to a TM Sato had used on her. Swords Dance and Leaf Blade complemented each other flawlessly, blending into a seamless technique. Bellossom was able to execute both moves simultaneously with ease and grace. Chapter 429, Chapter 428, the weakened version of Deoxys. The Swords Dance TM had been obtained by Sato just yesterday from someone, and yes, that someone was Joe Kondo, the same man Sato had long since mentally labeled with a shady old fox tag. As for why Joe would be so generous as to gift him such a precious TM, Sato was perfectly clear on the reason. First, Joe was well aware he was at fault for not arriving to support him within the agreed-upon time. Of course, Sato knew very well that this first reason meant absolutely nothing to someone like Joe, it was just an excuse. The real reason was the second one. Judging by the crooked grin on Joe's face, Sato guessed that the Mega Stone from this operation had ended up in Joe's hands. Moreover, it was almost certain that the Mega Stone just happened to suit one of the Pokemon Joe owned. If that were the case, Joe's strength would undergo an enormous breakthrough, and becoming an Elite Four level, or even a Champion level trainer wouldn't be out of the question. Since Sato was the one who had first passed this major piece of news along, and passed it directly to Joe, it gave him the opportunity to earn merit and to secure the Mega Stone. Thus, Joe undoubtedly owed Sato a huge favor this time. That being said, Sato figured that the main reason Joe, that sly old fox, chose to acknowledge this favor and gift him the rare Swords Dance TM was because of Sato's strength. After all, the sight of his Swampert defeating the Gyarados across levels must have been very clear to those watching from the stealth aircraft. There was no doubt that Rocket Team's victory against overwhelming numbers this time hinged on four key people: Sato, Janine, Maya, and Malos. Joe would have to be blind not to realize that Sato was destined for greatness. And in fact, that was the case. Joe and the others had delayed coming to help under Giovanni's orders. Thanks to his outstanding performance in this battle, Sato had thoroughly caught Giovanni's attention and was now being cultivated as a key figure in the Seed project. Joe, being one of Giovanni's most trusted confidants, naturally understood his boss well. From the moment Giovanni instructed him to personally hand over the keystone to Sato, Joe knew that Sato had been marked as a favored candidate. Although Joe had wanted to explain that it wasn't his choice to delay support, that it had been boss's orders, he ultimately kept silent. After all, having just received huge benefits from Giovanni, it would be incredibly foolish to turn around and betray him immediately. Thus, to mend his relationship with Sato, his rising star of a colleague, and to return the enormous favor he owed, Joe had no choice but to grit his teeth and part with the beloved Swords Dance TM as a gift. Thanks to the TM, Sato let go of the grudge he held against Joe for breaking his promise, and gave up the idea of stabbing him in the back someday. However, the shady old fox tag remained firmly in place. All things considered, Sato felt that trading a piece of information for a keystone and a Swords Dance TM was an absolute jackpot. His heart was brimming with satisfaction. After observing Bellisum for quite a while from the side of the grass field, Sato nodded approvingly when he saw that Bellisum's training, combining swords dance with leaf blade, was progressing well. He then walked toward the dense thicket on the left side of the clearing. Bellisum, seeing this, halted her practice. She retracted the leaf blade formed in her hands and quickly followed after Sato. That's enough. Come on out, we're moving forward. Once Sato had entered about 10 meters into the thicket, he stopped in front of a large tree and called out loudly. The next second, the sound of rustling, shoo, came from above. A large purple serpent rapidly slithered down the trunk. Moments later, Arbok's massive body appeared before Sato. Its cold, emotionless serpent eyes stared into his for a few seconds, before it dipped its once menacing head low toward him. As for Arbok's training, Sato wasn't entirely sure where to start yet. The truth was, Arbok already had an outstanding offensive system of its own, the development of its 3 distinct hood patterns. By continuing to refine these 3 pattern transformations, Arbok's strength would steadily rise. In the future, it would undoubtedly become a truly remarkable Pokémon. The 3 hoods, attack pattern, defense pattern, and speed pattern, allowed Arbok, a Pokémon with fairly balanced base stats, to morph at any time into an elite close combat fighter, a rock-solid tank, or a lightning-fast assassin. In Sato's opinion, Arbok, with mastery over the 3 pattern transformations, was basically a weakened version of Deoxys, flexible and diverse in battle style, capable of at least 6 different fighting strategies. And the only way for Arbok to fully master these transformations was through battle. Sato couldn't think of a better method. Only by fighting against a wide variety of Pokémon could Arbok accumulate the battle experience needed to fully utilize the transformations, learning when and how to switch between them most effectively. Yes, mastering the perfect timing for hood transformation was the essence of Arbok's unique fighting style. In battle, while you are adapting to your opponent is also adapting to you, gradually figuring out your combat rhythm and responding accordingly. This responsive adjustment is essentially a kind of battle experience, or, more precisely, a form of body memory. Imagine, just when an opponent begins to adapt to Arbok's aggressive attack pattern, Arbok suddenly switches to the speed pattern. Sato could already picture the opponent's utter breakdown in that moment. Because even if the opponent consciously realized Arbok had changed styles, their body memory, honed in the heat of battle, would still instinctively react to the previous attack pattern, creating fatal mistakes. Sometimes, experience and instinct could betray you in battle, often with deadly consequences. Watching Arbok's behavior, a small smile appeared on Sato's face. Fearlessly, he stepped forward and stroked the head that Arbok had lowered. This once wild, defiant killer snake had now completely tucked away its pride. After the chaotic brawl the day before, it clearly understood that, compared to Swampert, it was still a junior. At that moment, the sharp sound of something slicing through the air rang out. Crobat's silhouette descended from above, landing lightly on Sato's shoulders with its purple feet. Shortly after, the glittering figure of his shiny Beautifly glided down from the sky, obediently perching on Sato's outstretched left hand. Then, Swampert's massive, mountain-like body appeared behind Sato. Everyone's here. Let's move. Arbok, take point. We'll explore the west side of the deep forest this time. Seeing all his Pokémon had gathered, Sato nodded and spoke to Arbok. Arbok lifted its head, nodded toward Sato, Swampert, and Crobat, and then began moving into the dense jungle on Sato's left. Not long after, a flattened path was carved through the underbrush, pressed into the earth by Arbok's enormous body. Chapter 430, Chapter 429, Peril-Filled Tropical Jungle. Around 5 p.m., somewhere on an unnamed island in the southern part of the Kanto region. Several emerald-green sword lights flashed through the air. Accompanied by sharp swish sounds, the sharp leaf blades in Bellisum's hands sliced through a small tree blocking the way and a large patch of man-high weeds ahead, reducing them instantly to fragments. Holding twin blades, Bellisum continued to clear the way forward while Sato followed closely behind, accompanied by Piku and Arbok. At this moment, Sato had already ventured deep into the jungle of the unnamed island. The reason he changed his original plan of exploring the outskirts to delving into the depths was largely because he had found traces of a grass-type starter Pokémon during his exploration. This particular Pokémon was a Sceptile from the Hoenn region, impressively powerful and incredibly fast, reaching level 39, and boasting a high individual value of 164, a very high-quality Pokémon. However, this Sceptile had outstanding concealment abilities within the jungle. Even Crobat couldn't track it down in time. The moment it realized it couldn't win, it immediately chose to flee, causing Sato to lose its trail during the chase. At the same time, Sato himself had inadvertently strayed deep into the jungle. Thus, Sato decided to simply explore the jungle's interior instead, partly to adapt to the environment, and partly to continue searching for signs of Sceptile, hoping to also discover a Trico population deeper within. Since a wild Sceptile existed here, it was certain that a group of wild Trico must also exist somewhere on the island. The only question was, where? The weeds were just the lower, more common vegetation of the tropical jungle. The truly towering pillars were the enormous trees whose dense canopies almost completely blocked out the sunlight. For a moment, Sato felt as if he had entered a miniature version of a giant's kingdom. The vegetation here is just too dense and enormous. In an environment like this, there's no way to move quickly or safely. So this is what the interior of a tropical jungle is like. What a headache. Not to mention all the dangers too, he thought to himself helplessly as he flicked away a scorched, unrecognizable bug that had been electrocuted by Piku and landed on him. At this moment, a medical bandage was stuck to his left cheek, covering a deep claw wound. Not wanting to risk a scar, Sato had refrained from letting Bellissum treat the injury. Instead, he temporarily sealed it with a medical patch, planning to have it properly taken care of at a Pokemon Center later. The attacker responsible for the wound was a level 45 Ninjask. In fact, the Ninjask had aimed directly for his throat. If not for Sato's quick reflexes, and Ditto at the critical moment transforming into a Pelipper to use Protect, Sato's life might have ended right then and there at the hands of the terrifying, lightning-fast assassin. As a consequence of its failure, that fearsome jungle killer would never again soar or screech through the forest. Suddenly, the sound of rustle 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 emerged from the tall grass on the left side of the group, growing louder and more frequent. Bellissum, noticing this development, swiftly stepped in front of Sato. Together with Arbok, she stared intently at the rustling grass, ready for battle. Moments later, a dozen or so brown wild Stantler burst out of the grass in a panic. The moment they spotted the menacing Arbok, the fear in their eyes intensified. They immediately veered sharply to avoid him, accelerating behind the lead buck and dashing away at full speed. Bellissum and Arbok paid little mind to the sudden appearance of the Stantler. They continued to maintain high vigilance, staring at the movement in the grass, prepared for anything. From the behavior of the Stantler herd, it was obvious, they were fleeing from something terrifying chasing them from behind. The creature that had been pursuing the herd now hesitated, sensing the powerful presence radiating from Bellissum and Arbok. It was debating whether to confront them, as this area happened to be its hunting territory. Sato's expression also grew serious as he stared at the grass to the left. The deeper they ventured into the jungle, the fewer wild Pokemon they encountered, but the ones that remained were increasingly high level. In the outskirts of the tropical jungle, wild Pokemon generally averaged around level 25. However, in the jungle's central regions, wild Pokemon commonly surpassed level 35. Not long ago, Sato had encountered a level 48 Shiftry, yes, a powerful elder who viewed these intruders as a direct threat to his forest domain and had pursued them mercilessly. Shiftry's long-range hurricane, projectile leaf blade, and his ability to dart swiftly and flexibly through the trees made him one of the most dangerous long-range assassins of the jungle. For a time, Sato's only option was to run. If not for Sato orchestrating a plan to expose a flaw in Shiftry's defense, allowing Crobat to land a surprise aerial ace and seriously wound him, the vicious and cunning Shiftry would likely have chased them to the death. Although danger loomed at every step in the jungle's depths, it was equally a land of opportunity. Along the way, Sato had harvested numerous rare berries seldom found in Kanto and encountered many rare and high-potential wild Pokemon. Among them, the most tempting was a gold-rated Scyther boasting an individual value of 179. Unfortunately, that Scyther was the direct descendant of the Scyther Swarm's leader, a level 52 powerhouse, and was tightly protected by its kin. Given Sato's current strength, trying to snatch that Scyther from a group of more than 50 individuals, most of whom were around level 35, with the elite members exceeding level 40, would be nearly impossible. After careful consideration, Sato decided to retreat for now. He made a mental note of the location of the powerful Scyther colony for future plans. After a while, the rustle 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 sounds from the grass to the left began to fade. It seemed the creature had decided not to challenge them after all, sensing they would not be easy opponents. Bellissum, who had been on high alert, finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. But just as she relaxed, the soil to her right suddenly bulged slightly. The next instant, a giant purple sludge hand shot up from the ground, aiming a heavy slap at Bellissum as if intending to crush her in a single blow. Bellissum's beautiful eyes remained calm and unflinching. In a flash, the leaf blades in her hands gleamed brightly with emerald light. With two swift, crisscrossing slashes, she sliced the sludge hand into 4 pieces with leaf blade. At the same time, the surrounding grass began to stir violently with rustle 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 sounds. Immediately afterward, an Arbok and 2 coughing burst out from the vegetation one after another. Chapter 431, Chapter 430, The Mysterious Mud Block. The wild Arbok, for easier distinction, and the 2 coughing saw the massive sludge hand instantly sliced into pieces by Bellissum's leaf blade, and their expressions immediately shifted, not to fear, but to fury. Without any prior agreement, they abandoned their original target, Arbok, and turned to attack Bellissum instead. In an instant, a torrent of venomous needles, glowing faintly purple, spewed from the wild Arbok's mouth. Meanwhile, the 2 coughing split to flank Bellissum, launching a barrage of sludge bombs from their mouths. Seeing his opponent turn away from him, Arbok was naturally infuriated, and the crimson glow in his eyes flared even brighter. Even against his own kind, Arbok showed no mercy. The serpentine pattern on his chest instantly switched to the speed pattern, and he appeared next to the wild Arbok in a flash. With a powerful sweep of his aqua tail, he struck across at the wild Arbok. A loud bang echoed through the forest as Arbok's aqua tail smashed into the wild Arbok's head. With a pitiful shriek, the wild Arbok was sent hurtling sideways into the grassy thicket. Meanwhile, facing the wild Arbok's venomous needles and the two coughing sludge bombs, Bellissum immediately abandoned her twin swords. From the two blooming flowers atop her head, a flood of verdant magical leaves rained down. Under Bellissum's control, these leaves rapidly wove into three shield-like barriers, forming a protective triangular wall around her. However, both the venomous needles and the corrosive sludge bombs were infused with poison-type energy, naturally countering the grass-type leaf shield. The tiny needles were manageable, the shields could still fend them off, but the highly corrosive sludge bombs were another story. One of the leaf shields shattered almost instantly, and the remaining sludge attacks pelted Bellissum directly. Taking the full brunt of two coughing sludge bombs was clearly devastating for Bellissum. A layer of sickly purple light flared around her, signaling that she had been poisoned. As if that weren't bad enough, just as Bellissum was reeling from the coughing's attacks, the pit from which the giant sludge hand had emerged suddenly expanded, and a foul-smelling mook oozed out. Another giant, purple-glowing sludge hand materialized, slamming down toward Bellissum. This time, there was no chance for her to form another leaf blade from her skirt in time. But just as the sludge hand was about to engulf her, a graceful figure flashed to Bellissum's side, yanking her out of danger. Naturally, the one who intervened was Sato. He wasn't just standing idly by, he had already sent out his shiny Beautifly to assist Bellissum moments earlier. A level 38 Mook, a level 36 Wild Arbok, and 2 level 34 Coughing. Seems like a bunch of wild Pokemon who realized they couldn't survive alone in the depths of the forest, so they chose to stick together. Birds of a feather, I suppose. Watching the four poison types regroup ahead of him, Sato narrowed his eyes slightly, the faint blue gleam in them flickering out of sight. Walala. Before Sato even finished speaking, the Mook, full of malice, let out a furious roar at the human who had snatched away its prey. Then, it launched a hail of foul, stinking sludge balls, its signature move, Sludge Bomb, straight at Sato. Clearly, these four poison types had long been used to working together, their coordination was impeccable. As soon as Mook attacked, the two coughing unleashed thick clouds of dark poisonous gas, while the wild Arbok vanished from sight, tunneling underground toward Sato. This time, their coordinated target was none other than Sato himself. But there was no need for Sato to give a reminder. With a powerful flap of her wings, Shiny Beautifly stirred up a gust that instantly dispersed the poisonous smokescreen. Meanwhile, Arbok threw himself in front of Sato, switching his serpentine chest pattern to the defensive mode, and used his massive body to block Mook's sludge bomb. Arbok, switch to attack pattern. Use Iron Tail to smash the ground and force the wild Arbok out. Beautifly, trap Mook and the coughing with gust. The moment Sato saw the wild Arbok disappear underground, a hint of disdain flashed across his face. He immediately barked out rapid commands to his Pokemon. Thanks to the system's scanning feature, Sato had already gathered full information on the enemy and easily guessed their coordinated plan. Humans survived in the Pokemon world not because of strength, but because of intelligence. Although Pokemon were clever, the gap compared to humans was still considerable for most. Upon receiving the command, Arbok instantly switched to attack mode. A mighty aura burst from his body, and his tail shimmered with a metallic luster as he slammed it into the ground with a mighty iron tail. With a thunderous boom, the earth trembled faintly. The next second, a battered, purple figure shot out from the ground less than 2 meters to Sato's left. It was the wild Arbok, who had attempted an assassination via dig. Although Arbok hadn't yet mastered the powerful ground-type move Earthquake, under Sato's command, he had drastically boosted his attack with the offensive pattern and mimicked a weaker version of Earthquake with his heavy iron tail. Even a weakened imitation was devastating against the wild Arbok. Ground-type moves were already double effective against poison types, and Earthquake dealt double damage to any Pokemon underground, resulting in a brutal quadruple damage. That Iron Tail strike almost cost the wild Arbok his life, instantly putting him into a near-fatal state. Meanwhile, Shiny Beautifly's wings glowed with a dazzling green light. With the help of the mutated Supreme Sky-Splitting Stone, her flying-type moves grew even stronger. A swirling white whirlwind more than 4 meters across rapidly took form, sweeping the two terrified coughing into its vortex. Even the Mook, stuck firmly to the ground, was pulled in after a few seconds along with huge clumps of soil. Inside the raging gust, countless tiny white blades of air repeatedly slashed the 3 poison types. Before long, the 2 weaker coughing were battered into critical condition. Mook, who had hardened its body with hardened to resist the air blades, still couldn't escape from the whirlwind's grasp. Ultimately, Mook only managed to endure about 10 seconds longer than the coughing before its foul-smelling body was shredded into countless bits by the razor-sharp air currents. However, something unexpected caught Sato's eye. Even though Mook's body had been sliced into fragments, within Beautifly's white whirlwind there remained a black lump of mud, faintly glowing with a purple light. No matter how many air blades struck it, this black lump remained completely intact. Every time a blade touched it, it simply dissipated harmlessly. Chapter 432, Chapter 431, Reflections sparked by a lump of mud. Alright, Beautifly, you can stop Gus now. Sato noticed the peculiarity of that black lump of mud within the white whirlwind. His eyes lit up suddenly, as if remembering something. Without hesitation, he spoke to the shiny Beautifly beside him, who was still focused on maintaining the swirling white wind. Beautifly nodded in response. The green light glowing on her wings quickly dimmed, and the white whirlwind, losing the wind-type energy that sustained it, gradually dissipated into the air. With a soft "paw" sound, the moment the white whirlwind disappeared, the black lump of mud, which was faintly glowing with a purple sheen, immediately dropped to the ground. Almost instantly, a sizzling sound began to emerge. The black lump of mud had landed on some weeds, and all the grass that came into contact with it started to wither rapidly, then corrode into wisps of white smoke. It was clear that this strange black lump of mud was not only extremely tough but also had a terrifyingly strong corrosive property. Meanwhile, the scattered chunks of Mook's body, shredded apart earlier by the white whirlwind, seemed to sense something like a supreme delicacy and began rapidly moving toward the black lump. The Mook species really are stubborn survivors. Even cut into this many pieces, they're still not completely dead. Watching the countless tiny clumps of sludge crawl toward the black lump, Sato couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. At the same time, his interest in the mysterious black lump grew even stronger. If he wasn't mistaken, that black lump of mud was none other than black sludge, a poison-type treasure. If Mook were allowed to reclaim it, given a little time, it would recover completely. Note: black sludge, a treasure for poison-type Pokemon. When held by a poison-type Pokemon, it restores 1/16 of the holder's HP each turn. If held by a non-poison-type Pokemon, it deals 1/8 max HP damage each turn. Yes, for poison types, black sludge was a recovery item specifically crafted for them, basically, an upgraded version of leftovers. But in reality, the effects of black sludge went far beyond simple healing. It contained an exceptionally pure and rich reserve of poison-type energy. If a poison-type Pokemon wore it continuously, their body would not only develop faster, but their internal toxins would be gradually refined and enhanced. Over time, they'd virtually have an inexhaustible supply of poison energy. Their move casting speed would increase, and the power of poison-type moves would also see a considerable boost. In short, for any trainer who specialized in poison types, black sludge was a treasure worth trading everything for. Since Mook was now a stray dog without a master, Sato wasn't about to let it regenerate and come back for revenge. He immediately instructed Beautifly to clear away the scattered bits of Mook's body. Afterward, Sato walked over to the black lump of mud. He took out a glass bottle from his bag and used an iron rod to nudge the strange mud into the bottle. Although it looked like a chunk of dirt, it was more like a kind of flesh and blood mud. Cutting it would require something extremely sharp, ordinary blades wouldn't do it. Its corrosiveness was indisputable. Within a minute, the iron rod in Sato's hand was already severely corroded. However, glass, fortunately, could resist the corrosive substance inside the black mud. Its corrosive nature was somewhat similar to sulfuric acid, and couldn't damage glass. Yet, when Sato carefully examined the lump through the glass bottle, he realized he had been wrong. The black lump wasn't the legendary black sludge itself. Even so, it was closely related to it. It was, in fact, one of the main raw materials for making black sludge. Item details. Pokemon item, toxic essence, primary material for black sludge. Net weight, approximate, 25 g. Effect, slowly restores HP for poison-type Pokemon, healing 1/32 of max HP each turn. Restriction, can only be used by Grimer or Mook. Description, a highly toxic essence accidentally formed within an elite-level Mook after devouring countless tons of garbage. Though potent, it can become a priceless treasure for all poison types if processed with sufficient quantity and technique. That's right. Black sludge was actually crafted by humans, who collected toxic essence formed inside members of the Grimer family, then refined it with specialized techniques into this precious item. However, the probability of a toxic essence forming within a Mook was ridiculously low. Usually, only champion-level Mook could produce it after over 50 years of accumulation. Moreover, it required at least 100 g of toxic essence to produce a full piece of black sludge. That Sato could obtain a piece weighing 25 g from an elite-level Mook, well, his luck could be compared to winning the lottery jackpot. Pity. It's just a raw material, and only usable by the Grimer line. Kinda chicken rib. Wait, maybe that cold one would be interested. I might be able to get something good from her. Seeing the truth about the black lump inside the glass bottle, Sato's initial excitement shattered into tiny pieces. But as a certain person's face flashed through his mind, his disappointment quickly faded. Naturally, the person he thought of was Janine. Through some probing around Joe, he had quickly obtained the profiles of 3 new rocket recruits who had performed outstandingly in the chaotic battle the previous night: Janine, Maya, and Marlos. When he first received Janine's profile, Sato's immediate thought was simple: never offend this terrifying girl ninja. After all, she was the daughter of Koga, the future Poison-type Elite Four member. Offending her meant offending Koga. If Sato had to list the people he considered most dangerous in the Pokemon world, Sabrina would be one, and Koga would definitely be another. Koga was the only person across all regional leagues who had reached Elite Four status with just poison types. In other words, there was only one Poison-type Elite Four member among all Pokemon leagues, and that was Koga. It spoke volumes about his strength. Keep in mind, among all known Pokemon species, no pure poison type had a base stat total reaching 600, excluding Mega Evolutions. This meant poison types were naturally capped lower than many other types. Furthermore, perhaps Arceus or the world itself didn't favor poison types. Among all Pokemon types, poison was the only one without a corresponding type-matching legendary guardian. It was quite a pitiful situation. That Koga could still reach Elite Four status specializing purely in poison types showed just how terrifying his strength and understanding of poison Pokemon really were. And because of Janine's bloodline connection to Koga, Sato believed that handing over this toxic essence to her would surely reap some serious benefits. Currently, Sato had Crobat, Arbok, and Nidorino under his Rocket Identity team. Among them, only Nidorino had solved the problem of customized Pokemon food, while Crobat and Arbok still had not. Crobat, being Sato's starter, went without saying. No matter what, he would find ways to strengthen him. Having specialized Pokemon food was a reliable, long-term way to boost strength. Even if Crobat's natural aptitude was slightly below average, through long-term nurturing, his strength could still surpass the vast majority of his kind. As for Arbok, Sato had high hopes for him. This venomous snake, though rebellious, had undeniable top-tier combat talent. Thanks to possessing 3 kinds of different pattern transformations, Arbok's potential ceiling far exceeded that of most poison types. In Sato's eyes, this Arbok, with his 3 pattern forms, was no less valuable than a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. With such good potential and talent, it would be foolish not to invest heavily in his growth. According to Sato's current plans, his rocket lineup would include Crobat, Nidorino, Meowth, and Arbok. As for the remaining 2 slots, one would likely be reserved for a future capture, probably a Ghastly for its dual ghost and poison typing. As for the last slot, ever since obtaining the TM discs for Water Pledge and Grass Pledge from Professor Oak, Sato had been leaning toward choosing a Bulbasaur for its Grass/Poison dual typing. Thus, Sato decided that for his Rocket Team identity, the advancement path he would arrange for himself would be to become a Poison-type Elite Four member. In the future, the number of high-level Poison-type Pokemon he would need would definitely not be limited to just his Nidorino that would eventually evolve into a Nidoking. Currently, Sato possessed the Lily Cove Compendium, a book that paved a knowledge-filled road for him toward becoming a Water-type Elite Four member. In fact, he could also become a Ghost-type or Dark-type Elite Four member. After all, he still had the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, a Pokemon cultivation guide even more powerful than the Lily Cove Compendium. However, Sato had already read through the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, and though it was extremely tempting, both Ghost-type and Dark-type Pokemon were significantly harder to train compared to Water- and Poison-type Pokemon. Naturally, the resources required would also be far greater than those for Water and Poison types. It wasn't that Sato lacked confidence in cultivating outstanding Dark- and Ghost-type Pokemon, it was just that he didn't have the time or resources necessary. Building the most cost-effective Rain team and quickly advancing to Water-type Elite Four status had been part of Sato's plan from the beginning, and currently, that plan was progressing very smoothly. His core Pokemon, Swampert, had already grown increasingly powerful. Among all Pokemon types, Water types undoubtedly had the greatest variety. With such a large number of Water types available, it meant that team building and acquiring suitable Pokemon was not difficult. The Rain team was founded precisely on the richness of Water types. Since there were so many kinds, many Water types with relatively easy acquisition methods could be incorporated into it. For example, Poliwag with the Swift Swim ability, Lotad with Swift Swim or Rain Dish, and Wingull with Drizzle. These Water types existed in massive populations, countless in number. Even Pokemon with hidden abilities weren't particularly rare given the large population size. Thus, as long as Sato had enough patience, he would definitely be able to find one with excellent potential. The Rain team was Sato's shortcut to advancing as a Water-type Elite Four member. He already had Swampert and a shiny Pelipper, both cores of the Rain team. Now, adding Piku, a strong defensive asset under rainy conditions, boosted the team's potential even further. As for the remaining 3 Water-type Pokemon, he had already mentioned them before, he was aiming for a Poliwrath with Swift Swim and a Ludicolo with Swift Swim as well. Since Sato possessed a top-tier Water Stone and another Water Stone of unknown quality, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to obtain these 2 Water types of outstanding caliber. As for why Sato chose to become a Poison-type Elite Four member, the reason was simple: achieving even just the Water-type title would nearly exhaust all the resources he had painstakingly accumulated. He simply wouldn't have the strength or resources left to nurture the even more demanding Dark and Ghost types. Everyone knew that aside from Grass types, Poison-type Pokemon had the lowest resource consumption for cultivation. Their main diet consisted of items containing toxins. And because such poisonous materials had little practical use, their prices were generally very low, and they weren't difficult to obtain. In fact, for Pokemon like Grimer, Coughing, and Ekans, the acquisition of food was almost absurdly easy. Grimer fed on household garbage, Coughing fed on all kinds of waste gases, Ekans, slightly more expensive, fed primarily on various kinds of meat. However, despite these three species requiring minimal resources, their strength and utility were by no means low. Grimer's evolution, Mook, had a base stat total of 500 and, thanks to its unique physiology and access to moves like Minimize, could become extremely adept at stealth if one could suppress its odor. Moreover, Mook's stench wasn't exactly a disadvantage; any opponent facing it would constantly have to pass willpower checks against the foul smell. If the opponent couldn't endure it, defeat was almost inevitable. Being entangled by a Mook was a horrifying outcome. Coughing's final evolution, Weezing, although not reaching a base stat total of 500, had excellent tactical value. It was a master of escape and ambush tactics, and in desperate situations, it could even become a terrifying deterrent. Unless the enemy had a Pokemon with the damp ability, facing Weezing's explosion would force them to think twice. As for Arbok, there was no need for further explanation. Sato's rebellious Arbok was already nearly undefeated among peers of the same level. Once he could fully develop Arbok's innate ability pattern shift, its strength would surge even further. Thus, Poison-type Pokemon were low investment but high yield. Though their late-stage potential was somewhat inferior to Pokemon of other types, Poison had neither pseudo-legendaries nor legendary Pokemon to support it. The early and mid-game advantages were undeniable. Additionally, Sato already had a solid Poison-type foundation with Nidorino, Crobat, and Arbok. In the future, he also intended to raise Gengar, which was both a Ghost and Poison-type. He felt that advancing his Rocket Team identity through the Poison-type Elite Four path suited him perfectly. Since he aimed to become a Poison-type Elite Four member, he naturally needed a role model. The Poison-type Elite Four member Koga was the best example in Sato's mind. In truth, Sato very much wanted to become Koga's apprentice and learn expert Poison-type Pokemon cultivation techniques from him. Of course, he knew that was just wishful thinking. The cold and aloof Koga would never accept him as a student, so Sato could only find other ways to acquire Poison-type knowledge. Currently, this toxic essence he held was one such opportunity. Sato firmly believed that Janine, who specialized in poison types and was highly competitive, would not refuse a piece of toxic essence that could create poison-type treasures. He also strongly believed that, as Koga's daughter, Janine had undoubtedly received her father's full teachings. Given Koga's status as a Poison-type Elite Four member, the chances that he held exclusive food formulas for the Zubat and Ekans evolutionary lines were practically 100%. The only thing that made Sato a little worried was whether the toxic essence he had was enough to exchange for those exclusive food formulas for the Zubat and Ekans lineages. Chapter 433, Chapter 432, I'll Go All Out. Sato carefully placed the glass vial containing the toxic extract into his storage device, securing it properly. He looked up at the gradually darkening sky, a thoughtful glint flashing in his eyes. It was getting late. Should he continue forward or retreat for now? After a brief moment of contemplation, Sato pulled out his Pokeballs and recalled Arbok, Bellissime, and the shiny Beautifly one by one. Then, he released his Crobat. I'll be relying on you, Crobat. Take me back to Cinnabar Island, Sato said to the Crobat hovering in midair. The next second, Crobat gripped Sato's shoulders with its strong feet, lifting him into the air and flying above the tropical rainforest. With Crobat's help, Sato swiftly headed toward the direction of Cinnabar Island. Although today's survival trial in the tropical jungle didn't end with him capturing the unexpected encounter, a Sceptile, he had still gained valuable first-hand experience of the jungle's environment and, unexpectedly, obtained a piece of toxic extract. It could be considered a fruitful day. The tropical jungle's environment was far more dangerous than Sato had initially imagined. Not only were the number and variety of bug-type and grass-type Pokemon astonishingly high, but their levels were also formidable. The biggest challenge for Sato was that his ace, Swampert, struggled to perform freely in the jungle. Especially against the agile grass types that could move swiftly among the dense trees, Swampert constantly faced the risk of being defeated. Swampert's quadruple weakness to grass-type moves became an even greater liability in the tropical jungle, where almost every wild Pokemon seemed to know at least one grass-type move. Thus, Sato concluded that if he ventured deeper into the jungle with his current team, his overall strength would drop by at least a quarter, and Swampert would be far from easy to use in that environment. Fortunately, his Crobat and shiny Beautifly could exert significant influence in the jungle. Most bug-type and grass-type Pokemon simply couldn't compete against them. The only downside was that neither Crobat nor Shiny Beautifly possessed Swampert's overwhelming power to instantly crush opponents, allowing many wild Pokémon, well-versed in the jungle terrain, to escape easily. Additionally, Sato realized that if he intended to explore the tropical jungle thoroughly or stay there for extended periods, he would absolutely need a strong fire-type Pokémon. The tropical jungle was teeming with snakes, insects, and rodents. Frequent short-range showers kept the humidity high, and ordinary humans who lingered too long were prone to developing all sorts of strange illnesses. In such a harsh environment, a strong fire-type Pokémon became invaluable. Whether it was for repelling pests at night, driving away moisture, or making campfires, a fire-type could handle all these tasks with ease. Moreover, fire-types were formidable in combat within the tropical jungle. Against bug-types or grass-types, they naturally had the upper hand. This time, when Sato returned to Cinnabar Island, he planned to bring his Growlithe back and help him undergo his final baptism, further strengthening his team. As for the upcoming rookie competition, Sato no longer aimed just to break into the top 10. Ever since he became one of Giovanni's trusted members, he understood that he could finally go all out. After all, standing behind him now was the most powerful man in Team Rocket. There was no need to fear retaliation from other high-ranking figures within the organization. Any move against him would be seen as a direct challenge to Giovanni's authority. Within Team Rocket, Giovanni's rule was absolute. No one dared oppose his will, at least for now. Without his wise leadership, Team Rocket could never have risen to power so swiftly in just 7 or 8 years. At present, over half of Team Rocket's elite forces were loyal to Giovanni. Among them, many were his staunch supporters. Now that Sato stood among Giovanni's people, how could he possibly allow himself to tarnish his benefactor's reputation in the rookie competition? Just squeezing into the top 10 might barely be acceptable, but it wasn't nearly enough to satisfy Sato. He was fully aware, in this rookie competition, he was a dark horse, a wild card that had unexpectedly appeared. Now that he had finally caught the attention of a great patron, he had to perform to the best of his ability. After all, Giovanni surely had his eyes on more than just one promising candidate. It was highly likely that he had been nurturing several promising talents for a long time. When the time came to fight, Sato knew he had to go all in. This was his chance, and he would fight for it no matter what, because the prize for first place was a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Such a reward, what ambitious trainer wouldn't covet it? Indeed, pseudo-legendary Pokémon were synonymous with power. In the world of Pokémon, there was no doubt about that. Especially after Sato witnessed Professor Oak's terrifying Dragonite, which had reached a staggering level 96, he was even more convinced of the connection between strength and pseudo-legendaries. For the sake of that first-place prize, he had to give it his all. Crobat's speed was incredible. Just as the sun's last rays disappeared beneath the ocean horizon, Sato arrived back at Cinnabar Island. Cinnabar Island was a technological powerhouse located at the foot of an active volcano in the Kanto region. Cinnabar Island actually covered a larger area than Pewter City, complete with a medium-sized seaport built along its coast. In terms of economic prosperity, Cinnabar Island ranked among the top cities in Kanto. Its booming economy largely stemmed from its technological advancements. In Kanto, Cinnabar Island's status was akin to that of Silicon Valley in America, a hub where top tech talents gathered. The island housed the largest Pokémon research institute in Kanto and was considered the holy land of high technology. Just imagine how many groundbreaking new technologies emerged each year in a place teeming with so much genius. Of course, technological research was notoriously expensive. Cinnabar Island's annual research funding exceeded hundreds of billions of Poke dollars. However, the scientists on Cinnabar Island never had to worry about running out of funds. Thanks to the island's reputation, it attracted wealthy investors from all over the world. As long as there were results, investors were more than happy to bankroll the island's army of eccentric scientists. Thus, driven by the lure of wealth, Cinnabar Island rapidly transformed from a barren, uninhabited volcanic island into a thriving technological powerhouse with an annual influx of over 300,000 newcomers. But beneath the bright and bustling surface of this flourishing tech city, what dark secrets might be lurking in the shadows? Chapter 434, Chapter 433, Dog and Cat. Around 7 p.m., in a private phone booth inside the Pokémon Center at the heart of Cinnabar Town. Elsa, I've already received the Pokeballs for Growlithe and Meowth. I'll leave Beautifly and Miltank in your care. Standing beside the communication phone, Sato took the Pokeballs containing Growlithe and Meowth from the Pokémon capsule transfer machine and smiled at Elsa, who appeared on the screen. No problem. I've just received the Pokeballs for Beautifly and Miltank too. Well then, Mr. Sato, I need to go soon. I have a little mess to clean up. Those little troublemakers have caused trouble again. Elsa waved the Pokeballs she had just received, showing Sato the shiny Beautifly and Miltank inside. Then, she started to complain about the recent headaches they had been giving her. Sato listened patiently, occasionally offering a few words of comfort. Before long, their conversation ended with mutual smiles. The main reason Sato had contacted Elsa was to retrieve Growlithe. However, to his surprise and mild frustration, Elsa subtly hinted that he should also take Meowth back. So, the transfer ended up including both Growlithe and Meowth. Although Elsa hadn't explained outright why she suggested he take Meowth back, Sato understood Meowth's personality well enough. He could easily guess that Meowth must have caused significant trouble for her. Sato figured that without his supervision, Meowth had probably gone wild again, succumbing to his professional habits. In fact, things had gone exactly as Sato suspected. Since arriving at the breeding house near Lily Cove Gym where Elsa was stationed, thefts had started to occur frequently in the neighboring houses. And Meowth, like a mafia boss, had used the stolen valuables to build his own gang inside the breeding house. Within just a few days, he had recruited many underlings through bribery and intimidation, severely corrupting the atmosphere of the place. That was precisely why Elsa had subtly urged Sato to take Meowth back. If Sato hadn't called today, she would have called him herself within a few more days. Glancing at the two Pokeballs in his hand, Sato quickly pressed the buttons and released Growlithe and Meowth. The next second, two beams of white light shot out from the Pokeballs, revealing Growlithe and Meowth on the floor. Woof woof woof. Though it had only been a few days, Growlithe clearly missed Sato a lot. He immediately pounced on Sato, happily licking his face with his tongue. As for Meowth, he appeared much colder. He seemed very displeased about being back with Sato, a trace of frustration flashing across his face. Still, Meowth's sharp, crafty eyes never rested. As soon as he came out, he began scanning his surroundings. When he spotted a shiny decorative ornament in the room, his eyes gleamed. After calming Growlithe down, Sato noticed Meowth staring intently at the decoration on the wall and immediately guessed what was going through his mind. His face twitched slightly. Cinnabar Town had extremely advanced technology, resulting in top-tier infrastructure. And because the residents were so wealthy, much of the infrastructure was not only free to use but also astonishingly valuable. Take this Pokemon Center, for example, its standard rivaled that of a 5-star hotel. Every room was adorned with luxurious decorations. Naturally, because the facilities were so excellent, there were also countless modern surveillance devices, like high-tech cameras, scattered everywhere. If Meowth dared to steal anything here, he would be caught within minutes. It wouldn't just be Meowth getting into trouble, Sato, as his trainer, would also have to take responsibility. So seeing Meowth's obvious, about to steal, expression left Sato mentally collapsing a little. No funny business. If you dare steal something, I'll make you spar with Swampert every day. Before leaving, Sato formed a hook with his 2 fingers and knocked Meowth sharply on the head, speaking sternly. Meow. Meowth clutched the back of his head, wincing in pain, and looked up at Sato with a pitiful, innocent expression, letting out a miserable cry. However, when he saw that Sato's face remained serious, Meowth instantly recalled the terror of being crushed by Swampert. Fear flashed across his sly cat eyes, and he quickly lowered his head in defeat, signaling his obedience. Woof woof woof. At that moment, Growlithe also gave Meowth a stern look, his face full of the determination to keep an eye on him for their trainer. Meow. Seeing Growlithe's smug face, Meowth instantly became annoyed. His expression turned fierce as he glared back at Growlithe, looking ready to fight at the slightest provocation. After all the training and physical recovery he had undergone recently, he no longer feared Growlithe like he once did. Growlithe clearly didn't back down either. Seeing Meowth ready to brawl, he immediately bared his fangs. The next moment, as if they had rehearsed it many times, Meowth and Growlithe leapt back, each glaring fiercely at the other. A basketball-sized swirling water pulse quickly formed in front of Meowth's mouth, his raised tail flickering with tiny electric sparks, while Growlithe's body burst into brilliant orange flames. Sato, watching the two Pokemon about to clash, wasn't too surprised. After all, cats and dogs had been natural enemies since ancient times. But he was slightly impressed to notice that in just a few days, Meowth's level had quietly risen to 34, and Growlithe's level had gone up as well, reaching 38. From the look of things now, the gap between Meowth and Growlithe wasn't that big anymore. Considering that Meowth had an individual value totaling 180, a gold-tier Pokemon, plus the fact that Nurse Joy had recently healed all his hidden injuries, his physical condition had likely improved greatly over the past few days. Sato knew Meowth's personality well, cunning and proud. When Meowth first joined the team, he might have been a little cautious around Growlithe, but now, he clearly no longer feared him. Knock it off, or there will be no dinner for either of you tonight. Seeing the fight about to break out, Sato immediately barked at them with a stern face. Hearing that their dinner would be cancelled, both Growlithe and Meowth instantly wilted. They immediately broke out of their battle stances and looked at Sato with flattering expressions. After all, the food at the breeding house in Lily Cove City couldn't compare to what they got when they were with Sato. Both Growlithe and Meowth had been missing the delicious meals they had enjoyed under his care. Especially Meowth, no matter how sly and proud he was, having once gone through long periods of hunger, he would never turn down good food. Chapter 435, Chapter 434, The Alolan District in Cinnabar. Under the night sky, Cinnabar City was brightly lit. The streets, large and small, bustled with people. Due to the large number of outsiders residing here, you could see people and Pokémon from many different regions. And because many outsiders had lived here long-term, this young city had developed a distinctive character. Architecture from all sorts of regions could be found here. These unique buildings were grouped together by cultural similarities, and over time, the city came to be divided into 7 distinct districts, each named after one of the major regions they represented. Within these 7 districts, one could clearly experience the customs and lifestyles of different regions. At this moment, Sato was aimlessly walking down one of the streets. The district he was currently in was the Alola district. Most of the people living here had tanned skin. They were originally from the faraway Alola region. The people of Alola were naturally open-hearted and kind. Whether toward humans or Pokémon, they always carried genuine goodwill. They often greeted others with a cheerful Alola. Sato could feel an invigorating energy in this district. The happiness shared between people and Pokémon here was evident. Almost every face beamed with a warm smile. Due to Piku's overwhelming cuteness, Sato received a barrage of Alola greetings all along the way. It was through this warm, enthusiastic treatment that he formed such a favorable impression of the Alolans. As Sato passed a berry shop, a tanned woman sweeping outside caught sight of the curious little Piku perched on his right shoulder. Her eyes immediately lit up with affection. Alola. Your Piku is absolutely adorable. Here, take this as a welcome gift. The woman, eyes shaped like hearts, stepped forward to greet Sato and Piku, handing them each a Pecha berry. Pecha berries were electric-type berries, sweet and delicious. Pie. Piku wasn't shy at all. He sniffed the berry handed to him, his eyes lighting up in delight. Tiny sparks of electricity began to crackle across his fur as he started channeling electricity into the berry. Seconds later, the Pecha berry in his paw began to steam slightly, no doubt cooked by the electricity he had discharged. Only then did Piku, fully satisfied, begin munching away. Alola, thanks for the treat, miss. Seeing Piku happily munching the berry he had zapped to perfection, Sato handed over his own Pecha berry for Piku to eat as well. He then turned and smiled at the woman, who was now completely enchanted by Piku's cuteness. No need to be so polite. But if you really want to thank me, then support my little shop, won't you? All of these berries are shipped straight from Alola, top quality, and very reasonably priced too. Though kind, the tanned woman was still a merchant at heart. Hearing Sato's words, she quickly recovered and began sizing him up, his aura, his attire. Sensing an opportunity, she started promoting her products. The shop was stacked with all kinds of berries. Judging by their large size and fresh appearance, these Alolan imports were clearly premium stock. Berries were a high-consumption item for Sato. He went through large quantities of them while preparing specialized Pokémon food, so his demand was always high. Though he had just recently bought a batch from a store in Viridian City, the quality of those berries clearly didn't compare to these well-nurtured, sun-drenched, moisture-rich Alolan varieties. With nearly 500 million Poké-dollars at his disposal, Sato wasn't short on funds. And to raise his Pokémon to their fullest potential, he naturally wanted only the best. After a quick inspection of the berries, Sato nodded and handed the woman a shopping list. Clearly, he was a big spender. The woman beamed when she saw the quantities on the list and immediately called out to her only store clerk to begin preparing the order. Sato's purchase included berries suited for Water Dash, Ground Dash, and Electric-type Pokémon, 12 varieties in total, 300 of each kind. 12 kinds, 300 berries per type. Many were rare and valuable, and even with a discount, the total came to 2.5 million Poké-dollars. Without a doubt, this was a major sale for the shop owner. As the woman and her assistant busied themselves fulfilling the large order, a group of over a dozen rodent Pokémon began creeping out from the corners of the walls. They were wild Rattata. Oddly, however, not all of them had the usual purple fur, several were covered in black fur instead. Despite the difference in fur color, the Rattata clearly formed one unified group, communicating closely with each other. While the owner and her assistant were distracted, the Rattata began building a tower of themselves, one standing on top of another. The Rattata at the top was in charge of tossing down berries from the counter display while those below caught them. Their teamwork was smooth and practiced. Pie. Sato hadn't noticed the thieving Pokémon in the blind spot of his vision, but Piku, with his keen senses, did. Driven by curiosity, he floated upward using magnet rise. Hovering above the berry stand, Piku spotted the mischievous Rattata. The black-furred one at the top of the pile also noticed Piku. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The black-furred Rattata showed no guilt at being caught mid-theft. Seeing that Piku looked harmless and small, it glared with its crimson eyes and growled menacingly. But Piku was no ordinary Pokémon. Exceptionally gifted and spoiled since birth by Sato, he had the haughty pride of an elite. Now seeing these Rattata not only stealing but also trying to intimidate him, Piku exploded with anger. Several vein marks popped onto his forehead. Piku was angry. And when Piku was angry, the consequences were serious. Pii. A surge of golden electricity burst from his fur, and in the next instant, a lightning bolt as thick as an adult's arm shot out. Piku had used Thunderbolt on the black-furred Rattata. A cacophony of screeches followed. Due to the stack formation, when the black-furred Rattata got zapped, all the Rattata below it were electrocuted too. In a flash, 6 Rattata in the stack were laid flat by Piku's Thunderbolt. Pi, so weak. Hovering in midair, Piku crossed his arms and looked down arrogantly at the Rattata twitching on the floor. As for the ones who hadn't been hit by the attack, the moment they saw what Piku could do, they abandoned their fallen comrades without hesitation and bolted. The thunderbolt and ensuing cries had naturally drawn Sato, the shop owner, and the assistant over. They arrived just in time to see 7 or 8 Rattata spasming on the ground. Alolan Rattata. Sato immediately recognized the black-furred ones as Alolan Rattata, a variant species native to the Alola region. Their fur color wasn't the only thing that changed, their typing had shifted from normal to dark type as well. Normally, such regional variants were only seen in far-off Alola. But it seemed these Alolan Rattata had likely arrived via one of the many cargo ships from Alola and had since begun breeding alongside the native Rattata population here. Ugh, it's you little thieves again. Just wait till I teach you a proper lesson this time. The shop owner clearly loathed these troublemakers who often stole from her store. Now that they'd been caught red-handed, her fury boiled over. But even in her anger, she went easy on them, just a few light taps on their rumps with her broom before letting them go. What surprised Sato even more was that, as the scolded Rattata left, the shopkeeper actually gave each of them 2 oran berries. What a unique method of discipline. I've learned something new. Sato chuckled as he accepted the large berry bag from the assistant and addressed the shop owner. People and Pokemon are friends. This kind of thing is pretty common in Alola. Losing a few berries isn't a big deal. Life's hard for wild Pokemon too. The shopkeeper's kindness and open-heartedness were obvious. Though her cheeks flushed slightly at Sato's words, her tanned complexion made it hard to notice. She scratched her head and smiled sheepishly. That one line was all it took for Sato to decide this was someone worth befriending. Citing future convenience in purchasing high-quality berries, he smoothly asked for and obtained the generous woman's name and contact info. Her name was Leah. She was born in Alola, though not purely Alolan. Her father was from Alola, while her mother was from Kanto. As a result, she was half Kantonian. That said, her father's genes clearly dominated. Aside from her long, smooth, black hair, she didn't show any of the typical traits of someone from Kanto. Most Alolans tend to have curly hair. Sato was very interested in the Alola region. He knew that somewhere there lay a dimensional passage connected to another world, the Ultra Wormhole. By his estimation, the Ultra Wormhole had already started being studied by the largest conglomerate in Alola, the Ether Foundation, and they had even figured out how to enter it. Moreover, Sato also knew that while the Ether Foundation and the Pokemon League had done an excellent job covering up all information about the Ultra Wormhole, Team Rocket had already taken an early interest in it. It was just that the Ether Foundation held enormous influence locally, and with Team Rocket's base of operations being in Kanto, it was difficult for them to infiltrate Alola. However, as Team Rocket continued to grow in power, they had slowly extended their reach into Alola as well. Sato's straightforward and prompt payment for the berries left Leah with a very favorable impression. She had already realized that Sato was a major customer, and potentially a long-term business partner. As a result, Leah treated Sato with great enthusiasm. She also seemed genuinely delighted that he was interested in learning about Alola. Perhaps she hadn't had anyone to talk to lately, because she ended up telling Sato almost everything she had seen and experienced back in Alola, down to the last detail. I see. Alola really does sound like a wonderful place. If I get the chance, I'd love to visit someday. After spending over half an hour mostly just listening, Sato gave a nod once Leah finished her introduction to Alola and responded with a look of genuine longing. Of course, Mr. Sato. Alola might not have an official Pokemon League just yet, but we do have something similar to the League's gym system. It's called the Island Challenge. Each island has a very powerful trainer known as a kahuna, and I've heard that only by defeating them and earning their recognition can you receive a mystical stone. That kind of stone can greatly boost the power of a Pokemon's moves. Seeing Sato's clear interest in Alola, Leah's face lit up with a bright smile. She eagerly continued her introduction, even assuring Sato that if he ever visited, someone would surely give him a warm welcome. A few minutes later, Sato ended his conversation with Leah and began heading out of the berry shop. Just then, a stunning blonde woman appeared in front of him, her long golden hair flowing behind her like a cape. By her side was a young blonde girl, about 4 or 5 years old. Judging by their expressions and mannerisms, the two were clearly mother and daughter. The blonde woman was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and a noble aura that clearly marked her as someone from a wealthy, high-status family. Her unique hairstyle made her stand out even more, so much so that nearly everyone passing by couldn't help but turn their heads for a second look. While Sato did take notice of the woman's beauty and unusual hairstyle, he quickly returned to his usual composure. He didn't linger on her appearance, he had come here with a purpose and couldn't afford to waste time here. Interestingly, the blonde woman's eyes lit up the moment she spotted the piku on Sato's shoulder. However, sensing his indifferent demeanor and seeing that her daughter seemed frightened of the piku, she decided against approaching him with her child. The two groups passed each other without incident. "Oh my, Miss Luzman. What brings a VIP like you here today? Just one call and I would have delivered everything personally. And little Lily too, what a sweetheart." Lia clearly knew the blonde woman well. As soon as she saw her, she rushed forward with a warm greeting, addressing both mother and daughter with great enthusiasm. "Luzman. So it was her. I didn't expect to run into that lady here." Just as he reached the doorway, Sato heard Lia's words. His pupils contracted slightly, and he paused mid-step, subtly turning to glance back at the beautiful woman behind him. A hint of intrigue flashed in his eyes. At that moment, a low whirring sound cut through the air. Several jade-green objects shot overhead, heading straight for the mother and daughter who were speaking with Lia. Chapter 436, Chapter 435, Collateral Damage. The attack came without warning, and because the target wasn't Sato, he didn't feel the need to be on guard. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late for him to step in. However, Luzman wasn't someone to be underestimated. For a woman to hold real authority as the chairwoman of the Ether Foundation, it was clear she wasn't ordinary, and she seemed well accustomed to assassination attempts of this level. Facing the sudden assault, Luzman remained calm. Her eyes instantly sharpened, and an imposing aura befitting a powerful trainer radiated from her. With a burst of strength from her legs, she quickly stepped in front of her daughter with a luxury ball in hand. In that instant, a Mismagius emerged from thin air, appearing directly in front of Luzman. Clearly, this Mismagius was one of Luzman's personal bodyguards. Mismagius's eyes lit up with a brilliant blue light, and a jade-green energy shield instantly expanded to protect both her and Luzman and her daughter. A second later, the clanging sound of impact rang out. Mismagius had used Protect to completely block the unknown assailant's attack. But the hidden enemy wasn't about to back down just yet. When the ambush failed, they immediately unleashed an even stronger move in an attempt to finish off Luzman and her daughter. In the night sky, countless glowing green energy leaves suddenly materialized, similar to the previous attack, but now falling like a torrential storm. It was obvious the attacker's goal was to obliterate the berry shop and bury Luzman and her daughter beneath it. "You're asking for it. Come out, Crobat. Use Air Cutter, merge all 12 blades." Seeing that the enemy had no qualms about targeting even him, Sato's expression turned ice cold. Furious, he swiftly retrieved the pokeball containing Crobat and released it. A flash of white light shot out from the pokeball, and Crobat appeared instantly in front of Sato. The moment it materialized, its four wide wings shimmered with a layer of blue-green flying-type energy, and it gave a mighty flap forward. In an instant, a gale with the power of a Category 12 wind burst forth. Under the force of the wind, the incoming energy leaves in the sky faltered mid-flight. At the same time, a barrage of white energy blades appeared within the whirlwind Crobat had generated. These blades shot toward the leaves that had been suspended in the air. A moment later, flying-type energy collided with grass-type energy in midair, erupting into a series of energy explosions. However, the explosive noises ceased barely 2 seconds after they began. Under Crobat's control, 12 smaller white energy blades rapidly converged and merged into a single, massive 8-meter-long air blade. The enormous blade, carrying a force that seemed like it could cleave a river in two, shot toward the night sky. Every green energy leaf in its path shattered instantly, erupting into chain explosions midair. Then, Crobat's eyes blazed with blue light, and in that moment, the giant air blade glowed with the same hue, abruptly shifting its trajectory and soaring upward at high speed. A heart-wrenching scream rang out, and a brown figure dropped from the night sky. Its chest, covered in pristine white feathers, now bore a deep gash drenched in blood. A Decidueye, huh? No wonder it was so hard to detect with the naked eye. Sato narrowed his eyes as he took a closer look at the Pokémon falling from above, thinking to himself. Decidueye, the final evolution of Rowlet, the grass-type starter from the Alola region. A dual grass/ghost-type Pokémon known for its calm demeanor and masterful stealth in the jungle. It could shoot feather arrows with pinpoint precision to pierce rocks from over a kilometer away. Clearly, Decidueye's exceptional stealth came from its ghost typing. Just like Luzman's Mismagius, it had used its ghost abilities to conceal itself in the sky. But Crobat had detected it using its echolocation. Its ultrasonic perception left nowhere for the attacker to hide. With help from his system scan, Sato quickly got the details on the attacker's Decidueye, discovering it was level 52. That meant the assassin lurking in the shadows was at least at the near-elite level. Pokémon, Decidueye. Level. Type, Grass/Ghost. Ability, Overgrow. Gender, male. Known moves, Shadow Sneak, U-Turn, Tackle, Leafage, Growl, Peck, Astonish, Razor Leaf, Detect, Pluck, Synthesis, Fury Attack, Sucker Punch, Leaf Blade, Feather Dance. Egg moves, none. TM moves, Protect, Double Team, Hidden Power, Water, Roost, Shadow Ball, Energy Ball, Shadow Claw. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 25, 31. Attack, 26, 31. Defense, 23, 31. Special Attack, 26, 31. Special Defense, 25, 31. Speed, 24, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total 149. Even though the type disadvantage led to the level 52 Decidueye being seriously wounded by a single combined air cutter from the level 43 Crobat, its strength was not to be underestimated. After enduring the initial hit, it quickly recovered. The next second, as it was still falling, Decidueye spread its wings. Its descent abruptly turned into an ascent, and its body gradually faded into the night, clearly using its ghost-type invisibility again to vanish. Don't bother chasing it, Crobat. Seeing Decidueye disappear into the darkness, Sato stopped Crobat, who was preparing to pursue. His expression was now grim. Hearing this, Crobat immediately ceased its chase and returned to Sato's side. The assassin who targeted Luzmin and her daughter was clearly a near pseudo-elite 4-level trainer. Although their attack had involved Sato, Crobat had already severely wounded Decidueye, which, in his view, settled the score. Sato had been forced to intervene due to the collateral damage. Having done so and inflicted serious damage on Decidueye, his part was done. Continuing the pursuit would be a whole different matter. He had no intention of provoking a powerful assassin with an unknown background. At that moment, just as Decidueye retreated, a tanned woman and an Incineroar appeared on the roof across from the berry shop. Both bore visible injuries. Note, Incineroar is the final evolution of Litten, the fire-type starter from Alola. It is a fire/dark type known for its aggressive temperament. In battle, it becomes fiercely competitive, often disregarding its trainer's commands when fully fired up. Facing them was a masked figure in black, accompanied by a fully grown Toucanon. Note, Toucanon, the final evolution of Pikipek, is a normal/flying type Pokemon from Alola. Its beak can heat up to over 100 degrees Celsius, anyone pecked by it will suffer severe burns. Chapter 437, Chapter 436, The Strong-Willed Luzmin. After exchanging a few brief words, the mysterious figure, under the tanned woman's furious glare, mounted the Toucanon and swiftly disappeared into the night sky. Before leaving, the mysterious person even shot a glance in Sato's direction. That look made Sato extremely displeased. Yes, he hadn't seen wrong, that was a blatant look of threat. Once the figure vanished, the woman jumped down with her Incineroar, and then, along with several burly dark-skinned men accompanied by Watchog, rushed into the berry store in a hurry. Soon after, an Officer Jenny arrived on the scene riding an Arcanine, flanked by several League police officers with Growlithe by their side. Since Sato was one of the people who had directly clashed with the assassin trainer, he naturally became the focus of Jenny's interrogation. But he had a clear conscience, and with a calm expression, he recounted the general course of events. That's basically all that happened. In short, I was just collateral damage in this mess. Anyway, I have other things to do, so I'll be taking my leave now, Officer Jenny. Sato said with a hint of helplessness on his face. For some reason, this particular Officer Jenny seemed especially distrustful of him, a foreigner. Although she didn't voice it, her expression practically screamed, suspicious. As soon as he finished speaking, Sato recalled Crobat and Piku into their Pokeballs. Without bothering to wait for Jenny's response, he began walking away, weaving past the wide-eyed, awestruck onlookers. Seeing that he was determined to leave, Officer Jenny had no choice but to give a helpless nod and signal her subordinates to let him pass. Her professional instincts told her that Sato was far from being just some ordinary passerby. However, the facts were clear, he had done nothing wrong in this incident and had played the role of a victim. More importantly, Sato was a powerful League-affiliated trainer. She had no authority to detain a League trainer who had acted righteously. "Excuse me, sir, please wait." Before Sato had taken more than a few steps, a pleasant voice called out behind him. It belonged to Luzmin herself. She was now emerging from the berry shop with her daughter Lily, surrounded by a group of bodyguards from Alola. But upon hearing Luzmin's voice, Sato not only didn't stop, he actually sped up. In the blink of an eye, he melted into the crowd and vanished from sight. Sigh, what a young, capable, and cautious trainer, Luzmin thought with regret, her expression tinged with disappointment. I suppose I'll have to repay him the next time we meet. In truth, the position of Ether Foundation's president originally belonged to Luzmin's husband's father. After his passing, the title was inherited by her husband. However, Luzmin's husband was entirely obsessed with researching ultra wormholes and had no interest in managing the foundation. As a result, much of his authority was gradually stripped away by his subordinates. At first, this wasn't a major issue. Even if his power was nominal, he still held half the shares of the Ether Foundation, and his deliberate choice to delegate authority meant the others treated him well. But everything changed a year ago when Luzaman's husband vanished into an ultra wormhole. Not long after, Luzaman stepped in to assume the role of Ether Foundation president. Deeply in love with her husband and desperate to find him, she sought to harness the Foundation's resources for her search. Thus, once she took office, Luzaman began reclaiming control. She intended to use her authority to influence the Foundation's decisions and direct its efforts toward locating her missing husband. Naturally, this move infuriated those who had previously held significant power. To put it bluntly, Luzaman was threatening their interests. And so, an internal power struggle erupted within the Ether Foundation, one that Luzaman now found herself at the very heart of. Ever since Luzaman began using her position as the largest shareholder to consolidate power, she and her children had been subjected to repeated assassination attempts. At first, Luzaman struggled to adapt to this sudden danger. But she hailed from a noble family, and behind her stood one of the few prominent clans of Alola. She was the current clan head's daughter. Leveraging her family's influence, Luzaman endured. Though she had to sacrifice a portion of her shares in the Ether Foundation, she gradually tightened her grip on its operations. Now, Luzaman was the undisputed president of the Ether Foundation. However, those who had lost power weren't willing to back down, they still harbored hopes of making a comeback. Her visit to Cinnabar Town had a simple purpose, seeking collaboration. She had heard rumors that a new type of spatial teleportation technology had been developed here, so she dispatched representatives to negotiate for usage rights. Unfortunately, the negotiations had not gone well. The other party insisted on meeting her in person, citing the significance of the technology, before proceeding with any formal discussion. Still, despite the poor progress, the trusted researcher she had sent reported that this new spatial technology might provide a breakthrough in the study of ultra wormholes. Driven by the urgent need to find her husband, Luzaman chose to come in person. However, word of her departure from Alola quickly reached the ears of her enemies. Including today, Luzaman had already survived 5 assassination attempts in Cinnabar Town. Though she had spent a fortune hiring a competent near-pseudo Elite 4 level trainer and numerous skilled Elite level trainers for protection, her enemies weren't holding back either. Somehow, they had hired several near-pseudo Elite 4 level trainers of their own to carry out the hits. Fortunately, Luzaman herself was no pushover, she was a top-tier trainer. Additionally, local forces lent a hand out of respect for her status as a major client. Thus, she had managed to escape danger each time. Just now, she had intended to thank and potentially recruit Sato. The fact that he, at such a young age, could fend off a near-pseudo Elite 4 level Pokemon impressed her greatly. As someone newly arrived in Kanto, Luzaman was unfamiliar with the region and had no foundation here. Being a woman, she knew the locals wouldn't grant her any respect. Even with wealth, she had to keep a low profile to avoid trouble. Coming from an aristocratic background, Luzaman had a keen eye. She could tell that Sato, despite his impressive demeanor, wasn't from any influential family, he was a civilian trainer. That made him a perfect target for recruitment. She was even willing to pay a high price. Unfortunately, Sato was far more worldly and cautious than any young trainer she'd encountered before. He clearly had no intention of getting involved with her or the trouble that surrounded her. Luzaman couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Chapter 438, Chapter 437, The Ghost House. Sato slipped on a ditto-crafted human skin mask and merged into the crowd. With a few quick steps, his face now plain and unremarkable, he successfully blended in with the bustling throng around him. Looks like those guys gave up the chase. What a mess. I just went out for a casual stroll and ended up targeted in an assassination attempt. I'm really sorry, Luzaman, but I'm not strong enough to get involved in your mess right now. Once the piercing sensation on his back, like needles pressing against his skin, finally faded, Sato let out a silent sigh of relief as he stood before a drink stand, flirting with a pretty waitress while asking for a cup of hot coffee. All around him, dark-skinned Alolan locals filled the streets with smiles on their faces. But to Sato, a few of those smiles held a more sinister undertone. There wasn't just one killer. Several of them were mixed into the crowd, and each was exceptionally skilled. Sato had felt their gazes burning into his back during the whole walk. He was sure that if he had stopped earlier to speak with Luzaman, he would have been dragged into her mess without question. There was no doubt about it, these were organized and fanatical killers. They wouldn't hesitate to kill even uninvolved bystanders if it furthered their goal. Sato knew this kind of ruthlessness all too well. Fortunately, his strong survival instincts, and his clear refusal to get involved, combined with his own impressive strength, had been enough to convince the assassins to give up on this powerful but unintended passerby. Sir. That'll be 400 poke dollars for the premium coffee you ordered. The slightly annoyed voice pulled Sato's drifting gaze back to reality. In front of him stood a girl in an adorable maid outfit, her lips pouting in clear displeasure. This ordinary man had not only flirted with her just now, but then ignored her for a full 10 seconds afterward. She was definitely pissed. Seeing her expression, Sato chuckled. To her astonishment, he took off his Ditto-crafted disguise and placed a 500 poke dollar bill on the counter. "No need for change," he said casually, grabbing his premium coffee and donning a black league cap crafted by Ditto as he turned and left. Roughly 10 minutes later, Sato arrived in a secluded alley within the Alolan district of Cinnabar City. There, he stopped before a bizarrely decorated shop. Compared to the other nearby stores that still saw the occasional customer, this place was dead silent. Aside from Sato himself, not a single soul stood near the open doorway. Business was absolutely terrible. He figured it had to do with the store's creepy aesthetic. Most people, upon seeing it, would instinctively steer clear. The outer walls were made of black brick and covered in bloody, gruesome illustrations. Two skeletons stood at the entrance as if welcoming guests, but their skulls were replaced with glowing red duskull heads that radiated an eerie, soul-piercing light. The inside was pitch black, no lighting at all. Standing outside and looking in, Sato felt as if the shop was a black hole, radiating an ominous aura that seemed to swallow all light. Ghost House. This should be the place, he muttered, reading the plaque above the doorway with a frown. Even with his nerves of steel, a chill crawled up his spine. The reason Sato had come to the Alola district of Cinnabar tonight was precisely to find this creepy-looking shop. Only upon arriving did he realize this wasn't somewhere ordinary people could just wander into. The shop, named Ghost House, had been recommended to him by Joe Kondo. After hearing that Sato was searching for a high-potential ghost-type Pokemon, Joe had casually told him about this place in Cinnabar. Yes, this shop specialized in selling ghost-type Pokemon. Its owner was a Pokemon hunter and only operated at night. Right now was one of the rare times it was open. According to Joe, the place had been around for decades, its history as long as Cinnabar itself. So it was probably reliable. Ghost-type Pokemon were vastly different from those of other types. That much was clear even from their dietary needs, life energy, not normal food. If a ghost-type Pokemon couldn't feed regularly, it would weaken significantly and start resenting its trainer. They were like ticking time bombs, one wrong move, and boom. Moreover, they were masters of stealth and utterly dangerous. Encountering an ancient specter could leave most people dead before they even realized what had happened. Because of that, most sensible Pokemon hunters wouldn't go near ghost types. Still, wherever there's demand, and the price is right, there will always be people willing to risk their lives for high-reward opportunities. Pokemon hunters were already outlaws, constantly hunted by the Pokemon League. Capture meant death. Yet the sheer profit of the underground market kept them coming. While trading ghost types wasn't quite as lucrative as selling pseudo-legendary Pokemon, where a single deal could fund you for years, it still paid several times more than dealing with average Pokemon. And so, a special group of hunters emerged, focused solely on capturing ghost types. These individuals roamed wildernesses and haunted locations. In fact, many of the famous ruins and ancient tombs known in the Pokemon world had been discovered by them. Yes, they often doubled as treasure hunters, and sometimes even tomb raiders. Strangely enough, though the League disliked them as much as any other hunter, their crackdown on these ghost hunters was less intense. After all, the Pokemon League didn't have warm feelings for ghost types either. Many of them ranked humans among their preferred prey. In a way, these specialized hunters were doing society a favor. Ever since Sato had obtained a jade pendant worth 770 million Poke Dollars, a mid-grade life energy collector, and a complete copy of the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, he had wanted to raise a high-quality ghost-type Pokemon. Unfortunately, he'd been constantly on the move, with no time to hunt one down. And ghost types weren't exactly easy to stumble across in the first place, much less capture. So far, that wish remained unfulfilled, which left him constantly frustrated. After all, something worth 770 million sitting around unused. That felt like a crime to Sato. Hopefully this place will help me make it happen, he murmured. Though still a bit uneasy, Sato didn't hesitate long. After a brief pause at the door, he stepped inside without flinching. Of course, he brought two powerful bodyguards with him, Swampert and Crobat. Chapter 439, Chapter 438, Boss is Awesome. Perhaps due to some special internal structure of the shop, Sato found that the store he saw before entering and the one he was in after stepping inside were like two completely different places. From the outside, the interior looked gloomy and dark, completely unlit, pitch black. But once inside, he discovered the room was lit by numerous candles. However, it seemed the light inside was trapped, unable to spill out through the doorway and illuminate the exterior. Although the lighting in the ghost house was still quite dim, once his eyes adjusted, Sato could make out the situation inside fairly clearly. Naturally, he also noticed that ever since he stepped into the shop, the temperature on the thermometer he was holding had dropped several degrees, immediately putting him on alert. He already knew that this was a store specializing in ghost-type Pokemon, and there was a high chance it was a black market operation. So, Sato came fully prepared. The thermometer doubled as an excellent ghost-detecting tool, which was exactly why he had brought it with him. Swampert, use foresight. The sudden drop in temperature made Sato realize there were definitely ghosts nearby, so he immediately instructed his powerful bodyguard on his left, Swampert, to activate its unique spirit vision. Clang. In the next second, Swampert's eyes lit up with a piercing white glow. Wherever the light shone, the ghost-type Pokemon hiding in the vicinity were immediately revealed, their cloaking rendered useless, all appearing before Sato's eyes. What he saw was startling. He was completely surrounded by a large group of ghost-type Pokemon, all eyeing him with ill intent. His scalp tingled. Luckily, he had Swampert and Crobat by his side. Without these two powerful bodyguards, these malevolent-looking ghost types might have already treated him like their daily snack. The ghosts weren't just numerous, but also diverse. Almost every ghost type from all 7 regions was represented here. What made Sato's skin crawl even more was that the candles illuminating the room were none other than Litwick, a very well-known ghost-type Pokemon from the Unova region. A chandelier even hung from the shop's ceiling. Based on Sato's understanding of ghost types, the most dangerous among them were undoubtedly members of the Litwick line. When they're still just Litwick, their food source is primarily life energy, which is already bad enough. But once they evolve into Lampent and Chandelure, their diet shifts from life energy to soul energy. And that soul energy is the perfect fuel for the eerie blue flames they produce. As a result, Lampent and Chandelure possess the terrifying ability to burn souls/spirits. It's said that any soul burned by their flames loses the chance to reincarnate. That alone shows just how frightening these Pokemon are. Not only are humans and normal Pokemon afraid of them, most ghost types fear them too. Seeing Litwick and Chandelure made Sato immediately feel a sense of doom. These ghost types were even more dangerous and troublesome than Gengar. One misstep could cost you your life. Even if you survived, just getting singed by their special flames could leave you in unbearable pain and severely weakened, burning away several years of your life at the very least. Because of this, the Litwick line was the most unwelcome among ghost types, treated like living plagues. But after regaining a bit of composure, Sato realized something strange. Although the surrounding ghost types were all eyeing him with ill intent, they seemed frozen in place, like they'd been hit with a disable spell. Only their eyes moved, their bodies were stiff and unmoving. A guest has arrived. If you wish to discuss business, please follow me to the main hall. You've come at the perfect time. I've just brewed a fine pot of tea for tonight. Just as Sato was about to approach a nearby ghastly to investigate further, an eerie voice suddenly came from behind him. He spun around instantly. A chill ran down his spine and cold sweat broke out across his back and forehead. A middle-aged man in a black morning suit had silently appeared behind him, so silently that even Crobat hadn't detected his presence. This ghost-like arrival made Sato feel an immediate and intense sense of dread. He knew that if the man had intended to kill him just now, given that stealth technique, he likely wouldn't have stood a chance. Then I'll trouble you. Here's my letter of introduction. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the tension in his chest, Sato pulled out a sealed letter and handed it to the middle-aged man. Selling Pokemon was illegal, after all, so this line of work came with plenty of unspoken rules. As a stranger stepping into a store run by Pokemon hunters, Sato knew it was safest to present proper identification to avoid unnecessary trouble. And since Joe was a regular of this store, the letter he had written would serve as perfect credentials. Sato had shamelessly asked him for one beforehand. The unnaturally pale-faced man's eyes flashed slightly. Without hesitation, he took the letter and opened it right in front of Sato. After briefly reading the contents, the man's previously stiff and cold expression visibly relaxed. Then, as if it were a piece of trash, he casually tossed the letter away. Before it could even hit the ground, a crimson tongue shot out from the shadow behind the man, snatched up the letter, and pulled it back into the darkness. So you were recommended by that brat Kondo. In that case, there's no need for tea. To avoid wasting your valuable time, let's get straight to business. This way, please. After reading the letter, the man's gaze toward Sato was still cold, but no longer hostile. A chilling smile even formed on his pale face. It was obvious the man had learned from the letter that Sato was a member of Team Rocket. The fact that his attitude changed so quickly likely had to do with Sato being a direct subordinate of Boss Giovanni. It's good to have powerful backers, nothing beats having shade under a tall tree. Boss Giovanni, you're amazing. Sato could clearly sense the shift in the man's demeanor, and inwardly gave another mental salute to his boss's overwhelming influence. Despite knowing Sato's importance within Team Rocket, the man remained extremely cold and aloof. The whole way, he maintained zero conversation with Sato, showing no intention of befriending him. To him, Sato was just another customer. Whether Sato might be worth befriending probably depended on how deep his pockets were. Guided by the men, Sato entered an underground passage. They walked for over 10 minutes through the dim corridor. By Sato's estimate, they had walked nearly a kilometer underground. It was now obvious that the shopfront labeled Ghost House was just a facade, the real transaction site was much farther in. Chapter 440, Chapter 439, The Ghost Type Museum. Roughly 20 minutes later, the silent middle-aged men in front of Sato finally came to a halt. By the light of the ever-burning lamps lining the hidden corridor's walls, Sato could see that the path had ended. What lay ahead was a pitch-black wall. Seeing this, Sato silently rested his fingers on the pokeball containing Swampert, his gaze locked tightly on the men who had stopped in front of him. The moment that men made any suspicious movement, he would release Swampert without hesitation and crush him. In this narrow terrain, Swampert was practically invincible. Although the man's earlier stealth had been unsettling, now that he was clearly exposed in Sato's line of sight, the threat level had dropped significantly. Sato felt confident that he could hold his own in a direct confrontation. Besides, Swampert was part ground type. With its excellent control over ground type energy, it could navigate through earth as easily as through water. As long as Swampert was around, Sato wasn't even slightly concerned about being buried alive underground. In such a remote, narrow subterranean space, there was no doubt it was the perfect place to kill and rob. Law held no sway here, and no identity carried weight. Down here, only strength mattered. Perhaps sensing the dangerous aura coming off of Sato, the man hesitated slightly before stepping forward again. He walked up to the end of the corridor and pressed firmly against a specific spot on the wall. In the next moment, the section of the wall he touched sank inward. A mechanical click echoed through the passage. Then, under Sato's watchful eyes, the wall at the end of the corridor split open slowly, revealing a basement lit by harsh white lights. At the same time, a thick metallic scent of blood wafted out, and Sato instinctively narrowed his eyes against the sudden brightness. His pupils shrank to pinpoints. "Please, guest. All of my finest goods are kept here." The men turned around and offered Sato a pale, unsettling smile, gesturing for him to step inside. But when he saw that Sato had no intention of moving, or rather, was unwilling to place himself ahead of the men, he retracted his smile and stepped into the basement first. Sato's eyes gleamed subtly. A flicker of thought passed through his mind. Only once his eyes had adjusted to the bright light did he follow the men inside. To the men, Sato was a troublesome customer. Though Sato had brought a letter of introduction from Joe Kondo, a longtime client of Team Rocket, the men still harbored suspicion. The reason was simple. Having dealt with countless league trainers over the years, the men could smell that particular stench of righteousness that those self-proclaimed just and kind league trainers always carried, and he sensed a trace of it on Sato. And yet, everything Sato had done since entering, from the house to the secret passage, displayed a ruthless and seasoned demeanor. It made the men uncertain whether Sato truly was an undercover league agent. Just now, when he had intentionally stopped, the murderous intent he felt from Sato was unmistakable. There was a real sense of danger. At that moment, Sato was no different from the fugitives and criminals the men normally dealt with, people who operated in the gray and black worlds, who trusted only in their fists when it came down to it. Would a self-righteous league trainer ever act like that? In the man's opinion, absolutely not. Those league trainers, born into privilege, would never do the things desperate men were forced to do. After all, from the moment they were born, their parents had already arranged everything that desperate people would have to gamble their lives for. There was no need for them to take risks. Could he be a league dog, perhaps? The thought passed briefly through the man's mind. In the end, he dismissed it. Whether Sato was or wasn't, it no longer mattered. What mattered was that Sato now possessed the power to threaten his life. That was enough. When strength was roughly equal, identities became meaningless. In that moment, it was impossible to tell who was the hunter and who the prey. The men had no personal grudge against Sato. If Sato had shown the slightest weakness along the way, he would have had his Jengar kill him and take his valuables without hesitation. To the men, who had suffered under the League's oppression for years, weak League lackeys deserved only death, no exceptions. Although Sato had kept a respectful distance from his shadow throughout the trip, in such a dark, confined space, Jengar could have easily bypassed it. Killing Sato wouldn't have been difficult. But Sato's intimidating presence had changed the man's mind. He had a sudden, absurd premonition: if he attacked, Sato might survive, but he definitely would not. And so, he dropped the question of whether Sato was an undercover agent or not. It was no longer the right time to ask. Strength, after all, was the only qualification that mattered in the gray and black worlds. That was one of their eternal rules. When Sato entered the basement, what appeared before him was something akin to an art museum. But instead of priceless artifacts, it was filled with ghost-type Pokemon. Each one of these Pokemon, so terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people, was now locked inside a sealed glass case like a work of art. Looking around, Sato estimated that there were at least 100 ghost types in the man's collection. Excluding legendary and ultra beasts, the full range of ghost-type species was represented here. And according to the system scan, none of these Pokemon were subpar. Their average aptitude was in the purple grade tier. Among them, Sato spotted several ghost types with golden grade potential. There was no doubt, the man was a highly capable ghost-type Pokemon hunter, and one who had clearly mastered several methods of restraining and capturing them. The ghost types in this basement were just like those in haunted mansions. Other than the occasional eye movement, they were completely still, as if they were genuine artifacts, lifeless objects, quietly waiting in their glass prisons. Welcome to my museum. Spectacular, isn't it? All the ghost types here are premium stock. A few of them I captured in cursed zones, almost lost my life there, you know. The man clearly had a few screws loose. Once inside the underground museum, he became hyperactive, transforming instantly from a silent man to a chatterbox. He was showing off to Sato, acting like each and every ghost-type Pokemon here was a treasured possession. With fanatical excitement, he launched into an explanation of how he caught each one. This guy is insane. Just how obsessed with ghost types is he? It's almost perverse. Damn it, that Joe Kondo really set me up. What kind of person did he introduce me to? Though Sato maintained a calm exterior and played the role of a polite listener, deep down, he was cursing Joe a dozen times over. Judging by this man's deranged obsession with ghost types, it was hard to say whether he would actually sell any of them to Sato. Chapter 441, Chapter 440, Tough Choices. Although Sato wasn't sure whether the middle-aged man in front of him was truly insane or just pretending, from the current situation, he found himself surprisingly invested as an observer, quietly listening to the man recount his story of lingering bonds between the living and the dead. In truth, Sato didn't think the man was crazy. Rather, the man seemed to severely lack a sense of security. He was usually quiet and withdrawn, cooped up alone in that gloomy, chilling house. His emotions had clearly been repressed for far too long. Now that he had arrived at this place, one he built with his own hands, he probably felt a rare sense of safety. Coupled with having Sato as an audience, the urge to finally open up became irresistible. Sato guessed that even if he hadn't shown up today, the man would have acted the same once he arrived. It looked like he was talking to Sato, but in truth, it was more like talking to himself. This was likely the method the man used to relieve his inner pressure, perhaps the only reason he hadn't mentally broken down yet. Sato knew well that people who dealt with ghost-type Pokemon like this man rarely met a good end. They either lost their minds early or died young. After all, when you hang around the riverbank long enough, you're bound to get your feet wet. Ghost types are not to be trifled with. Once haunted by a true specter, a 1,000-year-old ghost, an ordinary person can't rely solely on Pokemon to fend off those evil spirits. So, while playing the part of a thoughtful listener to the middle-aged man, Sato also quietly observed the collection of ghost-type Pokemon housed in the underground museum. So far, 3 ghost types had drawn Sato's attention. Unsurprisingly, these 3 appeared to be the most outstanding specimens in the entire collection. The details of the 3 ghost types were as follows. Pokemon, Shuppet. Level. Type, Ghost. Ability, Insomnia. Gender, Female. Known moves, Knock Off, Screech, Grudge, Nightshade, Shadow Sneak, Will-O-Wisp. Egg moves, Scary Face, Confuse Ray. Tutor moves, Phantom Force. TMs, none. Held item, none. IVs, out of 31. HP. Attack. Defense. Special attack. Special defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, gold, total 4, 175. Pokemon, Duskull. Level. Type, Ghost. Ability, Levitate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Leer, Nightshade, Disable, Astonish, Foresight, Shadow Sneak, Pursuit, Will-O-Wisp. Egg moves, Destiny Bond, Grudge. Tutor moves, Shadow Ball. TMs, none. Held item, none. IVs, out of 31. HP. Attack. Defense. Special attack. Special defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, gold, total 4, 180. Pokemon, Phantump. Level. Type, Ghost/Grass. Ability, Natural Cure. Gender, Female. Known moves, Tackle, Confuse Ray, Astonish, Growth, Ingrain. Egg moves, none. Tutor moves, Giga Drain, Seed Bomb. TMs taught, none. Held item, none. IVs, out of 31. HP. Attack. Defense. Special attack. Special defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, gold, total 4, 176. Among the 3, Duskull was clearly the best in terms of raw potential. However, its level was too high compared to Shuppet and Phantump, which significantly limited its room for growth. Since Sato possessed the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, his ideal ghost-type partner needed to be not only high in potential but also highly moldable. With that in mind, Duskull was the first to be eliminated. Next came the comparison between Shuppet and Phantump. When it came to long-term potential, Shuppet, which could eventually mega-evolve, clearly outclassed Phantump, who only had a two-stage evolution line. But Sato felt a strong personal dislike toward Shuppet, a ghost type that fed on human grudges. According to what he had read in the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, among all ghost-type Pokemon species, Shuppet's line produced the most rebels and traitors. It made sense. Pokemon that grow by feeding on human resentment naturally harbor deep hostility toward living beings. No matter how kind their trainer is, it's extremely difficult to change their nature. As for Banette, Shuppet's evolved form, it was downright malicious. A naturally malevolent ghost type, it bore animosity toward all living things and often engaged in cursing others just to cause harm, even at no benefit to itself. Out of 10 trainers who raised Shuppet, at least half would end up being betrayed or harmed by it. In simple terms, this species was born to bite the hand that feeds it. And so, Sato decisively eliminated Shuppet from his list. That left only Phantump. Sato had a relatively positive view of the ghost/grass-type Phantump. Among ghost types, they were among the more approachable ones. Thanks to their grass typing, Phantump could live healthily just by drawing nutrients from the soil and through photosynthesis, without needing to drain life energy from other beings. Moreover, their kind often helped protect forests and the creatures living within, so both Pokemon and humans generally viewed them as benevolent spirits. However, raising this species was extremely risky. No, more accurately, it was dangerous in the extreme. While Trevenant, Phantump's evolved form, was also not innately evil, if it ever tasted life energy even once, its once benign nature would begin to erode. It would slowly become bloodthirsty and malevolent. Stories of tree witches from otherworldly realms often referred to Trevenant. To them, life energy was like a drug. Once addicted, they couldn't stop. A corrupted Trevenant could wreak havoc across an entire region. Any living being that entered its forest territory would be drained into a desiccated husk, and their souls would be eternally bound to its branches. Unless the Trevenant was killed, those trapped souls would never find peace, suffering torment day and night. These tormented, twisted souls would often give rise to even more malicious ghost types, drawing flocks of other ghost Pokemon to join the corrupted Trevenant. A single fallen Trevenant could quickly destroy an entire forest, transforming it into a paradise for evil ghost types. And thanks to their access to moves like Phantom Force, Trevenant could even drag their ghostly paradise into an alternate dimension, making it near impossible for outsiders to find and eradicate them. That's why the Grimoire of Dark Spirits explicitly warned future generations never to raise this species. Consequently, the book contained very little information on how to train Phantump, aside from detailed warnings on the dangers they posed. In the end, Sato could only sigh and eliminate Phantump from consideration as well. Just like that, he had ruled out all 3 gold-ranked ghost types in the Underground Museum through sheer process of elimination. As expected, among ghost types, the most worthwhile to raise are still members of the Ghastly line. But what's going on here? Out of more than 100 ghost types, there are only 3 from the Ghastly family, and their levels are ridiculously high. Sato mentally grumbled as he crossed off the last of the 3 gold-tier ghost types. He glanced around at the ghost types displayed in glass cases nearby, feeling somewhat exasperated. Perhaps it was because Ghastly were considered the most common and cheapest ghost types. Ironically, they were also the least represented in the middle-aged man's collection. Ultimately, Sato shifted his focus to another ghost type that he believed had great potential. In his memory, this one wore a necklace of shiny beads around its neck and had a slightly mischievous look to it. Currently, this Pokemon was only level 1. Chapter 442, Chapter 441, Mischievous. Many people have likely wondered whether ghost-type Pokemon could produce eggs. In fact, since ghost types were a kind of Pokemon and had genders in this world, it naturally followed that they could lay eggs too. As for how ghost-type Pokemon actually produced eggs, that remained an enigma. It had long baffled countless Pokemon scholars and continued to be a persistent academic mystery. Now, in front of Sato was a ghost-type Pokemon egg, specifically, a mischievous egg. Its shell was pitch black like ink, with a layer of dark mist lingering around it, giving it a very mysterious appearance. Sato had always had a soft spot for mischievous. The reason was simple: the mischievous species was considered one of the more benevolent ghost lineages among all ghost-type Pokemon. Aside from their penchant for scaring people and collecting fear energy, mischievous rarely harmed other living beings. Their sustenance came from the fear that resided in the hearts of the living. Sometimes, mischievous would even go so far as to help those trapped in illusions cast by other ghost types, pulling them out. Of course, the cost of that rescue was being scared half to death by the mischievous within the illusion. But when compared to having one's life force drained completely, which was the greater horror? Without question, it was the latter. Thus, while many found mischievous pranks annoying, few actually bore hostility toward them. Of course, one could look at it from another perspective. Mischievous weren't exactly helping others, they were helping themselves. They were an incredibly clever species of ghost-type Pokemon, fully aware of the importance of livestock management. Sato gained in-depth knowledge about mischievous through the Grimoire of Dark Spirits. Mischievous were natural-born masters of hypnosis. While the move hypnosis wasn't listed among their techniques, the ability itself seemed etched into their very bones, or rather, their souls. They could lull a living being into slumber at any time and in any place without warning. With hypnosis, mischievous could conjure up illusions so realistic they were indistinguishable from reality. Powerful mischievous could even plant false memories deep in someone's unconscious mind through these illusions. Beyond crafting illusions, mischievous also had the ability to traverse the dreams of others. Although they couldn't control the dreams themselves, they could introduce fear into them, turning ordinary dreams into terrifying nightmares. Whether creating illusions or weaving nightmares, mischievous had only one simple goal: to induce fear and harvest it as a food source. From the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, Sato learned that mischievous abilities, hypnosis, illusion creation, and nightmare weaving, were all closely tied to the amount of fear energy within their bodies. In short, the more fear energy they had stored, the stronger these abilities became. Yes, their powers came at a cost. Every time mischievous used one of these abilities, they consumed a portion of their internal fear energy. That meant scaring people wasn't free, it had a cost. If they couldn't frighten anyone and failed to gather enough fear energy, not only would they starve, but they'd have wasted their resources entirely. According to the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, mischievous abilities, hypnosis, illusion creation, and nightmare weaving, were all divided into 3 levels: basic, intermediate, and advanced. Their hypnosis ability followed this tier system. Basic hypnosis allowed them to lull only 1 or 2 individuals to sleep. Intermediate hypnosis extended their control to 5 people at once. As for advanced level hypnosis, it could exert an effect resembling a domain, blanketing an entire area. Note, the success rate of hypnosis depended on the amount of fear energy consumed and the willpower of the target. The more energy spent, the higher the success rate. The stronger the target's will, the lower the rate. The same classification applied to illusion creation. Basic level illusion could only be used on a single hypnotized individual and would typically last just a few minutes. At this level, they could only conjure scary images. It was impossible to tap into the target's deepest fears. But once a mischievous advanced to the intermediate level of illusion creation, their abilities underwent a qualitative transformation. They could begin triggering memories buried deep within a target's mind and sustain illusions for much longer. At the advanced level, mischievous gained the power to implant false memories directly into a target's mind while under hypnosis. Nightmare weaving also came in 3 levels. At the basic level, mischievous could linger within a dream for about 10 minutes, using fear energy to contaminate the dream and slowly twist it into a nightmare. However, their influence remained limited, affecting only a small part of the dreamscape. They couldn't fully convert it into a nightmare, nor could they control its direction. With intermediate-level nightmare weaving, they could remain in the dream for up to an hour. At this point, they had the ability to completely convert the dream into a nightmare, even populating it with terrifying dream creatures of their own creation. When they reached advanced-level nightmare weaving, mischievous could stay in a dream indefinitely, provided they were willing to pay the cost. In fact, they could remain inside a dream world forever if they wished. Such a mischievous could trap someone's consciousness within a nightmare permanently. Unless an external force intervened, or the person managed to break free through their own will, they would never awaken and might eventually suffer brain death. Yes, what made mischievous truly dangerous wasn't their move pool or physical stats, but how far they had developed these 3 core abilities. Hypnosis, illusion creation, and nightmare weaving. If a mischievous mastered even one of these to the advanced level, it would become a terrifying ghost-type Pokemon. Especially one that had mastered advanced-level illusion creation, they could become a waking nightmare for any living creature. At present, Sato already possessed a number of Pokemon. His offensive team included Swampert, Crobat, and Arbok. His healing team had Bellossom and Miltank. For reconnaissance, he used Crobat and Growlithe. A qualified trainer required Pokemon in 5 categories: attackers, scouts, defenders, healers, and controllers. In wild battles, lacking even one of these roles could lead to fatal weaknesses. Currently, Sato still lacked a proper controller and defender. Strictly speaking, he did have some defensive options. Ditto could count, and Swampert's balanced offense and defense gave it a partial role. But his team's biggest current gap was a solid controller, and Mischievous, a Pokemon whose very presence carried controlling capabilities without even relying on moves, was without doubt an excellent choice for that role. Chapter 443, Chapter 442, One More Egg. You seem quite interested in this mischievous egg, sir. Let me tell you, I got this egg from. The middle-aged man, who had been boastfully talking non-stop, finally noticed a change in the attentive listener named Sato. Stepping closer, he began explaining the origin of the mischievous egg just for him. How much? Name your price. Sato, growing visibly impatient with the man's feverish boasting, abandoned his polite front and cut straight to the point. He had listened long enough to figure out that the man wasn't actually insane, he was just bragging for fun and using it as a tactic to inflate the value of his item. Honestly, from what Sato had learned through the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, most ghost-type Pokemon were absolute schemers. It was extremely difficult for humans to gauge their age. Even if a ghost-type Pokemon seemed low-leveled, their true age could easily exceed that of your grandparents. Because of this, ghost types were known to be highly individualistic. Gaining their loyalty was far more difficult than with any other type. That's why nearly every trainer who specialized in ghost types preferred to raise them from eggs. It was the best way to ensure loyalty from the start. Note, ghost-type Pokemon are the most likely to be born with rebellious tendencies. Unfortunately, ghost-type eggs were exceedingly rare. Don't expect them to fall in love and breed like flesh and blood creatures. That idea is practically a grim joke. Even aphrodisiacs had no effect on them, so it was almost unheard of for two ghost types to actually reproduce and lay an egg. Note, most ghost-type Pokemon in the wild are born through natural phenomena. When lingering souls of the dead remain in the human world, they often transform into ghost-type Pokemon through various means. Even if you did obtain a ghost-type egg, there was no guarantee that the Pokemon inside would be of good quality. Unless the parents were confirmed to be powerful, every ghost-type egg was essentially like a scratch ticket, completely luck-based. And for something as crucial as a Pokemon's potential, 99% of trainers couldn't afford to ignore it. It directly determined whether raising the Pokemon would be worth the investment. Luckily for Sato, his system's scanning ability made it impossible to get scammed when it came to picking out eggs. And right now, this particular Misdreavus egg in front of him seemed quite satisfactory. Misdreavus egg information. Pokemon, Misdreavus. Level. Type, Ghost. Ability, Levitate. Gender, Female. Known moves, Growl, Psywave. Egg moves, Curse, Shadow Sneak, Sucker Punch. Held item, None. IVs, out of 31. HP. Attack. Defense. SP ATK. SP Def. Speed. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total 4 equals 166. From the data, it was clear that this yet unhatched Misdreavus had excellent potential. With a total 4 of 166, it was just 9 points shy of the threshold for Golden Tier potential. Moreover, it had 3 inherited moves, all of which were practical and highly useful. That alone strongly indicated that the parents were high level and of decent quality. Notably, Misdreavus was one of the Pokemon that requires an evolution stone, specifically, the rare Dusk Stone, to evolve into Mismagius. Sato happened to have one, thanks to the generous old village chief of White River Village in the Hoenn region. Even better, his Dusk Stone was a premium-grade stone capable of enhancing a Pokemon's base potential. So, in Sato's eyes, the Misdreavus in this egg wasn't a purple-tier Pokemon, it was a golden tier 1. He was confident that with a top-tier Dusk Stone, this Misdreavus would gain well over 9 extra points in IVs, pushing her into gold-tier status. And with higher potential comes better development of innate abilities. This had already proven true with Arbok, whose ability to awaken multiple pattern mutations upon evolution was extraordinary. Normally, an Arbok would be lucky to awaken just 1 snake pattern mutation. It awakened 3 right away. That was the power of high IVs. The real strength of a Misdreavus didn't lie in brute strength or flashy moves, it lay in how deeply she could tap into her unique, innate capabilities. And when it came to unlocking those hidden potentials, Sato was well prepared. He had 2 solid reasons for confidence. First, the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, passed down and perfected by generations of Vulcan Guardians, contained detailed methods for developing Misdreavus's innate talents. Second, he possessed a Nightmare Crystal from none other than the legendary Pokemon, Darkrai. It was saturated with immense, pure nightmare energy. Item, Darkrai's Nightmare Crystal. Effects. Significantly enhances the power of Dark-type moves. Absorbs nightmares, granting immunity to all sleep-inducing effects. Grants perpetual keen-eye ability to the holder. Enables Shadow Stealth, allowing the user to merge with shadows. Restrictions, non-Dark-type Pokemon cannot use it unless they possess exceptional dream manipulation abilities. Notes, this is a peculiar crystal nurtured within Darkrai's body. Though only a fragment, it contains immense nightmare energy and grants extraordinary powers. As a dream-walking, nightmare-generating species, Misdreavus was more than qualified to wield the crystal. Sato suspected that with it, Misdreavus would easily be able to induce nightmares in the dreams of others, and those nightmares would generate a massive amount of fear energy. Normally, creating nightmares consumed a Misdreavus's internal fear energy. But with the nightmare crystal, it would cost her nothing to produce nightmares endlessly. Not only that, but each induced nightmare would also spawn even more nightmare energy that she could absorb as she exited the victim's dream. In short, a Misdreavus equipped with this item would collect fear energy at an exponentially higher rate, forming a powerful symbiotic relationship with the nightmare crystal itself. For all these reasons, the Misdreavus egg in front of Sato was invaluable. As long as the men didn't ask for an absurd price, he was definitely going to buy it. You know how rare ghost-type Pokemon are, especially when it comes to eggs, the men began. Like I said, this egg came from an ancient tomb. There were several powerful ghost types guarding it. That alone should tell you how special it is. So I can't go any lower than 100 million Poke Dollars. That's my bottom line. As soon as the men saw that Sato was serious about buying, he narrowed his eyes and smiled, testing the waters with a high opening price. He'd been pleasantly surprised by how respectfully Sato had listened earlier, so he decided to offer him a chance to negotiate. Heh. Sato couldn't help but laugh in his face the moment he heard the price, 100 million Poke Dollars for an unhatched egg with unknown potential. Sure, ghost-type eggs were rare, but in the end, it was still just an egg. No one could say for sure what was inside. At best, it represented untapped potential, not actual strength. As for the middle-aged man's claim that it came from some ancient tomb and was the descendant of a powerful ghost-type Pokemon, well, that might be enough to fool little kids, but someone at Sato's level as a trainer wasn't buying it for a second. Still, the men didn't get upset at Sato's mockery. He had only been fishing with that price anyway. Of course, if Sato had agreed to the purchase without hesitation, the men would have happily raised the price even further. After all, in this day and age, finding a big sucker wasn't easy. Unfortunately, Sato clearly wasn't the big sucker the men had been hoping to reel in. So, the two of them began a heated price war over that mischievous egg. Eventually, under the man's satisfied gaze, Sato successfully purchased the precious egg for 62 million Poke Dollars, a steep price, but well worth it in his eyes. By the way, Peter, do you have any other ghost-type Pokemon eggs here? Like Ghastly, for instance. If the price is right, I'd like to buy another ghost-type Pokemon egg. After accepting the mischievous egg from the men, who, having confirmed the payment, now wore a genuine smile and even introduced himself as Peter, Sato made his request. Mischievous primarily feeds on fear energy, so the mid-tier life energy collector Sato had prepared hadn't been very useful. Thus, he intended to buy another ghost-type Pokemon egg while he was here. As for which ghost-type Pokemon? Naturally, he favored the Ghastly line. In Sato's mind, the Mega Evolution slot for his Team Rocket identity was still meant for Gengar. Yes, of course we do. Right this way, Mr. Sato. Having just closed a big deal, Pete was no longer the cold businessman from earlier. Faced with a wealthy client like Sato, even his frosty heart had melted a little under the charm of money. Chapter 444, Chapter 443, When the East Fails, the West Shines. The underground museum carefully curated by the middle-aged man, Peter, clearly held more than met the eye. Under his familiar and practiced guidance, Sato made his way into a chamber filled with numerous ghost-type Pokemon eggs. Although Ghastly is the most common ghost-type Pokemon in Kanto, probably because they're gas-type beings, their chances of laying eggs are much lower than other ghost types. Even for me, I've only ever collected about a dozen of them, and honestly, none are all that remarkable, Peter said. Perhaps thinking the products in this section weren't valuable enough to fetch a high price, Peter showed little enthusiasm for this area filled with ghost-type Pokemon eggs. Even his usual sales pitch was half-hearted. Sato, however, paid Peter no mind. Carrying the incubator containing the mischievous egg, he strolled leisurely through the chamber Peter had designated for storing ghost-type Pokemon eggs. For each and every egg here, Sato used the system's scanning ability to carefully assess them, making sure not to overlook even a single ghost-type Pokemon worth raising. But just as Peter had said, Ghastly eggs were exceptionally scarce here, only 11 in total. Given there were over 200 eggs in the room, that number was far too low. Moreover, not a single Ghastly egg in the collection met Sato's expectations. The best one barely reached the threshold for purple grade rating. Best Ghastly egg info. Pokemon, Ghastly. Level. Type, Ghost/Poison. Ability, Levitate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Hypnosis, Lick, Haze. Egg moves, None. Held item, None. IVs, out of 31. HP. Attack. Defense. SP ATK. SP Def. Speed. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total 4 equals 142. Compared to Mischievous, Sato had much higher standards when selecting a Ghastly. That was because Ghastly doesn't evolve via Evolution Stone, enhancing its potential is both difficult and costly. Ideally, Sato was aiming for a top-tier purple-grade Ghastly to be worth training. Clearly, the best Ghastly egg here fell short of that requirement. As expected, things rarely go exactly as we want. Still, being able to obtain that mischievous egg was a pleasant surprise. I guess I'll have to set aside the matter of Ghastly for now, Sato thought with a tinge of regret as he finally chose to put down the best Ghastly egg in the collection. Sato's team of Pokemon followed a strict elite standard, and Ghastly was one of the core members of his team under his Team Rocket identity. So, given the choice, he would rather go without than settle for mediocrity. For now, he could only shelve the plan for a high-quality Ghastly until after the Team Rocket Rookie Tournament concluded. Though this trip to Pokemon Hunter Peter hadn't yielded a satisfactory Ghastly, Sato knew there were better places in Kanto to find one with high potential, like the famously haunted Lavender Town. Still, as the saying goes, when the East fails, the West shines. Though the search for a quality Ghastly egg proved fruitless, fate had other plans, just like the surprise discovery of the mischievous egg. Originally, once Sato saw that there was nothing else he wanted, he was prepared to leave. But then his old habit kicked in, he couldn't resist using the system to scan through Pokemon data just one more time. Thinking it wouldn't hurt to enjoy a final pass through the remaining Ghost-type eggs, especially after Peter's sincere urging, Sato found himself staying a little longer. That's when he struck gold. Among the Ghost-type eggs he hadn't yet scanned, he discovered a hidden gem, an egg containing a Duskull with a jaw-dropping overall 4 rating of 184. And yet, that golden-grade Duskull egg, which looked no different from the others around it, was casually tossed into a dusty corner of the room like a worthless trinket. Duskull Egg Info. Pokemon, Duskull. Level. Type, Ghost. Ability, Levitate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Leer, Nightshade. Egg moves, Pain Split. Held item, None. IVs. HP. Attack. Defense. SP ATK. SP Def. Speed. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total 4 equals 184. The moment Sato saw the golden-grade Duskull egg, his heart rate quickened and his breath grew a bit heavier. But his acting was flawless, just as when he'd looked over the other Ghost-type eggs, he merely glanced at it briefly, giving Peter no reason to suspect anything. Of course, discovering such a high-potential Pokemon, Sato had no intention of pretending he hadn't seen it. He planned to quietly find an opportunity to purchase the egg from Peter at a bargain. Sato had actually spotted another golden-grade Duskull here earlier, but unfortunately, that one was already level 28 and had clearly been around for a long time. So, he deemed it unwise to try and capture that one. This egg, however, was a different story. Not only was its potential even higher, but it was still an unhatched egg, a sign of incredible untapped promise. Sato was deeply familiar with the Duskull line. In fact, the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, Volume 1, which he had received from the old village chief in White River Village, contained detailed records on the species. Once, back at the ferry pier along Route 122 in the Hoenn region, Sato had encountered a powerful Dusclops, a Pokemon that had already begun to harness its innate black hole trait. Through his studies of the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, Sato had developed a thorough understanding of the Duskull line. As a ghost-type species with formidable defensive power, both of Dusclops/Dusknir's base defensive stats were remarkably high. Their only notable drawback was their relatively low HP stat, which placed them in the category of high defense but fragile Pokemon. However, for the Duskull line, that flaw could actually be a strength, especially once they learned the move Pain Split. After all, if the opponent couldn't one-shot a Dusclops/Dusknoir, they'd face the horrifying prospect of it healing back to full repeatedly with Pain Split. Note, Pain Split is a normal-type status move. It adds the user's and target's HP together, then splits the total evenly between them. Chapter 445, Chapter 444, The Innate Abilities of the Dusknoir Line. The Dusknoir line possesses 3 innate abilities. The first is Paralysis Gaze, the second is Black Hole, and the third is Spirit Realm Passage. The Paralysis Gaze of the Dusknoir line is quite different from the standard Disable move that they can learn as their level increases. The Disable move, as known conventionally, temporarily seals off a move the opponent has learned, preventing them from using it for a certain period. In contrast, the Paralysis Gaze of the Dusknoir line is an innate ability, a terrifying power that can genuinely render an opponent completely immobile for a period of time. Unlike the latter 2 innate abilities, Paralysis Gaze is something every Duskull learns from birth. Because of this, compared to the other 2 abilities, this one appears somewhat weaker. According to the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, the Dusknoir line's Paralysis Gaze originates from the single crimson eye in the center of their face, a dreadful eye capable of stirring up overwhelming fear in the hearts of living beings. Any creature that makes eye contact with a member of the Dusknoir line will have their deepest fears triggered by that eye, after which they must make a willpower check. If they fail to overcome the fear in their heart, they will fall into a stunned state. That is the origin of the Paralysis Gaze of the Dusknoir line. Therefore, when facing one of them, it's best to avoid direct eye contact, otherwise, the consequences could be severe. In reality, using this ability comes with serious limitations. First, when using Paralysis Gaze, Duskull, or its evolutions, cannot move, and their typically high defense is significantly weakened during this time. More critically, the ability can only target a single opponent and requires the user to be making direct eye contact for it to take effect. In other words, when using Paralysis Gaze, the Dusknoir line is at its most vulnerable. It's useful when ganging up on one target, decent in one-on-one battles, but utterly ineffective when they are the ones being swarmed. However, once a member of the Dusknoir line awakens their second innate ability, Black Hole, the true value of Paralysis Gaze begins to shine. Black Hole is an ability that only becomes possible to awaken after Duskull evolves into Dusclops. Compared to Paralysis Gaze, Black Hole is a far more advanced and rare ability. Most Dusclops will never awaken it in their entire lifetime, much less master it. Even those who do awaken Black Hole are often too afraid to use it. While the power is immense, it is also incredibly dangerous. According to the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, a Dusclops needs to have at least master-level ghost-type energy control to wield Black Hole safely. Note, energy control is divided into 6 levels: Basic, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, and Apex. Currently, in Sato's team, only Swampert, Bellissime, and Pelipper possess master-level energy control. This is different from move proficiency. Note, master-level energy control allows the Pokémon to manipulate the ambient energy within a 100-meter radius as if it were an extension of their own body, even generating localized weather or terrain changes. Without such control, using Black Hole incorrectly might destroy the user before it ever harms the enemy. For that reason, even lucky Dusclops who awaken this gift often don't dare to use it. That said, there's no denying that once a Dusclops even partially masters Black Hole, their strength skyrockets like a rocket launch. The Black Hole resides inside the body of a Dusclops, acting as a portal to an unknown dimension. Dusclops can use it to absorb all matter and energy. This means that when faced with incoming attacks, no matter how numerous or powerful the moves are, as long as they aren't coming from behind, Dusclops can easily neutralize them using Black Hole. Put simply, a Dusclops that has mastered Black Hole has the potential to become a top-tier master tank, MT, a reliable and incredibly powerful bodyguard. In wild battles, the greatest danger often isn't the Pokémon, but the trainers themselves. Once a trainer falls, the outcome of the battle is basically sealed. That's why trainers in wild encounters often command their Pokémon to carry out decapitation tactics, either sending an assassin or unleashing a barrage of attacks on the opposing trainer. But if the trainer has a Dusclops with Black Hole, that changes everything. Those decapitation tactics are basically guaranteed to fail. Dusclops can use the ghost type's natural stealth to stay near their trainer, acting as a living shield. Assassins trying to get close usually never make it past them. In one-on-one fights, a Dusclops with Black Hole fears no one. If an opponent is stunned by its Paralysis Gaze, they're likely finished. As for those mass attacks targeting the trainer, Dusclops can simply stand in front of them, activate Black Hole, and absorb the majority of the incoming damage, leaving the trainer with only minimal threats to deal with. It's undeniable, Dusclops with Black Hole has the potential to be the ideal bodyguard for any trainer. The third innate ability of the Dusknoir line is Spirit Realm Passage, a power that becomes available only after Dusclops evolves into Dusknoir using a Reaper Cloth. Once Dusknoir gains this ability, they can freely move between the human world and the spirit realm. They can even forcibly drag wandering souls from the human world into the spirit realm. At first glance, many might think that Spirit Realm Passage has no offensive value and seems unimpressive. But if you think that, you'd be dead wrong. Being able to freely travel between the human and spirit worlds. In Sato's view, that's an absolutely broken-level ability. After all, the human world and the spirit realm are two entirely different dimensions. If Dusknoir simply slips into the spirit realm, then nothing that happens in the human world can affect them. Which means that if Dusknoir is in a tough battle and about to take a lethal hit, they essentially have a free, extra life to escape danger. Moreover, when Dusknoir returns from the spirit world, they can choose to emerge somewhere else entirely. If the opponent lacks the ability to follow them into the spirit world, then this ability is an insanely powerful life-saving tool. It becomes nearly impossible to kill them. Of course, this ability does have flaws. According to the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, the Reaper Cloth is an extremely rare item in the human world, on par with Mega Stones and Life Orbs. That shows just how difficult it is for a Dusclops to evolve into Dusknoir. And even if a Dusclops obtains a Reaper Cloth and evolves, that still doesn't guarantee they'll awaken Spirit Realm Passage. This ability depends heavily on the quality of the Reaper Cloth they are wrapped in. Dusknoir's ability to shift between dimensions is largely due to the Reaper Cloth they wear. If its quality doesn't meet the necessary standard, Dusknoir won't be able to awaken this ability. Additionally, most Dusknoir can only use Spirit Realm Passage twice a day at most. If they exceed that limit, the Reaper Cloth will shatter, causing Dusknoir to devolve into Dusclops, and they'll never again be able to return to the human world using that ability. Even so, having 1 or 2 near invincibility chances per day. In Sato's opinion, Spirit Realm Passage is still a top-tier, T1 class innate ability. Note: this is a reminder that it isn't just true for his Duskull/Dusclops. This is the same for everyone. There was also a Dusclops Sato fought against previously that had used the Black Hole ability, and these innate abilities that you sometimes see in the story are just an extension of the abilities some Pokémon already possess according to the Pokédex entries in Pokémon database. Also, I personally feel that these things make Pokemon much more fascinating and make things a bit more exciting as well. Chapter 446, Chapter 445, From Death to Life. Although Peter was quite curious that Sato would actually choose a seemingly ordinary Duskull Pokemon egg tucked away in the corner, he never once asked Sato anything about it. The reason was simple: Peter figured it was either his own eyes that had failed to spot the egg's true value, or Sato's eyes that had malfunctioned, making him believe he'd struck gold through sheer luck. Still, whatever the reason, it didn't stop Peter from seizing the opportunity to jack up the price. That, after all, was one of his favorite pastimes aside from bragging. For Peter, who had grown up in poverty, those Green Alliance bills were the most wonderful things in the world, far more precious than any rare collectible. I must say, Mr. Sato, you have the sharpest eye I've ever seen. This rare Duskull Pokemon egg I retrieved from a dangerous ruin in the Hoenn region. I had intentionally placed it in that corner, and yet you still spotted it. For that, I think I can offer you a deal. Peter clapped his hands as he walked over with a smile to Sato, who was holding the Duskull Pokemon egg. With a perfectly straight face, he began to spin a so-called legendary tale about his connection to the egg. As Peter spoke with flair and enthusiasm, the Duskull Pokemon egg was transformed in his story into the direct descendant of a ghost-type Pokemon powerful enough to defeat minor legendary Pokemon. Its value, without anyone noticing, had already inflated dozens of times over. If this guy doesn't become a storyteller, it's a waste of talent. He must have put most of his life skill points into the con artist profession. I almost believed I'd picked up a glittering golden egg. Though in fairness, this Duskull Pokemon egg really is a golden egg. Watching the middle-aged man before him lie through his teeth with an utterly calm expression, Sato couldn't help but marvel at how wildly Peter's demeanor contrasted with his earlier persona. Sato also noticed, keenly, that the shadow behind Peter revealed the embarrassed face of the Jengar hiding within it. Even Jengar seemed ashamed of its trainer's antics. The aloof and mysterious Peter from earlier, gone without a trace. What stood before Sato now was clearly a flamboyant, repressed middle-aged man in disguise, one who'd willingly shed his mask the moment he smelled the sweet scent of Alliance money. Unfortunately for Peter, his opponent this time was also someone who had grown up poor, Sato himself. And as a farmer's son, Sato was no slouch when it came to bargaining. Half an hour later, Sato emerged from the ghost house with a satisfied expression, carrying 2 incubators holding Pokemon eggs. Behind him, Peter also wore a pleased grin. After a fierce price war, Sato, a fellow child of poverty, had fully showcased his haggling prowess, slashing Peter's original asking price of 80 million Poke Dollars down to just 10 million. Compared to Misdreavus, with a base stat total of 435, Duskull's 295 made it clearly inferior. Add to that the fact that Duskull, like Ghastly, was a widely distributed ghost-type Pokemon, and it was much less rare than Misdreavus. As such, the typical market price of a Duskull egg hovered around 5 million Poke Dollars, meaning Peter had still made out like a bandit. He was quite satisfied. As for selling live Duskull, unless one could confirm the individual Pokemon's high potential, most Pokemon hunters wouldn't bother trying to sell such low-tier ghost types. Demand was just too low, looks do matter. Since ghost types like Duskull were relatively easy to catch, most trainers preferred doing it themselves rather than wasting money buying one. This was also why Peter's collection rarely included initial-stage ghost types like Ghastly. They simply didn't sell. Keeping them around was just a waste of food money, and ghost types weren't cheap to feed, either. Peter, being a shrewd and heartless merchant, didn't deal in money-losing products. Ghastly, in particular, was just too common among ghost Pokemon in the Kanto region. Anyone willing to look could find one in nearly any graveyard after dark. Hunters like Peter, who specialized in capturing ghost types, preferred going after higher value or rarer specimens, such as Dusclops or Haunter. After walking a fair distance from the ghost house, Sato took out a black wristband and placed the 2 Pokemon eggs inside this wristband-shaped storage equipment. He then turned to glance back at the now-shut ghost house. Seconds later, Crobat suddenly swooped down from above and carried him into the night sky. By their very nature, ghost-type Pokemon were dead things. They didn't need to breathe, and the same was true of their Pokemon eggs. So unlike the Piku egg he'd handled before, Sato didn't need to keep the Misdreavus or Duskull eggs in his regular backpack. They could safely be stored in his storage gear. In addition, Sato also placed the jade pendant into the same compartment as the 2 eggs. This pendant was the 770 million Poke Dollar intermediate life energy collector. According to the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, ghost-type Pokemon eggs were much harder to hatch than those of other types. Standard incubators were completely ineffective for them. The reason lay in their severe deficiency in life energy. Most Pokemon eggs were born rich in life force. Ghost-type eggs, however, received no such blessing. Pokemon eggs were supposed to nurture life, but ghost-type Pokemon were, in essence, dead things. Without vitality of their own, if they wanted to be born or even just continue existing in the mortal realm, they had to absorb life energy from living creatures, or certain kinds of negative energy. In other words, ghost-type Pokemon eggs could only hatch by absorbing sufficient life force or negativity. In a way, hatching a ghost-type Pokemon egg was a grueling transformation from death to life. Misdreavus primarily fed on fear energy, but it could also consume life energy, although it wouldn't significantly improve its growth or potential. Since Sato didn't have anything like a fear energy collector, the only way he could hatch the Misdreavus egg for now was by using life energy. The jade pendant had been hanging from Sato's neck for quite a while, and was now fully charged with life energy. It was the perfect substitute for a hatching accelerator. After placing the slightly overflowing pendant inside the spatial gear with the eggs, the little ones inside would naturally begin absorbing the life energy in accordance with their instincts. And just as Sato had expected, both eggs reacted strongly to the life energy within the pendant. When Sato returned to his hotel room and laid the 3 items out on a table for a short while, he noticed tiny greenish particles of light emerging from the pendant and slowly seeping into the surface of the pitch-black ghost-type eggs. Though subtle, Sato could clearly observe one thing. Each time one of those green particles merged into an egg, its lifeless aura would brighten just a little, and the dark mist lingering around its surface would fade slightly. Moreover, as the eggs continued to absorb the glowing particles, faint white specks began to appear on their otherwise ink-black shells. These tiny white dots shone like starlight, standing out brilliantly against the dark shell, just like stars in a midnight sky. Chapter 447, Chapter 446, Uninvited Guests. The 2 ghost-type Pokemon were absorbing life energy at a rapid pace, and it seemed the little beings inside were starting to realize that the emerald green particles flowing into them were beneficial. Under Sato's observation, the 2 yet-to-be-born Pokemon had already learned the meaning of competition. 2 invisible forces were being released from the ghost-type Pokemon eggs, each one vying for the life energy emanating from the jade pendant. Judging by the current situation, the little one in the Duskull egg was much stronger at seizing the life energy than the one in the Misdreavus egg. About 60% of the life energy from the jade pendant had been taken by the one in the Duskull egg. Perhaps feeling dissatisfied, the Misdreavus egg would occasionally tremble slightly during the absorption process. Though the movement was subtle, Sato caught it immediately. It was clear that both ghost-type eggs were voracious consumers. The life energy stored inside the intermediate-level jade pendant energy collector was completely devoured in under half an hour, and not a single green particle emerged afterward. Even so, only a few more white specks had appeared on the surface of the 2 ghost-type Pokemon eggs. Hatching ghost-type Pokemon really is difficult. No wonder the Grimoire of Dark Spirits says that without any external help, a ghost-type Pokemon egg sometimes takes over a decade to hatch. Seeing the pendant's stored energy completely exhausted with barely any change in the eggs, Sato's expression darkened slightly, and he sighed inwardly. To recharge the jade pendant would take at least 2 days, and that's only if Sato kept it in a densely populated, life-rich environment. Based on the changes he observed from the Pokemon eggs during the life energy absorption, Sato estimated it would take at least several months before the 2 Pokemon could be successfully born into the world. If I were to focus on just one of them, I could probably cut the time in half, but even then, that's still at least 2 months. Whatever. This kind of thing can't be rushed. One step at a time. After some deliberation, Sato retrieved the 2 Pokemon eggs and stored them in the wristband-style spatial device on his arm. He then put the jade pendant back around his neck and hid it under his clothes. Though not much had happened tonight, it had been mentally exhausting, whether it was escaping the assassins chasing Lizamon and her daughter or the battle of wits with the black-hearted Pokemon hunter Pete. So after enjoying a hearty late-night snack with his Pokemon and a simple wash-up, Sato lay in bed. Within minutes, the room fell into darkness and the sound of steady breathing filled the air. The next morning at 7 o'clock sharp, Sato woke to the sound of his alarm. As usual, he washed up and had breakfast with his Pokemon, then set off for morning training. He once again chose the same uninhabited island over 10 kilometers from Cinnabar Island as the training site. However, this morning's session brought a few unexpected and unwelcome guests. And not just uninvited, they were clearly aggressive, though their motives were not yet clear. "We meet again, kid. I really didn't expect you to be one of the boss's people. Let me reintroduce myself, name's Marlos. I came here today to make a deal with you." Marlos, dressed in full camouflage military gear, stood atop his Magnezone, looking down at Sato with a confident, almost charming smirk on his handsome face. Surprisingly, he was speaking on equal terms for once. But when his eyes flicked toward the Piku on Sato's shoulder, an unmistakable look of greed flashed across them. Along with Marlos were several young men dressed in sailor uniforms. They rode Gyarados, Blastoise, and Lapras, and appeared just off the shoreline. It was clear these 3 were acting under Marlos's command, surrounding him protectively while subtly forming a perimeter around Sato. Sato instantly noticed the unmasked greed in Marlos's gaze toward Piku, and his fury surged. Piku had been hatched by his own hands, he practically considered himself the little one's parent. "If you're here about that again, you can turn around and fuck off. Of course, if you want to try force, I'll give you an answer, you're going to die. Even with the trash you brought along today, no one's saving you." Though Sato was already seething from that one greedy glance, he still restrained himself from attacking immediately. He forced himself to endure Marlos's insolence, replying in a cold, steely voice while locking eyes with him. At the same time, a sharp whistle from Sato brought his Pokémon, Swampert, Bellossom, and Crobat, swiftly back to his side, forming a tight defensive ring around him. Sato recognized this brat from Vermilion City, Marlos, the so-called Little Thunder God. They had exchanged a few words back on the rocket plane headed to Cinnabar Island. But to Sato, that conversation had been far from pleasant. That exchange made it clear, Marlos was every bit the arrogant, aggressive rich brat you'd expect. He was reckless, vain, and prone to domination. Marlos specialized in electric-type Pokémon. In terms of knowledge and experience with the type, he likely even surpassed Sato, and naturally, he could tell Piku was no ordinary Pokémon. Though Sato had shown great strength during the chaotic battle back then, Marlos, who dared to skim even Janine and Maya, wasn't the type to fear some nameless rocket recruit. He had straight up tried to demand Sato hand over his Piku. The Rocket Gang was a dark organization, built on the law of the jungle. If Sato surrendered Piku, it would be the same as announcing to everyone that he was weak and easily bullied. And more importantly, Piku was a member of Sato's family now. Sato had immediately blown up and flat-out rejected Marlos's demand. Marlos was the kind of hot-headed spoiled brat who couldn't stomach rejection. And so, a brief battle broke out. Due to the terrain, Marlos sent out his Electabuzz, while Sato chose Arbok. Though Arbok was 4 levels lower at the time, level 38 versus 42, it used its 3-pattern snake markings, the shed skin ability, and Sato's excellent command to ultimately defeat Electabuzz. If it hadn't been for a rocket member at the pseudo-elite 4 level stepping in just in time, the stunned Marlos would have been killed by Arbok's venomous fangs. Hearing Sato's murderous words now, Marlos's smile instantly vanished. His face flushed red, but he seemed to recall something even more important and forced himself to stay calm. Humph, don't bring that up again. If it weren't for the terrain, your Arbok wouldn't have touched a hair on my Electabuzz. I came in good faith this time, see for yourself. With a scowl, Marlos pulled out a scroll and tossed it toward Sato, still sounding disgruntled. Chapter 448, Chapter 447, Marlos Deal. The next second, a crisp paw sound rang out. Since Sato didn't move to catch it, the scroll landed on the sandy ground in front of him, scattering some grains of sand as it fell. Seeing that Sato hadn't taken the scroll, Marlos' expression grew even more unsightly. He gritted his teeth but ultimately held back from remaining silent. He already had enough trouble on his plate. If he were to offend this direct subordinate of Boss Giovanni's, he might not even make it out of the rookie competition in one piece. Although Marlos was usually brash and headstrong, he wasn't stupid. While he preferred to solve problems with his fists, when it came to situations that couldn't be handled by brute force alone, he did know how to employ the art of compromise. Right now, he was facing something fists alone couldn't solve. Because he had sabotaged the relationship between Janine and Maya, Marlos was now being relentlessly hunted by the two. More accurately, it was a hunt led by Janine, with Maya as backup. In truth, Marlos didn't fear Maya. What gave him a massive headache was Janine, the female ninja proficient in assassination and stealth techniques, who now tailed him like a shadow. If he hadn't been extra cautious, and if Janine hadn't been wary of killing too openly, he would have been poisoned to death several times by now. Marlos was like a startled bird at this point. He had finally realized just how terrifying it was to provoke a kunoichi like Janine. Now, he constantly carried powerful antidotes on him and distrusted any outside food. Unless it had been tested with a silver needle, he wouldn't dare touch it. As one of the few second-generation elites in Team Rocket, Marlos knew much more about the rookie competition than Sato did. Even before Stage 2 had officially begun, he had already received precise intel. This next stage would be held on an uninhabited island somewhere within the Orange Islands. Note, the Orange Islands is the region where Ash once competed in the Orange League. Located in the southern part of the Kanto region, it's made up of many islands, most of which are uninhabited. Due to the sparse population and widely dispersed islands, the League has minimal presence in this area, making it a haven for pirates and smugglers. Of course, since Marlos knew this, Janine, an even more legitimate, second-generation elite of Team Rocket, would definitely know as well. And that's why Marlos knew that in the upcoming rookie competition, Janine would not pass up this chance to take him out within the bounds of the rules. So, he had decided to find a capable ally to help eliminate this dangerous nuisance. Currently, many powerful rocket agents were gathered on Cinnabar Island, all awaiting the second stage of the rookie competition. Among them were direct disciples raised by the major faction leaders within Team Rocket. As one of the few second-generation elites in Team Rocket, Marlos naturally knew many of these faction-trained elites. However, whether it was because he'd gone too far this time, or because Janine was simply too formidable, or maybe just because his reputation among the younger generation was absolute trash, Marlos couldn't find a single person willing to help him, no matter how tempting an offer he made. Marlos wasn't someone who would just sit around and wait to die. Left with no other choice, he remembered Sato, the guy he'd fought on the Team Rocket aircraft not long ago. After his Electabuzz had actually lost to Sato's Arbok, Marlos had someone investigate Sato. At first, all he got was that Sato was a civilian trainer with a clean record. But Marlos wasn't blind, he had seen how Sato and Joe Kondo interacted on the plane, casually and closely. And he knew who Joe Kondo was, one of Boss Giovanni's most trusted people. That alone told Marlos all he needed to know. Anyone who could chat so intimately with Joe definitely had backing. More importantly, Marlos simply couldn't believe that some no-name civilian trainer could grow to such strength in just over a month, and even defeat him, unless, of course, the guy had used the terrain to his advantage like a coward. Later, through his cousin Lieutenant Surge, Marlos managed to obtain an updated file on Sato. Just as he'd suspected, Sato was one of Boss Giovanni's direct subordinates. However, it was also confirmed that Sato was of civilian origin. Marlos also knew that Giovanni had a preference for raising loyal civilian trainers with clean records. So, in Marlos' eyes, Sato was someone lucky enough to be handpicked and secretly nurtured by Boss Giovanni. And when it came to civilian trainers, Marlos had only 2 words to describe them: poor and weak. Of course, after having fought Sato himself, Marlos no longer believed he was weak. But he did still believe that Sato was poor. With that in mind, and with nowhere else to turn, Marlos decided to take a chance with Sato, hoping that a generous enough reward would buy his help. And even if he couldn't get Sato's help, he figured he might at least drag him into the mess to split the heat. As for the fact that he had previously acted rude and disrespectful toward Sato, in Marlos' mind, his offer was enough to make any small-time civilian forget a trivial slight. To win Sato over, Marlos had brought something of real value, namely, the scroll he'd just tossed over. To Sato, that scroll was worth a fortune. Why? Because the scroll was a map. A detailed map of the very island where Stage 2 of the rookie competition would be held. It was no exaggeration to say that any Rocket member participating in the second stage would increase their chances of success by at least 50% if they had this map. This particular map had been obtained for Marlos by his cousin Lieutenant Surge at great cost. As for how it had been procured, Marlos only knew it came from Team Rocket's Poseidon faction. While the Orange Islands had many islands, years of exploration by smugglers had exposed the locations of most of them, including the one selected for the rookie competition. The Poseidon faction was one of the 3 most powerful groups within Team Rocket, controlling the organization's maritime trade and having close ties with various smugglers. For them, getting an island map like this was a piece of cake. When his cousin handed over the map, he had done so with grave seriousness, and Marlos knew from his tone that the cost of acquiring this map had been enormous. Sato, being Giovanni's man, wouldn't have access to this information, Marlos was certain of that. Giovanni had a strict reputation within Team Rocket, and he had gone to great lengths to organize this rookie competition. There was no way he'd allow even a hint of cheating if he was aware of it. And if he didn't allow others to cheat, then naturally, he wouldn't cheat either. That's why Marlos believed that Sato definitely didn't know about the map. In fact, Marlos had initially considered using the map to win over other faction-raised elites, but he didn't trust them enough to show it. And after facing rejection after rejection, he gave up on that idea altogether. He figured they'd probably prefer to see Janine kill him off. If he had shown the map, they might have just turned around and sold him out. So why was he willing to show it to Sato now? Simple, Marlos knew Sato didn't have the map. And he believed that Sato, as a civilian-born trainer, wanted to rise through the ranks. And if Sato wanted to rise up, he wouldn't be foolish enough to report this map to his superiors. Doing so wouldn't be in his best interest. Yes, Marlos was gambling. Gambling that Sato didn't know about the map, and also gambling on the fact that Sato wouldn't turn him in. And when he saw the change in Sato's expression as he unrolled the scroll and took in its annotated contents, Marlos knew his gamble had paid off. Sato hadn't known about the map. Are you sure this is real? Sato stared at the map, his expression shifting. After a deep breath, he looked seriously at Marlos and asked. Seeing Sato's reaction, the darkness on Marlos' face instantly vanished. He smiled again and pulled out a green stone with a lightning bolt pattern etched into it. Of course. And if you agree to my terms, not only will you get this map, but you'll also get this little gem. It's a great item, your Piku would definitely love it. Marlos waved the stone in front of Sato, smiling as he spoke. Chapter 449, Chapter 448, Rejection. A thunderstone, and it's not a bad one either. What a shame. My Piku can't possibly use a thunderstone, not even a top-grade one, Sato muttered silently to himself, shifting his attention from the map in his hand to Marlos, noticing the crystal green stone with lightning-like streaks in the latter's hand. How about this? If you agree to my upcoming request, both this map and this top-grade thunderstone are yours. Free of charge. Just so you know, top-quality evolution stones can actually improve a Pokemon's potential. If your Piku evolves into Pikachu and uses this, its aptitude will rise even further. Seeing Sato glance doubtfully at the thunderstone in his hand, Marlowe smiled and took the chance to explain, his voice smug with superiority. Deep down, he was already cursing Sato as a backwater hick. No need. I'd rather stay a spectator. Marlowe, as much as I'm really interested in what you're holding, I don't trust you. Let's call this meeting off like it never happened. Before Marlowe could even voice his conditions, Sato threw the map back to him without hesitation, his expression calm. Although Marlowe hadn't spelled it out yet, Sato had a pretty good idea of what the men wanted. He likely intended for Sato to help eliminate Janine, a major thorn in his side. But what Marlowe probably didn't know was that it had been Sato who secretly leaked the information about the Keystone and Mega Stone to Team Rocket. If Marlowe ever found out, he'd want to tear Sato to pieces. After all, we're talking about billions of poke dollars. In essence, the whole debacle had been orchestrated by Sato alone to wrest that fortune from Marlowe's hands. No one had sabotaged Marlowe worse than Sato had. So yes, Sato wasn't just Marlowe's enemy, he was someone Marlowe would kill without hesitation if he ever got the chance. Sato understood this perfectly. Deep down, he hoped Janine would kill Marlowe without even knowing the full story. As for helping Marlowe, that was a joke. Sato knew exactly what kind of man Marlowe was. He'd already sold out people like Janine and Maya, who had once been fairly close to him. Why would he treat Sato any better? Marlowe's character was rotten to the core. Working with him was like negotiating with a tiger to borrow its skin. Sato guessed the only reason Marlowe had come to him at all was because he couldn't find anyone else desperate or foolish enough to collaborate with him. That in itself spoke volumes about how hated Marlowe was even within Team Rocket. Helping him would just drag Sato into a mess and make enemies of the many people hoping for Marlowe to die. As for the map, Sato did feel a little regret. It probably was genuine. But it was a hot potato. If Giovanni ever found out he was hiding a map like that, Sato would be finished in Team Rocket. And if Marlowe survived this ordeal, he'd definitely use it to blackmail him later. After weighing the risks, Sato had no hesitation in kicking Marlowe to the curb. You've got a death wish. Marlowe's face flushed bright red, like a cooked Magikarp, as he trembled with rage at Sato's blunt rejection, especially at being called untrustworthy before he could even speak. Killing intent surged off him as he hurled multiple pokeballs into the sand, releasing Ampharos, Electabuzz, and Electrode. What now? You really want to start something here? A loser like you still dares to act tough. TCH. Sato's eyes narrowed, his gaze cold and full of killing intent as he stared Marlowe down without flinching. Swamp. As soon as Sato finished speaking, his Swampert stomped forward with force, causing the ground beneath Marlowe and his Pokémon to quake violently. Then, letting out an ear-splitting roar, Swampert's aura surged to its peak, instantly transforming into a mountain-like pressure that bore down on Marlowe and his team like a terrifying beast. High above, Crobat had already taken flight. A massive white cyclone formed in the sky under its control, pulling in even the drifting clouds. Winds began whipping violently through the air, and waves surged along the shoreline. Meanwhile, Bellisum raised two bright green energy orbs the size of soccer balls in both hands, releasing an intense aura that made the electric types beside Marlowe shudder instinctively. Hiss hiss hiss. As for Arbok, the snake's chest pattern had already shifted into its speed variant. Coiled and upright, its massive head loomed, glaring sinisterly at Marlowe atop his magneton. Its forked tongue flicked in and out menacingly. Marlowe instantly felt his scalp go numb and a chill spread down his spine, that familiar fear of death washing over him, memories of nearly being killed by Arbok resurfacing vividly. He realized, with horror, that the distance between him and Arbok was less than 5 meters. Given its speed, Arbok could snap his neck in under a second. If we fight now, I'll die. That cold splash of terror extinguished the fury burning in Marlowe's chest. He finally realized he had underestimated Sato far too much. This was not someone he could push around. If they actually fought, he'd be the one lying dead in the sand. You're good, Sato. Real good. We'll see how long that luck holds. Face ashen, Marlowe retrieved all of his Pokémon and forced out a final threat before slinking off with his sour-faced subordinates. What a fucking clown. Anyway, hey, you two over there. You've been watching for a while now, haven't you? Come on out already. Hiding like that isn't good. Watching Marlowe flee with his tail between his legs, Sato scoffed disdainfully. Then, turning his head toward a dense patch of bushes nearby, he spoke coldly. While talking to Marlowe, Sato had already received a discreet message from Crobat, alerting him that someone else was lurking nearby. At first, he'd assumed it was one of Marlowe's people, so he'd stayed cautious while preparing to confront him. But when the hidden party neither stepped in nor left with Marlowe, Sato concluded they weren't on the same side. Sure enough, a rustle of leaves came from the bushes he'd been watching. Moments later, a blonde woman in a flower-green dress and a cold-eyed girl in a dark purple ninja outfit stepped into view. It was Maya and Janine. Well, so it's them. Marlos, you poor bastard. You're dead for sure. Your every move is being watched by your enemies. How the hell are you gonna survive this? Seeing them emerge, Sato couldn't help but mentally light a candle for Marlos and wish him a peaceful death. Chapter 450, Chapter 449, Forming an Alliance. The appearance of Maya and Janine here meant only one thing: Marlos had never truly shaken off their pursuit. His every move had been exposed to the two of them. All, in Sato's eyes, Marlos was basically a dead man walking now. If not for the fact that Maya and Janine were concerned that killing Marlos outright would make themselves the prime suspects, Marlos would likely have already died at their hands. These two women aren't ones to be messed with, especially Janine. I'd bet Marlos ended up like this because of her. Yeah. Marlos was just too young, after all. Watching the two women, one smiling, the other cold-faced, walking toward him, Sato wore a blank expression as he thought to himself. What did Marlos give you just now? Tell me. Janine was never one to beat around the bush. The moment she stood before Sato, her face was ice cold, and she asked her question in a commanding tone, her eyes devoid of emotion from start to finish. Faced with her cold and interrogative attitude, Sato immediately frowned. Yes, she was the daughter of Koga, the Poison-type Elite Four member, but he wasn't one of Koga's subordinates. He was a direct subordinate of Giovanni, the Team Rocket boss. That meant he had no obligation to answer Janine at all. I thought Marlos was already pretty arrogant, but this woman's on another level. No wonder he tried to screw her over. They probably couldn't stand each other even on a good day. That was the impression Janine left on Sato upon their first encounter. As for strength, Sato didn't think he was weaker than her. In his view, Janine's strength lay mainly in her extreme survivability and stamina. Thanks to that, she could constantly harass her enemies like a top-tier assassin, always disappearing after a failed hit, then striking again when her prey was weakened and vulnerable. But, like her, Sato was the trainer of a Crobat. No matter what illusions or escape tactics she used, they wouldn't work. Crobat was the perfect counter to someone like Janine, whose specialty was assassination. Not to mention, with Bellisum, his support Pokemon who had healed Bell and aromatherapy, Janine's powerful poison techniques posed little threat to him. So while Marlos might fear her, Sato didn't. If Janine dared make a move, he'd show her what it meant to mess with him. As he frowned, Swampert and Arbok had already stepped in to guard him from left and right. Bellisum appeared behind Maya and Janine, wielding her twin leaf blades. And Crobat hovered silently in midair, 4 meters above the two women. All 4 of Sato's main Pokemon now stared Janine down, murderous intent brimming. If either Maya or Janine made the slightest wrong move, they would strike instantly and tear them to pieces. With Sato's intimidating silence and the threatening presence of his Pokemon, the atmosphere grew intensely tense in seconds, like a powder keg ready to blow. Ahahaha, Mr. Sato, I'm so sorry. Please believe me, Janine didn't mean any harm. She's just like that. She's not very good at expressing herself, so please don't take it to heart. Just then, Maya, who was quick to read the room and had recently learned how to play peacemaker, stepped forward. She walked cautiously and smiled warmly at Sato. But the very next second, she felt a sharp object press against her back, making her hair stand on end. She didn't need to look to know, it was Janine, poking her with a kunai. Still, Maya had spent enough time with Janine to understand her a bit. Janine was the textbook, cold on the outside, warm on the inside, type of kunoichi. When it came to enemies, she was merciless. But toward bystanders, so long as they didn't deliberately provoke her, she didn't really care. Overall, she wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately. Unfortunately, Janine's father, Koga, hadn't exactly been a good parent. Though he taught her powerful skills, he didn't teach her how to interact with others. As a result, Janine had the social IQ of a rock. Maya had already seen plenty of situations where Janine offended people just by opening her mouth. To prevent things from spiraling out of control and dragging her into the mess, she often had to step in as the mediator. Maya had a good idea of how dangerous Sato was. The image of his Swampert blasting a pseudo-Elite Four level Gyarados into the air with a single punch was still fresh in her mind. The last thing she wanted was to make an enemy of him because of Janine. Sato, meanwhile, had realized by now that Janine didn't mean to be insulting, she was just socially inept. He waved his hands lightly, signaling his Pokemon to stand down. It's nothing. Just a partial manuscript on Pokemon training methods. He tried to use it to rope me into helping him, but I turned him down. After thinking for a moment, Sato casually made something up, part true, part false, and told them. You made a wise decision. Janine didn't even bother to verify the claim. After saying this, she turned and walked toward the sea. A moment later, she rode off alone on a tentacruel and disappeared. Even though he knew she was just socially clueless, Sato still found her behavior extremely irritating. He was now seriously reconsidering whether he wanted to trade the toxic essence with her. She clearly wasn't someone worth dealing with. Before long, Janine's figure vanished from view. "Aren't you going with her, Miss Psychic?" Sato raised an eyebrow when he saw Maya hadn't followed Janine. From what he knew so far, Maya should have been playing the role of her follower. In truth, Sato and Maya had gotten along fairly well. Back on the rocket aircraft, she had taken the initiative to approach and befriend him, showing goodwill. Sato could tell she was quite savvy when it came to dealing with people. Her staying behind now likely meant she had something important to discuss with him. As expected of a veteran and a psychic, Maya only needed to glance at Sato's expression, and lightly scan him with her subtly glowing blue eyes, to roughly guess what he'd just been thinking. "Mr. Sato, I think you may have misunderstood something. I'm not some flunky of that awkward ice queen. I owed her a favor, and now I've repaid it. Oh, and I'd prefer you call me Maya. Miss Psychic sounds way too rustic." She puffed her cheeks a little in dissatisfaction as she corrected him. "I see. In that case, Miss Maya, I'd also ask you not to use your psychic powers to try to gauge my thoughts again. That's extremely impolite." Having had his recent thoughts seen through, Sato's expression turned a bit darker. He averted his eyes from hers and spoke in a rather unfriendly tone. "My apologies, Mr. Sato. That's just a bad habit of mine. I promise I won't try to read your thoughts again." Maya sensibly extinguished the blue glow in her eyes, then gave him a small bow in apology. "The truth is, Mr. Sato, I came here today hoping we could form an alliance. Do you know the rules for the second phase of the rookie competition?" She lifted her head, her expression turning serious as she posed the question. Chapter 451, Chapter 450, Match Location and Rules. Rules? What rules? Sato didn't even bother responding to most of what Maya had just said. He instantly picked up on the most valuable keyword from her sentence and questioned her directly. Since it was a competition, there were bound to be rules. Competitors had to thoroughly understand these rules before the match began. Otherwise, no matter how strong you were, you could easily end up at a disadvantage simply because of them. Maya had just mentioned the rules for the second phase of the rookie competition. As a new recruit aiming to do well in this tournament, Sato was extremely interested. And from the sound of it, very few people currently knew the rules for the second phase. At the very least, Sato, despite being a close subordinate of Giovanni, was completely in the dark about them. This suggested that the rules for the second phase were currently under tight wraps. Though it was unfortunate, Sato knew that no matter the era or the organization, fairness in competitions was always difficult to achieve. At best, you could hope for relative fairness. Upon hearing Sato's near-instant response, Maya gave him a knowing look, as if she'd expected this. She didn't answer his question right away, instead, she smiled at him sweetly. After all, knowing the rules in advance gave you a massive edge. It was like being fully prepared for an exam compared to someone who started cramming the night before. It was a big advantage. So, until Sato agreed to become one of her people, Maya had no intention of handing that advantage over. "What you said earlier about forming an alliance probably has something to do with the rules, right? If I'm not wrong, the rules for the second phase must put you at a big disadvantage, so you're scrambling to find someone to team up with. Let's hear it. If you tell me, I might lend you a hand during the match. And if it makes sense, I'll consider teaming up with you." Seeing Maya keeping silent like that, Sato immediately understood what she was getting at. After a moment of frowning and thinking, he gave her a solemn promise. While Sato definitely wanted to learn the rules ahead of time, agreeing to Maya's terms without thinking it through could easily land him in a worse position. So, after weighing things out, Sato offered a conditional trade. "Fine. Just don't forget to help me out when the time comes. The location for the second phase is seriously dangerous, and the rules are just plain cruel." Maya pouted a bit at Sato's refusal to hunt without seeing the rabbit, but seeing as she at least got a verbal agreement, she reluctantly shared the intel she had managed to gather. Sato listened closely to her explanation and complaints about the rules. The more he heard, the more alarmed he became. His brow furrowed tighter and tighter into a scowl. The second phase of the rookie competition would take place on an uninhabited island somewhere in the Orange Islands. According to Maya, the island was massive, at least 500,000 square kilometers. It was rich in natural resources and home to a huge number of wild Pokemon, with species from multiple regions. But for some unknown reason, the island was surrounded year-round by a dense sea fog and powerful whirlpools, leaving it almost completely cut off from the outside world. Team Rocket only discovered the island by accident during a maritime incident. Once they realized the location didn't even exist on maps, they began secretly developing it. After years of exploration, Team Rocket had mostly finished surveying the island. However, because the island was surrounded by strong sea currents and whirlpools, full-scale development had proven too difficult. Instead of mining its rich natural resources, Team Rocket had focused on harvesting the abundant Pokemon population. Because of the island's isolation, its ecosystem had developed very differently from the outside world. Pristine jungles, now rare elsewhere, were still common across the island. Thanks to the well-preserved environment and favorable climate, wild Pokémon thrived there, and their average potential was noticeably higher than those found in the outside world. Team Rocket's researchers had discovered that, genetically, these Pokémon were more ancestral, their bloodlines more pure compared to their counterparts outside the island. Because of this, Team Rocket had long planned to turn this island into an elite breeding and supply base for the organization's Pokémon. However, the average level of the island's Pokémon was also significantly higher, with their strength surpassing the norm. Over the course of countless years, the island had developed a sophisticated ecological system, culminating in the rise of a powerful king of the island, a wild Dragonite of champion-level strength. Beneath this Dragonite, there were 4 regional lords. Though not quite as strong, each one was still at the champion level and commanded multiple powerful Pokémon. In short, the wild Pokémon on this island were terrifyingly strong. Even for an organization like Team Rocket, one of the top underground forces in the Pokémon world, taking control of the entire island was no small task. The island's king and its 4 regional rulers held an absolute grip over their territories. They were fiercely territorial and would not tolerate outsiders invading their home. There had been several attempts by Team Rocket to build large bases on the island and gradually expand operations, but each time, their facilities were destroyed by the Dragonite or one of the regional rulers leading hordes of wild Pokémon. These attempts came at a steep cost. Still, these confrontations weren't entirely fruitless. After losing several elite trainers in battle, Team Rocket finally earned the respect of the island's king and its rulers. In the end, they were allowed to move freely on the island, but strictly forbidden from claiming any land as their own. Now, Sato and the rest of the recruits who passed the first phase of the rookie competition would be competing on this perilous island. According to Maya, the rules for the second phase went like this. The second phase would last approximately 3 weeks. To keep things as fair as possible, each participant could only bring 6 of their own chosen Pokémon and a standard set of supplies issued by the organization. At the start of the stage, however, each participant was only allowed to bring in 1 Pokémon. To retrieve their remaining 5 Pokémon and obtain more supplies, they would need to collect number tags from other competitors. Every participant carried a personal number tag. If you lost your tag, you were automatically eliminated, no matter how many points you'd earned. Each time you captured someone else's tag, 1 point would be added to your score via a tracking device. According to Maya, the third phase would involve direct Pokémon battles, and the higher your score from Phase 2, the bigger your advantage in Phase 3. The top scorer would automatically qualify for the finals. This made the second phase critically important, essentially determining who would make it into the top 2 of the rookie competition. To pass, each participant needed to collect at least 5 points. But even then, they had to hold on to their own tag until the end of the phase. If your tag was taken, it didn't matter how many points you had, you were out. Chapter 452, Chapter 451, The First Ally. No matter how many points you earn beforehand, once your number tag is taken, it's all for nothing. So that's why alliances are necessary. After hearing what Maya said, Sato frowned slightly. He couldn't help but feel both shocked and troubled by how brutal the rules of this competition were. At the same time, he finally understood why Maya was so eager to form an alliance. In the second phase of the competition, relying solely on one's own strength would make it nearly impossible to succeed. The reason? That one rule: if your number tag is taken, you're out. Sato could already imagine what the rest of the competition would look like. Those on the weaker side would instinctively band together for mutual protection. Lone powerhouses, ironically, would be at a massive disadvantage. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. If he were surrounded, even someone as strong as Sato would likely be eliminated. It wouldn't even be necessary to defeat him, just snatching his number tag would be more than enough. This was especially true early in the competition. A powerful solo player like Sato would only have 1 Pokémon on hand, drastically reducing his overall strength. His risk of getting swarmed and knocked out early skyrocketed. And, since the rules strictly prohibited killing or lethal force, getting caught doing so would result in immediate disqualification, that made things even worse. This greatly reduced the fear the weaker participants might have. After all, no one was going to die. So instead of waiting to be eliminated by the stronger competitors, why not team up and eliminate the few strong players first, then fight it out among themselves? It's just human nature. Any reasonable person in this situation would probably do the same. So, how could the minority of strong trainers avoid being taken out by the masses of weaker ones? The best strategy would naturally be to form alliances themselves, eliminate the weak first, then battle each other later. However, the biggest difference between the strong and the weak was pride. Strong trainers tended to be extremely self-assured, often arrogant, making it much harder for them to band together than it was for the weak to do so. If Sato had guessed correctly, the standout participants in this rookie challenge were likely either second-generation elites or direct subordinates personally trained by powerful factions. These people likely had personalities similar to Marlos and Janine. Strong, intelligent, sure, but emotionally stunted compared to Rocket members who had clawed their way up from nothing. The thought of getting those people to work together made Sato immediately think of just one phrase: not a fucking chance. If I'm not mistaken, you're one of Lady Sabrina's direct subordinates, right? Then I doubt you're the only one she sent to participate in this rookie challenge. Why didn't you team up with them? Wouldn't they be far more trustworthy than an outsider like me? Sato looked at Maya's pleading face and, after thinking for a moment, asked seriously. You probably don't know this, but I only awakened my psychic powers about a year ago. Back then, I was just a small-time thug on the streets of Saffron City. And my psychic potential was really weak. People with better abilities and stronger backgrounds than me. There's no way they'd ever look at me as an equal. Maya's face dimmed as she responded. She lowered her head and cast her eyes downward, her voice laced with disappointment. Although she had been fortunate enough to awaken psychic powers and drastically change her fate, she'd found her new life wasn't necessarily happier than her old one. There's truth to the saying, comparison breeds resentment. Maya's humble origins and mediocre psychic aptitude placed her in a very awkward position within Sabrina's psychic guard. She was often subjected to glares, scorn, and bullying from her peers. So when she heard the rules of the competition from Sabrina, the idea of allying with those people never even crossed her mind. Not once. She hadn't even considered forming an alliance with other second-generation elites or faction-trained direct subordinates. Compared to someone like Sato, who had only been with Team Rocket for a short while, she knew exactly what kind of people they were. Her chances of teaming up with them were close to zero. Unless she was overwhelmingly strong enough to suppress those elites outright, her background alone would keep her excluded. Simply put, trainers like Maya and Sato, who had joined Team Rocket midstream, even if they were strong, still didn't belong to the same social circle as people like Janine, Marlos, or other faction-raised heirs. That's just how society and organizations work. The higher up you go, the more rigid the hierarchy. If you want in, you need incredible strength. That's why the clever Maya chose to ally with Sato. They were both civilian trainers by origin, both midstream recruits to Team Rocket. They had that in common, a shared hardship. More importantly, Maya recognized Sato's strength. She believed that if they teamed up, she'd have a much better shot at making it through the second phase of the competition. I see now. Well, I accept your offer to form an alliance. I'm looking forward to working with you, Miss Maya. After listening to Maya's explanation, Sato fully grasped her current situation. He nodded at her and extended his hand, smiling. I knew you'd agree to partner with me. Here's to a good partnership, Mr. Sato. Maya's face lit up the moment she heard his agreement. Her earlier gloom was swept away as she reached out to shake his hand joyfully. After confirming their alliance, the atmosphere between them warmed considerably. Maya also shared more intelligence with Sato, everything she knew. The two of them spent nearly an hour discussing their strategy for the second phase. Finally, satisfied, Maya took her leave. With the help of an alakazam, recently evolved from her Kadabra, she vanished from Sato's sight in an instant. Psychics really do have it easy when it comes to travel. Just one teleport and you're already miles away. Well, with her around, I won't have to worry as much about being mobbed at the start. Watching Maya vanish so effortlessly, Sato turned toward the sea and spoke with a trace of envy. The real reason he had so readily agreed to her proposal after learning the rules wasn't just because he needed a strong ally, though that was part of it. The bigger reason was Maya's identity as a psychic. She had been trained by Sabrina, and she had powerful psychic-type Pokemon under her command. That meant she likely had excellent tracking and recon capabilities, like precognition or marking with psychic energy. In other words, Maya's ability to teleport and reunite with him quickly was a massive advantage in the early stages of the match. With a psychic on his side, he'd have a much better shot at escaping if he ever got swarmed. I'm only allowed to use a designated team of 6 Pokemon, and the second phase will last a full 3 weeks. I really need to start preparing. After a moment, Sato recalled all his Pokemon except Crobat. Then he had Crobat carry him as he flew towards Cinnabar Island. Chapter 453, Chapter 452, Blazing Cheeks. In the bustling town of Cinnabar, inside a large battle facility packed with noise and spectators, Sato was engaged in a fierce Pokemon battle with another trainer on the A-Zone battlefield. On the rocky terrain of the battlefield, a Growlithe engulfed in flames was locked in a heated clash against a Rhyhorn cloaked in thick rock armor. Compared to the Rhyhorn, which was as massive and imposing as a heavily armored tank, even though Growlithe was more developed than average, it still looked incredibly small, like a child facing off against an adult. Faced with Rhyhorn's wild and relentless charges, Growlithe had no choice but to repeatedly evade its attacks. Fortunately, Growlithe was fast enough to dodge each of Rhyhorn's ferocious strikes. But even so, it remained in a difficult position. Rhyhorn's charges were not only vicious but also backed by explosive power and endurance that didn't match its bulky frame. Even when it missed, it left Growlithe with no opening to counterattack. Every time Growlithe dodged a charge and prepared to retaliate with a burst of flame, the next wave of Rhyhorn's assault would already be upon him. Relying on its natural rock typing to resist fire-type moves, its heavy stone armor powered by rock energy, and the glaring, earthy yellow horn on its snout. Rhyhorn, whose ability was Rock Head, didn't fear Growlithe's flamethrower at all when using Double Edge. It charged through the flames head-on. Under its trainer's command, the ground-type energy wrapped around its horn began to spin rapidly, forming a swirling yellow vortex centered on the horn, surrounded by whirling white air currents. This Rhyhorn was clearly powerful. With its trainer's careful nurturing, it had mastered the skill of multitasking, executing Drill Run and Double Edge simultaneously. Note: Rock Head, this ability prevents recoil damage from the Pokémon's own moves. Note: Double Edge, a normal-type physical move, power 120. The user receives significant recoil damage. Note: Drill Run, a ground-type physical move, power 80. The user drills into the opponent while spinning, with a high critical hit ratio. Growlithe's flamethrower was significantly weakened by the spinning energy vortex on Rhyhorn's horn, and the remaining flame was almost entirely neutralized by its thick stone armor. Seeing the tank-like Rhyhorn charge so fiercely again, Growlithe had no choice but to abandon the brief counterattack and quickly leap aside. Both Sato and Growlithe were well aware that a Rhyhorn using Double Edge was like a semi-truck with its accelerator floored. Growlithe in comparison was just a regular person standing in the way. If Growlithe took a direct hit, the consequences would be disastrous. Once again, Growlithe narrowly avoided Rhyhorn's rampaging charge. Its massive body couldn't break in time, and its head slammed into a large rock behind where Growlithe had just been. A moment later, boom. A deafening crash rang out. The massive boulder, nearly twice Rhyhorn's size, was instantly shattered by the impact of its head. Chunks of rock exploded in all directions. And yet, Rhyhorn acted as if nothing had happened. As its momentum slowed, it sharply turned and began another charge toward Growlithe, dodging falling debris midair. Flamethrower. By this point, under Sato's command, Growlithe had already retreated to another boulder. A searing orange-red jet of flame shot from its mouth, hot enough to distort the air, and hit the charging Rhyhorn squarely. Humph. Futile struggle. Keep using Drill Run with Double Edge. Go, Rhyhorn. Seeing Sato once again use boulders to try to injure his Rhyhorn, the opposing trainer sneered and shouted with contempt. However, this time the trainer had grown impatient. He didn't notice that the boulder Sato had guided Growlithe to was part of a trap. Roar. With a glint in its eyes, Rhyhorn roared in response. Then, as if receiving a subtle signal from its trainer, the muscles in Rhyhorn's legs swelled suddenly, its limbs doubled in thickness. In an instant, its speed surged. If it was a freight truck before, now it was a full-throttle bullet train. Deep, heavy hoofprints formed on the ground behind it as Rhyhorn's sharp horn tore through Growlithe's flamethrower, closing in with astonishing speed. The sudden burst of speed caught both Sato and Growlithe by surprise. Unfortunately for Rhyhorn, despite its acceleration, it was still not fast enough in Growlithe's eyes. With the cumulative boost from flame charge, Growlithe had reached the maximum 6-stage speed increase. Rhyhorn's boost couldn't make up that kind of gap. A sharp whoosh sliced through the air. Just before Rhyhorn could strike, Growlithe's eyes narrowed, its muscles tensed, and with explosive power, it vanished, leaving behind only a brief afterimage. A moment later, Rhyhorn crashed into the boulder. Like the others before it, the rock exploded under the force, unable to halt its charge. But this time, things were different. There were more boulders behind this one. From an aerial view of the battlefield, one could see that behind Growlithe were 7 or 8 boulders lined up in a near straight row. Around them lay the debris of shattered rocks, evidence of Sato's ongoing strategy. A single boulder couldn't stop Rhyhorn's charge, but the combined resistance of several managed to do just that. For the first time, Rhyhorn's charge was hindered. After smashing through 4 boulders, its momentum dropped sharply, and it came to a stop in front of the 5th. To make matters worse, its horn had become lodged in the rock, it couldn't pull free immediately. Finally paid off. Now's our chance. Growlithe, flamethrower, full power. After being chased around the field, Growlithe, a fire-type Pokémon, was already burning with frustration. Hearing Sato's command, its flames roared to life. In an instant, the flames around Growlithe flared and shifted color, from orange-red to pale white. The temperature surged by at least 200 to 300 degrees Celsius, and the nearby fragments of stone even showed signs of melting. A massive jet of pale-tinged orange flame erupted from Growlithe's mouth, striking Rhyhorn directly on the rear. Raff. Under the intense heat, Rhyhorn's relatively soft backside turned bright red, like a baboon's, and it let out a blood-curdling scream. It was clear Growlithe had hit a vital spot, possibly even endangering its, well, essential bits. In the end, with low special defense, Rhyhorn's rear bloomed from the flamethrower, its eyes rolled back, and it collapsed in a dead faint. Chapter 454, Chapter 453, Dragon Slayer, Arcanine. After commanding Growlithe to defeat a Rhyhorn, Sato quickly left the battlefield with him and headed to the exclusive rest area for challengers to recuperate. Once Growlithe had eaten several gem-grade poke blocks to recover his strength, and after Bellossom healed his injuries, Sato returned to the field with him, ready to face the next opponent. Since finishing his morning training, Sato had come to this largest battle arena in Cinnabar Island and had been entering match after match using Growlithe. As of the previous round, Growlithe had already participated in 8 battles at this arena, with a current record of 6 wins and 2 losses. In all 8 matches, Growlithe, currently at level 38, faced opponents of the same level range, every single one being elite-class Pokemon at level 30 and above. Although these intense same-level battles hadn't pushed him past level 38 yet, Sato estimated Growlithe was very close to reaching level 39. Indeed, Sato's main goal in coming to the battlefield was to squeeze out every last bit of potential that Growlithe had before evolving, by using a large number of Pokemon battles to do so. From the Pokédex data he remembered, Sato knew that Growlithe would naturally learn Heat Wave at level 41, and then Outrage at level 43. Note: Heat Wave, Fire-type special move, 95 power. Effect: attacks the opponent with Searing Air. May inflict burn. Note: Outrage, Dragon-type physical move, 120 power. Effect: unleashes a powerful flurry of attacks for a few turns, then causes confusion. Both Heat Wave and Outrage are extremely rare and powerful moves, especially Outrage, which can serve as a trump card for a counterattack at critical moments. Sato could already imagine that once Growlithe mastered these 2 moves, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap, especially after learning Outrage, his power would skyrocket instantly. That was precisely why, even though Growlithe was already level 38, Sato had not yet used the mutated Fire Stone to evolve him into Arcanine. A major reason was because of this. Sato knew that once Growlithe evolved into Arcanine, he would no longer be able to learn Heat Wave and Outrage by leveling up. For Arcanine to learn those moves, the only option would be via TMs. While the Heat Wave TM was potentially attainable, thanks to Sato's financial resources, the Outrage TM, being Dragon-type, was virtually impossible to get. It was even rarer than TMs like Mystical Fire, Taunt, or Heal Pulse. In fact, Sato suspected that the Outrage TM didn't even exist in the Pokemon world and could only be learned through tutelage. And the only places capable of teaching such a move were powerful dragon specialist factions like the Dragon Clan in Johto, the Draconid people in Hoenn, and the Village of Dragons in Unova. But clearly, Sato didn't have the kind of influence needed to get these ancient and prestigious powers to teach Outrage to his Arcanine. After all, Dragon types are only weak to Dragon, Ice, and Fairy-type moves. These Dragon-type specialist factions would almost never help outsiders to teach their Pokemon Outrage, a devastating move that counters Dragon types. Especially not to a Pokemon like Arcanine, who can naturally learn the powerful move Extreme Speed via leveling up. These groups would be even less likely to allow Outrage to be taught in that case. Note: Extreme Speed, Normal-type physical move, 80 power. Effect: a lightning-fast dash attack that always goes first. To put it simply, Extreme Speed is a powerful upgrade to Quick Attack. While Quick Attack only has +1 priority and 40 power, Extreme Speed has +2 priority and 80 power. Everyone knows that Quick Attack is incredibly useful in real battles. It pairs well with close-range moves, allowing fast engagement, and it enhances the damage of follow-up attacks via instant acceleration. For example, during his time in Hoenn, Ash often had Pikachu use Quick Attack with Volt Tackle. Though a common combo, its effectiveness was undeniable. As the upgraded version, Extreme Speed enhances a Pokemon's burst speed even more. Once used, it almost guarantees a speed advantage over the opponent. Note: this is why Dragonite is so formidable, even without Mega Evolution. Once it learns Extreme Speed, its massive stats as a Dragon-type allow it to dominate most Pokemon in actual combat. Now imagine this: if Arcanine masters the multitasking skill of split-second reaction, and then combines Extreme Speed with Outrage, it could become a dragon-slaying monster feared by all Dragon types. A 120 power Outrage, under type advantage, paired with the speed and pressure of Extreme Speed would one-shot most Dragon-type Pokemon instantly. After hearing from Maya about the rules of the second stage of the rookie competition, Sato had already decided to bring Growlithe as his main Pokemon for that initial phase. As for why he wasn't bringing his mainstays like Swampert, Crobat, or Bellossom, the reason was simple. After exploring the tropical jungle, he learned that Swampert, Crobat, and Bellossom were all disadvantaged in that terrain. The tropical rainforest undoubtedly housed large numbers of grass-type Pokemon, which would spell disaster for Swampert due to its 4x grass-type weakness. It might be awkward to admit, but that was a hard truth Sato learned the day he nearly died to a cunning Shiftry. As for Crobat, its greatest strength, speed in flight, would be heavily restricted by the dense vegetation. Once entangled by, say, countless vine whips, escape would be nearly impossible. Then there was Bellossom. Despite being a grass type and an excellent healer, her deterrent power would be minimal against the jungle's numerous other grass and bug types. In short, Sato had concluded that in order to survive in a rainforest teeming with grass and bug-type Pokemon, fire types were the best option. And among all fire types, Growlithe was undoubtedly outstanding. For the following reasons. Growlithe knows a large number of powerful fire-type moves, no fear when surrounded by grass or bug types. Just burn them all down. It is an excellent scout with a strong innate sense of loyalty and protectiveness. With Growlithe standing guard, Sato could rest easy. Once Growlithe evolve into Arcanine, not only will his power soar, but Sato will also have a strong land-based mount in the jungle. With that, Growlithe would cover offense, reconnaissance, and emergency evacuation when facing overwhelming enemies. Considering all of this, Sato was now eager to use frequent Pokemon battles to uncover Growlithe's full potential. His current goal was singular: push Growlithe to level 43 as soon as possible, then use the mutated top-grade Fire Stone to evolve him into Arcanine and greatly boost his base stats. As long as Growlithe successfully reaches level 43 and then evolves via that Fire Stone, Sato was confident he'd hold a massive early-game advantage in the next round of the tournament. Chapter 455, Chapter 454, Selected Pokemon. In the heart of Cinnabar Island, inside a large battle facility. On Battlefield B, Sato was now commanding his Growlithe, whose body was engulfed in bright orange flames, in an intense match against a female trainer's massive Onix. At present, Growlithe was clearly exhausted, though only lightly injured. Onix, on the other hand, still had some stamina left, but large parts of its body were scorched black, severely burned. Finish it. Use hidden power. As Growlithe narrowly dodged another barrage of falling rocks from Rock Slide, Sato immediately issued a counterattack command. At his trainer's words, the orange flames cloaking Growlithe were swiftly retracted into his thick fur. Then, several emerald green energy orbs formed and began to circle around him. The next second, under Growlithe's control, the multitude of emerald green orbs, hidden power, grass, shot toward the massive Onix like a machine gun. Onix had just used Rock Slide with all its strength and was still in the vulnerable gap between old power spent and new strength not yet summoned. Add in the severe burns, it stood no chance of dodging. Facing Growlithe's hidden power, grass, a move that had quadruple effectiveness against it, the already critically injured Onix couldn't hold on any longer. With a roar of frustration, it collapsed to the ground. Well done, Growlithe. You've worked hard, come back and rest. As the battle ended, Sato immediately recalled the exhausted Growlithe into its Pokeball. Amid loud applause from the spectators, he stepped down from the platform. Though Sato was eager to level up Growlithe, he also understood the need for balance. Pushing the Pokemon too hard would only ruin it, something he was careful to avoid. Fortunately, Cinnabar Island was crowded with trainers, including many elite ones. Sato had no shortage of training opponents here. So, after 30 battles and 24 wins, Sato allowed his now level 40 Growlithe to rest and sent him to the Pokemon Center nearby for the most comprehensive premium treatment available. Around 5 p.m., Cinnabar Pokemon Center. Sir, your Growlithe has been fully healed. However, he's been in too many battles today. Though all the internal injuries have been treated, I strongly advise against any more intense battles within the next 12 hours. A visibly tired Nurse Joy and her Chansey pushed the now revitalized Growlithe out of the VIP treatment room on a cart. Her tone held a note of reprimand. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, both of you. Sato gently picked Growlithe up from the cart and gave Nurse Joy a sincere nod of gratitude. Seeing Growlithe happily licking Sato's cheek with his pink tongue, Nurse Joy believed his words. After all, this was a trainer who willingly spent 100,000 Poke dollars on high-level treatment for his Pokemon, clearly wanting to give them nothing but the best. With her anger gone, Nurse Joy gave Sato a small nod before turning and heading back to her medical duties. 12 hours, huh, well, can't argue with a professional. Get some good rest, Growlithe. Once Nurse Joy had left, Sato set Growlithe down and patted his head helplessly. Then, he walked out of the Pokemon Center with him. Afterward, Sato prepared dinner for his Pokemon. To reward Growlithe for a hard day's work, he took him to an upscale barbecue restaurant and ordered the finest grilled veal. When it came to food, Pokemon were always excited, especially when it involved delicious grilled meat. Even Arbok was in a good mood, and with mischievous little Pika causing a ruckus in the private booth, the atmosphere was full of life. Unsurprisingly, with the gluttonous Swampert present, the restaurant owner and chefs had a painful yet oddly joyful time serving them. As always, happy times flew by. After dinner, Sato returned to the Pokemon Center and contacted Elsa, who was all the way in Lilycove City in the Hoenn region. That's right, because the second stage of the rookie competition only allowed 6 designated Pokemon, Sato had to finalize his team in advance. After much thought, he made his selection. His 6 Pokemon for the second stage would be Swampert, Crobat, Bellossom, Growlithe, Ditto, and Shiny Beautifly. Swampert, Crobat, Bellossom, and Growlithe were must-haves. As for Ditto and Shiny Beautifly, Sato had added them after thorough consideration. Ditto had always been central to Sato's disguise strategies. Without Ditto, his survivability would drop by at least 30%. At the beginning of the tournament, when trainers were only allowed to use one Pokémon, Sato was extremely vulnerable. Even with two, it was difficult to escape ambushes. That's why Ditto was crucial. With Ditto's transformation ability and the trainer ID tags of defeated opponents, Sato could effortlessly disguise himself and blend into weak trainer groups. Most contestants came from various regions and barely knew each other, so it was easy for Sato to infiltrate those groups. This way, even in the later stages of the tournament, he could rely on weaker groups as cover and avoid direct confrontations with stronger solo opponents. Sato deeply understood the principle of strength in numbers. On such a perilous island, relying solely on one's own strength wasn't enough. Teaming up was almost a necessity. And more importantly, while the island was full of danger, it was equally rich in opportunity, an undeveloped treasure trove. With the right disguise, Sato could leverage the strength of other Team Rocket members to go treasure hunting. As for why he chose Shiny Beautifly over Arbok, Sato believed that as the queen of bug types, Shiny Beautifly would allow him to survive better in a tropical jungle. Bug-type Pokémon were everywhere in such environments. With her natural authority, Shiny Beautifly could intimidate many of them, helping Sato avoid unnecessary trouble. Also, Sato intended to use the second stage of the tournament to further train Shiny Beautifly. Being a bug/flying type Pokémon, she had a huge advantage in the tropical jungle, where grass and bug types were abundant. In terms of 4 ratings, Shiny Beautifly was second only to Swampert. That said a lot about her capabilities. Even more important was that Sato trusted Shiny Beautifly far more than Arbok. After all, he hadn't had Arbok for very long. Arbok was still a wild and unruly serpent. Without the bond built over time, or the pressure of Swampert's authority, Sato found it hard to trust this cold-blooded killer. Shiny Beautifly was different. Sato had raised her from scratch. Her loyalty was unquestionable. He could trust her to watch his back. To ensure nothing went wrong, Sato had to consider every detail and eliminate every potential risk for the second stage of the rookie competition. Chapter 456, Chapter 455, Time to Shop, Shop, Shop. Right now, Sato had 8 Pokémon on him: Crobat, Bellossom, Swampert, Ditto, Growlithe, Piku, Meowth, and Arbok. Including the Shiny Beautifly that was about to be transferred over, that would make 9 Pokémon in total. Which meant he had to quickly deal with Piku, Meowth, and Arbok somehow. There was no doubt, Piku was going to be entrusted to the gorgeous and reliable Elsa. In fact, Piku, who naturally had a fondness for beautiful creatures, was quite taken with Elsa. He didn't mind at all being temporarily left in her care. As for Meowth and Arbok, now that was a headache. Meowth had, without a doubt, landed himself squarely on Elsa's blacklist. There was no way he could be left with her again. And Arbok. That terrifying, venomous serpent didn't even need discussion. His danger and trouble levels far surpassed Meowth's. The idea of dumping him on Elsa made even Sato feel like it was crossing a line. With no better option, Sato finally decided to temporarily house Meowth and Arbok at the most reputable and best-rated Pokémon daycare center in Cinnabar. Meowth might have a few quirks, but nothing major. As for Arbok, you really need to be careful with him. His temper isn't exactly mild. Both Pokémon need to follow the daily schedule exactly as written, and also. Before leaving, Sato gave the daycare caretaker endless instructions. He talked for over half an hour before finally leaving, still looking quite anxious. But since Sato had just dropped a hefty deposit of 2 million Poké in care and service fees, the male caretaker was nothing if not enthusiastic. Though overwhelmed by Sato's barrage of instructions, the man still took out a small notebook and carefully jotted everything down in detail. And as it turned out, he would be very grateful for that notebook in the days to come. Those notes were practically a matter of life and death. Once the arrangements for Piku, Meowth, and Arbok were complete, Sato released Crobat and had him fly toward the harbor. When it came to professional medical advice, Sato knew better than to ignore it. Growlithe's condition was a bit unique, so he wasn't going to let it battle again for the next 12 hours. But that didn't mean preparations for the second stage of the rookie competition could come to a halt. According to Maya's explanation, Team Rocket would temporarily store all belongings of the participants during the match, and each contestant would be given a designated storage bag, a set of equipment, and limited supplies. In other words, players weren't allowed to bring their own items into the tournament. Well, not entirely. Contestants could bring in a few personal items. After all, wealth was a kind of power. Completely banning pay-to-win strategies would be unfair to some very well-funded participants. And such a ban would undoubtedly spark outrage among the elite second-gens and Team Rocket's core circle of trainers. However, the items contestants could bring in didn't include standard supplies, spatial gear, or high-damage tools. And whatever they brought had to fit within the tournament's designated bag. Note, the tournament-issued spatial bag has a maximum volume of only 2 cubic meters, very small. Yes, this rule significantly nerfed pay-to-win tactics, drastically lowering the overall power level of wealthy players. But there was still room to work around it. With enough money, you could stuff some very nice things into that tiny 2 cubic meter space. Cinnabar Island was a technological hub in the Kanto region, ranking high in scientific advancement across the Pokemon world. It was also heavily influenced by capital forces, which meant you could always find some rare, high-end tech here that you wouldn't see anywhere else. Of course, if you went through official channels, outsiders had little chance of acquiring those high-end items from the tech centers. You might even get caught. So if you wanted to get your hands on the good stuff from Cinnabar's tech labs, you had to go through special channels. Unfortunately, the only real downside to these special channels was the sky-high price tags. Yes, the special channels were none other than the black market. Cinnabar Island's black market was massive and thriving. Its prosperity was largely thanks to the many mad scientists in the region. Most of the materials they needed for their secret experiments were banned by the Pokemon League, so the black market was their only option. In return, these perpetually broke, or bald, mad scientists would occasionally sell off the fruits of their experiments. This twisted kind of mutual benefit was one of the main reasons why the Cinnabar black market thrived. Sato, with a current liquid net worth of over 300 million Pokedollars, was absolutely a pay-to-win participant in this rookie tournament, and among the top tier, no less. So, in order to make the most of his financial advantage and secure maximum benefits in the tournament, Sato was about to enter full-on shopping mode tonight. Money had to be spent to turn into actual power. If he didn't use it now, his wealth would just be a bunch of useless numbers for the next 3 weeks of the island tournament. Cinnabar's black market was located at the harbor, specifically, on an enormous luxury cruise ship docked at the pier. Whenever the market opened, the ship would sail a bit offshore to evade prying eyes and dodge Pokemon League patrols. Once Sato arrived at the docks, he quickly and skillfully found a broker selling tickets to the black market cruise. Inside one of the small boats docked at the port, heavily guarded by bodyguards at every passage, Sato now sat in a well-lit cabin, negotiating with a chubby, good-natured-looking man. Will there be good stuff tonight? I mean the kind with serious tech behind it. And if so, where should I go to buy it? Wearing a human skin mask crafted by Ditto, Sato smiled as he handed over 100,000 Pokedollars in cash for a ticket to the black market cruise. Then, he casually placed another stack of cash, worth another 100,000, on the table. The chubby broker squinted at him, silent, staring. That silence made a few of the muscular guards in the room shift forward slightly, eyes locked on Sato like hawks. Then, finally, when Sato placed a rare gold coin, worth at least 500,000 Pokedollars, on the table, the broker's eyes lit up, and he grinned. Of course, you're in luck tonight. A batch of premium goods just arrived on board. The deals are happening on the top floor. When you get there, just tell the staff the word "fatty," they'll take you to the right room. As he spoke, the chubby broker nonchalantly swept both the stack of cash and the gold coin off the table and into his own pocket. Chapter 457, Chapter 456, Entry in High-Tech Products. Thick clouds veiled the bright moon and stars, casting the night sky in a dim, misty gray. Yet, the port of Cinnabar remained brightly lit as always. People moved about the harbor, bustling with various motives, creating a lively and noisy scene. Wearing all black and a human skin mask crafted from Ditto, Sato blended seamlessly into the crowd. Moving steadily and calmly, he made his way toward the largest luxury cruise ship currently docked at the pier. A pure white gangway connected the ship to the dock, flanked on both ends by rows of burly sailors standing guard in decorated uniforms. Though the sailors kept their eyes forward, they radiated an intimidating aura that silently warned outsiders to stay back. The curious onlookers, lacking tickets, dared not approach the gangway too closely. It was Sunday, the day of the week when the luxury cruise ship hosted its elite banquet, so there were noticeably more guests tonight than usual. At the gangway entrance, a few overwhelmed attendants were sweating profusely while handing out various masquerade masks to guests. Their professional smiles had grown stiff and forced from overuse. Sato followed the flow of boarding passengers and exchanged a ticket worth 100,000 Pokedollars for a gleaming golden mask and a banquet admission stub marked 6969. Under the guidance of a smiling but clearly exhausted female attendant, Sato entered the lavish cruise ship and stepped into the grand ballroom where the banquet was already underway. Inside, elegant decorations filled the hall. Tables were neatly arranged with an abundance of gourmet food and fine wines. A large orchestra on the central stage played graceful and soothing music that resonated throughout the hall. Unfortunately, while the banquet itself was splendid and the staff enthusiastic, the guests clearly weren't here for the wine or food. Conversations were minimal, everyone was minding their own business. Observing this peculiar atmosphere, Sato smiled faintly beneath his golden mask. He ignored the lavish offerings and instead found an empty chair nearby. Sitting down, he leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. Roughly 10 minutes later, a loud chime rang through the ballroom, 9 p.m. Simultaneously, the music came to an abrupt stop. A sharp blast from the ship's horn followed, accompanied by a slight tremor beneath their feet. The ship had set sail. The real banquet had just begun. Many guests, clearly regulars, promptly exited the hall with practiced ease and headed straight toward their destinations. Newcomers, meanwhile, were guided by the enthusiastic staff and gradually made their way to their assigned locations. Having visited many black markets before, Sato was well versed in how things worked. Without saying much, he asked a nearby attendant to take him to the top deck of the ship. Upon reaching the top, Sato approached a higher-ranking attendant stationed along the upper corridor and whispered the secret passphrase given to him by the chubby broker. As soon as the attendant heard the code, his previously stern expression relaxed. He gave a courteous bow and gestured for Sato to follow him. The attendant led Sato through a series of twists and turns along the top deck corridor before finally stopping in front of a secluded room. A dozen other attendants were already stationed nearby. Upon Sato's arrival, they all gave him a slight bow before returning to their disciplined, statue-like stance. "Please, go in. The items you're looking for are inside," the attendant said with a polite gesture and a faint smile. Once he finished speaking, his expression returned to neutral as he joined the other silent attendants by the corridor wall. This cruise ship doubling as a black market. Who on earth is running this operation? These attendants all have thick calluses on their palms, steady gaits, and iron discipline. They even carry an unmistakable scent of blood. They're not just servers, they're trained soldiers. A black market staffed by soldiers. That's deep water. Sato gave the stone-faced attendants a subtle glance, inwardly surprised, but chose not to dwell on it. He pushed the door open and walked in. The room was fairly spacious but had clearly been specially remodeled to resemble a store. All merchandise was sorted into display cases with glass panels, organized for both showcasing and sale. There weren't a huge variety of items, but the majority were standardized weapons. As Sato walked past them, he skimmed the accompanying product descriptions and immediately felt a twinge of alarm. There was no question, these were all high-tech weapons. Their design targets were clearly Pokémon. The destructive potential was terrifying. A few of the weapons particularly caught Sato's interest. For example, there was a small handgun powered by a piece of thunderstone at its core. According to its description, this pistol was called a thunder laser gun. It fired energy bullets infused with concentrated electric-type energy. These bullets packed a punch comparable to a full-power thunderbolt from an elite electric-type Pokémon. Upon impact, they even caused small-scale energy explosions. As long as the thunderstone's energy wasn't depleted and the barrel didn't overheat, the gun could fire continuously. Frankly speaking, a well-trained soldier armed with this handgun could go toe-to-toe with an elite-level Pokémon. Even against a pseudo-elite 4-level water type, it could still pose a threat, especially from range. Of course, it didn't come cheap. The price tag, 50 million Poke dollars. Additionally, the thunderstone powering it had to be of at least high-grade quality. The sheer cost made it clear, this was a weapon that literally let money fight Pokémon. Sato didn't believe he was more capable than a trained soldier, but he was confident his physical condition was well above average, and he had bullet time, which meant he likely had a real edge when it came to shooting. If he wielded this thunder laser gun with his bullet time ability, he wouldn't be just another trainer powerless against Pokémon in a fight. Aside from the thunder laser gun, Sato also took a liking to another weapon, the Vulcan Grenade. It was a hand grenade packed with highly concentrated fire-type energy using advanced technology. Despite being only the size of a small apple, its destructive power, according to the description, was enough to turn a two-story building into a blazing inferno in seconds. The burst of heat could exceed 1,000 degrees Celsius. Used at the right moment, this tiny grenade could seriously wound a pseudo-elite 4-level Pokémon in an instant. Against Grass Dash, Steel Dash, or Ice-type Pokémon, it might even result in a one-hit kill. To describe its power, it was comparable to a full-strength Blast Burn used by a pseudo-elite 4-level starter Fire-type Pokémon. Note: Blast Burn, a Fire-type special attack, 150 base power. Effect: a fiery explosion engulfs the opponent. The user cannot move the next turn. The Vulcan Grenade was also outrageously expensive, each one cost 10 million Poke dollars. When Sato saw it, his first thought was, money bomb. Still, despite its price, Sato believed the Vulcan Grenade was worth it. Compared to the Thunder Laser Gun, it was far more flexible, anyone could throw it effectively. If not for the restrictions against carrying such high-damage weaponry, Sato would have definitely gritted his teeth and bought 7 or 8 as trump cards. He knew full well that in the dense, bug, and grass-type infested tropical rainforests, this money bomb would be devastating. No grass or bug-type Pokémon could survive in front of such fiery wealth. Chapter 458, Chapter 457, The Petrification Gun and Hunter J. Lastly, among the weapons on display, one in particular caught Sato's attention, a gun capable of firing a special beam from the arm, called the petrification gun. As the name implies, this gun's function is to petrify living beings. Any creature struck by its unique energy beam would become petrified. However, while the description made it sound formidable, this so-called petrification didn't literally turn a creature into lifeless stone. It merely immobilized the target for a certain duration. In essence, it was more like an advanced version of a tranquilizer gun. Though the name was a bit exaggerated, the sight of the petrification gun immediately reminded Sato of a very famous villain. That villain was none other than Hunter J, a Pokemon huntress who wielded a salamence and operated primarily in the Sinnoh region. Sato remembered that she wielded a similar high-tech weapon. However, the technology she used was clearly far superior to the petrification gun before him. According to the brochure, this gun could at most petrify Pokemon below the pseudo-Elite 4 level, and the effect lasted no more than 10 minutes. Hunter J's weapon, on the other hand, could transform living beings into gold-like statues. Without special tools to reverse the process, restoration was nearly impossible, and it even worked on some legendary Pokemon. Sato suspected there was a deeper connection between this petrification gun and Hunter J's high-tech weapon. He had a strong feeling that the weapon Hunter J wielded was likely a future, enhanced version of this gun. Whether in the anime or special episodes, Sato had rarely seen humans using advanced weapons in combat. Most battles were still fought using Pokemon trained by their trainers. It was something that had initially disappointed him. After all, the technological level in the Pokemon world seemed incredibly advanced. Humans should have been able to counter Pokemon with science alone. But after arriving in the Pokemon world, Sato realized that it wasn't that humans lacked the ability to develop high-tech weapons. It was just that, compared to creating such costly weapons to fight wild Pokemon, training and commanding Pokemon through battle was a far more cost-effective and efficient approach. In short, it wasn't that high-tech weapons were ineffective, they were just extremely expensive for both making and using, making large-scale usage nearly impossible. Furthermore, when dealing with such mysterious creatures, ordinary humans holding advanced weapons often couldn't land effective hits on Pokemon. Pokemon weren't mindless beasts. Once they suffered a loss, they would quickly adapt to counter human tactics. With just a light touch or by firing off any number of bizarre long-range moves, they could reduce a weapon worth tens of millions of Poke dollars into a pile of scrap, and then deal with unprotected humans at their leisure. In conclusion, even with advanced technology, Pokemon were vastly superior in individual combat capability. In the Pokemon world, becoming a trainer was far more promising than being a regular tech-savvy human. While the current trend in the Pokemon world prioritized trainers with science playing a supporting role, Sato believed the potential of scientific development for humanity was still enormous. Take Hunter J's top-tier weapon, for instance, capable of even petrifying some legendary Pokemon. If ordinary people could each possess one, then as long as no super legendary Pokemon appeared, regular legendaries would be easy to capture. However, Sato figured this idea was unrealistic. That kind of weapon was likely astronomically expensive, and the materials required were surely rare beyond measure. Not to mention, even Hunter J herself only had one. If her subordinates each had one too, then even Ash's plot armor and his aura of making every opponent act irrationally wouldn't help, he'd be captured instantly. Without a doubt, the weapon in Hunter J's hands was of legendary caliber. It was precisely because of this weapon that she could operate so smoothly, up until she crossed paths with Ash. Now, Sato couldn't help but wonder, if he could obtain such a weapon, then even when facing powerful legendary Pokemon in the future, he might stand a chance at capturing them, even if his own team wasn't strong enough to defeat them. To this day, Sato was keenly aware that the reason he had made such progress in such a short while was largely thanks to the system within him, granting him an uncanny ability to identify rare and valuable things. But currently, the system remained mostly inactive due to insufficient energy. Sato couldn't imagine how powerful it would be if fully charged. From his exploration so far, he had discovered that only a legendary Pokemon's primal energy could recharge the system. Therefore, if Sato wanted to unlock more powerful system features, or obtain mythical items like the Mew Gene Enhancement Serum, he would need to embark on a journey to capture legendary Pokemon. That said, he figured average legendary Pokemon probably didn't possess primal energy. To obtain it, he'd have to go after the truly powerful ones. Unfortunately, if he were to grow at a normal pace, it would take him at least 2 to 3 years to build enough strength to advance to the Elite 4 level and form a team capable of capturing a powerful legendary. After all, capturing a strong legendary wasn't just risky because of the Pokemon's counterattacks, it also involved dealing with do-gooder trainers like Ash and pressure from the League and others. But if he had a weapon like Hunter J's, he could attempt to capture powerful legendary Pokemon much earlier and reduce many unpredictable risks. All it would take was one good shot, and everything would be settled. That's how powerful the gun was. These two guns are definitely related. If I follow this trail, there's a chance I could get my hands on Hunter J's gun. If the opportunity arises, I must try to contact the scientist who created this petrification gun. He's currently in Cinnabar Island. Just imagining the possibility set Sato's eyes ablaze. His mind raced as he considered how he might acquire a high-tech weapon like Hunter J's. Unfortunately, this was still a black market, one backed by powerful individuals. With his current strength, there was no way he could interrogate the staff or managers here and learn which scientist in Cinnabar Island had made the petrification gun. Luckily, Sato knew that there was still plenty of time before Cinnabar Island would be destroyed in a massive volcanic eruption. He would have many chances in the future to locate the scientist responsible for creating it. Incidentally, even though the petrification gun was rather mediocre in terms of performance, its price was a staggering 500 million dollars. This immediately crushed Sato's thoughts of buying the gun to use as a means to connect with the scientist who built it. Chapter 459, Chapter 458, High-Tech Armor. Compared to the wide array of high-tech weapons, the number of high-tech armors displayed in the room was far more limited, barely more than a dozen items in total. It was understandable. Most people who wandered the black market were desperados of various sorts, never knowing when they might die. Naturally, investing in powerful offensive weapons was considered far more cost-effective. In just the short time Sato had been standing there, several mysterious buyers wearing the same golden masks had already splurged and purchased multiple high-powered weapons. Among them, the Vulcan grenade, essentially a money bomb, was the most popular. Many of the buyers had picked up 7 or 8 of them. Sato figured these people were either about to go all out in some deadly confrontation or were planning to use these tools to make a massive fortune. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so willing to drop that much money on such extravagant gear. As much as it pained him, Sato realized he didn't count for much in this room in terms of wealth. With his current finances, he could at best afford a few high-tech weapons. Luckily, Sato hadn't come here this time to buy destructive weapons. His main purpose was to find armor that could enhance his survival capabilities in the wild. In fact, no matter the world, weapons always advance faster than armor. Compared to the cost-effective high-tech weapons available here, the high-tech armor felt a bit lackluster. Sato noticed that not a single piece of armor on display could withstand even one of the high-tech weapons in the room. In other words, the spears on sale here could easily pierce through the shields also on sale. Perhaps because of this, even the most ruthless black market merchants didn't dare to set the armor prices so high that no one would consider them. The high-tech armor here was priced on average at only 1/5 the cost of the high-tech weapons. In this shop where most product prices were outrageously inflated, the relatively low price tags on armor stood out like a crane among chickens. Sato walked a full circle around the glass cabinet displaying the armor and committed the general functions of the limited selection to memory. After careful consideration, he finalized the armor pieces he intended to buy. The first item he chose was a special type of fabric. According to the description, this cloth was made from the fur fibers of various powerful Pokémon. It boasted numerous advantages: lightweight, elastic, breathable, easy to wash, quick-drying, wear-resistant, heat-resistant, warm, and highly resistant to electricity. Most importantly, its defensive capabilities were quite reliable. From the promotional video shown in the display, Sato could clearly see that this fabric could withstand many Pokémon attacks. At the very least, against lower power moves like Razor Leaf, Poison Sting, or Thunder Shock, it could take multiple hits without issue. Clearly, clothing made from this fabric belonged to the top tier of personal protective wear in the Pokémon world. Sato estimated that wearing gear made of this fabric would boost his survival chances in the wild by at least 20%. Naturally, with all those advantages, the fabric came at a steep price, 5 million dollars per square meter. By standard textile measurements, a full bolt of cloth cost 91 million dollars. Note, a standard bolt measures approximately 13 meters in length and 1.4 meters in width. Sato wasn't planning to buy an entire bolt. Typically, one bolt could make 6 outfits, and he only needed 3 to rotate through. So, he decided to buy half a bolt of this specialty fabric, which still cost him a hefty 45.5 million dollars. After swiping his card to confirm the payment, he received the half bolt of fabric from a young, beautiful female clerk. Black market merchants were as ruthless as ever. They only sold the cloth and didn't provide any tailoring services. If Sato wanted to get new outfits quickly, he'd have to spend a lot more to hire a skilled tailor. Next on Sato's list was a pair of running shoes. At first glance, they looked completely ordinary, but their functions reminded Sato of the special running shoes that Ruby had received from his father Norman in the Pokémon Adventures manga. According to the description, these shoes had several advantages: durable, sturdy, breathable, waterproof, fireproof, and shockproof. The soles even featured a mini anti-gravity system and various speed-boosting tech gadgets. Put simply, even an old and frail person could run like the wind in these. They could easily outpace a sprinter like Bolt at full speed. Aside from greatly increasing movement speed, the shoes also allowed short-duration hovering. That meant even if the wearer accidentally fell from a height, as long as they landed feet first, they could descend safely without fear of injury. One more feature, the shoes could instantly boost the wearer's leg strength. By twisting the switch on the shoe, combined with its internal shock absorption system, the wearer could easily kick down a tree with one strike, and come out unscathed. In short, they were very much like the high-tech kicks worn by a certain little anime detective, giving the wearer instant superpowered legs. Despite the steep price tag of 30 million poke dollars, Sato didn't hesitate. He swiped his card immediately. When faced with an unstoppable enemy, speed could be your best chance at survival. Especially when moving in a group, so long as you ran faster than the others, your odds of survival skyrocketed. After buying the shoes, Sato moved toward what looked like an ordinary sleeping bag, his final high-tech armor purchase. The sleeping bag's standout feature was camouflage. Its surface was made of a special optical material. As soon as it was placed anywhere, it would shift color like a chameleon to blend seamlessly into its surroundings. To further enhance its concealment, the scientists had added automatic scent filtration and odor-blocking features. As long as someone was hiding inside, even Pokémon with highly sensitive noses would struggle to detect them. No doubt, once Sato had this sleeping bag, he could sleep peacefully outdoors even without any Pokémon standing guard. In a dangerous environment, a device that could offer restful sleep was absolutely essential. After all, if you were constantly anxious and sleep-deprived, you'd break down even without an enemy defeating you. The sleeping bag's tech level was clearly higher than both the fabric and the shoes, and its price reflected that, 50 million poke dollars. Still, Sato didn't hesitate and happily paid the cost. After buying all three pieces of high-end armor, Sato couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain for his wallet. Together, the purchases had cost him 120 million poke dollars, reducing his liquid balance to just a bit over 200 million. However, just as Sato was about to step away, he glanced back at a nearby glass case that had attracted almost no attention from other buyers. His foot froze mid-step. At that moment, Sato's eyes locked onto an item inside the display case. A flicker of intense greed flashed in his eyes. Chapter 460, Chapter 459, The Awakening Serum. In this room filled with high-tech equipment, aside from advanced weapons and armor, there existed another category of high-tech product. This one, however, belonged to the field of biology, an exceptionally advanced and mysterious invention that ordinary people found difficult to understand. Yes, these products were generally known as serums. Yet, the serums currently on display in the room found themselves in a rather awkward position compared to the high-tech armor. Why? Because they were concocted by mad scientists using unknown methods, and without the support of substantial clinical data, both their efficacy and side effects remained largely a mystery. As a result, these serums were akin to a lottery. If luck was on your side, they could bring unimaginable benefits. But if your luck ran dry, they might cause irreversible damage or even sudden death. Still, the materials used in creating these serums were clearly extremely rare and valuable. Because of this, even shady merchants who trafficked in them didn't want to suffer losses. They were sold at roughly their cost price. Even so, their prices remained sky-high. So high, in fact, that they might as well have been decorative pieces, left untouched and ignored by most. Uncertain effects and exorbitant prices, perhaps only a true fool would consider buying one. After all, while outlaws may be unafraid of death, no one wanted to die a pointless death. However, at this very moment, Sato's attention was entirely absorbed by one item, a serum that every other customer had treated as mere decoration. It was an astonishingly expensive serum labeled at 50 million poke dollars. On the surface, it looked no different from the kind of standard medicine you'd see in any hospital. And yet, there it lay quietly in a neglected glass display case. To most, this item, called the Awakening Serum, was a terrifying poison with unpredictable risks. But in Sato's eyes, it was a wondrous, almost mythical creation. It was a key, one that could unlock a brand new world. After using his system's appraisal ability to examine the serum, Sato became convinced that the person who had created it was a genius far ahead of their time. Awakening Serum, Appraisal Data. Item, Awakening Serum. Effect, 20% chance of awakening psychic powers in an ordinary person by enhancing their mental energy. Side effects, none. Description, a miraculous serum developed by a mad scientist desperate to become a psychic. After exhausting all his resources on rare materials, he only managed to craft 2 vials. Unfortunately, the first one failed to activate and was deemed a failure. The second was sold at a bargain to a black market merchant, who now deeply regrets that decision. Even if the success rate is only 20%, the fact that it can awaken psychic powers in an ordinary person without side effects is already enough to bet everything on, Sato thought, his heart pounding with excitement after confirming the appraisal results multiple times. Yes, Sato had already learned from Maya, a naturally awakened psychic, that those who forcibly awaken psychic powers through external means typically have poor talent and limited potential. But that didn't diminish his enthusiasm. Why? Because ever since witnessing Sabrina's insane psychic powers firsthand in Saffron City, he had harbored a deep and burning envy of psychics. Now, seeing this serum that offered a chance, no matter how slim, of turning an ordinary person into a psychic, that long-buried seed of envy exploded to life and instantly grew into a massive, flourishing tree in his heart. Sato's mind was now entirely consumed by one thought, by the awakening serum. Try it immediately. Spending 50 million poke dollars for a shot at becoming a psychic. Worth it. To Sato, if he could really become a psychic for just 50 million poke dollars, it would be the bargain of a lifetime. Even if his psychic powers ended up being weak, he would still be a psychic, and that meant he would finally be able to wield the one psychic ability he had always admired the most, telepathy. Maya had told him that telepathy wasn't considered a high-tier psychic ability. It was more of a fundamental skill, something that even those with poor talent could learn. What stood out most in Sato's memory wasn't that psychics could silently interfere with their opponents, like how Sabrina would often cheat during battles, it was that they were born with the ability to give commands without speaking. Yes, thanks to telepathy, psychic trainers didn't need to speak when issuing commands to their Pokémon. They just had to think, and their Pokémon would know what to do. This was precisely why psychic trainers were such a headache to others. Elusive, that was the word most regular trainers used to describe psychic trainers after facing them in battle. Because without hearing your opponent call out commands, how could you possibly predict their next move? As far as Sato was concerned, if he could just learn telepathy, the psychic ability that offered such a massive tactical advantage in battle, he would be more than satisfied. Those other flashy powers like teleportation, future sight, or telekinesis. He honestly didn't care about those at all. Sato was confident that if he mastered telepathy, his win rate in future battles would increase by at least 30%. In fact, he had never even fantasized about the high-level powers like teleportation or telekinesis. Everything indicated that such abilities required exceptionally rare psychic talent. That said, he didn't think it mattered if he couldn't use those advanced powers, so long as his psychic-type Pokémon could. He guessed that the reason the awakening serum had only a 20% success rate was largely because it didn't significantly enhance a person's mental energy. To put it in numbers, if the average person had a base mental strength of 5, then psychics typically had 10 or more. So, if a person's mental strength could be boosted to 10, they could awaken psychic powers. The serum's function was to increase a person's mental strength, but the exact boost was uncertain. All that was known was that the upper and lower limits were low. Sato guessed the increase ranged between 1 and 5. So even if you got lucky and awakened, your talent would likely be on the low end of the scale. Still, not everyone started with a base of 5. Some people naturally had 3, 4, or even 6, 7, 8, or 9, 5 just happened to be the most common. This meant that people with slightly above average mental strength had a significantly better shot at awakening. And if Sato did become a psychic, he would enjoy another massive benefit, the chance to earn the loyalty of powerful psychic-type Pokémon. Psychic Pokémon were generally high-intelligence species. If it weren't for their difficulty reproducing and their low interest in creating offspring, the Pokémon world might not have had room left for humans. With base mental strength in the double digits, these Pokémon were extremely proud creatures. In terms of obsession and stubbornness, even dragon types couldn't compare. To most psychic Pokémon, the idea of being caught and commanded by a human whose intellect they vastly outclassed was humiliating, about as insulting as a human being ordered around by a gorilla. Could they accept that? Absolutely not. Their pride wouldn't allow it. To most psychic Pokémon, only human psychics could be considered worthy equals. So being defeated and captured by one wasn't seen as disgraceful at all. In fact, many young psychic types would actively seek out human psychics. If they found someone who matched their ideals, they would willingly become that person's Pokémon. Psychic types weren't stupid. Many of them knew that human trainers could help them grow stronger at a much faster rate. They just didn't want to follow any ordinary trainer, out of sheer stubborn pride. Chapter 461, Chapter 460, Psychic Awakening. Under the waiter's enthusiastic, yet slightly dazed, gaze, Sato swiped his card without hesitation and handed over 50 million poke dollars. In return, he received a syringe-like vial containing a drug said to open the door to an entirely new world for ordinary people. After acquiring the awakening serum, Sato didn't linger in the room for even a moment. He quickly exited, and with the help of the staff member who had led him here earlier, he left the top deck of the cruise ship altogether. Upon reaching the deck, Sato didn't wait for the cruise to return to the Cinnabar Island port. Instead, he summoned Crobat on the spot and had it carry him back toward town. In truth, the cruise ship had only sailed a few nautical miles from the Cinnabar Island harbor before coming to a stop at sea. With Crobat's assistance, it didn't take long for Sato to return to the island. But the first thing Sato did upon his return wasn't to find a secluded place to use the awakening serum. Instead, he went around asking where the best clothing store in town was. He had already received a mission update on his communicator. No later than the afternoon after tomorrow, Team Rocket would summon all those who had advanced past the first phase of the rookie competition for a gathering. That meant Sato had to act fast. He needed to find a skilled tailor and have them make 3 outfits using the special materials he had just spent a fortune on. Fortunately, this didn't take long. After paying a $1 million production fee, Sato left a high-end tailor shop in downtown Cinnabar. The owner promised the clothes would be ready by the morning of the day after tomorrow. With the clothing matter settled, Sato checked into a luxury hotel in the city center and booked a room for 2 nights. Although the system's analysis had confirmed that the awakening serum had no side effects, Sato didn't want to take chances. He posted Swampert and Crobat in the room to stand guard, took the vial out of his dimensional backpack, and downed the drug in one gulp. The liquid, clear as nightfall, tasted just like plain water, completely flavorless. 10 seconds passed. A minute passed. 10 minutes passed. But the drug seemed to be taking its sweet time. Sato felt nothing. No reaction whatsoever. Don't tell me that was really just water. Even if it failed, there should have been some kind of reaction, right? It's been 11 minutes already and still nothing. Sato eyed the now empty glass vial suspiciously. When he had first drunk it, he'd been both excited and anxious. But after all this time with no change, he was starting to doubt it was real. If he hadn't verified the drug himself before taking it, he'd think he'd just been scammed with a fake. Another 10 or so minutes passed. Still nothing. Sato gave a bitter laugh. He figured he'd simply run into the drug's failure rate. It had been nearly 30 minutes. If it were going to work, it would have by now. But from beginning to end, there had been no change. I guess when the info said, no side effects, it meant literally nothing happens. Ugh. There goes $50 million down the drain. A failure's a failure, but why does it feel like my heart just got stabbed? Damn it, I really was looking forward to it. Realizing there was no more hope, Sato slumped in disappointment and stood up from his chair with a sigh. But just as he stood, the world in front of him began to twist and warp in a strange and eerie way. A splitting pain then exploded inside his head, as if something were tearing through his brain. Despite this, Sato's willpower was extraordinary. He didn't scream, nor did he pass out immediately from the agony. He braced both hands on the desk, clenched his jaw, and held on for dear life. His face contorted in pain, turning almost monstrous. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying brightness, and faint, dim blue light flickered within them. At the same time, his heart began to race uncontrollably. It felt like he'd just sprinted several kilometers, his chest felt like it was about to burst. Moments later, his entire face flushed red, and his body was drenched in sweat, like he'd just stepped out of a shower fully clothed. Time ticked by slowly. Sato had no idea how long he endured the torment. All he knew was that he was utterly exhausted, barely clinging to consciousness. Then darkness came. His mind blanked out, and he collapsed to the soaked floor. When Sato regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a soft bed. Outside, dawn had already broken, and sunlight pierced through the white gauze curtains, gently illuminating the room. Swamp. Chi. Swampert and Crobat, who had remained faithfully at his bedside, immediately let out delighted cries when they saw him awaken. They rushed forward, visibly anxious over their trainer who had collapsed so suddenly the night before. It's already 8 a.m. Looks like I didn't manage to hold out in the end. I must have passed out from the pain, and Swampert and Crobat carried me to the bed after that. Sato turned his head with difficulty to glance at the vintage clock hanging in the room, quickly piecing together what must have happened after he lost consciousness. Thanks for looking after me last night. I'm fine now, cough, cough. He raised a trembling hand to pat the worried Swampert and Crobat, his voice hoarse and dry. The moment he spoke, his throat felt like sandpaper. A wave of dry coughs racked his chest. With Swampert supporting him carefully, Sato, still feeling completely drained, got out of bed. He grabbed a glass and shuffled over to the water dispenser. After gulping down 8 full glasses of water, enough to bloat his stomach, Sato finally felt his throat moisten again, and his body started to feel alive, the hydration slowly restoring his strength. Did I succeed, or not? I don't feel any different. Inside the bathroom, with hot water pouring down from the large showerhead, Sato stood there naked, letting the heat soothe his aching muscles. He wiped the fog off the mirror and stared blankly at his reflection. Now that he'd regained some energy, Sato began carefully examining himself. He was certain he had overcome the 20% success rate of the awakening serum. He had to be a psychic now. And yet, ever since he'd stepped into the shower due to the unbearable stench on his body, he hadn't noticed any meaningful changes. Sure, he felt a bit more mentally refreshed than usual, and his eyes did seem slightly brighter, but that was it. So far, nothing suggested he was now a psychic. He couldn't even perform the most basic psychic feat, bending a spoon. If not for the faint trace of dull blue psychic energy flickering on the spoon's surface, Sato would have started questioning whether he'd actually awakened at all. He stared intensely at the tiny spoon in his hand until the blood vessels in his eyes bulged and he was practically cross-eyed, but the spoon didn't move an inch. Maybe my psychic aptitude is just that awful. I'll ask Maya when I get a chance. I need a real expert to verify this kind of thing. Faced with such an awkward result, Sato could only give up with a defeated sigh, his heart full of resentment toward the tiny spoon in his hand. Even though he'd been mentally prepared for this possibility, deep down he'd still harbored a sliver of hope that he might awaken with powerful psychic talent. But reality was harsh. He wasn't some protagonist beloved by the world like Sabrina. He was just an ordinary person who had relied on external means to awaken his powers, nothing more. Chapter 462, Chapter 461, Frenzied Battles. Having weathered extreme highs and lows, Sato's mental resilience was rock solid. He quickly shoved aside the fact that he couldn't awaken any exceptional psychic talents and instead chose to look on the bright side. No matter what, I was able to spend 50 million poke dollars to become a psychic. Honestly, I hit the jackpot. Sure, the talent is a bit lacking, but that's okay. As long as I can learn telepathy in the future, it's enough. A person should know contentment. I shouldn't get stuck on this. After thoroughly thinking things through from a positive angle, the gloom in Sato's heart melted away like snow in spring. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Refreshed after a hot shower, Sato stepped out of the bathroom. He quickly dried himself with a towel and got dressed, then left his room without wasting a second. He was fully aware that now was not the time to obsess over psychic abilities. What he needed to do was raise Grolithe's level to 43 before the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Grolithe was currently at level 40, but he only had about a day and a half left. Gaining 3 more levels after level 40 in such a short period wouldn't be easy. After all, Grolithe wasn't just a string of data in a game, he was a living, breathing Pokemon who could get tired and injured. There was a physical limit to what his body could handle. Even so, Sato was determined to try. After a hearty breakfast, he immediately took Grolithe toward the battle arenas. At the large battle complex, on the battlefield in Zone C, Grolithe, now level 40, launched into a winning streak the moment he arrived. In a 3-on-3 match, Grolithe used Flame Charge to push his speed to the limit and finished things off with a lightning-fast Flame Wheel, knocking out a Persian and securing an impressive 3-win streak. Half an hour later, wearing his blazing battle armor, Grolithe nimbly maneuvered through the battlefield and, without taking a single hit, kite a level 41 Machoke into submission. The win marked his stunning 7th victory in a row. An hour later, Grolithe, now on an 11-win streak, finally met his toughest opponent yet, a Rhydon that could use Surf. Despite Sato's expert commands and Grolithe giving it his all, the significant type disadvantage and slight level gap led to their first loss, defeated by the level 43 Rhydon. The streak came to an end. As if it were fate, Grolithe encountered the same Rhydon again after another hour of effort under Sato's sharp command. This time, after another fresh 11-win streak, they faced off once more on the 12th match. Once again, Grolithe found himself at a major disadvantage from the start. The opponent repeatedly used wide-range icy wind attacks, crippling Grolithe's usual hit-and-run speed tactics before they could even take shape. But under Sato's direction, the battered and bruised Grolithe finally seized an opportunity and turned the tables. With a reversal executed at the brink of collapse, he brought down the level 43 Rhydon, stunning the entire crowd with an unbelievable comeback. The win secured an awe-inspiring 12-win streak. Sato spent nearly the entire day at the battle complex, directing Grolithe through one opponent after another, while trying to take as little damage as possible. Though they suffered defeats, the victories far outnumbered them. As Sato continued winning battles using only Grolithe, his name gradually began to spread around the venue. Some enthusiastic spectators even began affectionately calling him the dog lover extraordinaire. Thanks to his growing reputation, more and more challengers came seeking him out. Unfortunately, most of them were nobodies hoping to piggyback off his fame. Still, Sato was in no position to be picky. He accepted every challenge, using the high-intensity battles to relentlessly push Grolithe's pre-evolution potential to its limits. As a fire-type Pokemon, Grolithe was naturally combative and had a far stronger desire to grow stronger than most Pokemon. With gem-grade Poke Blocks rapidly restoring his stamina and Bellissime providing excellent healing, Grolithe kept up a high fighting spirit and didn't complain once. By the end of the day, Sato had directed Grolithe through an astonishing 72 battles of varying intensity, with a win rate of over 80%. It was, without exaggeration, a small miracle. Though the consequence of this feat was another scolding and eye roll from Nurse Joy, and Grolithe being forced to rest for 12 hours to fully recover, the effort paid off. Grolithe had reached level 42, just one step away from their goal of level 43. At 8 p.m., inside an upscale cafe, Sato sat reading a Pokemon training book while waiting for someone who was still nowhere to be seen. Are all women naturally late? We agreed to meet here at 7:30. It's past 8 already. She's not standing me up, is she? Sato put the book down and took a sip from the cup of freshly ground coffee that had long gone cold. Glancing at the time displayed on his Team Rocket wristwatch, he frowned, clearly somewhat irritated. But since he was the one needing help this time, he forced himself to stay patient. He signaled the server to bring a third cup of coffee and picked up his book again. The person he was anxiously waiting for was none other than his temporary ally, Maya. Since Growlithe could no longer fight for the day and there was nothing else urgent to attend to, Sato decided to make good use of the rare free time to consult with Maya, a certified psychic, about some psychic-related matters. However, it had already been over half an hour, and his so-called temporary mentor still hadn't shown up. Fortunately, after another 10 or so minutes, Maya finally arrived. She was wearing a black dress, oversized sunglasses, and a large face mask that covered nearly her entire face. But Sato immediately noticed that something was off. Her posture was unnatural. Her right leg moved with far less range than her left, with a slight twitch to it. Clearly, she was injured. "What happened to you? You don't look so good." Sato gave her a careful once-over. When he caught a faint whiff of blood coming from her, the irritation he'd felt just moments ago vanished completely. He quickly asked in a soft voice, "I might have to withdraw from this competition, Mr. Sato." Maya was silent for a moment. Then she took off her sunglasses and mask, revealing a swollen, bruised face and a blackened eye. What she said next made Sato's expression change drastically. Chapter 463, Chapter 462, Maya's Request. When Sato saw his ally show up in such a miserable state right before the competition was about to begin, an inexplicable fury flared in his chest, causing his anger to spike. Now that he and Maya were allies, someone hitting her was basically the same as slapping him in the face. Looking at Maya's once pretty face now swollen and badly bruised, Sato himself felt humiliated, as if he'd been slapped across the face several times. "Who did this to you?" Especially after hearing what she had just said, Sato's face turned ice cold. He brought his hands together and propped up his chin, then asked with a chilling tone and a gaze full of murderous intent as Maya, now wearing her sunglasses and mask again, sat opposite him. Although Sato knew that his alliance with Maya was one of mutual benefit, he couldn't deny that she had helped him a great deal. She had shown genuine sincerity, leaking many key pieces of information to him ahead of time, allowing him to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming match. So in Sato's mind, Maya was a decent ally. On a scale of 1 to 10, she was at least a 7, worth continuing to work with. But now, this ally had been beaten up and was even suggesting she might quit. That caught Sato off guard. In his plans, Maya played a crucial role. Without her, while the plan wouldn't collapse entirely, at least half of it would. Having a teammate who could teleport was invaluable. Even if her direct combat power wasn't great, her presence would drastically improve the team's survivability. Many dangerous scenarios could become completely manageable. In short, Maya was now an important ally to Sato, one he had to do his best to keep around. He couldn't afford to just let her go. Who else could it be? My dear colleagues, of course. They found me today. Sure, they said they'd welcome me back, but their real condition was that I act like their attendant. So I told them off, and this is what happened. Maya seemed quite satisfied with Sato's current attitude as an ally. She didn't hide anything and gritted her teeth as she recounted the full story of how she got beaten up. But clearly, Maya wasn't a delicate little flower. She didn't cry, and her emotions remained stable. Unlike the average girl who might tearfully complain, she calmly explained what had happened and never once asked Sato to avenge her. "If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word, as long as it's within my ability, I'll do it." Sato could tell from her words that Maya intended to take revenge herself and wasn't counting on him. Still, after thinking it over, he decided to offer his support anyway. "In that case, I won't be polite about it. I plan to eliminate that bastard during the second stage of the tournament myself. All you need to do is hold off these two people, leave him to me. As payment, I'll follow your lead for the rest of the tournament." Though she said it plainly, Maya clearly knew her own limitations. She understood that she probably couldn't pull this off on her own. So when Sato made the offer, she didn't hesitate, she immediately laid out her request. As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly took 3 photographs from her person and laid them on the table. She picked up one and pushed the other 2 toward Sato. This woman really does know how to play the game. Watching her agree without hesitation and pull out the photos so quickly, Sato's expression twitched slightly. He realized he might have just walked into her trap. Clearly, Maya never actually intended to quit the competition. Otherwise, why would she be planning to eliminate the guy who beat her? Still, even though he knew she might have baited him, Sato felt relieved. As long as she wasn't actually quitting, everything else could be negotiated. After all, since they were allies, it wouldn't be right for Sato to reap all the benefits. Naturally, he had to let Maya use him a little too. Mutual benefit was the foundation of long-term cooperation. Still, that was assuming she didn't bring him enemies he couldn't afford to offend. Sato nodded toward Maya and turned his attention to the photo she'd picked up. In the photo was a handsome blonde boy, about 15 years old, with strikingly good looks and a pair of charming, fox-like eyes. He was laughing brightly in the picture, radiating sunny energy. There was no doubt, this handsome blonde boy was a total heartthrob, the kind of Prince Charming that thousands of girls dreamed of. Sato's first thought upon seeing the photo was that Maya had been dumped by the guy, and probably after he'd taken full advantage of her, incurring her fury. Humph, I'm not some love-struck idiot. I won't deny that I had a bit of a crush on him when we first met, but that was in the past. I'm telling you, this guy's a scumbag, a sadist with a twisted streak. As a psychic, Maya had sharp insight. With just a glance at Sato's expression and gaze, she already knew what he was thinking and huffed discontentedly. Ahem. I see. Got it. So, who is he? What's his strength? Sato, ever thick-skinned, kept a straight face and nodded before calmly asking for the guy's background. I won't hide it, his name is Ailes. Like me, he's one of Sabrina's top subordinates. But unlike me, his psychic talent is exceptional. On the surface, he's a top-tier elite-level trainer, but if he goes all out, even a pseudo-elite 4-level trainer might not be his match. As she spoke, Maya's expression darkened, but she still clearly laid out everything she knew about Ailes. To summarize, here's what Sato learned from Maya. Ailes's true strength was close to the pseudo-elite 4 level. He likely had a Galade at the same level. He was a twisted sadist who liked abusing girls. After digesting the info on Ailes, Sato turned his attention to the remaining 2 photos on the table. Ailes was Maya's target. All he had to do was support her, he didn't have to confront the guy himself. His true opponents were the 2 people in the other photos. As soon as Sato laid eyes on them, his expression grew grim. Even just from the photos, he could tell these 2 wouldn't be easy to deal with. Both were women. Judging by their nearly identical appearances, they were twin sisters. What was rare was that both of them had excellent figures and looks. But the most unbelievable part. The photos showed them both levitating with psychic powers. Twins. Gorgeous. And psychics. The odds of all 3 happening at once were astronomically low. But perhaps precisely because it was so rare, these twin psychic sisters were definitely not to be messed with. Just like Sabrina, they were roses with thorns. Chapter 464, Chapter 463, Psychic Talent. They're the psychic sisters, Issa, the elder sister, and Misa, the younger one. Just like me, they also serve under Lady Sabrina. Seeing Sato's attention shift to the 2 photographs on the table, Maya began to calmly and steadily introduce the rare pair of twin psychics featured in the images. Perhaps due to having once been bitter rivals in some sense, Maya knew the twin sisters far better than she did her enemy, Ailes. So when it came to Issa and Misa, she could speak in much greater detail. However, the more Maya delved into the twins' background, the more furrowed Sato's brow became. His expression turned increasingly grave as he stared at the photos on the table. From Maya's account, Sato gleaned several key facts about the psychic sisters. First, while Issa and Misa both possessed psychic abilities, their innate talent wasn't particularly high, even somewhat inferior to Maya's. Individually, each of them was about on par with an average elite-level trainer. However, when combined with their psychic abilities, they could rival top-tier elite trainers. Second, and this was the most crucial point, the 2 sisters shared identical genetic material. Because of this, their mental resonance had reached an astonishingly perfect 100%. In other words, their psychic energy could be shared between them. To simplify, if a normal psychic's mental energy had a capacity of 1, then someone like Sabrina, a born psychic prodigy, might have a base mental capacity of 2. Issa and Misa, being ordinary psychics, each had a capacity of 1. But due to their near-perfect mental synchronization, their energies could be stacked together. Which meant that, if they chose to, Issa and Misa could effectively merge into a single entity, a lower-grade version of Sabrina. The reason they were considered low-grade compared to Sabrina was because of their average psychic aptitude. Unlike Sabrina, whose exceptional talent allowed her mental power to grow rapidly, the twins' growth was much slower. Still, that didn't make them any less dangerous. Individually they might not stand out, but when they joined forces, they became a powerful psychic with formidable mental strength. Third, the sisters shared a natural psychic link. Within a certain distance, they could understand each other's thoughts without speaking or even using telepathy. Their coordination was among the best in the world. Taking all this into account, it was easy for Sato to conclude that Issa and Misa were absolute masters of double battles. Individually, they might be no more than average elite-level trainers. But together, they could easily overpower even pseudo-elite 4-level trainers with their coordination and mental synergy. Now, this formidable pair of psychic twins would be his opponents. Sato couldn't help but feel immense pressure. A part of him even began considering ditching Maya and working solo. In truth, if it had only been Ailes, Maya could have escaped even if she couldn't defeat him. But because of the unexpected interference from the psychic sisters, she ended up captured. So in Maya's heart, it was the twin sister she hated most, not Ailes. But due to her current lack of strength, she had settled for taking revenge on Ailes, the one who had personally tormented her. You just need to stall them for a little while, no need to go all out. I'll take care of Ails myself. By the way, why did you ask me here today? Is there something you need my help with? Seeing Sato's face grow increasingly grim with her explanation, Maya realized she had pushed too far. She quickly softened her request and shifted the topic. Sato's expression lightened slightly at her change of tone. If he only needed to stall the sisters for a short time, it might be doable. Still risky, though, when the two fought as one, they were essentially a miniature Sabrina, and escaping them wouldn't be easy. But with the right approach, Maya's request wasn't entirely unreasonable. Now that he understood the sisters' abilities, Sato's first instinct was to divide and conquer. If he could take one of them out, the other's threat level would drop significantly. Here's the situation. Temporarily setting aside Maya's request, Sato organized his thoughts and began explaining how he became a psychic and asked her several questions about psychic powers in general. To convince Maya that he truly had become a psychic, Sato once again crossed his eyes and focused his mental energy on the spoon in his hand. No way. Your luck is insane. Sure, it's the lowest level of psychic talent, but there's no doubt about it, you are a psychic now. You can train your mental energy through meditation. Maya was utterly stunned when she saw the faint blue psychic energy coiling around the spoon in Sato's hand. Her expression became complicated, full of disbelief and envy. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, that dim blue aura wrapped around the spoon, or sensed the faint psychic wave coming from Sato herself, Maya would have assumed he was playing a prank on her. But reality was undeniable. Sato was now a psychic with a base mental strength of at least 10. Aside from shock, Maya was overwhelmed with jealousy and frustration. She knew how valuable that awakening potion Sato drank was. Even psychics could benefit from that potion, especially ones like her, whose natural mental strength wasn't particularly high. It would have been a game changer. Maya couldn't help thinking, if only I had taken that potion instead, my base mental strength of 13 could have jumped to 15. But now that Sato had consumed it, that dream was gone. And while a difference of 2 points, 13 to 15, might seem small, it was actually vast. Maya had learned from the Queen of Psychics, Sabrina herself, that a natural mental strength of 10 to 14 was considered low-level talent, 15 to 19 counted as mid-level talent, 20 to 24 fell into the high-level category. As for those born with a mental strength of 25 or above, they were so rare in history you could count them on one hand. A psychic's talent determined the efficiency of their meditation training. This was the primary limiting factor for every psychic's growth. If the numbers were put into perspective, a low-level psychic trained at a base efficiency of 1, a mid-level psychic trained at 10, and a high-level psychic like Sabrina. 100, Sabrina's natural innate mental strength was 22, putting her firmly in the high-level bracket. It was thanks to this incredible gift that her mental strength grew at an astounding rate. At a young age, she had already become a powerful psychic with a terrifying mental capacity, reaching a height most psychics could never hope to attain in their entire lives. Chapter 465, Chapter 464, The Crestfallen Sato. Now that things had come to this point, there was no use in saying anything more. Maya was a strong-minded and resilient woman. She quickly pulled herself out of her dazed, heartbroken state, though the way she looked at Sato was still full of envy, jealousy, and frustration. You don't have to be so disappointed. Maybe the scientist who created that drug is still alive. It's not like you'll never have the chance to get it yourself someday. Seeing Maya looking at him like that, Sato felt even more convinced that he had truly hit the jackpot. In an attempt to ease her feelings, and also to steer the conversation back toward useful intel on psychics, he forced a smile and offered a few words of comfort. Of course, despite what he said, Sato knew full well it was basically impossible. Let's put aside how hard it was to even create such a drug in the first place. Even if someone managed to recreate it, the failure rate was terrifyingly high. It could easily be dismissed as a failed product, causing someone to repeat the same disastrous mistakes. In this world, aside from Sato, who had the benefit of a cheat-like system, there was probably no one else capable of knowing the effects of a psychic-enhancing drug without conducting extensive clinical trials. If you ever come across something that amazing again, and if there's any left, you have to let me know. I'd trade everything I own for it. Maya felt much better after Sato's attempt to console her. She nodded solemnly as she spoke, secretly vowing to visit the underground black markets more often in hopes of getting lucky. Had Sato known what Maya was thinking right then, he definitely would have regretted those comforting words. One line from him might just leave Maya buried in debt for the rest of her life. After Sato agreed to help her deal with Ails, Maya's opinion of him had improved significantly. As a result, when she began explaining psychic-related information to him, she held nothing back and told him everything she knew. In truth, intel about psychics was rarely a tightly kept secret. That was because most psychics adhered to a tradition of guiding their juniors. Rather than a tradition, it was more accurate to call it a duty. Since ancient times, psychics had always been extremely rare among humans. As humanity's strongest defenders, their social status was lofty, but the dangers they faced far exceeded those of other professions. Due to their limited numbers and the high mortality rate from constant sacrifice, many powerful psychic lineages were wiped out. Later, certain visionary psychics, determined to protect humanity and preserve their profession's legacy, began setting aside past grievances. They stopped hoarding knowledge and instead passed down everything they had learned to the next generation. Since even those legendary figures were willing to do this, their successors naturally followed suit. While a few bad apples existed, the tradition had been passed down by most psychics over the generations. So, even if Maya had chosen not to share anything with Sato, it was highly likely that he would eventually find a few reputable psychics who'd provide him with similar information anyway. At present, Maya was only a beginner psychic herself. But with someone like Sabrina as her teacher, she had a solid grasp of the basics, things like meditation methods and beginner-level psychic techniques. Over the course of about half an hour, Maya shared all the essential knowledge about psychics with Sato. She even gave him a psychic training book written personally by Sabrina, as well as some instruments for measuring psychic power. The book by Sabrina was just a photocopy, and an abridged one at that, meant only for beginner-level psychics. Still, for someone like Sato, who had abysmal natural talent in the field, it was more than enough to last him a long time. If Sato never stumbled upon some miraculous opportunity, this one book alone would probably be all he could rely on for the rest of his life. As for the tools that measured psychic power, they were blue marble-sized crystals known as mind beads. According to Maya, these mind beads were made from a special material capable of storing psychic energy. They were very simple to use. All a psychic had to do was channel telekinesis, the most basic form of psychic projection, into a bead. The bead would absorb the released energy and glow in response. One glowing mind bead equaled 1 unit of psychic power. By counting how many beads lit up, a psychic's total power level could be measured with precision. Since Sato hadn't undergone any formal meditation training, testing him with the beads now would accurately reveal his innate psychic power. After conducting a quick test and determining Sato's natural power level, Maya was quietly delighted. Meanwhile, Sato's face turned grim. According to the results, he had one of the worst psychic aptitudes possible. Yes, Sato's innate psychic power was only 10, just enough to meet the bare minimum required for a normal person to awaken as a psychic. After thousands of years of development, the psychic profession had evolved into a well-structured system. Psychics were divided into 5 tiers: apprentice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and master. These ranks were determined entirely by one's psychic power value. Apprentice, 10 to. Beginner, 100 to. Intermediate, 500 to 5. Advanced, 5,000 to 20. Master, over 20. According to Maya, Sato's rate of improvement through meditation would be incredibly slow. Even if he meditated without eating or sleeping, it might take him an entire month just to raise his psychic power by 1 point. That meant, without any special breakthroughs or miraculous encounters, he'd likely remain a beginner-level psychic for life. Advancing to intermediate would be almost impossible. By comparison, Maya's innate psychic power was 13. Just 3 points higher than Sato's, but her meditation efficiency was 7 or 8 times faster. In her own words, she had a real shot at breaking past the first psychic barrier and reaching the intermediate level in her lifetime. When there's no comparison, there's no pain. Maya had always been the one feeling inadequate. But now that the tables had turned and she got to be the one with the upper hand, she felt great. Well, it is what it is. It's fine. As long as I can learn telepathy, I'll be satisfied. Yep. That's all I want. Upon learning how bad his talent really was, Sato tried to console himself and force an optimistic mindset, but it wasn't working today. Because he had just learned that even telepathy, a supposedly basic psychic technique, wasn't as easy to learn as he thought. The prerequisite was a psychic power of 50. And he only had 10. If what Maya said was accurate, that he'd need a full month of non-stop meditation to raise his power by a single point, then he'd need at least 40 months to reach the requirement for telepathy. That was over 3 years, and that's assuming he did nothing but meditate, without eating or sleeping. In reality, it might take him 5 to 6 years just to reach 50 points. With that cruel reality staring him in the face, Sato simply couldn't bring himself to feel optimistic anymore. Chapter 466, Chapter 465, Assembly and Commencement. After Maya finished telling Sato everything she knew about psychics, she casually came up with an excuse and quickly left the cafe. Sato, on the other hand, remained in the quiet cafe a while longer. He read through the books on psychic abilities that Maya had left behind for about half an hour, then placed a 500 poke-dollar bill on the table before also taking his leave. Afterward, Sato and his Pokemon enjoyed a hearty late-night meal. Following a quick wash-up, he collapsed into bed and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed uneventfully. By noon the next day, Sato stepped out of a private bank in the center of Cinnabar Island. As soon as he came out, he released Crobat and had it take him up into the sky, flying swiftly eastward. The reason Sato had gone to the bank was simple: he wanted to store his storage backpack, containing a large number of valuable items, there for safekeeping. He just didn't trust Team Rocket's so-called secure storage enough to risk it. That morning, Sato had received an assembly notice through his Team Rocket-issued watch. It ordered him to arrive at the third uninhabited island east of Cinnabar Island before 5 p.m. In other words, the second phase of the rookie competition would officially begin after 5 p.m. According to the rules, Sato had to submit most of his belongings to the organization for safekeeping, leaving only a few essentials. So, to prevent any potential exposure of his secrets, Sato chose to entrust the bank with his valuables instead. After all, that oversized space backpack currently stored at the bank contained some extremely rare and expensive items, the 2 invaluable TMs gifted by Professor Oak, a hoard of treasure looted from the Sea Serpent Gang's High Duo and others, and even the recently acquired Keystone. While Sato wasn't the type to assume the worst of people, it never hurt to be cautious. If some Team Rocket members saw those treasures, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be tempted. Losing any of those would be a heartbreaking blow. Those items were crucial assets for Sato's future rise to power. At the moment, the only things left in his storage equipment were the mutated Fire Stone for evolving Growlithe, a set of clothing made from special fabric, a pair of high-tech running shoes, and a high-tech sleeping bag. The rest were all cheap daily-use items. Unfortunately, despite his efforts all morning, Growlithe's level remained stubbornly at 42, a fact that left Sato somewhat disappointed. But there was no helping it. After level 40, Pokémon needed massive amounts of battle experience to level up. The rapid gains of the 20s and 30s were long gone. Sato had no choice but to let Growlithe complete its evolution on that perilous, mysterious island. It was just past 4 p.m. when Sato set off. Though it was a bit early, he'd always been cautious by nature. Arriving ahead of time was a way to prepare for any unforeseen events. With Crobat's help, Sato reached the designated assembly point half an hour early. By then, a few others had already gathered on the beach of the uninhabited island. Judging by the Team Rocket watches on their wrists, these casually dressed individuals were all participants in the second phase of the rookie competition, just like Sato. Most of them didn't know each other. Given their status as competitors, they maintained a guarded distance, watching each other warily. Sato's arrival quickly drew attention. Multiple pairs of hostile eyes locked onto him the moment he stepped onto the beach. Even with his solid composure, Sato couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine under the weight of that collective hostility. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, he promptly raised his right hand and revealed the Team Rocket watch on his wrist. Only then did the other members withdraw their aggressive stares, signaling to their Pokémon to stand down while continuing to stay alert. The beach was spacious. Sato picked a shady coconut tree at random, pulled a small wooden chair from his space bag, and sat down beneath it. Then, putting on a show, he pulled out a fashion magazine and pretended to read, though in reality he was secretly observing the others nearby. Unfortunately, he didn't spot anyone he recognized, no Maya, or anyone else he knew. In fact, after receiving the notification that morning, Sato had contacted Maya to ask about her situation. It turned out that she had also been summoned, but their meeting times and locations didn't align. Still, it didn't take much thought for Sato to understand why. According to Maya, who had access to some inside information, there were a total of 1,521 rookies who had made it through the first phase. With that many people, gathering everyone at once would be far too conspicuous. Sato guessed that Team Rocket leadership had planned to ferry the participants to the mysterious island in batches. Maya's group had been called 2 hours earlier than his. By now, she was probably already far out at sea. As the appointed time drew near, more and more Team Rocket members gathered on the beach. Among the late arrivals, Sato unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. It was Tanya, who had joined the pewter branch of Team Rocket the same time as he did. They'd interacted a few times, so Sato had a deep impression of her. She arrived riding a well-developed Blastoise. According to Sato's system analysis, this Blastoise was level 39 and had quite a number of moves installed via TM. If he wasn't mistaken, Tanya had been the first in their batch to tame a Pokémon. The starter egg she received was likely a Squirtle egg, which had now evolved into this purple-gray Blastoise with an impressive individual value of 157. Team Rocket had always been strict about discipline. If they said to gather at 5 p.m., it would definitely happen precisely at 5 p.m. Sure enough, when the watches of everyone on the beach hit 5 o'clock, a man in an elite Team Rocket uniform descended from the sky on a majestic Pidgeot. This elite member was clearly a powerful trainer. His Pidgeot, level 52, radiated a powerful presence that quickly silenced the chatter on the beach. "I won't waste time with introductions," the man said, wearing windproof goggles and exuding a cold demeanor. "From here on out, just keep up with me, rookies." With that, he directed his Pidgeot eastward and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was already far ahead, leaving behind a beach full of stunned and silent Team Rocket recruits. Chapter 467, Chapter 466, The Flight Test. Although no one knew what kind of trick this mysterious Team Rocket elite was playing, the moment he blinked ahead and flew out a long distance, the other Rocket members on the beach immediately released their flying mounts to give chase. Every Team Rocket member who had made it to the second stage of the competition was naturally quite strong. Except for a few who were severely specialized in certain areas, most of them had some kind of flying Pokemon mount at their disposal. In an instant, a long line of Team Rocket members filled the sky like a soaring dragon. Of course, in the Kanto region, 7 or 8 out of every 10 Team Rocket members rode either a Pidgeot or a Fearow as their flying mount. Among this airborne procession, Sato was the only one riding a Crobat, and he was also flying right at the front. Naturally, he stood out like a sore thumb. However, Sato himself appeared utterly unfazed. With his wind goggles on, he silently commanded his Crobat to keep pace with the Team Rocket elite ahead, who was riding a Pidgeot at the Pseudo-Elite 4 level. At first, the Team Rocket Elite's Pidgeot wasn't flying at an especially fast speed, so Sato and the others with flying mounts could still keep up. But gradually, as time passed, the Pidgeot under the Rocket Elite began to speed up. The once tightly packed air formation began to stretch out, and the gaps between each rider widened more and more. By now, aside from Sato with his Crobat, only a few others riding Pidgeots were able to stay close behind the Team Rocket Elite. Without a doubt, Sato and those few riders made up the fastest, first echelon, of the aerial procession. The rest could only trail behind from afar. Facing the fierce headwinds, Sato turned to glance around. Within a 300 to 400 meter radius, only a dozen or so riders remained. The rest had already fallen far behind, reduced to tiny black dots in the distance. Is he taking us somewhere else? But his Pidgeot is flying faster and faster, some people won't be able to keep up. So the test has already begun, this must be the first challenge. Seeing this, Sato silently pondered the intentions of the Team Rocket Elite who had spoken only a single sentence back on the beach and remained silent ever since. This conclusion felt almost inevitable. He inwardly thanked his luck. His Golbat had evolved into a Crobat back at the port in Pallet Town. Without this upgrade, both in terms of flight speed and endurance, he would have been left in the dust a long time ago, now languishing at the rear of the group or even unable to keep up entirely. And for those who couldn't keep up, the consequence was simple: being unable to locate the actual rendezvous point would mean instant elimination. If Sato was right, people were already beginning to drop out. He had carefully counted back on the beach, there had been exactly 100 Team Rocket members assembled. But if the Team Rocket Elite at the front kept pushing his Pidgeot to accelerate, then, aside from the dozen or so top-tier flyers in the first echelon, only a handful in the leading edge of the second echelon might barely keep up. That meant before the real competition had even fully begun, at least half the participants would be eliminated. Fortunately, the Team Rocket Elite didn't appear to be trying to eliminate half the field right away. Noticing how few people were still trailing him, he intentionally slowed his Pidgeot down. Still, this reduced speed was still quite fast for those in the second or third echelon. Without pushing themselves to the limit, they risked falling behind again. Even though the flight speed had decreased instead of increasing, the contestants now faced a new problem: endurance. From the start of the flight to now, Sato and the other contestants had been flying for more than an hour. The distance traveled was already several hundred kilometers. Maintaining such high-speed flight for over an hour was exhausting even for large flying Pokemon. For smaller mounts like Pidgeotto or Spearow who hadn't yet evolved into their final forms, it was even worse. At this point, Sato could see even fewer Team Rocket members behind him, less than half of what he had seen earlier. After another dozen minutes of this grueling endurance test, the sky finally began to darken. Just as Sato noticed his Crobat slowing due to fatigue, the Team Rocket Elite ahead, who had long widened the gap, began to descend rapidly, heading toward a small island in the middle of the sea. Phew, finally, a break. Seeing the Rocket Elite finally choosing to stop, Sato let out a long breath of relief. Like the other few riders on Pidgeots, he quickly directed his Crobat to descend from high altitude. "We'll rest here for half an hour." Still cold and curt, the Team Rocket Elite dropped that single sentence after Sato and the other contestants landed on the island. Without explaining anything further, he simply walked off to find a place to rest. Sato and the others were thoroughly exhausted. Seeing the men act so aloof, and having realized by now that this long-distance flight was indeed a test, they wisely chose not to disturb him and instead quickly found places to rest and recover with their Pokemon. As the Rocket Elite rested on the island, more Team Rocket members from the tail end of the first echelon and the middle of the second echelon trickled in. But after a few more minutes, no one else arrived. The darkening night sky remained empty. Leaning against a coconut tree, Sato carefully counted. Excluding the Team Rocket Elite who wasn't a contestant, there were only 58 people left on the beach. This long-distance flight had eliminated 42 contestants in one blow, a staggering 40% dropout rate. Such a high elimination rate cast a heavy shadow over the minds of those who had barely made it through. The atmosphere on the beach was somber. Sato had no time to worry about anyone else. Even though he was one of the few who had stayed close to the Team Rocket elite the whole way, his condition was far from good. Both of his shoulders were throbbing with pain. Without any kind of specialized flying gear, Crobat had flown the entire time by clutching Sato's shoulders. This kind of passenger-carrying method was fine for a short time, but over such a long flight, even if Crobat could hold out, Sato's shoulders couldn't withstand the constant pulling and pressure. This is a painful reminder that I have to develop proper flying gear for Crobat in the future, Sato muttered through gritted teeth as he rubbed some high-grade medicinal ointment onto his severely bruised shoulders. You really did show up, Sato. I knew you wouldn't miss the rookie competition. But where have you been all this while? I haven't seen you around the base at all. Just as Sato was finishing up with the medicine and preparing to release his Bellisum to accelerate his healing, a pleasant, melodic voice suddenly came from behind him. Chapter 468, Chapter 467, Aiding the Enemy. Due to the pressing time constraints, Sato didn't pause his next move even after hearing the sudden voice behind him. Instead, he calmly took out a Pokeball containing Bellisum and released her. Once Bellisum began using grassy terrain at the spot to heal him and he finished bandaging his injuries, Sato finally turned around slowly, his gaze falling upon the uninvited guest who was now being tightly watched by Crobat. That unexpected visitor was a stunningly beautiful woman, someone Sato recognized as the only familiar face among the gathered participants, Tanya. Perhaps because of Sato's indifference, or the fact that she was being stared down by a massive bat Pokemon, the woman in the pale yellow elite trainer uniform looked visibly displeased. Long time no see, Tanya. What brings you to me now? But let me remind you, we're competitors now. Some things are better left unsaid, lest they sour the mood. Sato had never been one to judge by appearances. Though Tanya was undeniably beautiful, that didn't affect his attitude in the slightest. He merely gave her a curt nod and responded in a slightly distant tone. They may have known each other, but their only real interaction had been a simple transaction. He'd sold her some poke blocks. There was no real familiarity between them. In fact, much like Sato, Tanya was one of the few participants who managed to keep up with the elite rocket operative leading the challenge. Her flying mount was a Pidgeot, and a high-level one at that, reaching level 42. Among all the competitors with Pidgeot, hers was the strongest. Throughout the entire flight, Tanya had been the closest one trailing behind the elite rocket trainer. Naturally, Sato had noticed her early on, and it went without saying that Tanya had also identified him by the Crobat he used as a flying mount. Yet, along the way, Sato noticed she never once tried to acknowledge or approach him. In fact, she had even shown a strange hint of hostility. Several times, Sato had attempted to follow behind her Pidgeot to conserve Crobat's stamina, but she'd quickly instructed her Pokemon to shake him off. Sato didn't take offense at Tanya's unwillingness to let him tail her. After all, they weren't close, and more importantly, they were direct competitors. But now, seeing Tanya suddenly greet him with such warmth, Sato couldn't help but feel annoyed, and he didn't bother hiding it. What's more, Sato saw through her intentions immediately. She was here because she wanted something from him. It was obvious, this long-distance flight had been incredibly draining on all flying Pokemon, even on robust mounts like Pidgeot. Tanya's Pidgeot was no exception. Sato had seen it gasping for breath, clearly worn out. The Rocket Elite had just said they'd be resting for only 30 minutes. That meant this location wasn't the final destination, another grueling flight likely lay ahead. So, for every participant, the most critical thing right now was helping their flying mounts recover stamina. Otherwise, if their Pokemon ran out of strength mid-flight, elimination would be inevitable. Combining the current situation with the one prior occasion he'd interacted with her, Sato took less than a few seconds to deduce what she wanted, his poke blocks, the ones that could rapidly restore a Pokemon's stamina. But Sato had no intention of helping someone who had ignored him before and now suddenly acted friendly when she needed something. So, before she could even speak, he cut her off with a clear rejection. I'll admit I was in the wrong earlier. Please don't take it to heart, Tanya said, smiling sweetly as the irritation faded from her face. Actually, I don't need that many poke blocks, just 50 would do. I'm willing to trade 5,000 points for them. Tanya, as sharp as ever, had clearly understood the meaning behind Sato's earlier words. Her expression softened completely, and she lowered her tone with visible humility. This long-distance trial had made something clear to her. This fellow rookie from Pewter City was no longer the same person she once knew. Gone was the poor trainer who only had a pathetically low-level Zubat. Now, she faced someone she had to regard as a formidable opponent. When Tanya saw Sato again, she had been deeply shocked. She had assumed he'd died during the Viridian Forest trial. It never crossed her mind that he had actually gone out on a mission. To her, and to most others from their rocket intake class, it was normal to assume Sato had perished in that forest. Over the past month, aside from occasionally missing the efficiency of his poke blocks during training, she had all but forgotten him. But now, not only had his Zubat evolved into a powerful Crobat in just over a month, that Crobat had even managed to rival her painstakingly trained Pidgeot in terms of flight speed during this grueling trial. His growth was terrifying, and as shaken as she was, she couldn't help feeling a deep pang of jealousy. That was exactly why she had acted cold and distant during the flight. Now, however, seeing Sato summon a Bellisum capable of healing him, and sensing that this Bellisum's aura was on par with Crobat's, her shock turned to pure dread. As for that brief flicker of jealousy earlier, Tanya had already shoved it aside. She was a pragmatic person. When facing someone of equal strength, she would show them due respect. And now that Sato clearly had at least 2 Pokémon at level 40 or above, he was undeniably an opponent deserving of it. Especially since she needed his help. So, Tanya had no problem lowering herself temporarily and offering enough sincerity to not only obtain the Poke Blocks, but also rekindle a trace of their past friendship. Offering 5,000 rocket points in exchange for 50 medium-grade Poke Blocks, Tanya's proposal was indeed sincere. For context, in Team Rocket's internal economy, 1 rocket point could be exchanged for 1,000 Poke Dollars. That made 5,000 points equivalent to 5 million Poke Dollars. Buying 50 mid-tier Poke Blocks for that much was an extremely generous deal. Most others would have jumped at the chance for such a profit. Unfortunately for Tanya, today she was facing Sato, the man who currently held more than 130,000 rocket points. He had no interest in such a small sum. In fact, if giving up 5,000 points meant he could easily eliminate a powerful competitor like Tanya, Sato would be more than happy to make that trade. So, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. He flat out rejected her. In this situation, helping a rival was out of the question. Of course, if the benefits were high enough. Sato was not entirely above doing so. And when Tanya gritted her teeth and pulled out a certain item from her person, Sato's mind immediately changed, along with the hasty decision he'd made just moments earlier. Chapter 469, Chapter 468, A Ridiculously Unfair Trade. In the end, what made Sato change his mind wasn't Tanya's coaxing, nor her beauty, but a lump of black clay sealed inside a glass jar. At first glance, the black lump looked no different from ordinary soil. But under the dim light of night, even the naked eye could catch a faint purple shimmer slowly flowing across its surface. Yes, after running it through the system's appraisal function, Sato could confirm it without a doubt. This was the toxic essence he had once acquired from a mook. The only difference was that the one now before him was slightly larger than the one he had obtained before, around 30 G. From the system's analysis, Sato had learned that toxic essence was the key ingredient in crafting the poison-type treasure item, Black Sludge. With 100 G of toxic essence, plus a few auxiliary materials, one could create a poison pearl, a priceless item. Originally, Sato had hoped to exchange his piece of toxic essence for some poison-type training knowledge from Janine. Unfortunately, he had quickly realized that Janine was not someone one could communicate with in any normal way, and so he'd given up on the idea. As a result, he had assumed that the toxic essence in his possession would end up collecting dust in storage long-term. But now, upon seeing the 30 G chunk of toxic essence in Tanya's hand, a spark reignited in Sato's mind. He currently had about 25 G himself. If he added Tanya's 30 G, that would make 55 G total, meaning he was now very likely to gather enough to eventually craft Black Sludge. Just 45 G more. If I had a Black Sludge, both Crobat and Arbok would experience a massive power-up. Especially Arbok, its biggest weakness, endurance during the 3-pattern strategy, would be dramatically improved. Staring at the treasure Tanya had reluctantly produced, Sato's eyes locked onto it, and he couldn't help the flood of thoughts that followed. It looks like Mr. Sato recognizes this item. Yes, it's a 31 G piece of toxic essence, used to craft the poison-type treasure Black Sludge. I believe its value is more than enough to restore our friendship, Tanya said with a dazzling smile. Her observational skills were sharp. Though Sato kept a calm and indifferent expression, the eyes were the window to the soul. She'd seen the flicker in his gaze, he was clearly interested. So she smiled sweetly as she pushed forward. I'm interested, Sato said simply. So, go on, name your price. He smiled, seeing there was no use in pretending. She'd seen right through his aloof act. Instead of playing games, he handed the ball over to Tanya, let her make the first offer. Tanya's eyes lit up at his words, but quickly fell into troubled contemplation. The value of toxic essence was self-evident. This was a rare material that money alone couldn't buy. If she traded it for only 50 medium-grade Poke Blocks, the loss would be astronomical. But Tanya also knew that value was never absolute. In this current situation, Sato's Poke Blocks were practically life-saving items. Their worth had skyrocketed many-fold. It was like water in a desert, usually worthless, but during life-or-death moments, priceless. Plus, these Poke Blocks could very well be the deciding factor in upcoming matches. Quality recovery items could significantly raise a trainer's win rate. And Tanya knew exactly how effective Sato's Poke Blocks were. They were the best recovery items she'd ever seen. In her opinion, they had played a huge role in Sato's rapid growth. But perhaps because she knew how vital the Poke Blocks were, she found it hard to ask for too many. From the way Sato had acted earlier, it was obvious he wasn't interested in supplying his rivals. After all, they were still competitors. Who knew when they might face each other in the tournament? Giving a future opponent a boost was foolish. Yes, toxic essence was rare. But right now, it was like oil in the desert, valuable, sure, but not nearly as life-saving as water. How about 1,000? Tanya finally asked with a deep breath, her voice sweet as ever. But the moment the words left her mouth, her smile froze. Because Sato immediately looked away from the toxic essence and turned to stare at her like she was an idiot. Then 500. No less. I'm already losing a ton here. Tanya bit her lip and glared at him, holding up 5 fingers with a small, rough hand. To her dismay, Sato simply held up 2 fingers, shamelessly. 2 or 3 minutes later, Tanya, clearly in a foul mood, stormed off clutching a colorful pouch of poke blocks. Her pretty face twisted with frustration and clenched teeth. After an intense round of haggling, she had been forced to accept Sato's tyrannical offer, trading her 31G of toxic essence for just 300 medium-grade poke blocks. Without a doubt, Tanya had taken a catastrophic loss. A complete explosion of value, as if her trade had spontaneously combusted on the spot. The atmosphere on the beach was quiet and heavy. With only a few lamps, mostly kerosene lanterns, lighting the area, even their soft conversation managed to attract attention from the surrounding Team Rocket members. Especially when some of them recognized the toxic essence in Tanya's hand, and watched her storm off holding a pouch with a dark expression. Curious glances quickly began to circle the two of them. Still, both Sato and Tanya had performed impressively during the long-distance flight challenge, earning the respect of many on the beach. So even though people were curious about what Tanya had traded for, no one dared to approach and question the clearly irate and powerful female trainer. That said, a few sharp-eyed observers did notice her feeding some of the poke blocks to her Pidgeot shortly after, and were stunned by how quickly its stamina recovered. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. Tanya had traded for some kind of high-efficiency recovery item for Pokemon. And based on the results they saw, it worked far better than any standard supply they had on hand. All at once, the nearby Team Rocket members turned blazing eyes towards Sato. As for Sato himself, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and a tight clench in his seat. Chapter 470, Chapter 469, A Hidden Paradise. In the following 10 or so minutes, Sato moved like a messiah among the crowd, warmly welcomed by over a dozen strangers in succession, each one enthusiastically offering him items that, to his surprise, turned out to be quite decent. Unfortunately, almost every single one of them left in high spirits but returned shortly after with faces like they'd just attended a funeral. However, once they realized their flying Pokemon mounts were rapidly recovering their stamina, their expressions changed instantly, eyes lighting up with renewed hope and joy as if they'd found a way to survive. There was no doubt that these people were currently experiencing a strange blend of pain and delight. At that moment, Sato, acting like the heartless merchant he was happily tucked away in some secluded corner, carefully counting the fine while he'd just sheared off a flock of fat sheep. The spoils were more than enough to knit himself a luxurious woolen coat. The members of Team Rocket who had made it this far in the rookie showdown were among the most elite of the new recruits. Without some form of special opportunity or background, they wouldn't have reached this point. In other words, while they weren't swimming in wealth, each one of them had considerable assets, being worth tens of millions of poke dollars was the norm. But thanks to Sato's little fleecing session just now, their assets had effectively been halved. On the other hand, Sato made a handsome profit. All he had offered in return were a few hundred poke blocks, items that could be cheaply manufactured from common berries. What's more, to avoid giving anyone the chance to power up for the upcoming matches, he intentionally limited each transaction to no more than 50 mid-grade poke blocks. Although the items these people brought were fairly valuable, none of them compared to the toxic essence that Maya had handed over. Because of that, Sato didn't opt for barter trades. Instead, he went straight for alliance currency. At a ruthless black market rate of 200,000 poke dollars per mid-grade poke block, Sato sold around 800 in total, instantly netting himself over 160 million poke dollars. His previously drained wallet, emptied out by high-tech purchases and awakening agents, now bounced back slightly, reaching over 200 million poke dollars once again. Of course, Sato was well aware that doing something like this was bound to attract resentment. It was highly likely he'd become a target in the matches to come. That's why he made sure to disguise his appearance for every transaction. He even traded with each person one-on-one, changing his appearance after every deal to minimize the risk of getting ganged up on later. When the benefits of the poke blocks, especially their stamina recovery, became apparent, word spread quickly. Soon, a new wave of wealthy sheep came flocking his way. Thanks to this second batch, Sato gained another 100 million poke dollars, bringing his funds back to a near-peak level. Interestingly, even that icy-cold Team Rocket elite came to buy poke blocks from him. Unfortunately, Sato didn't dare scam someone of that caliber and even offered him a few high-grade poke blocks free of charge. Perhaps appreciating Sato's tact, the elite not only introduced himself but also secretly gifted him a directory containing profiles of some of the participants. All in all, Sato's black market dealings were but a small interlude in the second phase of the rookie competition. Half an hour passed in a flash, and the elite rocket member named Nogu, who was at the pseudo-elite 4 level, set off once again. This time, their long-distance flight didn't take place under blue skies and white clouds. Instead, it unfolded beneath a moonless, star-scattered night sky. However, the poke block Sato had distributed played a crucial role during this flight. No one fell behind. It had to be said, Sato, all by himself, had subtly influenced the early dynamics of Phase 2 in this rookie competition. After over an hour of nighttime flight, Nogu led Sato and the others into a dense sea mist. The fog was so thick, and the darkness so deep, that the human eye was rendered nearly useless. Visibility was limited to a mere meter or two. What's worse, the fog also seemed to interfere with sensory perception, making it difficult for even Pokemon to navigate. Even Crobat's echolocation was practically useless. Thankfully, Nogu knew this area like the back of his hand and carried a special tool capable of emitting a powerful piercing light to guide the way. Without him, Sato and the others might have gotten hopelessly lost in this fog, trapped forever. This sea mist spanned hundreds of nautical miles. Sato and the others spent over 10 minutes flying through it before finally emerging on the other side, where a massive island suddenly loomed into view. Now under a magnificent, starry sky with not a single cloud above, the island stood serenely, untouched. Oddly enough, the thick sea mist that had enveloped the ocean for hundreds of miles couldn't even drift within 100 meters of the island. It was as if some invisible force kept it at bay, forcing the fog to linger at a respectful distance. It was unbelievable but undeniable. They were witnessing the raw, mysterious power of nature. As they drew closer, they noticed that the island was also surrounded by countless whirlpools. At the center of each vortex, water vapor was continuously rising, constantly feeding the thick fog that surrounded the island. Clearly, this vast fog was a direct result of the island's unique aquatic surroundings. What a hidden paradise! What kind of mysterious power could be protecting this island? It's like Pandaria from the Pokemon world. Sato couldn't help but marvel at the sight before him, quietly awestruck by the wonders of nature. Note, Pandaria is a continent in World of Warcraft long shrouded by sea mist. It is the homeland of the Pandaren. Before Sato could savor the moment any longer, the stoic Nogu bluntly urged him to keep moving. Eventually, they arrived at a small artificial island dozens of meters away from the main island. Team Rocket had already built a large, fortified base on this artificial island. It was brightly lit, and even from afar, Sato could tell it was under heavy security. Dozens of Rocket members were patrolling the perimeter. As Sato and the others approached, 2 teams of Rocket members on flying mounts immediately surrounded them. The 2 captains leading them were both pseudo-elite 4 trainers, their Pokemon radiating equally strong auras. All of them gave off a hardened, militaristic vibe, tinged with the metallic scent of blood. It was clear these were battle-hardened Rocket elites. Even the usually icy Nogu obediently had his Pidgeot hover in midair and submitted to inspection. But before the security check could be completed, a loud alarm suddenly rang out from the base. Immediately, the Rocket elites who had been checking them abandoned their posts and flew off toward the base without hesitation. Startled by the siren and the elite's urgency, Sato and the others tensed up, turning to the one person who might have answers, Nogu. His expression was grim. Though he remained silent, he raised a hand and pointed toward the large island. Following the direction of his finger, Sato and the others looked. Under the faint moonlight, it only took a few seconds for them to see it, a dark cloud speeding toward the rocket base from the island. But as soon as Sato saw what that cloud truly was, his whole body went cold. A chill ran down his spine as a powerful sense of impending doom took hold. Chapter 471, Chapter 470, The Pokemon Army. The black cloud rapidly drifting toward the rocket base was not made of clouds at all. It was a massive flock of flying-type Pokemon, forming a dark, oppressive swarm that blotted out the sky. Most of them were Murkrow, Fiero, and Pidgeotto, types commonly seen among flying Pokemon. It was clear these flying types came with hostile intent. They seemed to bear deep animosity toward the Team Rocket operatives stationed on the artificial island. Or perhaps they were under the influence of some kind of power. The bloodthirsty, scarlet glow in their eyes made that possibility hard to ignore. Don't just stand there. Get down to the lower base and find cover. No need to panic, this is just a minor-scale beast tide. It'll be over soon. As the black cloud of flying-type Pokemon closed in on the rocket base, Nogu, in a rare gesture, called out to Sato and the others with a word of warning before commanding his Pidgeot to descend rapidly toward the rocket base. In truth, if not for the fact that their team leader Nogu had yet to make a move, and they dared not overstep, Sato and the other sharp-eyed rocket recruits would have already fled. Now, with his signal, Sato and the others scrambled to urge their flying mounts down toward the Team Rocket base, landing and seeking shelter at breakneck speed. By this point, multiple squads of rocket members were emerging from various exits of the base, marching in orderly formation. Just like the elite Team Rocket operative Sato had seen earlier from the sky, these members exuded a disciplined, militaristic aura. Under the leadership of their commanding officers, they moved swiftly and in sync. Before long, 3 square-shaped battle formations of over 100 members each had formed outside the Team Rocket base. These 3 main battalions were arranged in a triangle around the base, protecting it from all sides. In addition to the large formations, scattered mid- and small-sized units filled in the defensive gaps around the facility. Once fully assembled, these rocket members, like seasoned soldiers, began releasing Pokémon under the command of their squad leaders. Each square formation deployed a single species of Pokémon. These Pokémon had all undergone rigorous training. As soon as they emerged, they assembled on their own like veterans of countless battles. In moments, the field was home to 3 massive formations, one composed entirely of Magnezone, one of Alolan Golem, and one of Electrode. Note, Alolan Golem is the final evolution of Alolan Geodude, a dual rock/electric type. Due to Alola's unique climate, standard Geodude undergo mutation and evolve differently. Magnezone Army and Electrode Army commence assault. As the 3 Pokémon legions finished assembling, a one-eyed rocket executive in a commander's uniform lifted a megaphone and barked out orders. Zap Cannon. Electro Ball. The next moment, 2 of the large formations, the Magnezone and Electrode units, instantly obeyed. All their trainers shouted the same move command in unison. Hundreds of Pokémon launching the same move at once triggered a breathtaking, earth-shattering reaction. The destructive force they unleashed was overwhelming. The Magnezone Legion on the left flank of the triangle formation struck first. Hundreds of Magnezone fired Zap Cannon in unison, filling the sky with blinding electromagnetic beams. Under the influence of magnetic fields and their collective precision, the beams converged into a single, colossal energy cannon. The massive electromagnetic blast shot forward at incredible speed. It cleaved through the sky like a blade of lightning, splitting the dense black swarm of flying-type Pokémon in half. In the blink of an eye, the air was thick with the smell of scorched feathers and ozone. That's insane. This kind of standardized Pokémon Legion is practically a weapon of war. Watching from behind cover, Sato was stunned into silence as he witnessed the Magnezone unit's overwhelming power. His eyes widened with awe. Meanwhile, the Electrode formation on the right flank began its own fierce attack. Electricity surged across hundreds of them, and one after another, they launched yellow orbs of energy, each the size of a soccer ball, into the sky. In an instant, the sky filled with a torrential rain of glowing electro balls. With a base speed stat of 150, Electrode was among the fastest electric-type Pokémon. Most flying types couldn't hope to outrun them. As such, the barrage of electro balls was devastating to the airborne attackers, each projectile carried a base power exceeding 80. Note, Electro Ball is a special electric-type move. The faster the user is compared to the target, the stronger the attack. Under the relentless assault from hundreds of electrodes, flying-type Pokémon dropped from the sky like rain-soaked leaves. Within 3 or 4 seconds, the majority of the Pokémon that had made it within 100 meters of the base were eliminated. However, this first wave was only the vanguard of the Black Cloud. A second wave of flying types swiftly followed. Even under such intense fire from the Magnezone and Electrode legions, the crimson-eyed Pokémon showed no fear, hurling themselves at the base with savage ferocity. Following the one-eyed commander's lead, the Magnezone unit focused on breaking enemy formations, while the Electrode unit provided wide-range suppressive fire. With their fierce bombardment and the support of rocket Pokémon from various smaller units, the 2 main legions successfully crushed 6 waves of flying-type attackers, wiping out more than half the invading force. However, the non-stop discharge of electricity began to wear down both the Magnezone and Electrode armies. Their output weakened as they grew visibly fatigued. Without sustained firepower, the remaining flying types, still numbering in the hundreds, broke through the defensive line and closed in, breaching the 30-meter mark outside the rocket base. Alolan Golem unit, prepare for battle. Commence attack. At that moment, the one-eyed rocket commander, estimating that the enemy had entered optimal striking range, gave the long-awaited order to the final legion, Alolan Golem. Rock Blast. Instantly, the rocket members in the Alolan Golem unit issued the same command to their Pokémon. Hundreds of Alolan Golem, positioned at the spearhead of the triangular formation, launched volley after volley of rock-sized projectiles from their backs, each one crackling with electromagnetic energy. A storm of electrically charged stones rained down upon the advancing flying types. As dual rock/electric types, Alolan Golem's attacks not only struck with rock-type force but also carried electric charges. It was easy to imagine the devastation. Any flying-type hit would suffer double punishment, from both types. The assault successfully halted the enemy advance. Yet despite their raw power, the Alolan Golem unit couldn't match the firing frequency of the Electrode Legion. Before long, numerous wild flying types from the island's interior broke through and took to the skies directly above the rocket base. A brutal, close-quarters battle to defend the base was about to erupt. Chapter 472, Chapter 471, Evolution. Compared to the overwhelming tide at the beginning, the number of wild flying-type Pokémon now breaking through the defensive lines of the three major Pokémon armies and reaching the airspace above Team Rocket's base had significantly dwindled. However, this dwindling was only relative. There were still over 1,000 wild flying-type Pokémon circling the skies above the base. As always, the principle remained: creation is difficult, but destruction is easy. Even though only 1,000 or so flying-type Pokémon remained above the base, they were still Pokémon. Working together, destroying something was far too easy for them. Bursts of boom 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 echoed in succession as brief flashes of explosive energy flared outside Team Rocket's base. A colorful variety of moves were being unleashed by these wild Pokémon. In no time, the outer walls of the base, reinforced multiple times, suffered extensive damage. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before these 1,000-plus flying types could completely tear down Team Rocket's base, which had been constructed on an artificial island. Of course, this base was the only place all the Team Rocket members here could call home. Even though no one had asked them to help, not even newcomers like Sato, they still stepped forward without hesitation. Grow live, use flamethrower. With Crobat guarding his flank, Sato took cover against a sturdy wall. Seizing this as a valuable training opportunity, he began commanding Growlithe to engage the fearless wild flying types around them. Covered in blazing flames, Growlithe barked in response, opened its jaws, and released a giant column of fire that spread wide across the air. Instantly, several Murkrow that didn't manage to dodge were caught in the pillar of fire. Accompanied by their painful cries, the unlucky birds plummeted from the sky, trailing black smoke as they fell. But before Sato and Growlithe could mount their next attack, 6 Murkrow with glowing crimson eyes abruptly stopped attacking the nearby structures and instead locked onto Sato with killing intent. The very next second, Sato's instincts flared with alarm. The 6 Murkrow, all around level 30, moved in perfect sync. Their feathered black bodies ignited with blue flames as they beat their wings fiercely and launched a coordinated Brave Bird attack, each carrying a whopping 120 base power, rushing toward Sato from all directions. Their speed under the boost of Brave Bird was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 6 blue streaks hurtled toward Sato, clearly intending to shred the seemingly vulnerable human to pieces. Crobat, protect. Growlithe, use flame charge. Despite the deadly charge, Sato remained calm and issued precise orders without hesitation. The moment his voice fell, Crobat shot forward from Sato's shoulder and used Protect, forming a bright green energy shield that enveloped both itself and Sato. Moments later, thud 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 echoed as all 6 Brave Bird attacks slammed into the shield Crobat had created. The impact was tremendous. As a flying type move and a stab, same type attack bonus, move for Murkrow, the sheer power of Brave Bird was immense. Though the green shield was solid, under the relentless assault of 6 Murkrow at once, it began to crack rapidly. Within less than a second, the barrier was covered in spiderweb-like fractures, seemingly ready to shatter at any moment. Fortunately, Crobat's Protect had bought just enough time for Growlithe. Wreathed in flame, Growlithe leapt forward at an impossible angle, ramming into 3 of the attacking Murkrow and sending them flying. As for the remaining 3, 2 were instantly struck down by Crobat's cross poison, and the last one was kicked away by Sato himself, his enhanced combat boots activating the Mega Kick technique with tremendous force. In the flash of an instant, the 6 attacking Murkrow were jointly defeated by Sato and his Pokémon. But the battlefield outside Team Rocket's base was utter chaos. Just as Sato had shaken off one wave of danger, another loomed. This time, the enemy was a Murkrow leader accompanied by 16 underlings, and it was a formidable one at that, level 45 and clearly a mini-boss among wild Pokémon. After watching his subordinates get beaten down by Sato's team, the leader Murkrow immediately abandoned his assault on the outer walls of the base and commanded his flock to charge straight toward Sato. Shit. Seeing that he was about to get ganged up on, Sato cursed under his breath. Without a second thought, he turned and sprinted toward a nearby steel door that had sustained heavy damage, with Growlithe and Crobat close behind. The reason he'd chosen to fight in this area was mainly because of the emergency escape passage located here. It was a precaution, just in case something dangerous happened or if a certain important event occurred. The steel door barely had any durability left. After a barrage of moves from Growlithe and Crobat, it crumpled into a pile of scrap metal, revealing a passage wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. Without hesitation, Sato dashed through the ruined doorway with Growlithe and Crobat and entered the passageway. However, he didn't choose to run straight through. After covering some distance, he came to a stop. The Murkrow leader and his flock didn't think twice. Seeing Sato and his Pokémon disappear into the passage, they immediately gave chase at full speed. Let's go, Growlithe. Use them to complete your final evolution. Hit them with the most powerful flamethrower you've got. Sato smiled as the Murkrow leader closed in. Once the enemies were within 5 meters, he tossed a crimson, crystal-like stone etched with mysterious runes toward Growlithe, whose eyes were full of fiery anticipation. It was the mysterious mutated fire stone. According to his system scan, Growlithe had leveled up to 43 after defeating those earlier Murkrow, now the perfect time to evolve. Woof! The moment the crystal touched Growlithe, pale white flames engulfed its body. It let out a loud bark as blinding white light burst forth. Instantly, the temperature within the passage soared, and everything was bathed in the glow of evolution. From within the white light, a massive white pillar of fire surged from Growlithe's mouth, its body rapidly growing and changing form. The fire pillar expanded explosively the moment it left Growlithe's mouth, transforming into a scorching, pale wave of fire that filled the entire passage. Caught in the narrow corridor with nowhere to escape, the Murkrow leader and his underlings were instantly engulfed in the flame wave. Agonized screams rang out, but they were abruptly cut off moments later. Seconds passed. The pale fire and glow of evolution gradually faded. Then, with a burst of speed, Sato shot out from the superheated corridor, riding atop a majestic, powerfully built Arcanine. Chapter 473, Chapter 472, Reforged and Reborn, Arcanine. When Sato discovered that Growlithe had successfully reached level 43, he had originally planned to let it evolve on the island. Unfortunately, things rarely go as planned. With no reinforcements in sight, Sato had no choice but to let Growlithe evolve secretly within the tunnel and use the terrain to his advantage, allowing Growlithe to unleash a burst of powerful fire-type energy during the evolution process to purge their enemies. Rewinding to a minute earlier, in the tunnel that was now lit up as brightly as day, Growlithe was bathed in pale, high-temperature flames and the dazzling light of evolution. His body underwent rapid restructuring and transformation under the tempering of the flames and the blessing of the evolution light. Gradually, the mutated fire stone, which contained a trace of Groudon's primal essence, melted into a shimmering golden-red liquid that began to dye the light of evolution engulfing Growlithe. As the process continued, Growlithe's originally slow-growing frame began to expand at a visible pace. The small Pokémon that had once stood only 1 meter tall and 1.3 meters long was transforming into a towering canine Pokémon over 2.5 meters tall and at least 5 meters in length. As Growlithe's body swelled, the crimson-gold liquid formed from the mutated fire stone gradually diminished. Finally, it vanished completely as Growlithe's form stabilized. There was no doubt, the vast and pure fire-type energy within the fire stone had been entirely absorbed, fueling Growlithe's metamorphosis. In the end, a majestic Arcanine appeared before Sato, flames of pale white burning atop his head, tail, and 4 paws. He padded forward on blazing feet and then obediently lay down in front of Sato. Though the flames burning on Arcanine's body were clearly searingly hot, Sato was surprised to find that the surrounding temperature was extremely comfortable, maintaining a steady 25 degrees Celsius. Even with Arcanine so close, he didn't feel any heat. I see now. You've gained a lot from this evolution, haven't you, buddy? Sato quickly realized this phenomenon was likely the doing of his loyal partner. He immediately activated the system's scanning ability to examine Arcanine's status. Upon reading the results, he smiled with satisfaction, stepped forward, and fondly stroked Arcanine's large head. Pokémon, Arcanine. Level. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bite, Roar, Ember, Leer, Odor Sleuth, Helping Hand, Reversal, Fire Fang, Takedown, Flare Blitz, Agility, Retaliate, Crunch, Heat Wave, Outrage, Thunder Fang, Extreme Speed. Egg moves, None. Tutor moves, Stored Power, Flame Wheel, Flame Charge, Overheat, Flare Blitz. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Grass, Double Team, Fire Spin, Flamethrower. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 30, 31. Attack, 31, 31. Defense, 28, 31. Special Attack, 31, 31. Special Defense, 27, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, 177, Gold Tier. Special Fire-type ability. Thermal Control, a Fire-type Pokémon with this ability can manipulate the temperature of surrounding flames by consuming its internal Fire-type energy. The degree to which heat can be raised or lowered depends on the Pokémon's fire control prowess. From the data, it was clear that the pleasant ambient temperature was entirely Arcanine's doing. Not only had the mutated Fire Stone significantly enhanced his stats, but it had also awakened a powerful new Fire-type ability, Thermal Control. Although Sato didn't yet know the full extent of this new ability's power, from its description alone, he could tell it was incredibly useful. Whether lowering enemy flames' lethality or amplifying the intensity of his own, Thermal Control was a game-changer. With this ability, Arcanine would hold a distinct advantage even against equally powerful Fire-type opponents. And just as importantly, Sato would never again have to worry about being consumed by fire or burned, as long as Arcanine was by his side. Thanks to Thermal Control, flames could now be safely regulated to a comfortable, room-like temperature. Still, more than anything, what brought Sato the most joy wasn't the new ability, it was that Arcanine had finally completed his transformation from an underdog to a true powerhouse. Once, Growlithe had been a blue-tier Pokemon with a total 4 of just 138. Now, he had become a gold-tier Pokemon with a total 4 of 177, a massive leap in potential. To Sato's delight and surprise, Arcanine had also learned 2 high-powered Fire-type moves during evolution, Overheat and Flare Blitz. Move notes. Overheat, Special Fire, Power, 130. Effect, uses all its strength in one blast. Harshly lowers the user's special attack after use. Flare Blitz, Physical Fire, Power, 120. Effect, charges while cloaked in fire, deals recoil damage, and may cause burns. Arcanine had high and balanced attack and special attack base stats, 110 and 100 respectively, making him a true mixed attacker. As a dual-blade type Pokemon, he could fully unleash the potential of both moves. With these additions, Arcanine was now like a tiger with wings, his combat strength had once again soared. What's more, he had successfully learned both Outrage and Extreme Speed as planned. Sato could now confidently say that Arcanine's strength had definitively surpassed that of the team's former second strongest member, Crobat. If Arcanine could quickly master the synergy between Outrage and Extreme Speed, then even Swampert, the team's current powerhouse, might not be able to keep him suppressed. Wielding Extreme Speed, Arcanine had become a true guerrilla tactics expert, able to engage and retreat freely, and capable of pulling off devastating one-hit kills with surprise strikes. As long as his stamina held out, most opponents would be terrorized by his hit-and-run strategy and fearsome finishing power. After all, Arcanine was no longer the petite Growlithe of the past, he was now a mighty beast of a more than considerable size. With his current physical build, Sato no longer had to hold back. He could now let Arcanine freely use high recoil moves like Flare Blitz, Double Edge, and Take Down, attacks he had once forbidden out of concern. Now, Arcanine wasn't just a skirmisher, he could go full Berserker mode when needed, turning battles into decisive, high-impact clashes. Sato could already imagine the scene when Arcanine combined Flare Blitz with Extreme Speed, a vision that would surely leave a lasting impression on most opponents. Some might even be haunted by the memory for a long time. Let's go, Arcanine. Let's take a walk. The battle's probably not over yet. Now's the perfect time to test your new power. Sato casually climbed onto Arcanine's back, laying comfortably across the thick, warm fur that blanketed him. He patted Arcanine's massive head with a smile. Woof. As soon as Sato was on his back, Arcanine sprang to his feet. After letting out a mighty bark in response, the pale flames wrapped around his limbs suddenly flared up. A moment later, Sato felt himself being propelled forward, everything around him turned into a blur. By the time he regained his bearings, he and Arcanine were already back on the roaring battlefield. Chapter 474, Chapter 473, Current Updated Pokemon Information. Pokemon, Crobat. Level. Type, Poison/Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Known moves, Cross Poison, Screech, Leech Life, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Air Cutter, Swift, Poison Fang, Mean Look, Absorb, Haze. Egg moves, Hypnosis. Tutor moves, Shadow Ball. TM moves, Gust, Protect, Steel Wing, Hidden Power, Electric, Aerial Ace, Taunt. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 21, 31. Attack, 23, 31. Defense, 25, 31. SP ATK, 22, 31. SP Def, 27, 31. Speed, 25, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total IVs, 143, above 140. Pokemon, Nidorino. Level. Type, Poison. Ability, Hustle. Gender, Male. Known moves, Leer, Peck, Focus Energy, Double Kick, Poison Sting, Fury Attack, Horn Attack, Helping Hand, Toxic Spikes. Egg moves, Disable, Amnesia, Psybeam. TM moves, Poison Jab, Water Pulse, Protect, Hidden Power, Dark, Thunderbolt, Ice Beam. Held item, Everstone. IVs. HP, 25, 31. Attack, 30, 31. Defense, 25, 31. SP ATK, 31, 31. SP Def, 30, 31. Speed, 27, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total IVs, 168, above 140. Pokemon, Bellossom. Level. Type, Grass. Ability, Healer. Gender, Female. Known moves, Magical Leaf, Leaf Storm, Leaf Blade, Mega Drain, Sweet Scent, Acid, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Lucky Chant, Sunny Day, Quiver Dance, Swords Dance. Egg moves, Synthesis, Nature Power. Tutor moves, Secret Power, Grassy Terrain, Energy Ball. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Rock, Teeter Dance. Held item, Miracle Seed. IVs. HP, 30, 31. Attack, 28, 31. Defense, 30, 31. SP ATK, 31, 31. SP Def, 29, 31. Speed, 28, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 176, above 175. Pokemon, Arcanine. Level. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 30, 31. Attack, 31, 31. Defense, 28, 31. SP ATK, 31, 31. SP. Def, 27, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 177. Known moves, Bite, Roar, Ember, Leer, Odor Sleuth, Helping Hand, Flame Wheel, Reversal, Fire Fang, Takedown, Flame Burst, Agility, Retaliate, Crunch, Heat Wave, Outrage, Thunderfang, Extreme Speed. Tutor moves, Flame Charge, Flame Wheel, Flare Blitz, Overheat. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Grass, Double Team, Fire Spin, Flamethrower. Pokemon, Ditto. Level. Type, Normal. Ability, Limber. Gender, Genderless. Known moves, Transform. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 27, 31. Attack, 28, 31. Defense, 27, 31. SP ATK, 26, 31. SP Def, 25, 31. Speed, 22, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total IVs, 155, above 140. Pokemon, Swampert. Level. Type, Water/Ground. Ability, Damp. Gender, Male. Known moves, Mud Slap, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Mud Shot, Foresight, Endure, Mud Bomb, Hammer Arm, Rock Slide, Muddy Water, Takedown. Egg moves, Refresh, Mirror Coat. Tutor moves, Ice Punch, Dig, Rain Dance, Earth Power. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Flying, Rock Tomb, Icy Wind, Iron Tail, Aqua Tail, Surf. Combo move, Earth Ice Hammer, Hammer Arm plus Earth Power plus Ice Punch. Held item, Mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone. IVs. HP, 31, 31. Attack, 31, 31. Defense, 31, 31. SP ATK, 31, 31. SP Def, 31, 31. Speed, 31, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 186. Pokemon, Pelipper, Shiny. Level. Type, Flying/Water. Ability, Drizzle plus Rain Dish. Gender, Female. Known moves, Hurricane, Hydro Pump, Tailwind, Soak, Growl, Water Gun, Supersonic, Water Sport, Wing Attack, Mist, Water Pulse, Payback, Brine, Fling, Stockpile, Swallow, Spit Up. Egg moves, Aqua Ring. Tutor moves, Waterfall. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Fairy, Double Team, Ice Beam, Shock Wave. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 31, 31. Attack, 30, 31. Defense, 30, 31. SP ATK, 31, 31. SP Def, 30, 31. Speed, 31, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 183, above 175. Pokemon, Beautifly, Shiny. Level. Type, Bug/Flying. Ability, Swarm. Gender, Female. Known moves, Tackle, String Shot, Poison Sting, Bug Bite, Gust, Absorb, Stun Spore, Morning Sun, Air Cutter, Silver Wind, Attract, Whirlwind, Giga Drain, Bug Buzz, Rage Powder. Tutor moves, Aerial Ace. TM moves, Shadow Ball, Electroweb, Safeguard. Held item, Mutated Supreme Sky Splitting Plate. IVs. HP, 31, 31. Attack, 30, 31. Defense, 31, 31. SPATK, 31, 31. SPDEF, 30, 31. Speed, 31, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 184. Special trait, Bug Monarch, nature's blessed ruler of bug types, she possesses an extended lifespan and a 50% increase in base stats compared to ordinary bug Pokemon. Pokemon, Meowth. Level. Type, Normal. Ability, Technician. Gender, Male. Known moves, Scratch, Growl, Bite, Fake Out, Fury Swipes, Screech, Feint, Taunt, Payday, Slash. Egg moves, Foul Play, Odor Sleuth. Tutor moves, Mimic, Water Pulse, Shock Wave, Thief, Snatch, Swift, Shadow Ball. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Fire, Shadow Claw. Held item, Everstone. IVs. HP, 28, 31. Attack, 31, 31. Defense, 30, 31. SPATK, 31, 31. SPDEF, 29, 31. Speed, 31, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 180, above 175. Pokemon, Arbok. Level. Type, Poison. Ability, Shed Skin. Gender, Male. Known moves, Wrap, Leer, Poison Sting, Bite, Glare, Screech, Acid, Crunch, Ice Fang, Thunder Fang, Fire Fang, Stockpile, Swallow, Spit Up, Acid Spray, Mud Bomb. Egg moves, Iron Tail. Tutor moves, Rock Tomb. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Water, Poison Jab, Aqua Tail, Giga Drain. Held item, Poison Barb. IVs. HP, 28, 31. Attack, 30, 31. Defense, 28, 31. SPATK, 30, 31. SPDEF, 29, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 175. Pokemon, Miltank. Level. Type, Normal. Ability, Scrappy. Gender, Female. Known moves, Tackle, Growl, Defense Curl, Stomp, Milk Drink, Endure, Rollout, Body Slam, Zen Headbutt. Egg moves, Dizzy Punch, Endure. TM moves, Protect, Iron Head, Iron Tail. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 28, 31. Attack, 26, 31. Defense, 26, 31. SPATK, 23, 31. SPDEF, 28, 31. Speed, 29, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total IVs, 160. Pokemon, Venipede. Level. Type, Bug/Poison. Ability, Speed Boost, Hidden Ability. Gender, Female. Known moves, Defense Curl, Rollout, Poison Sting, Screech, Pursuit, Protect. Egg moves, None. Taunt moves, Pin Missile. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 22 slash. Attack, 22 slash. Defense, 30 slash. SP Attack, 19 slash. SP Defense, 31 slash. Speed, 25 slash. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total 4, 149. Pokemon, Piku. Level. Type, Electric. Ability, Lightning Rod. Gender, Male. Known moves, Thundershock, Charm, Tail Whip. Egg moves, Wish, Volt Tackle. Tutor moves, Magnet Rise, Thunderbolt, Electric Terrain. TM moves, None. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 30, 31. Attack, 30, 31. Defense, 31, 31. SPATK, 31, 31. SPDEF, 28, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 180, above 175. For rating system. White, total IVs below. Blue, total IVs between 70 and. Purple, total IVs between 140 and. Gold, total IVs above. Chapter 475, Chapter 474, Displaying Great Might. When Sato rejoined the battlefield atop Arcanine, the previously chaotic situation had already come under control. Clearly, the Team Rocket members stationed at the base were well accustomed to handling sudden nighttime assaults. Apart from newcomers like Sato, who darted around like headless flies, fighting independently, most Team Rocket members worked in back-to-back pairs, coordinating efficiently. This not only improved combat effectiveness but also significantly boosted safety. Of course, such coordination was only possible because of mutual trust among members. Arcanine was undoubtedly a strikingly handsome Pokémon, especially Sato's, whose size far exceeded that of its kin. The moment he arrived on the battlefield, both allies and enemies turned their heads to look. Unfortunately, such attention, whether from friend or foe, was rarely positive. On a battlefield like this, seasoned Team Rocket members often saw drawing that much attention as a surefire way to get oneself killed. This proved true almost instantly. Simply by standing in a random spot, Arcanine's eye-catching presence attracted swarms of wild flying-type Pokémon, resulting in a barrage of attacks. But Arcanine was no longer the Pokémon it once was. Now that it had mastered extreme speed, it didn't fear being swarmed. On this battlefield, nearly no wild flying-type Pokémon could outpace it. Under Sato's command, Arcanine became a fiery blur, weaving nimbly through the battlefield. A single flamethrower or a sweeping flame charge was often enough to down several flying types at once. Even when surrounded and attacked en masse, Arcanine remained unshaken. One burst of extreme speed was enough to slip out of a coordinated assault, before spinning around to counterattack with another flamethrower. Not even powerful wild flying type several levels higher fazed him. Although Arcanine had only just inherited extreme speed through its evolution, it was no longer the struggling underdog that had to train endlessly to master new techniques. Now blessed with innate talent, it was as though Arcanine had broken through its limits or unlocked its true potential. After using extreme speed once in the corridor, it had swiftly gained control over the move. Thanks to the overwhelming speed advantage extreme speed provided, Arcanine held its ground with ease against the wild Pokémon, even gaining the upper hand under Sato's command. Tanya was a practical person. She never did anything she considered a losing deal. So, when she noticed the Team Rocket veterans could handle the ferocious wild Pokémon on their own, she opted to quietly slack off. And when the situation was clearly under control, she made a stealthy retreat from the battle. Hiding behind a well-concealed structure, she managed to withdraw from the front lines unscathed. Still, even though she had escaped the attention of the death-defying wild flying type circling above, she didn't dare let her guard down, continuing to monitor the battlefield from afar. And because of that vigilance, she witnessed something that shocked her to the core. The same vile man who had extorted her not long ago was now effortlessly dominating the dangerous battlefield, right in the heart of the battle. Even in the vast chaos, Sato, commanding Arcanine in and out of combat, stood out as a paragon of strength and strategy. Some veterans even began gathering around him, working together under his indirect lead. Just who is he, really? Tanya muttered, crouched behind cover. It hasn't even been that long, and he's grown this much. I looked into his background, just an orphan adopted by a farmer. Watching Sato command Arcanine with such swagger and confidence, Tanya felt a flash of shame. But the moment she recalled how ruthlessly he had extorted her, she clenched her teeth in frustration. Still, she quickly schooled her expression. Mounting her Pidgeot, she emerged from hiding and charged toward the front lines, specifically, the chaotic fray now being rapidly encircled by a horde of wild flying types. At the center of that clash, Sato was currently commanding Arcanine in battle against a powerful level 51 wild Yanmega. Note, Yanmega is the evolved form of Yanma, with a base stat of 515. Jessie of Team Rocket used one during the Unova region arc. This particular Yanmega had already run rampant across the battlefield for some time thanks to its speed boost ability. Its phantom-like agility made it a deadly assassin, appearing and vanishing at will. Unless one had a Pokémon just as fast, or one that had mastered techniques like Lock-On or Mind Reader, landing a hit on such an opponent was nearly impossible. But Lock-On and Mind Reader were extremely rare moves, and only a select few Pokémon could even learn them, let alone master them without being high-level. Some Team Rocket veterans had Magneton or Magnezone, both capable of learning Lock-On, but that required reaching at least level 49. As a result, many veteran Team Rocket members were helpless against the Yanmega, whose strength had already reached the pseudo-Elite 4 level. Once it chose a target, death could follow. In just the past short while, this Yanmega had already taken down over a dozen Team Rocket members, several of whom were killed on the spot. With each round of speed boost, Yanmega had pushed its speed to the limit, allowing it to flash through the battlefield like a ghost, killing with impunity. But that ended the moment it failed to assassinate Sato. Now, it was paying the price for its arrogance. Unable to flee thanks to Crobat's mean look, Yanmega found itself being hounded mercilessly by both Crobat and Arcanine. Death was closing in fast. As a pseudo-Elite 4 level Pokémon, Yanmega was clearly one of the leaders of the wild flying types. But now, cornered and desperate, it was forced to seek help from its underlings. Unfortunately for it, the Team Rocket veterans it had previously terrorized were now actively blocking any potential rescue efforts, rallying around Sato. Crobat, taunt. Don't give it a chance to escape. Arcanine, hit it again with extreme speed followed by flame charge. As Yen Mega once again used its blinding speed to narrowly dodge Arcanine's wide-area flamethrower, a bloodthirsty Sato, sheltered behind Swampert, snapped out new commands without pause. Yen Mega might be fast, but maintaining that speed burned through its stamina. Before, it had been able to alternate between ambushing and resting. But after getting hit by Mean Look, that option was gone. Now, after countless coordinated assaults by Crobat and Arcanine, it was barely holding on. Though it kept dodging, the physical toll was showing, its body aching, stamina nearing empty. As soon as Sato gave the order, Crobat's eyes gleamed with dark light. The already fading black aura clinging to Yen Mega's form suddenly flared back to life, taunted and reapplied. At the same time, flames exploded from Arcanine's legs as it burst forward in a blur, instantly closing the distance between it and the gasping Yen Mega. A deadly sense of dread filled Yen Mega's heart. With no way to dodge, it desperately tried to use the defensive move Protect, but to its horror, Taunt had sealed it off once again. In the face of death, Yen Mega couldn't muster another surge of strength. And in the next moment, it was struck head-on by Arcanine, whose body was wrapped in blinding white flames. A massive crash rang out. Like a burning cannonball, Yen Mega was sent flying across the battlefield. With a shrill scream, it smashed into the outer wall of the Team Rocket base with a deafening thud. Chapter 476, Chapter 475, A Bountiful Harvest of Spoils. As soon as the level 51 Pseudo-Elite 4 level Yen Mega was defeated, the frenzied wild flying-type Pokemon fighting all around abruptly snapped out of their rage. The red glint in their eyes quickly faded, and they scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. Seeing the enemy flee in disarray, the seasoned Team Rocket veterans finally let out a collective sigh of relief. None of them chose to give chase. Instead, they all gave a deep bow of respect to Sato before immediately pulling out black Pokeballs to capture the nearby defeated wild Pokemon. Some rushed off to support other battle groups or assist injured comrades. Observing the veterans' actions, a glint flashed in Sato's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he walked toward the fallen Yen Mega with Crobat and Arcanine by his side, then took out a Pokeball and captured the defeated Yen Mega. No one objected to Sato capturing the Yen Mega, after all, he had been the one to defeat it. Aside from envy, the only emotions reflected in the surrounding eyes were awe and respect. In terms of value, this Pseudo-Elite 4 level Yen Mega was without question the most prized among all the wild Pokemon taken down in this battle. Most of the wild flying types involved in the assault were just underlings driven forward by some powerful force. Only Pokemon like this Yen Mega, Pseudo-Elite 4 level powerhouses, could be considered true prizes. Sato had already scanned the Yen Mega's data using his system. Its stats were nothing short of impressive, with an individual value total of 162, making it a top-tier Pokemon in terms of potential. Even if he didn't plan to use it himself, it would undoubtedly fetch a high price if sold. Then again, it made sense. Without the help of any trainer, this Yen Mega had survived and grown strong in such a harsh natural environment. Its aptitude couldn't possibly be low. Low-potential wild Pokemon were typically eliminated early in the survival of the fittest rules of the wild. Yen Mega, Pokemon information. Pokemon, Yen Mega. Level. Type, Bug/Flying. Ability, Speed Boost. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bug Buzz, Air Slash, Feint Attack, Bug Bite, Tackle, Foresight, Quick Attack, Double Team, Sonic Boom, Detect, Supersonic, Uproar, Pursuit, Ancient Power, False Swipe, Slash, Screech, U-Turn. Egg moves, Leech Life, Secret Power. Tutor moves, Protect, Shadow Ball, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact. TMs, none. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 25, max 31. Attack, 29, max 31. Defense, 27, max 31. Special attack, 28, max 31. Special defense, 25, max 31. Speed, 28, max 31. Overall 4 rating, purple, total 4, 162. From the data alone, it was easy to see that this Yen Mega was formidable, excellent potential, and a wide variety of moves under its belt. Especially noteworthy were Hyper Beam and Giga Impact in the tutor move category, both powerful moves that hinted at the Yen Mega's strong intuition and battle insight. One major reason wild Pokemon struggle to match up against trained Pokemon is due to move diversity. A trainer's Pokemon can learn many types of moves simply via TMs, whereas wild Pokemon have to either imitate others or achieve mastery through long-term self-learning, a process that's far less efficient. For this Yen Mega to have managed to learn Hyper Beam and Giga Impact either by imitation or self-study was a clear testament to its outstanding aptitude and intelligence. This Yen Mega not only has Speed Boost as its ability, but it's also Pseudo-Elite 4 level, likely with incredible stats. Ugh, I'm so jealous. What do I do? I really want it. Off to the side, Tanya, who had smartly chosen to withdraw from battle earlier, watched Sato retrieve a Pokeball and prepare to capture Yanmega. Her eyes gleamed with deep envy as her small hands clenched into fists and her expression twisted with hesitation. As a trainer who specialized in flying-type Pokemon, Tanya understood better than most the true value of a pseudo-elite level Yanmega with speed boost. The raw power it displayed during the chaos was proof enough of its strength. If she had been the one to capture it, Tanya believed that with a bit of training, this bug-slash-flying type could easily become a top-tier ace in any civilian trainer's lineup. Of course, that was assuming she could actually get it to follow commands. She had seen how bloodthirsty and unruly it had been. That kind of feral nature made it notoriously hard to tame. Forget it. A wild Pokemon this feral and aggressive is nearly impossible to tame quickly, and I wasn't even the one who defeated it. Making it battle-ready in a short time is unrealistic. What a shame. Watching as Sato successfully captured the Yanmega, Tanya let out a quiet sigh and finally gave up, albeit reluctantly. Deep inside, she still felt a stab of bitterness. Watching Sato walk away with such a rare and powerful Pokemon felt like a knife to her heart. After all, not everyone in this world had the ability to assess a Pokemon's potential like Sato did. For most trainers, encountering a high-quality Pokemon was a matter of luck more than anything else. As someone who focused entirely on flying types, Tanya deeply craved this confirmed high-potential, high-power Yanmega. She was even willing to pay a steep price for it. The problem was, in its current state, the Yanmega wouldn't bring immediate returns, and that made her hesitate. Of course, a big part of it was also that she saw Sato as an utterly shameless, greedy merchant. Sato, of course, had no idea what Tanya was currently thinking. Even if he did, he'd probably chuckle to himself while plotting how much value he could squeeze from her using this Yanmega. The Yanmega was good, no doubt, but in Sato's mind, it was just decent. He didn't like fully developed Pokemon all that much. He preferred to train low-level, high-potential ones from scratch. Because Pokemon raised this way were far superior in terms of adaptability, long-term potential, and, most importantly, loyalty. Loyalty was something Sato valued greatly. It was also one of the main reasons why he hadn't brought Arbok with him this time. After capturing the Yanmega, Sato took Crobat and Arcanine to assist other battle groups, not just to train his Pokemon further, but also to reap more rewards. About 10 minutes later, the chaotic melee finally came to an end. Team Rocket had successfully repelled this small-scale night raid by wild Pokemon. The battered base finally returned to calm. On the battlefield, only true strength earned respect. That Sato had taken down a pseudo-elite 4-level wild Pokemon single-handedly made everyone acknowledge his power. And among the Team Rocket veterans, most of whom were candid and straightforward types, those who had been helped by Sato during the battle offered him a portion of their own spoils as a token of appreciation. These spoils, of course, were some of the wild Pokemon they had captured during the battle. Each veteran gave Sato at least 2 Pokeballs. Soon, a black satchel at Sato's side was packed full of shrunken Pokeballs. A rough estimate put the count at over 200. To have suddenly acquired over 200 Pokemon, Sato felt like he was dreaming. Still, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had participated in a full-blown beast outbreak, and with his capabilities, this kind of haul wasn't that surprising. In fact, if he'd had more empty Pokeballs on hand, he could have captured even more. Sato had also learned from the friendly veterans nearby that all the wild Pokemon captured during this operation would count toward merit. Whether or not he could advance in rank in the future would largely depend on this massive haul. Chapter 477, Chapter 476, Merits and Missions. The promotion system within Team Rocket, like most large organizations, follows a strict structure, and the primary factor determining a member's promotion is the number of merit points they have accumulated. Simply put, merit points were a form of organizational contribution. Team Rocket members must accumulate enough of these points to even qualify for promotion. Of course, accumulating enough merit points doesn't mean a Team Rocket member was automatically promoted. Once a member had gathered enough points to meet the promotion threshold, they could then apply to undertake a promotion mission. Only after successfully completing the promotion mission could a member officially advance in rank. To summarize, there were 2 core requirements for promotion: first, having enough merit points, and second, completing the promotion mission. Generally, merit points were obtained by completing missions. The amount of merit awarded depended on the mission's difficulty and how well it was executed. Within Team Rocket, missions were typically divided into 3 types. Routine missions: these include daily patrols, base maintenance, resource gathering, and similar tasks. Such missions offer very few merit points, were often tedious, complex, and time-consuming. However, they were relatively safe and low in difficulty. Most Team Rocket members relied on these to accumulate merit slowly over time. For example, many logistical staff within Team Rocket who rarely engaged in combat earned their promotions purely through routine missions. However, relying on routine tasks for promotion was an incredibly long process. Even after a lifetime of service, the highest rank one might reach this way was that of a squad/platoon leader with little power or influence. Bounty missions, these included tasks such as assassinating a specific enemy, infiltrating enemy organizations for intel, or retrieving rare items or Pokemon from dangerous zones. Unsurprisingly, these missions were extremely dangerous. Without considerable strength or unique skills, accepting one was tantamount to suicide. On the flip side, the rewards and merit points from bounty missions were immense. Successfully completing just one of these missions could significantly accelerate one's promotion process. Furthermore, the experiences gained often lead to a large boost in overall strength. Team Rocket members with ambitions of standing out almost always opted for these missions, though the risk of death was ever present. Mandatory missions, these were missions assigned by higher-ranking officers to subordinates. The difficulty of these tasks could vary wildly. They may range from high-risk infiltration missions to trivial errands, depending entirely on the superior's discretion. Because of this system, it was unwise for lower-ranked members to offend their superiors. Otherwise, they could be deliberately assigned overly difficult tasks with no option but to comply. To ensure fairness, however, there were limitations. Generally, a superior may assign no more than 2 mandatory missions to a subordinate per year. Moreover, the difficulty of these missions must not exceed the subordinate's capability, and subordinates had the right to report unfair treatment to Team Rocket's internal supervisory body. Currently, the veteran Team Rocket members stationed at the same base as Sato were undertaking a bounty mission. Their assignment was to defend this particular Team Rocket base. From the earlier chaotic battle, it was clear just how dangerous this mission truly was. Even seasoned veterans struggled to fend off waves of wild Pokemon that fought with suicidal tenacity under unknown influence. During that melee, Sato personally witnessed several veteran members of Team Rocket get instantly overwhelmed and killed by those fierce, berserk Pokemon. Against wild Pokemon infused with mysterious power, ordinary humans were simply too fragile. What's worse, according to the veterans stationed here, the wild Pokemon assault they just faced was considered one of the most basic level threats. The strongest of those Pokemon was merely a Yen Mega Leader whose power was just at the early pseudo Elite 4 level. Not a single actual Elite 4 tier wild Pokemon had appeared. Rumor has it that this base nearly fell once in the past due to a large-scale wild Pokemon assault. During that incident, 6 fully established high-tier Elite 4 level wild Pokemon attacked together, average level over 80. Had it not been for 2 exceptionally powerful Elite 4 level Team Rocket officers risking their lives to defend the base, it would have been wiped out. Although they managed to hold the base and even killed 2 Elite 4 tier wild Pokemon, heavily wounded 3 others, and captured 1, the cost was catastrophic. Over 70% of the personnel were lost. One of the defending Team Rocket officers was killed in action, all their Pokemon perishing with them, while the other Elite 4 level officer suffered major losses in strength. That alone illustrated how dangerous this long-term bounty mission really was. But accordingly, the rewards were staggeringly high. As long as mission personnel managed to survive a single day guarding this artificial island base, they received 20 merit points and 100,000 Poke Dollars, even if they didn't lift a finger. To put that in perspective, a routine mission that kept a Team Rocket member busy for over half a day typically earned just 1 merit point. And the promotion requirement for a rookie/grunt to be elevated to squad leader was 1,000 merit points. That means a rookie only needed to spend 50 days stationed here to qualify for promotion, and walk away with a significant fortune. And if another large-scale wild Pokemon assault occurred like tonight's, then successfully defending the base would result in massive bonus merit points and cash as well. As for the wild Pokemon Sato had captured from the battlefield and packed in his bag, those were treated as combat achievements. Veteran Team Rocket members could trade these captured Pokemon in exchange for merit points and other rewards. According to one of the veterans, the pseudo Elite 4 level Yen Mega that Sato caught alone would be enough to earn 5,000 merit points and a large cash prize if submitted. The rewards really are tempting, Sato thought, but that's only if you survive to claim them. The Pokemon attack earlier was just basic level. If we ever get hit by a full Elite 4 level strike, it'd be a coin toss between life and death. And now I've got to survive on this peril-ridden island for 3 full weeks, and it's set to start at hell difficulty. No wonder Maya had that look like she was heading to her own funeral when she mentioned this island. It was easy to imagine that anyone who survived this so-called competition, regardless of their final ranking, would be heavily favored by the Team Rocket leadership. Rather than a competition, this felt more like a meticulously planned invasion. We, the participants, are clearly intended to be the vanguard of Team Rocket's future campaign on this island. But what on earth is hidden here, to make Team Rocket invest so many people and resources? As he listened to the chatty veteran beside him recount past events and explain the base's situation, Sato's mind began working furiously through the implications. But the more he analyzed, the heavier the pressure in his chest became. And then, suddenly, he felt as though he had just realized something crucial. But he couldn't quite recall what it was. Chapter 478, Chapter 477, The Opponents. With the battle over, the next logical steps were treating the injured and, most importantly, cleaning up the battlefield. Unfortunately, none of that had anything to do with Sato or the other Team Rocket recruits who had just arrived. No sooner had the fighting ended than Nogu, the Team Rocket elite member, once again gathered up all the recruits who had participated in the battle, including Sato, and led them in an orderly fashion back into the base. However, compared to the original number, their group was now significantly smaller, only 48 remained. As for those who were missing, there was no need to ask, it was clear they had either been unlucky or simply not strong enough to survive. Roughly 10 minutes later, Sato was sitting in a large meeting room. Besides the new Team Rocket recruits like himself, there were other unfamiliar faces present, new recruits as well, but clearly not from their group. Sato did a rough head count. Including the 48 newcomers, there were over 200 people in the room. Evidently, other Team Rocket recruits had arrived at the base before them. Among those unfamiliar faces, Sato sensed a faint but definite sense of danger from 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. It wasn't overpowering, but the threat they radiated was markedly stronger than that of the others. Sato couldn't help but quietly examine the 3 more closely. They all appeared quite young. Among the 2 men, one had a plain face but an exceptionally large frame, easily over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, a square jaw, a buzz cut, and a neatly fitted black suit complete with a tie. Despite the oppressive pressure his physique alone exuded, his gentlemanly attire, honest face, and constant goofy smile somehow gave off an oddly approachable vibe. However, of the 3, this towering young man gave Sato the strongest sense of danger. Especially when the men smiled at him with that goofy grin, Sato felt like he was staring down a starving tiger pretending to be friendly. A smiling tiger, that was the first impression Sato had of the burly young man. The second man was beautiful. And not just handsome, his face was so striking it would make most women green with envy. He had porcelain white skin and flawless features. But what really left an impression on Sato was the man's outfit. The guy had waist-length black hair styled in a princess cut, wore an elegant black dress, sheer black stockings, and black heels. His lips were painted red, and subtle red and purple eyeshadow adorned his eyes. He looked more womanly than an actual woman. Yes, this was the first time since arriving in the Pokemon world that Sato had encountered a full-fledged crossdresser, one so convincing that he could almost pass as a real woman. His voice was quite androgynous, too. If Sato hadn't been paying close attention and noticed the Adam's apple, he might have genuinely thought he was looking at a gorgeous woman. This crossdresser's senses were just as sharp as the smiling tiger's. Even though Sato had only been sneaking glances at him from the corner of his eye, the man turned his head as if sensing his gaze and smiled sweetly at him. There was no mistaking it, that flirtatious glance and smile were downright terrifying. Sato, who had just realized the person was actually a man, instantly felt a chill down his spine and instinctively clenched his rear. At the same time, a wave of nausea welled up in his stomach, so intense it nearly made him throw up the beef jerky snack he'd eaten not long ago. Terrifying crossdresser, that was Sato's first impression of the beautiful man. As for the woman, Sato immediately felt like he was facing a wild, dangerous beast. She was likely from the far-off Alola region. Even if not, she definitely had Alolan blood in her veins. Her skin was a deep bronze, her face was fairly attractive, and she wore nothing but 2 crudely fashioned garments woven from unknown plants, barely enough to cover her well-developed modesty. Her waist-length black hair was tied into braided twists, and she wore a polished necklace made from some kind of animal fangs. Aside from that, her exposed dark skin was painted with numerous tribal markings made of unknown pigments. There was no doubt about it, this dark-skinned beauty looked just like a tribal warrior. The only things that signaled she wasn't from some primitive jungle society were the Team Rocket wristwatch on her right hand and the belt around her waist holding 6 pokeballs. Compared to the smiling tiger and the terrifying crossdresser, the dark-skinned wild beauty had even keener senses. The moment Sato shifted his gaze to her, she snapped her head around and glared back with fierce eyes. Of the 3 threats, the burly youth exuded the most pressure, while the crossdresser and the wild beauty were about equal in terms of danger. Sato didn't recognize any of the 3. But to give off such an overwhelming sense of threat, they were clearly no ordinary recruits. So far, only Maya, Janine, and Marlos had ever made Sato feel like this. Because no one was leading the meeting, and none of the Team Rocket recruits were familiar with each other, most even saw each other as rivals, the room was filled with a tense and uncomfortable silence. Sitting in a secluded corner, quietly sizing up his fellow recruits, Sato suddenly remembered something. Nogu had previously handed him a roster. It was a fairly large but thin booklet, containing basic information about the participants. Even though the information inside was simple, just a photo and a short blurb for each trainer, Sato had treasured it. He hadn't had the time to read it before due to how rushed things had been, but now was the perfect opportunity to get a better grasp of who he'd be facing. And sure enough, the 3 individuals who had caught his attention were in the roster. When Sato found their profiles, his suspicions were confirmed. All 3 were direct protégés of high-ranking Team Rocket faction leaders, formidable opponents in this newcomer competition. Especially the burly youth. His entry in the roster was brief, just a few words, but enough to send chills down Sato's spine. Because the man was none other than the nephew of Sato's own boss. Chapter 479, Chapter 478, The Gap Brought by Accumulation. The burly youth's name was Tomoki. He was the biological nephew of Boss Giovanni and was currently only 15 years old, about the same age as Sato. In fact, Sato had noticed that the roster he held in his hands was arranged in a deliberate order. Naturally, the most decisive factor in the ordering of the list was strength. Among the information about the trainers introduced in the roster, the most valuable detail was undoubtedly the representative Pokemon each one possessed. Perhaps due to having idolized his uncle since childhood, Tomoki not only joined Team Rocket but also specialized in ground-type Pokemon, just like Giovanni. And as someone born with a silver spoon in his mouth, Tomoki's representative Pokemon was far from ordinary. It was a Garchomp with pseudo-elite 4-level strength. Because of this pseudo-legendary Pokemon, Tomoki was ranked at the very top of the roster. Coupled with his distinguished background, he currently sat at the number 1 spot. As soon as Sato opened the roster, he saw a photo of Tomoki standing shoulder to shoulder with his Garchomp. The description beside the image sent waves of shock through his heart. To put it simply, perhaps because he ranked first, Tomoki's profile was significantly more detailed than the others. It even specifically stated that he had once used his Garchomp to sweep a Team Rocket elite trainer, who was at the early pseudo-elite 4 level in strength, in a 1v6 battle. This tournament really is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, but then again, it makes sense. Tomoki must have been groomed as a trainer from a very young age. That Garchomp of his is probably his starter Pokemon. Although dragon types grow slowly, with almost a decade of meticulous training, that Garchomp has clearly become a terrifying powerhouse, Sato thought grimly as he stared at the roster, his expression turning darker. He took a deep breath, then turned to discreetly glance at the burly, seemingly good-natured youth once again. Tomoki's perception was still as sharp as ever. He soon turned to glance back at Sato. But this time, despite wearing the same hearty smile, there was a sharp gleam in his eyes. At the same time, a hint of amusement appeared on his seemingly honest smile, his lips curving slightly upward. For a brief moment, their gazes locked. In that instant, Sato felt as though a heavy pressure was engulfing him, making him feel uncomfortable. But even so, he refused to be intimidated and met the gaze unflinchingly. A few seconds later, Tomoki gave him a small, knowing smile, then looked away. Every Pokemon trainer possessed a far stronger aura than the average person. As a pseudo-elite 4-level trainer born into privilege and power, Tomoki's aura naturally surpassed Sato's by a wide margin. That brief clash of gazes was also a silent battle of presence between the two. While Sato managed to hold his own, there was no doubt he had somewhat lost at that moment. Without question, Tomoki was no pampered rich kid. After years of rigorous grooming by his family, he had become a truly formidable trainer at the pseudo-elite 4 level, someone who had been through real battles with real stakes. Though it was a bit disheartening, Sato had to admit that there was still a considerable gap between him and Tomoki. If they were to face off now, his chances of winning would be less than 10%. Tomoki had been a trainer since childhood and possessed a fully matured pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Sato, on the other hand, had not been a trainer for much long. The gap in experience and resources was enormous. Aside from the burly Tomoki, Sato quickly located the profiles of the cross-dressing young men and the wild black beauty in the roster. The cross-dresser's name was Runka. He was a direct subordinate of Athena, one of the 3 major faction leaders within Team Rocket. 16 years old, Runka had originally been male, but according to the file, he had successfully shed his male identity through certain medical means. In other words, in a sense, Runka could now be considered a woman. Still, in Sato's eyes, Runka had simply transitioned from a crossdresser to something akin to a drag queen at best. While Runka might be eccentric, her strength was nothing to scoff at. She was also a pseudo-elite 4-level trainer and a prominent member of the Athena faction. Her representative Pokemon was none other than the pseudo-legendary Hydreigon. As a result, for all the reasons listed above, Runka ranked highly on the roster, currently holding the 5th position. As for the wild black beauty, her background was just as extraordinary. She was a direct subordinate of Poseidon, another one of Team Rocket's 3 major faction leaders. Her name was stated as Vanna. Vanna was born in the Alola region, and her childhood was nothing short of bizarre. Orphaned at a young age, she was raised by none other than a wild Kameo. It wasn't until she turned 10 that Poseidon, who was carrying out a secret mission in Alola, discovered her in the forest and brought her out. He later adopted her as his foster daughter. Perhaps due to being raised by a wild Pokemon, Vanna possessed beast-like instincts and an uncanny ability to communicate with Pokemon. Her representative Pokemon was the Kameo that had grown up with her. It was worth noting that the bond between them wasn't one of trainer and Pokemon in the usual sense. Kameo saw himself as Vanna's older brother, having left his tribe specifically to protect her. As expected, I still lacked the necessary foundation. If I want to challenge trainers cultivated by these major factions, I need to build up my own foundation. After all, their accumulation far surpasses mine. After reading the profiles of the three, Sato let out a quiet sigh. However, he didn't wallow in self-pity, nor did he lose confidence in winning the upcoming rookie competition. After all, with his system, his growth rate far outstripped that of ordinary people. He already had a team of top-tier Pokemon in terms of potential. As long as he was given a little time and an opportunity-rich environment, he could rapidly improve. And that opportunity-rich environment was, without a doubt, the mysterious island that served as the competition's location. Sato had already learned from veteran Team Rocket members stationed at the base that the Pokemon on the island were of a high level, and many untapped treasures still remained. If one could survive on the island for an extended period, their strength would increase significantly. The harsh environment on the island would force trainers to grow quickly. If they failed to adapt, the only outcomes were elimination or death. After reading about Tomoki, Sato had already made up his mind to grit his teeth and train in seclusion on this perilous island for a while. As for the competition itself, he no longer placed much importance on it. Because he had fought alongside some of the veterans and helped them, one high-ranking Team Rocket veteran discreetly shared some details about the competition with him. For some unknown reason, the rules of the competition had changed slightly. While the overall format remained largely the same, the win conditions had shifted, from capturing 10 number badges to surviving on the island for 3 weeks. In other words, the second phase of the rookie competition had transformed from a brutal elimination match into a hardcore survival trial. Of course, if participants wanted to unlock Pokemon that had been restricted due to the rules, they would still need to collect other contestants' number badges. Following the rule that one badge unlocks one Pokemon, a contestant would need to personally eliminate 5 others in order to regain their full team and improve their chances of surviving on the island. Chapter 480, Chapter 479, Sharing Experience. It was around 9 p.m. when Noga finally walked into the conference hall through the open doors, flanked by 3 Team Rocket elites, all bearing traces of blood. The 4 of them stepped onto the stage together, and a middle-aged man, clearly a high-ranking Team Rocket elite, stepped ahead of the group. He stood at the front of the stage, casting a sharp, hawk-like gaze down at the new recruits, including Sato. This man had a medium build, moved with the precise, predatory grace of a wolf, and had several fearsome scars marring his otherwise refined features. His hooked nose and piercing eyes gave him the air of a dangerous, cunning hawk. Whether from frequent late nights or constant battles, he looked rather gaunt, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. His long hair hung loosely and unkempt behind him. Despite his disheveled appearance, none of the Team Rocket recruits dared to underestimate him. Sato himself, along with every recruit his eyes swept over, felt as though they were being targeted by a venomous serpent. A sense of unease gnawed at their hearts. This man was Shibata Toyo, a veteran trainer who had reached the Pseudo-Elite 4 level, specializing in electric-type Pokemon. Within Team Rocket, he held the rank of a reserve cadre. He was also the commander of the Alolan Golem Corps, one of the 3 major Pokemon squads stationed at this Team Rocket base. The Alolan Golem unit that had fought earlier was under his command. Now, under direct orders from Team Rocket's upper management, Shibata Toyo had come to brief Sato and the other recruits, soon to enter the second phase of the rookie competition, on the situation on the mysterious island. Shibata had been among the first elite Team Rocket operatives dispatched to scout the island. He'd survived there for over a month, a rare feat that made him an authority on the island's environment. Team Rocket's higher-ups brought him in specifically to pass on his field survival experience to Sato and the others, so that they could adapt to life on the mysterious island as quickly as possible. In fact, the other 3 Team Rocket elites with Nogu were also veterans of the island. Their presence here was to aid in imparting survival knowledge. Once the recruits were silenced by his piercing stare, Shibata nodded in satisfaction. He then pressed a button on the podium. Immediately, a large electronic screen appeared mid-air, displaying a map. The map had clearly been meticulously drawn. It not only illustrated the terrain, mountains, rivers, and plains, but also marked the general habitats of various wild Pokemon across different regions. With such a map, the recruits' survival odds would greatly increase. At the very least, they wouldn't get lost. However, when Sato studied the map closely, he noticed that it was strikingly similar to the one Marlos had shown him, though not nearly as detailed. The map Marlos had possessed not only depicted the wild Pokemon distribution in greater depth, but also highlighted several resource points, natural areas that could be utilized in the wild for survival. Such resources would be invaluable. This comparison underscored just how valuable the map in Marlos's possession truly was. Sato couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If only he could get his hands on Marlos's map, his odds of survival would increase significantly. I'm Shibata Toyo. I'm here to brief you trash on the island's situation. My time is precious, and I'm only saying this once. How much you absorb is up to you. Look at the screen, let's start from here. As soon as the map appeared, Shibata began. With a cold expression, he walked Sato and the other recruits through each key area on the map and what to watch out for. After experiencing the earlier wild Pokemon assault, none of the recruits dared underestimate the island's dangers. Their eyes stayed fixed on the screen. But as soon as Shibata began explaining the various regions and hazards, everyone quickly pulled their focus from the map and listened intently. Shibata may have had a vicious temperament, but his knowledge was the real deal. He had survived more than a month on the island and understood its workings intimately, even developing his own insights. For example, he described how certain wild Pokemon species cohabited the same vast grassland as the large Bellsprout colony. He explained which groups were easier to deal with, and where safe resting spots were likely to be found. He spoke of a violent, powerful Gyarados that lived in a certain lake, how it was best to avoid the area entirely, and what to do if entering its territory was absolutely necessary, including the best times and methods for crossing. He also talked about a large forest where a Spearow clan and a Pidgey clan constantly clashed over resources due to overbreeding. Shibata laid out the best routes to avoid being caught in their crossfire. In short, what Shibata shared was pure survival wisdom forged in hardship. To Sato and the others, it was like receiving enlightenment. Their understanding of the island's ecology expanded dramatically. Even Sakaki Tamanari, who had initially looked unimpressed, quickly set aside his pride and paid close attention to everything Shibata said. There's a saying, one conversation with a wise man is worth 10 years of reading. That perfectly described what Shibata was offering the recruits now. Thanks to Shibata's detailed account, the new recruits gained a foundational understanding of the island and began to memorize key details not shown on the map. Roughly half an hour later, Shibata finished his presentation. Without waiting for questions, he turned and left the hall. While Shibata had survived on the island for over a month, his range of exploration was relatively limited. Thus, the area he covered on the map was only a small portion. Next, another Team Rocket elite stepped onto the stage. His role was similar to Shibata's. His presentation was somewhat less detailed, but he seemed to have covered a much wider range of the island. His broader overview gave the recruits a clearer picture of the island's geography and diversity. Like Shibata, this second elite spoke for about half an hour before departing, after which another elite stepped up to continue the debriefing. The survival orientation lasted a little over 2 hours in total. During this time, Sato and the other Team Rocket recruits gained a great deal of invaluable insight, and the mysterious island no longer felt like a complete unknown. But the more they learned about the island's complex and unpredictable environment, the more deeply they feared it. Especially after discovering that the last elite scouting unit Team Rocket had sent to the island had a survival rate of less than 30%. Upon hearing this, Sato and the others felt their hearts sink into the abyss. Now, Sato was almost certain, this so-called rookie competition was about more than just selecting promising talent, there was undoubtedly another agenda behind it. Chapter 481, Chapter 480, Records, Worries, and Medical Supplies. While Sato and the other new Rocket recruits were attending a mysterious island orientation organized by Team Rocket's internal management, similar orientation sessions were being held at Team Rocket bases in the island's other 3 sectors. In fact, the Team Rocket base where Sato was located was on the eastern coastline of the island, just one of several bases Team Rocket had built along the coast. Team Rocket had established 4 heavily fortified coastal bases on the mysterious island's eastern, southern, western, and northern edges. Building these nail-like outposts had come at a steep cost. Among those costs were the lives of 4 pseudo-elite 4-level reserve cadres, one of whom had been a trusted general under Team Rocket's original boss, a seasoned veteran at the high elite 4 level. However, in return, Team Rocket had also gained staggering profits from the island. Just the high-quality Pokemon they captured annually from this island earned Team Rocket tens of billions of Poke dollars. It's no exaggeration to say that the secret to Team Rocket's explosive growth in recent years was this secluded, mysterious island. The benefits it offered were immense. With access to an abundant reserve of high-quality Pokemon from the island, Team Rocket had vastly improved its overall strength and combat readiness. The steady stream of powerful recruits and Pokemon allowed the organization's overall battle capacity to grow steadily. The average potential of Pokemon on the island was clearly a tier above those found elsewhere. In fact, Sato's Crobat and Arbok both originated from this mysterious island. Now, thanks to advanced tech deployed across the 4 sea bases, Team Rocket had effectively established a surveillance grid over the entire island, allowing for shallow-level monitoring. The bases were tightly connected and supported by 4 powerful Psychic-type Pokemon, personally trained by Sabrina, that were at the Elite 4 level in strength. With their help, Team Rocket constructed 4 massive teleportation arrays. If one base ever faced a serious crisis, the other 3 could instantly send reinforcements. After the orientation meeting ended, Sato and the others exited the conference hall and followed a few logistics staff to their assigned temporary accommodations. Personnel stationed at the island bases constantly lived under threat, but since the island was a massive treasure trove, Team Rocket's upper management spared no expense in ensuring the best possible living conditions for their station forces. Thus, even the so-called temporary quarters allocated to Sato and the others were spacious and luxuriously decorated, furnished to a standard on par with VIP rooms in star-rated hotels. As soon as Sato entered his assigned quarters, he immediately took out the island map and note materials distributed during the meeting. Based on the information from the map and his memory, he began jotting down notes. Naturally, he was writing down key details he had heard during the orientation. Although his memory had improved significantly after becoming a psychic, it wasn't flawless. So, while everything from the meeting was still fresh in his mind, he had to quickly record the most important information, notes that would serve him well in the coming island challenges. After roughly 30 minutes of concentrated work, Sato had filled the paper with the essential points from the orientation. Had Shibata Toyo or any of the other presenters seen Sato's notes, they would have been shocked. The accuracy of what he'd written was nearly identical to the key content they had shared. Once he finished writing, Sato released all 6 of his Pokemon and took out a stack of Pokemon canned meals to feed them. He and his Pokemon hadn't eaten all day. After so much activity, they were all starving, so now that they had a chance to rest, it was time for a feast to regain their strength. "Tomorrow we're heading out," Sato said as he munched on his own meal, addressing the group. "Eat well tonight. Over the next few days, except for Arcanine, the rest of you may be separated from me for a while. So you'll need to behave, no being picky or causing trouble." Truthfully, Sato was very worried about having to separate from Pokemon like Swampert for a while. Not because he was worried about their safety, but rather their diet. Especially Swampert, a big eater whose daily food consumption wasn't exactly cheap. Sato had specifically crafted personalized Pokemon food for him, far more expensive than normal meals, and with far superior taste. He was genuinely concerned that he had spoiled their palates. Without him around, if they couldn't get used to the local food, they might go hungry. Naturally, all of Sato's Pokemon followed his commands unconditionally. Though they looked a little downcast at the news, they still nodded obediently in agreement. "Don't worry. I'll bring you all back soon. For now, eat up and get some rest," Sato said warmly when he saw their disappointed expressions. In addition to survival advice, the orientation had also covered the contest rules in detail. As Sato had already heard, this year's trial had shifted from a brutal deathmatch to a hardcore survival challenge. According to the rules, each participant was only allowed to take 1 Pokemon with them at the start. After obtaining their ID badge, Team Rocket staff would teleport the rest of their Pokemon to them using special methods. Until then, their other 5 Pokemon would be handed over to base staff for temporary care and feeding. Naturally, many participants were upset by this rule. However, after a few who voiced their complaints were publicly punished, no one dared raise their objections again. After finishing their hearty meal, Sato returned his Pokemon to their Pokeballs to let them rest. Then, he opened the door of his temporary room, grabbed a bulging black sack, and stepped outside. The earlier wild Pokemon ambush had nearly put him in danger, but in an unexpected twist, it also delivered him a valuable windfall, the sack full of Pokeballs he now carried. At this base, those Pokeballs represented both honor and a significant amount of Poke dollars. While chatting with the Team Rocket veterans stationed here, Sato noticed they made no effort to hide their interest in the Pokemon-filled bag he carried. If anyone knew the island best, it was these long-term veterans. Aside from acting as guards, they also doubled as Pokemon hunters, often venturing into the island together for treasure hunts. Sato's plan was simple: use this sack of Pokeballs to strike deals with the Team Rocket veterans in hopes of acquiring more inside knowledge about the island. But more than just information, what caught Sato's attention was the base's supply of medical products. He had personally witnessed a Team Rocket veteran whose chest had been punctured, seemingly fatally injured. But after receiving an injection of an unknown drug from another veteran, the man practically came back to life on the spot. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Sato never would have believed such a miraculous medicine existed. But now that he had, there was no way he wasn't going to try to get his hands on a few doses, for a potion like that was practically worth a life. After some inquiries, he learned that the miracle drug was called Revival Serum, Team Rocket's latest breakthrough. It was rumored to be formulated from the mythical Revival herb, said to bring recently deceased Pokemon back to life. This revealed just how exorbitant the drug's production cost was. Currently, only personnel stationed on the mysterious island were eligible to receive it. And even then, it wasn't available for redemption with points, it required a massive amount of military merit to acquire. Chapter 482, Chapter 481, Final Preparations. Sato didn't head to the internal trading market within the base immediately. Instead, he first made a trip to the logistics center. The so-called logistics center was, of course, a unit dedicated to handling the base's logistical matters. In this Team Rocket base, it was the place specifically designated for veterans to submit captured Pokemon and exchange them for merit points, or to use merit points to trade for supplies. Although Sato was an unfamiliar face, the staff immediately understood his purpose upon seeing the large bag full of black Pokeballs in his hands. He was here to exchange for merit. "Brother, you're something else. Most folks only come in with a few dozen at most, but you. This bag's nearly 300. My god, and one of them's even a pseudo Elite 4 level Yen Mega, unbelievable. For a veteran returning in full glory like Sato, the logistics officer naturally didn't dare show any disrespect. Before Sato even spoke, the man was already eagerly helping him tally his haul, tossing in a few flattering words along the way. Sato didn't respond, he simply smiled and lowered his head to examine the item exchange list the man handed over. He quickly located the pricing for revival medicine. Honestly, even without guessing, he had expected this kind of life from the dead potion to be absurdly expensive. A single dose of revival medicine required a whopping 5,000 merit points, and that was already a discounted rate, granted only because Sato held the status of a veteran in the Team Rocket base. Moreover, the name listed on the exchange sheet was actually just Basic Revival Serum. As the name implied, its potency was far from the best among revival items. According to the notes, this basic level serum could only greatly stimulate the body's self-healing for about 1 minute, thereby achieving a temporary regenerative effect. However, the price for this revival came with steep side effects. Using even one dose could cost the user at least 1 year of their lifespan, and leave them physically weakened for several days. In essence, the serum worked by rapidly accelerating cell regeneration in the body to achieve rapid recovery. Sato also saw listings for intermediate and advanced revival serums on the exchange sheet. Compared to the basic version, these two were worlds apart, their value was 5 to 6 times greater. Of course, their effects were also far more astonishing. Not only did they lack any side effects, but the advanced revival serum even extended longevity. It was worth noting that even the basic level revival serum was listed as a restricted item. For Team Rocket members of Sato's current level, he was only permitted to exchange 1 dose per month. Intermediate level serum required pseudo Elite 4 level strength and corresponding rank clearance at minimum to purchase. As for the advanced type, that was even further out of reach. Only Elite 4 level Team Rocket personnel were qualified to purchase it, and the price was ridiculously steep. After evaluating the Pokemon Sato had brought in, the staff meticulously assessed and calculated his haul, ultimately awarding him 12,000 merit points. Of that, the pseudo Elite 4 tier Yen Mega alone accounted for half the total. 12,000 merit points, this was an enormous sum for someone still ranked as a mere grunt. As long as he completed his promotion mission, it would be enough to leapfrog 2 promotion ranks and become a platoon leader. Team Rocket's internal hierarchy consisted of 9 ranks: grunts, squad leaders, platoon leaders, battalion leaders, elites, cadres, senior cadres, regional commanders, and leader/boss. Aside from the boss, all other levels could be promoted through merit accumulation. Naturally, the merit required to advance each tier multiplied drastically, usually 7 or 8 times that of the previous level. The jump from elite to cadre was especially brutal, often requiring more than 10 times the previous merit total. Because of this, most Team Rocket officers without sufficient strength found themselves stuck at the elite rank. Advancing any further would either require a monumental accomplishment, or a long, grueling wait. And if one failed a promotion mission, half their accumulated merit would be deducted. Starting over to gather enough for another promotion attempt could take ages. Take Sato's former superior, Caesar, for example. He had lingered at the elite level for 5 or 6 years, accumulating enough strength before finally succeeding in a promotion trial. Yet even now, Caesar was only a reserve cadre, still needing to pass the instructor phase and build a solid team under his command. Despite the high cost and harsh side effects, Sato didn't hesitate to spend 5,000 merit points on a single dose of the basic revival serum. After all, in a life-or-death moment, such an item was a literal second chance at life. When you're on the brink of death, who has time to worry about side effects? Unfortunately, due to his current clearance level, Sato could only redeem 1 dose. Otherwise, he would have traded all 12,000 points for 2 without a second thought. Since only 1 could be redeemed, Sato reconsidered and withdrew the Yen Mega from the merit exchange, not using it for point conversion. This Yen Mega was level 51, had the speed boost ability, and was a pseudo Elite 4 tier Pokemon. Sato figured he'd get far more value out of trading it directly with other Team Rocket veterans in the base. At the very least, its worth exceeded that of 1 dose of revival serum. If he offered it to trade for another dose, he was confident many people would be interested. With the rest of the Pokemon in the bag, Sato earned 6,000 merit points. After spending 5,000 on the revival serum, he was left with 1,000 points. Sato didn't let those go to waste. He spent every last one of them on 5 nutritional serums designed to be used in conjunction with the revival serum. These nutritional serums were packed with highly absorbable nutrients, ideal for patients recovering from serious illness or injury. Once administered, they rapidly replenished the user's vitality. With these on hand, even if Sato had to use the revival serum, he could bounce back quickly, no need to suffer through the long, grueling weakness that usually followed. After fully using up his merit points, Sato immediately set off toward the Team Rocket base's internal trading market without delay. Time was running out. He had to seize every moment, using the resources in his hands to prepare for what was to come on the island, his capital for survival. Meanwhile, as Sato was making his way to the internal trading market, the place itself was already in full swing. More than 200 participants had now entered all-out shopping frenzy mode. They were furiously trading, exchanging all kinds of resources with Team Rocket veterans for rare and valuable items. Treasures that were hard to come by under normal circumstances now filled the stalls, gleaming and varied. Clearly, in order to increase their chances in the upcoming competition, many participants had brought out everything they had. Some groups had even banded together, already beginning to plan strategies for survival and communication on the island. None of these 200-plus Team Rocket recruits who had come with Sato were average. After learning the rules and format of the competition, they all understood what lay ahead. So, each of them was now racing against time, making final preparations for the survival battle in whatever ways they could afford. Chapter 483, Chapter 482, Black Hearts. When Sato glanced at the bustling internal trade market before him, despite it being close to midnight, his expression naturally turned into one of unsurprised understanding. In truth, even when he left the temporary dormitory, he had already seen many contestants heading here in small groups. It was clear these people had weighed the difficulty and stakes of the upcoming competition. Tonight marked the final chance for pre-battle preparation. If they didn't use this time to exchange their useless items for things that might increase their odds in the competition, those items would likely end up collecting dust forever. Unfortunately, this competition allowed no option to voluntarily withdraw. The only way to exit was either by being defeated by other competitors or by the wild Pokemon inhabiting the mysterious island. As soon as Sato stepped into the internal trade market, the stalls that caught his attention the most were the ones selling intelligence reports and maps of the mysterious island. At a glance, at least 7 or 8 out of every 10 booths were either selling intel or maps of the island. The market, after all, had a self-regulating nature. Wherever there was demand, supply always found a way to manifest quickly. The veteran rocket members stationed at this base were all seasoned and cunning. Naturally, they were well aware that the second stage of the rookie competition would be held on the mysterious island, and they were familiar with the rules. So, those with business acumen had long begun collecting intelligence and drawing detailed maps of the island to make huge profits from contestants like Sato. Now, for Sato and the other rookies about to head into the island for the second phase of the competition, competitor intelligence and accurate maps were invaluable. The former could help them better understand their opponents and avoid picking fights with monsters they had no chance of beating, thus improving their chances of progressing. The latter could prevent them from blindly stumbling around the island, significantly lowering the odds of walking into deadly danger and boosting their survival rate. So, to obtain these two critical resources, Sato and the other rocket grunts were being ruthlessly exploited by the veteran rocket members, but in this case, it was a matter of mutual consent. Taking in the scene, Sato inhaled deeply, then stepped into the feast where the sheep willingly offered themselves up to be slaughtered. However, once he truly joined the fray, Sato realized he was facing merchants with truly black hearts. Hey there, little brother. Take a look. This book here contains detailed profiles of the contestants in this competition. If you want it, you can trade items worth 5,000 merit points, or 10,000 credits, or 200 million poke dollars. As he passed by a stall selling information, a chubby rocket member shoved his fat face forward and raised a thick book in front of Sato with exaggerated praise. At present, all Sato had was a rough registry that gave a superficial overview of the contestants. Naturally, he was interested in the detailed intel this chubby merchant claimed to have. Even though the asking price was sky-high, it was still within Sato's financial means. Still, before making a purchase, he naturally wanted to inspect the goods first. And the moment he did, Sato was momentarily stunned. The thick profile book wasn't nearly as useful as even his own rough registry. Rather than calling it a book, it was more like a photo album. 80% of the content was just photographs. The actual data on contestants only included basic info like name, age, and height. Faced with such a bizarre intel book, Sato lost all interest and immediately tossed it back to the merchant before heading off to the next information vendor. After making a full round through the bustling market, Sato had to admit helplessly that the intel being sold here was extremely fragmented. Most of it was even less useful than the basic registry in his hand. At best, it offered vague background details. As for the truly valuable intel, the Pokemon each contestant had, such information was pathetically scarce. So far, the most detailed information Sato had seen came from a mysterious seller cloaked entirely in a black robe. And even that so-called detailed profile merely listed each contestant's basic info and what Pokemon they owned, no explanations, no in-depth data. Yet this bare-bones book carried a staggering price tag of 500 million poke dollars, daylight robbery, plain and simple. Still, even though they knew these veteran rocket members were extorting them, many contestants still sold everything they had just to get their hands on these books. Some were more clever. Though they were short on money, several teamed up to buy a single copy. As for how they would split the use of it later, that remained a mystery. At this point, Sato was extremely grateful that he hadn't tried to extort Nogu, but had instead offered poke blocks in goodwill. The registry that Nogu had given him was far superior to anything these veteran rocket grifters were selling. That alone saved Sato several $100 million poke dollars. With intel being so expensive, it was no surprise that maps of the mysterious island, something that directly increased one's odds of survival, were even more so. Fortunately, unlike the crude contestant profiles, the veteran rocket members here had a solid understanding of the island's terrain. Their hand-drawn maps were much more detailed than the ones distributed during the earlier briefing. However, since each rocket member had only explored limited regions, each map only covered a small section of the island, albeit with high accuracy and detail. Taken together, these maps resembled fragmented puzzle pieces of the island. Most of them only detailed the outer rim of the island. As for maps of the inner regions, Sato had only seen 3 such examples during his sweep of the market. And these inner region maps were, unsurprisingly, even more exorbitantly priced. The cheapest one went for 1 billion poke dollars, an outrageous price. At that moment, Sato witnessed what it meant to be truly wealthy. Tomoki, the contestant with the strongest background in this competition, made a move that stunned everyone. He bought all 3 inner region maps in one go, spending a total of 4 billion poke dollars without batting an eye. All Sato could do was marvel at the man's absurd wealth. In the end, he gritted his teeth and shelled out 300 million poke dollars for a fairly detailed map of the island's eastern region. With that purchase complete, Sato turned his attention to booths selling Pokemon-related items. Compared to intel and maps, what he was most interested in now were basic revival potions. Unfortunately, those life-saving items were treated like lifelines by the rocket veterans themselves. Even after searching the entire market, Sato couldn't find a single person willing to sell one. In the end, he had no choice but to set up his own stall in a favorable spot, and the item he planned to sell was none other than that pseudo Elite 4 level Yen Mega. At the logistics department, that Yen Mega was valued at 5,000 merit points. But Sato knew full well that its true value was far higher than that. He believed that once he displayed the Yen Mega for sale, it would instantly attract the attention of many rocket veterans, so much so that someone might even be willing to trade a revival potion for it, a potion that was often seen as equivalent to a second life. To any trainer, a powerful Pokemon was the foundation of their strength and the key to growing even stronger. This was especially true for rocket veterans who faced deadly situations every single day. For them, the death rate of their Pokemon was undoubtedly higher than that of trainers in the outside world. If one of their hard-trained Pokemon died, even if it was brought back with a revival potion, the trainer would still likely fall in their next battle. So for these rocket veterans, one could never have too many powerful Pokemon. Chapter 484, Chapter 483, a deal is struck. Sure enough, just as Sato placed the pseudo Elite 4 level Yen Mega on display and flipped up the signboard, several Team Rocket veterans, reeked with the stench of blood, immediately came over to inquire about the price. Though these rocket veterans were thugs to the core, notorious for their foul temperaments, they ironically adhered most strictly to the rule of strength above all else. That Sato had the ability to capture a pseudo Elite 4 level Yen Mega meant one thing: he was powerful. After all, while the veterans stationed at this Team Rocket base engaged in battles almost daily, their average strength only hovered around elite level. A trainer with a pseudo Elite 4 level Pokemon still carried significant weight here. So, after these Team Rocket veterans confirmed the Yen Mega's data through their scanners, even if they could tell at a glance that Sato was a fresh-faced recruit, none dared act unruly in front of him. Each of them asked about the price with an unusually polite tone. "Brother, you're really something else. That Yen Mega from the mysterious island is downright vicious. Several of my comrades were killed by ones just like it. So, tell me, how do you want to trade?" One of the veterans who had his eye on the Yen Mega first complimented Sato, then smiled as he asked for the terms of the trade. Hearing that, Sato frowned slightly. Though it sounded like flattery on the surface, it was actually a veiled attempt to bargain down the price. This Yen Mega was a bloodthirsty brute with an extremely nasty disposition. Capturing it hadn't been easy, very likely it really had killed others as the veteran claimed. They deserved to die if they didn't have the skill to handle it. This Yen Mega is at the pseudo Elite 4 level and possesses the extremely powerful speed boost ability. I don't need to spell out how useful that is in a chaotic battlefield, do I? My ask isn't high, just 2 units of basic revival serum, and this pseudo Elite 4 level Yen Mega is theirs. Sato's eyes gleamed as he calmly blocked the Team Rocket veteran's attempt to haggle and took the opportunity to hype up his product while clearly naming his price. Sure enough, after Sato's pitch, more Team Rocket veterans began gathering around his stall. One after another, they eyed the black Pokeball containing the Yen Mega with undisguised greed. In chaotic battles, fast Pokemon always held the upper hand. Speed could help one avoid being mobbed and taken down quickly. So a Yen Mega with speed boost was without question an exceptional choice for battlefield combat. If one could successfully tame it, it would greatly enhance both survivability and spoils of war in any skirmish. In a rocket base like this, constantly under threat of mass wild Pokemon attacks from the mysterious island, only true strength could ensure continued growth and survival. Most trainers would inevitably lose a Pokemon or two in these chaotic clashes. Only a rare few could walk away without casualties. If you didn't have at least one Pokemon that could keep you alive in the chaos, even if you survived one encounter, the next could still be your last. On the battlefield, the strong got stronger and the weak kept falling. If you didn't bet your life, you'd end up dead eventually. To many Rocket veterans here who were still teetering on the edge of survival, this pseudo-Elite 4 level Yen Mega was a golden key, one that could lift them above that line. You speak the truth, brother, but asking for 2 basic revival serums. That's steep. You know how it is here, no one's guaranteed tomorrow. A single revival serum is a lifesaver. How about just one? If you agree, I'll hand it over right now. The veteran who first asked stiffened slightly at Sato's response. Then, seeing Sato's cold glare, he chuckled awkwardly and backpedaled. Yeah, 2 is too much. Exactly. 1 revival serum equals 1 life. Who can afford to waste that? Brother, you're being greedy. Come on, man, have a heart. My ace Pokemon died just tonight, I'm desperate for a powerhouse. I'll trade everything I have, but I seriously don't have 2 revival serums. At that moment, a few other veterans who were interested in buying the Yen Mega but unwilling to pay 2 revival serums joined in, trying to pressure Sato into lowering the price. Unfortunately for them, Sato was no newbie. He was an equally shrewd and ruthless merchant. No matter how much noise they made, as long as they didn't try to force him, he remained unmoved, utterly unyielding. The Team Rocket veterans here truly did live on borrowed time. As a result, most didn't value material wealth much. What they valued was the ability to quickly grow stronger in this hellish environment and eventually escape it alive. They were willing to pay any price for that. These thugs were already openly selling overpriced intel and maps. Knowing this, Sato was naturally eager to squeeze out every last drop of value from them. He owed himself that much. After another 10 minutes or so, a buyer who seemed genuinely serious finally appeared at Sato's stall. He was a bald, burly man with a face full of scars and eyes like a tiger's. Just his presence radiated danger, clearly not someone to mess with. The bald man obviously commanded respect in the Team Rocket base. As he approached, nearby veterans all lowered their heads and stepped aside to make way for him. Move it, move it. You really think you can buy a pseudo-Elite 4 tier speed boost Yen Mega for just 1 revival serum? Shameless. But listen, brother, even I think 2 is a bit steep. I just want to boost my strength so I don't end up dead myself. But that Yen Mega won't be easy to tame. It'll take time, and time's something we don't have here. The longer it drags on, the more danger we're in. So, how about 1 revival serum and a map? I drew this myself after returning from the island. The coverage is huge, way better than the ones they sell at these stalls. Despite Sato's formidable capture feat, the bald man stayed courteous. He grinned and spoke while pulling out a vial of revival serum and a hand-drawn parchment map. Let me take a look at the map first. Deal. Sato narrowed his eyes slightly, giving the map a side glance before speaking in a probing tone. No problem. Have a look. Hearing that, the bald man knew he had a shot. He didn't believe Sato had a photographic memory anyway, so he cheerfully tossed the map over. He'd only just returned from the island not long ago, barely escaping with his life. His strength had taken a major hit. He urgently needed a strong Pokemon to reinforce his lineup, and the Speed Boost Yen Mega was exactly what he was looking for. From the appearance and wear of the map, it was clearly a recently made partial map, an abridged version. But after a few careful glances, Sato could immediately tell that this map, even in its cut-down form, was far more detailed and expansive than the one he had just bought earlier. More importantly, it even included part of the mysterious island's interior zone. If the bald man wasn't bluffing, then he must have spent a significant amount of time on the island, which, in turn, spoke volumes about his strength. Deal. It's yours. After reviewing the parchment map, Sato made up his mind. He tucked the map into his storage gear and handed over the Pokeball from the stall. Ha ha ha. Then I wish you a safe return from the island, brother. The bald man laughed heartily, taking the Pokeball from Sato while handing over the revival serum with his other hand. Chapter 485, Chapter 484, Disgusted. After completing his trade, Sato didn't leave the internal trading market right away. Instead, he continued wandering around, hoping to see if he could pick up anything worthwhile. Right now, in order to obtain intelligence and a detailed map of the mysterious island, most of the contestants had resorted to selling off their personal collections, often at heavily discounted prices due to urgency. Sato knew this was an opportunity not to be missed. He had previously spent 300 million Poke dollars on a map, but now that he had a much better one, he naturally wanted to exchange the old, now useless map for something else of value. That map still held some worth at the moment, but in a few days, its value would plummet. And after the second phase of the competition ended, it would practically be no better than a scrap of paper. To be honest, every contestant who had made it this far had encountered their own share of adventures. Many had rare and valuable items, including several high-grade Pokémon food ingredients that Sato had been desperately looking for. Take, for example, 2 key ingredients in the custom food recipe for Nidorino/Nidoking, black-spotted venom vine and purple tox soil. Sato had already obtained black-spotted venom vine, a high-grade toxic ingredient, from the Rocket Team's underground base in Pewter City. And now, he had unexpectedly come across the second ingredient, purple tox soil. Like the vine, purple tox soil was highly toxic and rich in concentrated poison-type energy. But unlike the vine, it also contained ground-type energy, making it even more valuable. Purple tox soil was far rarer and harder to produce. While the vine could sometimes be found in Nido family grave sites, purple tox soil was almost untraceable. It was said that this rare material could only be found in places where poison and ground-type energies converged. On the open market, purple tox soil was sold by the gram, each gram costing at least 200,000 Poke dollars. And even then, it was often sold out. Now, this priceless material was sitting on a near-abandoned stall, and judging by its appearance, Sato estimated the lump to weigh at least 500 grams. A 500-gram lump of purple tox soil was more than enough for Sato to make multiple servings of Nidorino/Nidoking's custom food. After all, the recipe only called for 0.5 grams per serving. At market value, that chunk would cost at least 100 million Poke dollars, and realistically, he'd need to offer 50% more to secure it. But since no one was interested, the seller had set the price incredibly low. Sato was able to buy it for just 50 million Poke dollars, half the usual rate. With that, Sato only needed to purchase a few moderately priced supplementary materials to start producing Nidoking's custom food. Aside from the purple tox soil, Sato also discovered another exciting high-grade ingredient, electrowood leaves, a core material used to craft food for the Pikachu evolutionary line. Electrowood was a rare tree that formed when a withered trunk was struck by lightning. Due to its unique nature, it no longer absorbed nutrients through sunlight or water, but instead thrived on ambient electric-type energy. These mysterious trees only grew in storm-prone danger zones and were typically guarded as precious resources by electric-type Pokémon. Harvesting electrowood leaves wasn't just difficult, it was life-threatening. One had to avoid being struck by lightning and also escape the wrath of those powerful electric types who considered the tree their lifeblood. Surprisingly, the contestant selling this extremely rare ingredient was none other than a direct descendant of one of the major Rocket Team faction leaders. That person was Vanna, the wild, tan-skinned beauty whom Sato had met once before. Clearly, Vanna, who grew up among wild Pokémon, thought very differently from people raised in human society. She wasn't someone you could communicate with easily. Her method of selling items was also unusual. She would only trade with people she liked. If she didn't take a liking to someone, she would ignore them, no matter how much money they offered. Isn't that chick the adopted daughter of Poseidon, one of the major faction leaders? Why does she look like she's struggling so much? Sato watched as Vanna laid out one expensive Pokémon item after another on her stall and couldn't help but feel confused. According to his intel, Vanna was listed as the adopted daughter of Poseidon, one of the Rocket Team's 3 major faction leaders. It was hard to imagine someone like her being strapped for cash. After all, not long ago, Tomoki, a second-generation Rocket Scion, had casually spent 4 billion Poke dollars to buy 3 maps detailing inner regions of the mysterious island, without even blinking. But it didn't matter. Whatever the reason for her financial troubles, it gave Sato the chance to acquire those electrowood leaves. Of course, there was one condition: he had to be someone Vanna took a liking to. Otherwise, it was all just wishful thinking. Every item at Vanna's stall was rare and precious. Besides the electrowood leaves, Sato also spotted a high-grade leaf stone and a reverse dragon scale. Using his system's appraisal function, Sato confirmed that the reverse scale came from an Elite 4 level Baxcalibur. The item's effects were so mouth-watering, Sato practically drooled. Reverse Dragon Scale. Item type, Pokémon Equipment. Effect, increases growth speed of Dragon-type Pokémon and enhances the power of their Dragon-type moves. Description, this reverse scale, shed by an Elite 4 level Baxcalibur, is infused with the purest Dragon-type energy. For any Dragon-type Pokémon, it's an invaluable treasure. For any trainer raising Dragon types, especially those raising pseudo-legendary dragons, the hardest part was always accelerating their growth. And it couldn't be rushed unnaturally. Raising a Dragon-type Pokémon required an enormous amount of resources. If one could speed up their growth naturally, it would save a great deal of time and effort. More importantly, it meant the trainer could develop a fully trained Dragon-type much faster, increasing their strength and gaining access to more resources in turn. So the reverse dragon scale at Vanna's stall truly was a priceless item. Hey there, gorgeous. How much for the leaves on your stall? After calming himself and straightening his posture, Sato put on a friendly smile and approached the wild, dark-skinned beauty. But the next second, his smile froze. Vanna glanced at him, sniffed the air a few times, then waved her hand dismissively, her face full of disgust. "Scram, ugly freak." Her words nearly made Sato combust with rage. Chapter 486, Chapter 485, The Unreasonable Vanna. Although Sato didn't think he was particularly handsome, he was confident he was far from being called an ugly freak. So when an obviously wild girl called him exactly that, a nameless fury instantly surged up within him. "Hey, you're really something. How much is this reverse dragon scale on your stall?" But in the end, Sato wasn't an ordinary person. As furious as he was inside, he still kept a calm appearance. He smiled at Vanna and asked about the price of the reverse dragon scale on her stall. Vanna had grown up in the vast tropical jungles, which had blessed her with an animal-like instinct. This ability allowed her to easily perceive another being's intentions, whether they were good or bad, hostile or dangerous. Because of this unique instinct, her way of seeing people was unlike anyone else's. All she needed was a few glances and a sniff, and she could roughly discern what kind of person she was dealing with. In Vanna's perception, Sato was just like that man who had approached her earlier, Tomoki. He gave off the aura of a creature that was a mix between a cunning fox and a ferocious tiger, extremely sly and highly dangerous. The dragon elders had taught her, if such a creature came to strike up a conversation, the best solution was to drive them off. So, once Vanna judged what kind of person Sato was, she immediately chose her most reliable tactic for chasing people away. However, Sato's shameless persistence came as a surprise, and an irritation, to her. She hated people like him the most, the type who stuck around even when unwanted. Seeing that he wasn't giving up and still wanted to buy something from her stall, Vanna bared her teeth at him and released her Kamao to help drive him off. The dragon elders had also taught her, if a peaceful method doesn't work, then use intimidation. As her elder brother and personal bodyguard, the Kamao was naturally completely on her side. The moment he appeared and heard Vanna speak in dragon tongue, his expression turned fierce as he glared straight at Sato. Being stared down by a terrifying dragon-type pseudo-legendary Pokemon was an incredibly unnerving experience. Sato instantly felt a chill spread all over his body, and his scalp tingled. Without thinking, he immediately stepped a respectable distance away. A few nearby pedestrians were also startled by the sudden appearance of the Kamao and quickly moved away. In an instant, the area around Vanna's stall became a deserted zone. As for those who had previously been eyeing her goods with interest, they all disappeared without a trace. Sato was speechless. Vanna was being completely unreasonable. She had actually released a level 52 Kamao, with an individual value of 179, to deal with him. His heart was practically screaming with vile curses. This is a complete waste of kindness. Is this girl mentally off? I didn't even do anything to her. With no other option, Sato decided to temporarily walk away. Vanna's Kamao was simply too powerful. It had clearly entered the high-speed growth stage of maturity. Sato wasn't stupid enough to pick a fight over something so trivial. Besides, judging from the current situation, he likely wouldn't even be able to beat her. Pokemon information. Pokemon, Kamao. Level. Type, Dragon/Fighting. Ability, Bulletproof. Gender, Male. Known moves, Clanging Scales, Sky Uppercut, Belly Drum, Autotomize, Tackle, Leer, Endure, Protect, Dragon Tail, Scary Face, Headbutt, Focus Energy, Screech, Iron Defense, Dragon Claw, Roar. Egg move, Dragon Breath. Tutor moves, Draco Meteor, Dragon Pulse, Drain Punch, Double Chop, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Focus Punch, Iron Head, Iron Tail, Low Sweep, Outrage, Bulk Up, Hyper Beam, Brick Break, Earthquake, Flamethrower, Swords Dance, Giga Impact. TMs, Safeguard, Hidden Power, Bug. Held Item, Dragon Fang. IVs. HP, 30/. Attack, 31/. Defense, 30/. SP ATK, 29/. SP Def, 28/. Speed, 31/. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total, 179. Looking at the Kamao Vanna had released, and especially at the long list of powerful moves in its taught skills section, Sato could only describe it with one word, monstrous. If he wasn't wrong, this Kamao must have received rigorous training from powerful members of its species since it was young. Otherwise, there's no way it could have learned so many strong techniques. Sato finally believed the description he had seen of Vanna in the League registry. She really was a dragon tribe princess. This Kamao was probably the older brother who had grown up playing with her since childhood. Now, Sato officially ranked Vanna as the most troublesome opponent in this tournament. Tomoki's Garchomp might be strong, but it had a glaring quadruple weakness to ice. Against a Swampert that excelled in Ice Punch and knew the devastating Earth-Ice Hammer combo, the outcome of that battle was still uncertain. But against Vanna's Kamou, Swampert would be at a serious disadvantage due to the level gap, with a high chance of being defeated. Kamou was a dual dragon/fighting type. Among all dragon types, they were known as some of the fiercest and most battle-hardened, especially in close combat. To put it bluntly, aside from legendary dragons, nearly any dragon-type Pokemon of the same level would get completely outmatched by them in melee. Sato's ace Pokemon, Swampert, was also a close-range powerhouse. But even at the same level, it wouldn't have any clear advantage against Vanna's Kamou. In fact, due to the level gap, it might even get thrashed. Swampert's close combat prowess came from its monstrous strength. While Kamou might not match that brute power, Sato believed it wouldn't fall far behind either. With its combination of dragon and fighting traits, Kamou possessed one of the highest physical thresholds among all dragon types. It wouldn't be surprising if its strength rivaled Swampert's. Unless Swampert completed its mega evolution and fought under rainy weather conditions, it would be difficult to suppress this powerful pseudo-legendary dragon in melee. What should I do? That piece of the reverse dragon scale is just too tempting. If I let this opportunity slip away, I might never see one again. But this damn girl is completely unreasonable. How am I even supposed to trade for it? Even though Vanna had driven him off, Sato still couldn't stop thinking about the piece of the reverse dragon scale at her stall. Its effects were incredible, having it would significantly reduce the time needed to raise his dragon types. For Sato, time was the biggest obstacle to his growth. The system was somewhat of a double-edged sword. While it gave him great benefits, it also saddled him with a nearly impossible task. If he couldn't complete it, he would die. As it stood, he had less than 10 years left to grow strong enough. Dragon-type pseudo-legendary Pokemon were considered the strongest under legendaries. There was no doubt they would be crucial allies in Sato's future, so he had to raise at least one of them. But their biggest weakness was how slow they grew. Even with the trainer's full support, they still required an incredibly long development phase. Otherwise, they'd just become inferior, underdeveloped versions of what they could be. In the future, Sato would need at least one Dragon-type pseudo-legendary as his trump card. Without it, defeating champions and Elite Four members, who also had such Pokemon, would be nearly impossible. Especially against Cynthia and Lance, they were like mountains, pressing down on Sato's chest. If he wanted to surpass them, he needed extraordinary fortune. And that reverse dragon scale was exactly that kind of fortune. Whether or not he could get it, however, would depend on his own ability. Wait, if she was raised by dragon Pokemon and is known as the Dragon Tribe Princess, then she should also like certain things, right? Right, this just might work. Just as Sato was racking his brain trying to think of a way to trade with Vanna, he casually glanced at a nearby stall, and suddenly, inspiration struck. His eyes lit up with a gleam of cunning. Chapter 487, Chapter 486, The Mighty Power of Money. Perhaps due to their innate nature, most dragon-type Pokemon are extremely fond of collecting shiny things, especially high-quality gold coins and gemstones, toward which they have a strong sense of possessiveness. It's often said that many powerful dragon types are incredibly wealthy, and if one were lucky enough to stumble upon their nests, they could make a fortune, provided they managed to escape from an enraged dragon alive. Just now, Sato had inadvertently spotted a vendor stall belonging to another contestant, where a variety of well-cut, dazzling gems were on display. The brilliant sheen refracted by the colorful gemstones momentarily dazzled him. It was only then that he recalled the peculiar hobby shared by most dragon types. With that thought in mind, an idea instantly formed in Sato's head, but it was quickly followed by a wave of doubt. After all, even if Vanna had been raised by dragon-type Pokemon since childhood, she was still a human at her core. Sato wasn't sure whether she had inherited this rather peculiar obsession of dragon types. Whatever. That reverse dragon scale is way too important to me, even the slimmest chance is worth seizing. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I just hope this works. After pondering every angle and coming up short, Sato clenched his jaw and steeled himself. He walked over to the vendor stall stocked with ancient gold coins and sparkling gemstones. In fact, Sato originally had a stash of ancient coins and gemstones himself. Those were loot taken from the Sea Serpent Gang members like Haiduo, but because he had prior knowledge of the competition's rules, he had already stored all those valuables in a private bank back in Cinnabar Island. Now, he had no choice but to buy them with cold hard cash. Whether it was ancient coins or premium gemstones, these rare valuables that held or increased their worth were always in high demand on the market. Even though the seller was clearly in need of funds and offering deep discounts, the prices still weren't exactly cheap. Just one shiny ancient coin cost 100,000 poke dollars, and the gemstones were even more expensive. After a prolonged and intense haggling session with the contestant seller, Sato finally traded away the treasure map of the mysterious island he'd obtained earlier, valued at a whopping 300 million poke dollars, in exchange for a massive chest full of ancient coins and gemstones. He gave it a quick estimate, inside the large chest were around 1,000 ancient coins and over 300 high-grade gemstones. Based on current market value, the whole lot was worth about 300 to 400 million poke dollars. So overall, the deal wasn't a total loss. Still, Sato didn't feel like he'd made a profit at all. If he had the choice, he'd never use money, let alone the mysterious island treasure map, for something like this. At the end of the day, these items were just a flashy pile of junk that served no real purpose on the island. That money could have been better spent on rare Pokemon food ingredients unavailable anywhere else. With a mix of hope and nervousness, Sato tucked the chest of ancient coins and gems into his storage equipment and made his way back to the area near Vanna's stall. Much like earlier, Vanna's odd way of evaluating people, and the fact that her brother, the Kamao, stood guard like a stone-faced temple guardian, meant that even though the wares at her booth were clearly valuable, no one dared approach. Every now and then, a particularly bold contestant would ask for a price, only to be scared off by her aggressive manner. Scram, ugly freak. These aren't for sale to you. Before Sato could even approach, Vanna had already glared at him, baring her teeth and rudely shouting him away. The moment Vanna spoke, the Kamao behind her narrowed his eyes at Sato, folding his massive claws together and assuming a threatening battle stance, clearly ready to strike the moment Sato stepped out of line. Naturally, Sato didn't dare approach recklessly. He immediately released his strongest Pokemon, Swampert, and slowly walked toward Vanna's stall under its protection. Swampert's sudden appearance drew both Vanna's and Kamao's attention, their eyes locked onto the Pokemon, whose towering form and imposing aura radiated unmistakable strength. A glint of caution flashed in both their gazes. The strong are always respected. Perhaps because of the pressure Swampert exuded, both Vanna and her brother appeared more hesitant, not actively stopping Sato from approaching. Of course, aside from Swampert's deterrence, another reason they didn't stop him was because their attention had just been forcefully seized by a few dazzling, radiant gemstones. As Sato advanced, he clutched a few fine-colored gems in his hand. When he was about 2 meters from Vanna's stall, he tossed them gracefully onto her display. Sure enough, just like other dragon types, Vanna and her Kamao had inherited the species' infamous obsession with all things shiny. The moment their eyes landed on those glittering gemstones, their attention shifted completely, their pupils practically sparkled in sync with the stones. There was no denying it, the power of money was simply incredible. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Sato would never have believed that the originally hostile Vanna and Kamao would have such an immediate change in attitude just from a few gemstones. Granted, those gems were worth several million poke dollars, but still. Regardless, Sato's plan had clearly worked. He'd won them over by giving them exactly what they liked. Do you like them? Sato finally stood safely before her stall. With a grin, he pulled out a fistful of ancient coins from his storage and offered them to Vanna, who now held a gemstone in her hand and was smiling in pure bliss. MHM. MHM. The moment Vanna saw the glittering ancient coins in Sato's hand, her eyes sparkled even more. With reflexes that could shame a quick attack, she snatched all the coins out of his hand in one swoop. Then, realizing she might have been a bit too greedy, she gave a sheepish nod and spoke politely. I'm glad you like them. Those coins and gemstones are a gift. You too, big guy. Seeing how enraptured Vanna looked, Sato couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. As he spoke, he grabbed another handful of coins and offered them to Kamao, who had been watching with longing eyes. Hearing that Sato was willing to give away these shiny treasures, both Vanna and her Kamao had an instant shift in opinion. The elders of their clan had always told them that people who gifted shiny treasures were good people, a lesson both Vanna and Kamao had taken to heart. Noticing that their hostility had completely vanished and that they now wore rather friendly expressions, Sato knew this was his chance to strike while the iron was hot. Looks like you two really like the gifts I brought. How about this, I'll trade this entire box of shiny treasures for that reverse dragon scale over there. What do you say? As he spoke, Sato took out the large chest filled with ancient coins and gemstones. He pointed to the reverse dragon scale displayed on the stall, smiling warmly at Vanna. With a gentle click, he opened the box. Immediately, a beam of golden light burst forth, spilling over Vanna and Kamao and illuminating them like divine statues. At that moment, both their eyes went wide and their pupils turned gold. Chapter 488, Chapter 487, Trouble Comes Knocking. Though Vanna had an animal-like instinct, her mind was pure and straightforward. She didn't have as many schemes and suspicions running through her head as Sato did. To her, the reverse dragon scale was just something her mother had casually given her, something that hadn't shown any use even after carrying it around for so long. Now, as she saw the pile of shiny objects in the box, her attention and thought process were completely consumed by the glittering gold coins and the rainbow-colored gemstones. After a moment of mental math, she immediately felt like she had struck a great deal. Sure. You're such a good person. So when Sato offered the whole box of shiny things in exchange for the reverse dragon scale, Vanna, who looked like a total little money grubber, didn't think twice. She eagerly nodded and agreed to the deal. Before Sato could even respond, Vanna had already snatched the entire chest of treasures out of his hands and tossed the reverse dragon scale from the ground stall over to him. Clutching the box tightly like she was terrified he might take it back, she held onto it like her life depended on it. The moment the reverse dragon scale was in hand, Sato didn't spare her another glance. He immediately stored it in his storage equipment. Then, flashing a faint smile at Vanna, who looked like she was guarding against a thief, he turned with his swampert and quickly vanished from her sight. Seconds later, Sato was already strolling along hundreds of meters away from Vanna's stall, relaxed and at ease. He had used Ditto to disguise himself again, now appearing like a different passerby. Wearing a Team Rocket uniform, he blended perfectly into the crowd of identically dressed members. Even if Vanna regretted the trade now, tracking him down would be far from easy. Not that it mattered, Sato had no intention of returning what was already in his hands. If he couldn't win a fight, he'd just run. Trading a box of gold and jewels for the priceless reverse dragon scale, Sato was in a fantastic mood. Even though he tried to suppress it, the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his satisfaction. Didn't think it'd be that easy to get this lucky break. As expected, know your enemy and you'll never be defeated. Vanna's weakness is shiny things. She's almost half a dragon, so I might be able to use her in the future to obtain other rare items beneficial for raising dragon-type Pokemon. Not to mention those Electrowood leaves. I got so caught up buying the reverse dragon scale I completely forgot about that ingredient. Feeling pleased, Sato began scheming once more, plotting how to extract even more benefits from Vanna in the future. Unfortunately, that good mood didn't last long. Not long after leaving the internal trading market, while walking back to his temporary dorm along a secluded path, he ran into someone who made his skin crawl. That's right, the one who unsettled him so much was none other than the drag queen Runka, whom he had previously seen once. For reasons unknown, this flamboyantly dressed drag queen had stopped him on the street. Sato didn't want anything to do with this person. No matter how good Runka looked, once he'd discovered her true gender, Sato had already made up his mind to stay away from them to protect his rear. To him, Runka was simply troublesome. Not everyone was comfortable with being around someone dressed like a drag queen, especially Sato, who'd been raised in a rural village in this world. It did not help that Sato instinctively felt that this person was extremely dangerous and definitely not the friendly type. Do you need something? If not, move aside. Suddenly stopped like this, Sato naturally wasn't going to be polite. His expression darkened as he coldly asked. At the same time, his hand casually moved to the poke belt at his waist. Glancing around, Sato was shocked to find that the area was completely deserted, and beyond that, it was also a blind spot for surveillance cameras. Clearly, this person hadn't chosen this location with good intentions. His wariness instantly skyrocketed. The faint joy in his eyes vanished, replaced with a cold, sharp gleam. He stared intently at the drag queen before him, who was still smiling radiantly, ready to strike the moment anything suspicious happened. Don't be so tense, Mr. Sato. My name is Runka. I just wanted to become friends with you. Seeing Sato's immediate vigilance, Runka mentally raised his evaluation of him a little. Still, he maintained that same dazzling smile and spoke in a soft, androgynous voice. As a trusted subordinate of Athena, one of the three major faction leaders within Team Rocket, Runka naturally had access to intelligence far beyond the average member. It hadn't taken much for him to obtain Sato's profile and those of most other participants in this stage of the tournament. However, Sato's true identity was top secret, only a handful of people close to Giovanni knew it. So the information Runka had obtained was just the outdated one that labeled Sato as a nobody with no background. Therefore, in Runka's eyes, Sato was just a low-level grunt with a bit of skill but no connections. Naturally, he felt nothing but contempt for such a mud-footed commoner. But now, facing Sato's poised and commanding presence and sharp reactions, even Runka had to re-evaluate him and rein in some of that condescension. As he spoke, Runka didn't forget to try and seduce Sato, winking flirtatiously several times. This time, he had swapped his previous black dress for a flowing sky-blue gown and wrapped a lace scarf around his neck to conceal his most obvious male features. To be honest, if Sato hadn't discovered Runka's secret before, he would never have believed that the soft-voiced beauty before him was a man. But now that he knew the truth, watching Runka try so hard to seduce him just made Sato clench his rear even tighter. So that's how it is. Brother Runka, it's an honor to make the acquaintance of someone as strong as yourself, ranking at the top among this batch of recruits. But it's getting late, and we're heading to the mysterious island tomorrow, so I think I'll turn in early. Suppressing his reaction, Sato forced a thin smile and replied in a bland tone. Of course, despite his words, his eyes remained icy and alert, fully focused on the person in front of him. Runka could tell right away that Sato knew both his true gender and his real identity. The dazzling smile on his face froze slightly as he thought of all the useless flirting he'd just done in front of him. No rush, no rush. We're not departing until noon tomorrow, after all. Mr. Sato, since we're friends now, I'll get straight to the point. I came here to ask if you'd be willing to hand over the item you just got from Miss Vanna. Of course, in return, you'd gain my friendship and my guarantee that you'll pass this tournament smoothly. Still, Runka had nerves of steel, the kind of person who dared to shatter social gender norms. He quickly brushed off the awkward moment and returned to smiling as he laid out his actual reason for coming. The truth was, Runka had been eyeing that reverse dragon scale at Vanna's stall for quite some time. After all, he had a Hydreigon, a pseudo-legendary dragon-type Pokémon. Naturally, he had done a great deal of work to study how to raise such Pokémon, so he immediately recognized the value of that scale. Vanna's status within Team Rocket was equal to Runka's, and her strength actually surpassed his. That made it impossible for Runka to coerce her by force or threat. He had no choice but to try bartering with her. Unfortunately, Vanna's trading habits were far too eccentric, and someone like Runka couldn't fool her eyes. And Vanna, raised by dragons, was extremely blunt and straightforward. She wasn't as tolerant or accepting as Sato and the others and didn't have as many considerations. She was visibly and verbally disgusted by Runka's gender-bending ways and she flat-out refused to trade and even called him a disgusting pervert. Of course, this absolutely enraged Runka, but there was nothing he could do. In both status and strength, he had no edge over her and had to swallow his pride and walk away. What he hadn't expected, however, was that shortly after he left, this nobody Team Rocket Grunt named Sato would trade a box of shiny trinkets for the reverse dragon scale. That changed everything. Runka couldn't handle Vanna, but he was confident he could handle someone like Sato. Despite Sato's impressive record, repelling a pseudo-elite 4-level Gyarados at sea, Runka didn't take it too seriously. He believed that if he just flashed his credentials and dangled some benefits, Sato would fall in line like every other grunt who wanted to curry favor. Chapter 489, Chapter 488, Tit for Tat. The reverse dragon scale was now Sato's most prized possession, its importance had soared to the level of his own King Ghidorah's reverse scale. Faced with Runka's shameless and unreasonable demand, he naturally scoffed at it in his heart and was utterly furious. And what exactly was the reverse dragon scale? It was an irreplaceable treasure that could accelerate the growth of dragon-type Pokémon. Yet Runka had the audacity to spout such arrogance, attempting to get something for nothing, to snatch this treasure from his hands without paying the price. Runka's arrogance and blatant disrespect made Sato feel that he was severely underestimating him. The thought alone made his fury burn even hotter. Hey, you don't need to trouble yourself over that, brother Runka. You'd best worry about your own problems first. Sato, seething, let out a laugh of disbelief. He fixed his cold gaze on Runka and replied in a voice equally icy. So what you're saying is, you don't want to be friends with me, Mr. Sato. I've heard this island is full of dangers. One careless step and you're gone for good. Treasures are nice, sure, but only if you live long enough to keep them. Don't you think so, Mr. Sato? Runka's smile faded slowly after hearing Sato's response. Narrowing his eyes, heavy with purple eyeshadow, he met Sato's gaze with the same frosty gleam. His tone turned unmistakably threatening, no longer bothering to hide it. Runka sneered inwardly at Sato's stubbornness. In this tournament, over 50 members of his Athena faction had joined the fray. And among these more than 50 Rocket members, each at least an early elite-level trainer, more than half now followed his lead. With just one command, he could make sure Sato suffered in every round of the tournament. When that time came, he'd show Sato what it meant to be hopelessly outmatched. Sato easily heard the threat behind Runka's words, but he didn't care in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, unless he ran into people like Tomoki or Vanna, the absolute elite prodigies of the new Team Rocket generation, he could hold his own against anyone on this island. And as for Runka, this 5th-ranked drag queen, gender-bending clown. Frankly, Sato didn't even consider him a real threat. Sato had found that there was actually a slight error with the info he'd received from Nogan on Runka. He'd overheard some rookies, who likely knew Runka, discuss how strong Runka was and how his Zwilus was very powerful and extremely difficult to deal with. They'd said that it was likely close to evolving as well. Those guys obviously didn't have enough money to buy the info being sold at outrageous prices and had resorted to band together and share whatever little info they had about the contestants and the trial with each other for mutual benefit. Still, that had unexpectedly ended up benefiting Sato as well. The guy's so-called pseudo-legendary dragon-type Pokémon was actually still just a Zwilus, and not a fully evolved Hydreigon, like he was thinking. That alone proved it hadn't yet reached full maturity. A Zwilus that couldn't even fly. Against his Swampert, it would be utterly crushed. Besides, Sato was no longer some rootless drifter. His current boss was none other than the rocket leader, Giovanni. So if Runka dared to mess with him, Sato had no qualms about killing him right here on the island. Thanks to a few conversations with Joe Kondo, a trusted confidant of Giovanni, Sato now understood that Team Rocket wasn't nearly as united as it seemed on the surface. The 3 major faction leaders were all founding veterans who had built Team Rocket alongside the previous generation's boss. Naturally, they had little respect for Giovanni, who had risen to power largely through connections. Time had proven that the former Team Rocket boss was a sharp judge of character. Her son wasn't just powerful, he'd become a feared trainer across Kanto, and under his leadership, Team Rocket had grown into the most powerful underground organization in the region. Even so, the three major faction leaders still disdained Giovanni, routinely undermining and indirectly ignoring his orders. Although Team Rocket seemed formidable, internal conflicts ran deep. If tensions continued to escalate, Team Rocket would undoubtedly fracture. Giovanni had been biding his time for years since taking over. He was a far-sighted man, steadily amassing power and strengthening his inner circle. Now, with strong lieutenants like Sabrina, Serge, Koga, and the Three Beasts, Giovanni's influence had reached new heights. He was no longer the leader others could afford to underestimate. Unknowingly, he had become the most dominant force within Team Rocket, and the pressure he exerted on the other three factions was beginning to show. This so-called rookie competition was, in truth, an experiment by Giovanni, meant to promote talented recruits and suppress the influence of entrenched factions. Although each major faction had snuck in their own hand-picked candidates, clean background Rocket members like Sato still made up more than 70% of the participants. That meant, no matter the outcome, potential-filled members like Sato, those with no political baggage, would undoubtedly receive Giovanni's support. After all, anyone who had made it this far through sheer ability was already proving their worth. And for those like Sato, who had already been absorbed into Giovanni's inner circle, there was no question they were priority targets for grooming. Which was why Sato believed that even if he killed Runka on the island and the incident came to light, he'd not only be fine, he might even be rewarded by Giovanni in secret. Hey oh, I'm so scared. But let me make it clear, I won't be handing over the reverse dragon scale. If you want it, you'd better come with something of equal value. Or you can try to take it from me yourself. But remember, the island's full of danger. If someone dies here, no one will even blink. Having worked through the risks and benefits, Sato sneered. With murderous intent in his eyes, he stared straight into Runka's icy gaze and retorted without flinching. At the same time, a black badge appeared in Sato's hand. The dark emblem was the ultimate symbol of his status as a core subordinate of Giovanni, a black-green badge. You're one of the boss's people. Runka, as a direct subordinate of Athena, one of Rocket's three great faction leaders, was no fool. The moment he saw that black-green badge, all the arrogance drained from his face, replaced by shock. In that instant, all sense of superiority vanished from Runka's heart. Even though he believed he was still stronger than Sato, none of that mattered now. In this tournament, the most powerful faction was clearly the Giovanni-led group. Compared to that, Athena's followers, no matter their numbers or strength, were simply overmatched. If he so much as tried to kill Sato using underhanded means, Giovanni would have full justification to eliminate him using similar methods. Damn it. So this bastard is one of Giovanni's hand-picked inner circle. That means I can't touch him quietly after all. Runka's expression darkened as he stared at the conspicuous black badge in Sato's hand. He could hardly believe that Sato had been granted such an honor by Giovanni himself. In his mind, everyone who held a black badge was a heavyweight within Rocket's upper echelon, each more than capable of crushing him like an insect. I'll be waiting for you on the island, Runka. I'll keep the reverse dragon scale on me, so let's see if you've got the balls to come and take it. Sato noticed every change in Runka's expression, and couldn't help but appreciate how great it felt to have real backing. He passed by Runka without stopping, and left him with one last parting shot. Humph, a backwater nobody dares act so arrogant. Fine. If I can't kill you through trickery, then I'll make sure you die by accident. I'll make you suffer before you die. The reverse dragon scale can stay with you, for now. Runka's face turned crimson with rage at Sato's final remark. He spun around, glaring at Sato's back like a venomous serpent, eyes full of murderous intent. Chapter 490, Chapter 489, The Moment of Island Entry. Sato walked past Runka, who was seething with hatred. His steps were light and steady, not fast, not slow, and he didn't glance back as he continued forward down the empty corridor. On the surface, he looked completely nonchalant, but in reality, his right hand remained firmly resting on the pokeball belt at his waist, staying highly alert in case that mad dog Runka suddenly snapped and attacked him. Runka's gloomy, hawk-like eyes never left Sato's back. But seeing that Sato remained on guard the entire time, offering no opportunity for a sneak attack, he was left with no choice but to watch as Sato disappeared from sight. After Sato left, several Team Rocket members wearing masks emerged one by one from the shadows. They approached Runka and bowed respectfully before him. Runka's face was dark as he stared at the subordinates who had been lying in ambush nearby. It was because of them that this small section of the base had been temporarily sealed off, allowing him to easily intercept Sato. From the start, Runka had never intended to let Sato leave alive. As long as Sato handed over the reverse dragon scale, his fate would have been to die under the hands of these subordinates who were hiding their true identities. What threw Runka off, however, was that Sato had seen through his true identity. He wasn't swayed in the slightest by Runka's seductive tricks and remained alert the entire time. But what ultimately made Runka hold back was discovering that Sato was a direct subordinate of Giovanni. That identity, combined with Sato's ever-present vigilance, forced Runka to abandon his plan to silence him completely. Runka may have been arrogant, but he wasn't a fool. He knew that if someone had earned Giovanni's favor and become a core subordinate, then that person must possess extraordinary strength. Such a powerful individual couldn't be killed so easily. If they really fought, Runka had no confidence in killing Sato silently in this surveillance blind spot. And if too much noise attracted the attention of the higher-ups within the base, then no matter how strong Runka's backing was, he would still end up dead, and it would be a pointless death at that. Pass down the order. The moment anyone sees him on the island, I want to be notified immediately. I'll make sure he doesn't leave that island alive. Runka took a deep breath, forcing down his boiling anger. His delicate face returned to its usual calm expression as he gently ordered his subordinates. Yes. 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 The masked Team Rocket members felt a chill run down their spines at Runka's current demeanor. But constrained by Runka's usual domineering and forceful personality, they still obeyed respectfully. Around 1 a.m., inside Sato's temporary dormitory. Sato lay on the soft bed, but he wasn't even remotely sleepy. In his hand was a shimmering scale that glowed faintly with a blue light in the dark. His eyes reflected both admiration and helplessness. All for this single reverse dragon scale, he had completely offended Runka. He could already foresee that during the upcoming island expedition, he would undoubtedly be hunted by members of the Athena faction that Runka represented. Still, Sato felt no regret. The importance of the reverse dragon scale was self-evident. There was no way he would throw away the future just because he was afraid of stirring up trouble. Anyone who abandons the future will inevitably be abandoned by the future in turn. Of course, the bigger reason was Runka's behavior. That guy had wanted to reap the reward without paying the price, and even plotted to kill him. Although the ambushers had concealed themselves well, the faint murderous aura leaking from them still gave them away. That was why Sato had no choice but to reveal the black and green badge to intimidate Runka. When handing it to him, Oka had specifically reminded him, the fewer people who knew his identity, the better. Thankfully, Giovanni's name carried weight. Because of that, Runka didn't dare make a reckless move. Otherwise, even if Sato didn't die in an ambush, he'd at least have been seriously injured. And such an outcome was unacceptable to him. After all, he was entering the island tomorrow. Entering injured would be a terrible choice. Runka, huh? Since you want me dead and already know who I am, then I'll have to eliminate you. Yeah, I need to come up with a good plan, can't leave any loose ends. Sato stored the reverse dragon scale in his storage gear. With both hands behind his head, he closed his eyes and began thinking deeply about how to get rid of Runka and his subordinates on the island. Runka had become a threat to his life. Sato naturally wouldn't let that go. His principle had always been, I don't strike unless provoked. But if I am, I strike back, hard. And within Team Rocket, if you're provoked and don't retaliate, then you're dead meat. He would use Runka's death as a warning to those arrogant, entitled heirs and core members. People like Runka who abused their connections were everywhere in Team Rocket. The only way to deal with them was to hurt them, to make them understand that the one they provoked was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. Only then could he continue to hold his position in Team Rocket securely. Before long, drowsiness crept in. With a fuzzy, spinning head from overthinking, Sato slowly drifted off to sleep. Around noon the next day, Sato and nearly 300 other participants were gathered in a spacious plaza. At the center of the plaza, a large number of high-tech devices had been arranged. Several Team Rocket members in white lab coats were busy sweating profusely as they carefully assembled the machines and calibrated data with precision. Surrounding these machines were numerous psychic-type Pokémon capable of teleport. Leading them was a level 72 Alakazam. All of the psychic Pokémon present emitted overwhelming psychic energy. Especially that Alakazam, his entire body was enveloped in a glowing blue psychic sphere, and waves of psychic power rippled outward from him in constant pulses. Each of these psychic types wore a strange device on their head. The end of each device was connected to the central equipment via a specially manufactured cable. According to veteran Team Rocket members, these scientists were building a teleportation gate, and the psychic-type Pokémon were currently channeling their energy, psychic power, into it. Once the portal was fully calibrated and charged, the participants would be randomly teleported to the outer regions of the island. The function of this portal, built from various unknown high-tech components, wasn't just long-distance teleportation. It also drastically enhanced the teleport abilities of psychic Pokémon. Each participant would also be given a special device that served as a locator. After all, Sato and the others were elite members of Team Rocket's new generation. As long as they grew steadily, they were all destined to become the backbone of the organization. Thus, each person's life was highly valuable. Team Rocket wouldn't discard them unless absolutely necessary. So, if a participant were to be eliminated or encounter an uncontrollable event, all they had to do was press the button on that device, and a Psychic-type Pokémon would instantly teleport to their location and bring them back to safety. That said, every time the portal was activated, it consumed massive amounts of energy and could only remain open for a maximum of 3 days. After that, it needed 1 full day to recharge and undergo maintenance before reopening. In other words, participants had to constantly keep track of the portal's opening and closing times. When the portal was shut, it would be unwise to engage in anything too dangerous. Otherwise, if something went wrong during that period, even psychic types wouldn't be able to perform emergency rescues without the portal's boost to their teleport abilities. Roughly half an hour later, a portal radiating intense psychic energy opened at the center of the plaza. The moment of island entry had arrived. Chapter 491, Chapter 490, teleported to the spider nest. For reasons unknown, Sato was the third to last person to enter the teleportation gate. By the time he stepped through, it was already past 3 p.m. Before entering the gate, most of Sato's belongings were temporarily confiscated, and he was issued some standard-issue equipment. These standard items included a numbered badge, a camouflage-patterned storage backpack of about 5 cubic meters of space, a special device for spatial positioning, a scanner, and 6 black Pokeballs manufactured by Team Rocket. What Sato was allowed to keep was minimal, just a few essential living supplies, like oil, salt, a pot, a tent, etc., his Arcanine, and some items that would be practically useful, 3 sets of specialized fabric suits, high-tech shoes, a high-tech sleeping bag, a small berry mixer, a map, and a roster. Of course, the valuable reverse dragon scale was also something Sato kept on him. As Sato passed through the teleportation gate, a familiar wave of dizziness surged through his mind. His vision went dark, and his consciousness briefly faded. A few seconds later, as he came to, he found himself in the middle of a dense, ancient forest, lying beneath the trunk of a massive tree, so large that it would take 5 or 6 people to wrap their arms around it. Come out, Arcanine. Stay alert. As soon as he regained consciousness, Sato immediately released Arcanine, his expression turning cautious as he stared up at the treetop. The moment he had rolled over upon waking, he'd already noticed 6 large, vividly colored Ariados resting on the tree trunk above him, spinning webs. Besides the 6 Ariados weaving their webs, there were at least a dozen smaller Spinarak scattered on the massive tree. At that moment, these Ariados and Spinarak were glaring warily at Sato, this unexpected intruder. Their compound eyes were filled with suspicion. Sato also noticed that the nearby trees were similarly infested with large numbers of Ariados and Spinarak. By sheer bad luck, it seemed that the moment he was teleported to the island, he had landed right in the middle of a venomous spider nest. Fortunately, these spiders were naturally cautious. Since Sato hadn't landed on any of their webs and appeared physically unimposing, they didn't immediately attack him. Otherwise, Sato might have already been bound up like a rice dumpling and stored away as emergency rations. However, the moment Sato made a move and released Arcanine, the spiders immediately reacted. A barrage of slender venomous needles shot from their mouths. In an instant, a rain of poison needles poured down from the treetops, sending shivers down Sato's spine. Thankfully, Arcanine's instincts were sharp. The moment he emerged from the Pokeball, he positioned himself to shield Sato with his body. A layer of pale flames flared up, covering his upper body in a protective blaze. Despite the overwhelming number of venomous needles formed from concentrated poison-type energy, none of them could get close. The high-temperature flames incinerated them all to ash before they could reach Arcanine. Nice work. Use Flamethrower, drive them off. From beneath Arcanine's belly, Sato immediately understood what Arcanine was doing. He smiled in approval and gave the command. The next second, Arcanine let out several blazing jets of fire, each aimed at the treetops above and the canopies of nearby trees. In a flash, the treetops, nests for the Ariados and Spinarak, were turned into blazing torches. The spiders, scorched and shrieking, instantly gave up any thought of resistance. They fired strands of silk at surrounding trees and fled in panic, swinging away like frantic acrobats. Of course, some Ariados and Spinarak didn't escape in time. Those hit by Arcanine's flamethrower were knocked out on the spot, their scorched bodies dropping from the trees like dumplings. That's enough, Arcanine. Extinguish the flames. Sato crawled out from under Arcanine and, seeing that the spiders had all been repelled, patted his companion's side and gave the order. Woof. Arcanine turned to nod at Sato, then gave a loud bark toward the burning treetops. What happened next was incredible. The flames atop the trees, as if responding to Arcanine's call, transformed into blazing firebirds that flew down and were absorbed into Arcanine's body. Soon, the tree canopies were completely extinguished, leaving only wisps of black smoke drifting into the air. Since evolving, Arcanine had further developed his flash fire ability. Thanks to this trait, he could easily absorb the flames from small-scale fires, effectively extinguishing them. With the crisis resolved, Sato didn't leave immediately. Instead, he used his system's scanning function to examine the Ariados and Spinarak that had fallen to the ground, now unconscious. Currently, Arcanine was the only Pokémon on his team, and that left Sato severely lacking in combat power. He needed to temporarily capture some Pokémon from this mysterious island to make up for the deficit. After scanning the fallen Pokémon, he found that the average aptitude of these Ariados and Spinarak was shockingly high. Almost every one of them hovered just on the edge of a purple grade rating. One particular level 32 Ariados had an individual value score as high as 159. Ariados, data. Pokémon, Ariados. Level. Type, bug/poison. Ability, insomnia. Gender, male. Known moves, Swords Dance, Focus Energy, Venom Drench, Poison Jab, Bug Bite, Poison Sting, String Shot, Constrict, Leech Life, Struggle Bug, Scary Face, Nightshade, Shadow Sneak, Fury Swipes, Feint Attack, Sticky Web. Egg Move, Twin Needle. Tutor Move, Venoshock. Held Item, None. IVs. HP, 27, out of 31. Attack. Defense. Special Attack. Special Defense. Speed. Overall 4 rating, purple, total 4 score, 159. Unsurprisingly, after thoroughly reviewing all the data, Sato swiftly pulled a black Pokeball from his belt and tossed it at the Ariados with the highest rating. With a soft thunk, the Pokeball stilled on the ground, its red indicator light switching off. Just like that, Sato successfully captured the Ariados. After capturing it, he pulled out his map and compass and quickly identified his current location. His previous base was situated along the eastern coastline of the mysterious island, so Sato concluded that he must have landed somewhere in the eastern region. According to the map, there was only one area in the eastern jungle heavily populated by Spinarak, the Spider Forest. From the look of it, this forest wasn't far from the eastern shoreline of the island. With his location confirmed, Sato immediately mounted Arcanine and directed him to head east. Chapter 492, Chapter 491, Fire Intimidation. The Spider Forest was just a small part of the eastern region of the mysterious island. To its east lay the Slacketh Forest, to the south was Poliwag Lake, to the west it was separated by a small river from the Shiftry Forest, and to the north it connected to the foothills of Toros Mountain. Of course, while it appeared to be a small area on the map of the island's eastern region, the Spider Forest was actually quite vast. Sato had already been riding on Arcanine's back, dashing at full speed through the forest for over 10 minutes, yet he still hadn't found any signs of Slacketh in the nearby woods. The surroundings were still heavily populated with Spinarak and Ariados. White webs could be seen everywhere, hanging between the canopy of towering trees, with many unfortunate creatures suspended in midair, tightly wrapped in silk. As a foreign intruder, one who had seriously injured several Ariados and Spinarak, Sato was naturally unwelcome in the domain of these spiders. Perhaps some lucky escapees had managed to alert others, because along the way, he and Arcanine had been warmly welcomed by wave after wave of Spinarak and Ariados. Arcanine couldn't go more than a few steps without a barrage of white threads shooting out from the thick forest around them. This forced Arcanine to constantly dodge left and right, and their speed inevitably slowed. At this point, their journey through the Spider Forest was starting to feel like walking into a trap laid on all sides. Grimacing, Sato yanked a sticky white thread off his face. He was already covered in them, thick, sticky silk that clung to his body like an unfinished cocoon. He looked absolutely ridiculous. In contrast, Arcanine still maintained his majestic and heroic presence. This was thanks to his powerful fire control, which allowed him to ignite flames at any part of his body at will. That ability was the only reason Arcanine's speed hadn't been completely hampered by the threads shooting down from the treetops. Except for the fur on his back, where Sato was sitting, all the other threads that would have restricted movement were burned away. These sticky white threads were the result of string shot, used by the Ariados and Spinarak. They weren't just sticky, they were incredibly tough. Once entangled in this kind of web, it was nearly impossible to break free without fire or a sharp blade. If your hands or feet got caught, you were as good as captured. Thankfully, Sato had shown foresight in training Arcanine, a fire-type Pokémon, before coming to this island, and had even brought him along. If he had brought any other Pokémon instead and stumbled into this deadly spider den, he'd probably already be cocooned and hanging upside down from a tree somewhere. TCH, this is getting ridiculous. Since you all want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Arcanine, burn down the trees around us, let's see how they keep up with us then. Glaring at the continuous barrage of silk flying from the forest, Sato's eyes filled with disgust. He had run out of patience. His expression turned grim, and he gave Arcanine the command coldly. He had realized now that these venomous Pokémon of the Spider Forest had grown far too arrogant. They had no intention of letting outsiders like him go. At this point, it was kill or be killed. But what these brainless bugs didn't know was just who they had messed with. Originally, Sato hadn't wanted to go so far as to burn down an entire forest. After all, doing so would not only endanger countless innocent wild Pokemon, but it would also alert other competitors nearby. But now that these Ariados and Spinarak were chasing them so relentlessly, clearly intent on hunting them down to the death, and with Arcanine's speed already declining as his stamina wore thin. What chilled Sato the most was that the wild Pokemon on this island seemed extremely hostile toward outsiders. Even those that had previously been observing from afar had started attacking as well, covertly helping the venomous spiders block their path. Left with no choice, Sato had to make this desperate move. He didn't want to die. He wasn't some saint, he couldn't afford to worry about everything. Hearing Sato's order, Arcanine's eyes burned with fury. He had been holding back his fire for too long, chased non-stop like prey. If not for Sato's restraint, he would have done this long ago. In the next second, Arcanine skidded to a halt and spun around. A massive white jet of flame erupted from his mouth, sweeping in a wide arc as he turned his head from left to right, setting the surrounding forest ablaze. In the blink of an eye, trees were ignited by the intense heat, and countless Spinarak and Ariados hidden in the canopy began leaping out in a panic. However, some of the more hot-tempered Ariados and Spinarak, seeing their homes set aflame, had their eyes turned blood-red and launched a desperate attack against Arcanine. Unfortunately for them, they were fire-weak poison spiders. Their charge was doomed from the start. The silk they took such pride in was completely useless against a powerhouse like Arcanine. Humph, know your place. Use Flame Burst. Give them a real lesson they won't forget, make sure they never try to mess with us again. Seeing the crazed spiders charging at them, Sato's gaze turned murderous. He immediately ordered Arcanine to counterattack. He had come to understand that, on an island this hostile to outsiders, the only way to survive was through overwhelming intimidation. Otherwise, the wild Pokemon here wouldn't hesitate to kill them. This was about survival. When life is on the line, all moral codes take a back seat. Receiving the order, Arcanine didn't hesitate. He unleashed a massive white fireball from his mouth. As soon as the high-temperature fireball flew a short distance, it exploded violently into a cascade of white flames. Flame burst in full force. The resulting flame rain engulfed the area, scorching every venomous spider caught within. Note: Flame Burst, Fire-type special attack. Power: 70. Effect: if it hits a target, the resulting explosion damages adjacent enemies. In an instant, many lower-level Ariados and Spinarak were knocked out. Those that remained standing were overwhelmed by a sense of mortal danger and fled in all directions. The fire in the surrounding forest continued to spread, rapidly expanding with the help of the wind. Countless wild Pokemon that lived nearby had to flee in a panic. Even the venomous spiders that had been chasing them relentlessly seemed to realize they'd kicked a hornet's nest. Fearing that further provocation would worsen the fire, they gave up the pursuit entirely. Sigh. That should be enough of a lesson for those bugs. Arcanine, let's stop the fire before it gets out of control. Watching the flames spread rapidly and seeing countless wild Pokemon fleeing from the inferno, Sato finally calmed down. With a sigh, he asked Arcanine to stop burning the forest. Arcanine nodded and stopped his attacks. The white flames on his limbs flared dramatically as he dashed toward the heart of the blaze with Sato on his back. Thanks to his flash fire ability, Arcanine absorbed the flames from every burning tree they passed. The raging fires along their path dissolved into firebirds and were drawn into his body. Before long, the wildfire in the forest began to die out. Finally, as a red streak burst out of the smoke-choked woods, the last flickering flame in the forest disappeared completely. Chapter 493, Chapter 492, Slacketh Forest. The fire Sato ordered Arcanine to unleash not only burned away the Ariados will to pursue them, it also established a strong sense of deterrence and intimidation from both Sato and Arcanine. As they continued moving forward, apart from a few wild Pokemon with especially aggressive temperaments attempting foolhardy sneak attacks, their path remained unimpeded by the rest of the forest's Pokemon. Eventually, after traveling eastward for another 10 or so minutes, Arcanine brought Sato to the border where Spider Forest met Slacketh Forest. In this transitional zone, Sato began spotting several Slacketh lazily sprawled out on tree branches with dazed, indifferent expressions. As more and more Slacketh appeared in the surrounding woods, the forest atmosphere gradually shifted into one of utter languor and listlessness. Slacketh Forest, just as its name implied, was a place inhabited by a large population of Slacketh. This forest was ruled by a tribe led by a powerful Slaking. There were two main reasons Sato had chosen to head in the direction of Slacketh Forest. First, according to the map, Slacketh Forest was the most resource-rich woodland area in the eastern region of the mysterious island. It contained a vast expanse of naturally growing wild berry groves. Because of this, the biodiversity in the area was incredibly high, teeming with both plants and wild Pokemon alike. For someone like Sato who needed to secure survival resources quickly, this place was ideal for gathering supplies. Second, as for the Slacketh tribe that ruled over this forest, they were, by nature, lazy and simple-minded. They typically maintained a live and let live attitude toward the world. As long as no one threatened their food sources by damaging the forest, they would generally ignore outsiders like Sato altogether. This made the forest relatively low risk, giving Sato a rare opportunity to rest with some peace of mind. Once he confirmed that they had fully entered Slacketh Forest, Sato had the panting Arcanine stop beside a small stream to rest. While Arcanine drank from the stream, Sato quickly pulled out a fully charged solar-powered kettle. Using a small bucket, he scooped some clear stream water and poured it into the kettle to boil. Then, he retrieved a few gem-grade poke blocks for Arcanine to eat. With the kettle in hand, he and Arcanine settled under the shade of a large tree to rest. Arcanine had reached level 43 by now. Coupled with his massive physique and intense, fiery aura, weaker wild Pokémon, especially bug and grass types, scattered in all directions at the mere sight of him. Even those wild Pokémon with respectable strength regarded Sato and Arcanine with deep caution. While they clearly disliked the two dangerous intruders, they didn't dare make the first move since Sato and Arcanine hadn't acted aggressively. Instead, they watched warily from hidden spots nearby. As for the forest's rulers, the Slacketh, they remained draped lazily on tree branches, either sunbathing, slowly munching food, or snoring away in deep sleep. They didn't seem the least bit concerned with Sato and his Pokémon. However, their eyes often flicked toward the pair, lethargic glances tinged with faint vigilance. Their evolved forms, Vigoroth, made no attempt to conceal their hostility. They glared at Sato and Arcanine openly. With their naturally irritable temperaments, the Vigoroth filled the surrounding trees with shrill, agitated cries, seemingly warning the two not to cause trouble in their forest. Vigoroth were the first evolution stage of Slacketh. Unlike the perpetually lazy Slacketh or their final evolution, Slaking, Vigoroth had the ability Vital Spirit and were known for being extremely energetic and combative. Except when sleeping, Vigoroth were in a constant state of hyperactivity, truly the embodiment of ADHD. Staying still for even a moment made them physically uncomfortable. Ironically, perhaps due to this intense energy, most Slacketh evolved into Vigoroth with great ease, and in turn, many of them eventually grew into powerful Slaking. After some time, the wild Pokémon and Vigoroth nearby realized that Sato and Arcanine were simply resting and weren't doing anything threatening. Their tension gradually eased. Finally, once a Slaking finished gorging itself on the mountain of food brought by wild Pokémon, let out a belch, and rolled over to sleep, the surrounding Pokémon who had been watching Sato and Arcanine vigilantly also dispersed. Phew, finally some peace. Even though Slacketh Forest is relatively safe, its rulers are seriously powerful. Definitely not the type to provoke. Glancing toward the giant figure that had rolled over to resume its nap in the upper left part of the forest, Sato finally relaxed a little, though inwardly he adjusted the forest's threat level up a notch. That Slaking was level 52. The moment Sato and Arcanine had stopped beneath the tree to rest, it had appeared, without a sound, accompanied by a group of Vigoroth. It made no attempt to hide its presence and simply stared at Sato and Arcanine while casually munching on food hand-delivered by the local Pokémon. Sato understood what this meant, it was a warning. A silent but clear message from the forest's overlords, don't cause trouble here. When that Slaking and its escort of Vigoroth showed up, Sato had been incredibly tense. These weren't the same as the Ariados and Spinarak back in Spider Forest. They weren't afraid of Arcanine's flames. With their incredible physical strength and stamina, they could easily defeat Arcanine with a coordinated assault. In fact, if that level 52 Slaking had decided to attack, Sato and Arcanine would have had no choice but to flee for their lives. Slaking, as the final evolution of Slacketh, boasted a base stat total of 670, 70 points higher than most dragon pseudo-legendaries, rivaling even Groudon tier legendary Pokémon. Because of this, Slaking had earned the nickname, Pseudo-Mythical Beast. Unfortunately, due to its nature and ability, it was difficult for Slaking to fully utilize its stats. For trainers, the biggest challenge with Slaking was overcoming its laziness, both its personality and its truant ability. To date, very few trainers had ever been able to tap into Slaking's full potential. Most simply gave up on trying to work around its chronic laziness. Even so, there was no denying it, Slaking's raw strength, granted by its incredible stats, made it nearly unbeatable in sheer power. If one of them were ever truly enraged, even Dragon-type legendaries or standard legendaries would think twice before crossing them. And in a forest environment, Slaking and Vigoroth weren't at a disadvantage in terms of mobility compared to Arcanine either. They were all expert climbers, capable of leaping quickly from tree to tree. If a fight broke out, even a full-strength Arcanine would struggle to escape with Sato in tow, let alone in its current exhausted state. Fortunately, true to its nature, the Slaking didn't bother issuing any further warnings after seeing how obedient Sato and Arcanine were. It simply ate its fill, drank its water, and went back to sleep. All in all, Sato and Arcanine were finally safe, for now, with a moment's peace to catch their breath. Chapter 494, Chapter 493, Big Bad Wolf. After earning a brief moment of peace, Sato quickly pulled a small detection device out from his pocket and glanced at it. Seeing that the red indicator light wasn't blinking, the concern in his heart eased. Each contestant's badge had a miniature signal transmitter embedded in it, and this palm-sized detector was designed to pick up the signals emitted by those transmitters. The signal released by each badge was very faint, with a range of about 5 kilometers. If the detector picked up another badge's signal, the red light on it would begin to blink. Furthermore, the closer the detected badge was, the faster the red light would blink. According to the competition rules, contestants were prohibited from damaging or placing their badges into storage spaces. If a signal was interrupted, it signified that the contestant had been eliminated prematurely. Now, the detector in Sato's hand was completely dim, which naturally meant that there were no other contestants within a 5-kilometer radius. This outcome made Sato very pleased. After all, his earlier command for Arcanine to burn down the forest might have drawn attention from other nearby contestants. Currently, Arcanine had consumed a significant amount of stamina due to the long-distance running and intense battle, and the freshly captured Ariados was still gravely injured. If they were to run into another contestant right now, Sato would undoubtedly be in a dangerous situation. After confirming that no one else was nearby, Sato put the detector away and took out several top-grade healing sprays from his storage bag. Then, he removed a black pokeball from the belt on his waist, the one containing Ariados. "Come out, Ariados." After a moment's hesitation, Sato pressed the button on the pokeball, releasing the severely injured Ariados inside. In the next second, a flash of white light burst forth, and the burned Ariados appeared in front of Sato. Clearly terrified of Arcanine, Ariados froze the moment it spotted the fire-type Pokemon staring at it. Trembling, it dropped flat on the ground, not daring to make eye contact with Arcanine. Seeing how scared Ariados was of Arcanine, Sato relaxed. He had been worried that this Ariados might be a tough nut to crack like some of its kin, difficult to tame. After all, Sato had ordered Arcanine to burn its nest and beat it within an inch of its life. A more stubborn Pokemon would have come after both of them with vengeance. But with Ariados cowering like this, Sato knew the Pokemon didn't have a particularly bold personality. As long as Arcanine stayed close, he didn't have to worry about Ariados trying any tricks behind his back. Taming a Pokemon isn't something that happens overnight. Before a bond is established between trainer and Pokemon, it's best to remain cautious. Otherwise, a misstep could lead to being attacked by the very Pokemon you just caught. Relax, Ariados. You're now a companion to both me and Arcanine. As long as you don't betray us, we won't hurt you. We'll likely be living and traveling together for some time. If you ever want to leave in the future, I'll give you your freedom. Sato picked up a healing spray and slowly walked forward, speaking to the wary Ariados in a calm voice. As soon as he finished, he began applying the spray to Ariados' injured body. Initially, Ariados was filled with distrust. Had Arcanine not been keeping a fierce eye on it, it might have already lashed out at Sato. However, upon hearing Sato's words and realizing that the strange substance he sprayed on its wounds had significant healing effects, Ariados' wariness eased slightly. From interacting with many Pokemon, Sato had come to learn something crucial: if a trainer wanted to quickly bridge the gap with a wild Pokemon, the best method was through food. Most wild Pokemon spent their entire lives foraging, and many of them had experienced hunger multiple times. To them, food wasn't just sustenance, it was survival. In short, no matter how sweet a trainer's promises were, most wild Pokemon would take a good meal over empty words any day. And if that meal happened to be delicious, they'd definitely warm up to you. Wanting to taste that delicious food again, they might even choose to fight on your behalf. Sato believed that if he could spoil a Pokemon's taste buds, get them so used to good food that everything else tasted bland, they'd naturally be more obedient. After all, who could resist something that tasted that good? Of course, Sato also understood that if he truly wanted a Pokemon to listen to him, he needed them to respect him. The best way to earn that respect: make them realize he could help them grow stronger. For the vast majority of Pokemon, outside of finding food each day, the most important goal was increasing their strength. Living under the brutal law of the jungle, wild Pokemon deeply understood the importance of power. The drive to grow stronger was practically hardwired into them. So, Sato's plan for taming Ariados was simple: feed it well and guide it through battle to help it get stronger quickly. Go ahead and eat. This stuff's top quality, it'll help you recover faster. Sato took out a beautifully packaged pouch of premium bug-type Pokemon food. He unwrapped it and handed the fragrant pouch to Ariados with a bright smile. Cautious by nature, Sato never acted rashly. He had carefully planned out what he'd need after arriving on the island. Aside from essential gear and medicines, most of the contents of his small-capacity storage bag were top-grade Pokemon food of various types. These high-end foods came in compact packages, each about 2/3 the size of a fist, and with 5 cubic units of space, he could fit hundreds of them. Though small in quantity, their quality was unmatched. These foods were compressed for convenience, packed with flavor, nutrition, and calories. The only downside was their price: a single pouch cost 5,000 Poke dollars. The one Sato handed to Ariados was specifically designed for bug-type Pokemon. He firmly believed that wild Pokemon who had grown up on the island wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of food so meticulously crafted in human society. Still wary, Ariados didn't immediately dig in, even though the aroma was clearly getting to it. The way Sato smiled at it, it gave Ariados the same feeling as being watched by a cunning predator. It couldn't help but think it was facing a big, bad wolf. But the allure of that bug-type premium food was too strong. Eventually, Ariados couldn't resist and took a small bite. The moment it did, it was hooked. An overwhelming sense of bliss swept over it. It swore it had never tasted anything so delicious in its life. Within seconds, Ariados had devoured the entire pouch, bag and all. So, how about sticking with me for a while? Seeing Ariados scarf down the food like a starving beast, Sato felt satisfied. He pulled out another pouch of bug-type food and offered it with the same cheerful grin. Chapter 495, Chapter 494, Sleeplessness and Shelter. In truth, Ariados really wanted to shake its head and say no. However, when it saw that Sato was holding a bag of high-grade bug-type Pokemon food of the same brand as before, and caught sight of the menacing glare in Arcanine's eyes behind Sato, its head froze mid-shake. Then, it quickly nodded. Seeing this, Sato smiled in satisfaction. Under Ariados' eager gaze, he opened the packaging of the high-grade bug-type Pokemon food and promptly rewarded Ariados with the fragrant treat. This time, Ariados didn't hesitate in the slightest. As soon as Sato handed over the bug-type Pokemon food, it began eating it with delight. It ate very slowly this time, savoring every bite, clearly not wanting to devour it all at once like before. As it chewed, a look of bliss spread across its face. Thanks to 2 bags of high-grade bug-type Pokemon food, spicy snacks, Sato had now more or less built a basic bond of friendship with Ariados. Sato was very pleased with this. He knew that taking the first step was always the hardest, but once it was taken, the rest would follow more easily. Very good. Ariados, return to your Pokeball and rest for now. I'll call on you when I need you. Once Ariados had eaten every last bit of the food, Sato held up the Pokeball and spoke. As soon as he finished, he recalled Ariados, whose injuries were now mostly healed, back into the Pokeball. As for this bug/poison-type Pokemon, Sato was actually quite satisfied. Ariados naturally knew the powerful stat-boosting move Swords Dance, which made it a formidable Pokemon in the early and mid-stages of a journey, even if its base stats weren't high. As long as Ariados had the chance to pull off a Swords Dance, and combined it with its web-based combat style, few Pokemon, not counting fire types or Pokemon with fire-type moves, could compete with it. In fact, the main reason Sato had managed to escape the highly dangerous spider forest so easily was largely because the Spinarak species had a critical weakness: they feared fire. Ariados' webs, both sticky and resilient, were incredibly useful in the perilous forest. As long as they weren't burned by fire, they could be used for hunting, laying traps, defense, and even ambushes. But what pleased Sato most about Ariados was its ability, insomnia. As the name implied, this meant Ariados could never fall asleep. In the games, this ability was considered fairly useless. Aside from countering sleep-based Pokemon like Darkrai, it didn't serve much purpose. But in the real world, especially in the wild, this ability was incredibly valuable. Pokemon with this trait were typically extremely energetic and capable of recovering stamina quickly, even without sleep. A Pokemon that didn't need to sleep in the wild was incredibly rare. It made Ariados the perfect candidate for Night Watch, capable of staying alert 24/7 without issue. In Sato's plans, Ariados' main role would be to serve as his nighttime sentry. All Ariados needed to do was spin an intricate web near Sato's sleeping area. With its insomnia ability, even the slightest disturbance in the night would not escape its notice. The mysterious island was already teeming with danger during the day. At night, that danger only intensified. Numerous nocturnal, dangerous Pokemon would begin to emerge. What worried Sato most was that, for reasons unknown, the Pokemon on this island held a deep hostility toward him as an outsider. Without a vigilant, energetic Pokemon to keep watch, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. As for why he didn't choose Arcanine to be his night guard, that was simple. Arcanine was his only powerful Pokemon right now. If he spent his nights on guard duty, he wouldn't have the energy to fight during the day. Taking this into consideration, Sato would never assign Arcanine night patrol duty. As his main battler, Arcanine needed full rest. After drinking a few mouthfuls of cooled water from his solar kettle, Sato rested on the spot for another half hour. Once Arcanine had recovered most of his stamina, Sato got up and set off again with him. It was already after 4 p.m., and in a little over 2 hours, the sun would set. Before that, he had to find a temporary shelter that could serve as his dwelling for the night, and gather enough food for both himself and Arcanine. Arcanine was a large Pokemon now, and his appetite had grown accordingly. Among Sato's Pokemon, he was second only to Swampert in how much he could eat. A suitable shelter had to meet 3 criteria: concealment, proximity to a water source, and ease of escape. Following these principles, Sato began searching through the slaking forest. Before long, he found an ideal location, a small hill near a stream. On the leeward side of the hill, there was a cave clearly expanded by human hands. Judging by the numerous ursaring footprints on the ground and claw marks on the trees nearby, it currently belonged to a powerful ursaring. Moreover, judging from how local wild Pokémon timidly left berries and fruit at the cave's entrance, it was clear this ursaring was the tyrant of the area, with no small amount of strength. As Sato had expected from his observations, the cave's owner was indeed a powerful and ill-tempered ursaring, level 44. As soon as Sato and Arcanine approached the entrance and Arcanine let out a single bark, an angry roar echoed from the cave. Roar. Soon after, the ground began to tremble. A massive ursaring, twice the size of a normal one, stormed out of the cave with great momentum. Standing upright, this ursaring was over 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and battle scars all over his body. The most severe was a cross-shaped scar slashing through the sun pattern on his belly, a clear sign of a battle-hardened warrior. As the local tyrant, ursaring was clearly furious at Sato and Arcanine for blocking his cave. As he drew closer, a sly glint appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, an orange beam of light shot from his mouth, Hyper Beam. Ursaring opened with a surprise full-power move. Unfortunately for him, Arcanine knew extreme speed. Just as the Hyper Beam was about to hit, the flames on Arcanine's legs surged, and with lightning-fast movement, he vanished with Sato in tow, easily dodging the ambush. Hyper Beam was a powerful move for ursaring, whose type aligned with the attack. Its destructive force was overwhelming. The golden beam tore through a nearby tree in an instant, then pierced through several more behind it, finally crashing into the ground with a deafening explosion. Well, since he struck first, we don't need to hold back. Let's end this quickly, use overheat. Seizing the brief moment while ursaring was immobile after using Hyper Beam, Sato leapt off Arcanine and ran to the side while issuing his command. At his trainer's words, Arcanine's aura instantly soared to its peak. A white flame burst forth from his body, erupting into a blazing inferno over 3 meters high. In the next second, under ursaring's shocked gaze, a massive white pillar of flame shot from Arcanine's mouth, straight at it. Chapter 496, Chapter 495, Capturing the Rampaging Bear. Ruhar. A pillar of white-hot flame engulfed the ursaring head-on. In an instant, no matter how tough its body was, a searing pain pierced deep into its nerves, causing it to let out a howling scream of agony. Heat waves surged in all directions as the Arcanine's white fire pillar, unleashed from its maw, quickly vanished once its energy was exhausted. The white flames surging around its body also rapidly died down. Such an explosive use of firepower instantly triggered the side effects of overheat, weakening the fiery aura around Arcanine significantly. Meanwhile, the ursaring standing at the cave's entrance now looked like someone out of a disaster zone. Its fur was completely charred, its skin was heavily burned, and a pungent smell of roasted meat wafted from its body. Even so, despite taking a full force overheat from Arcanine head-on, this ursaring didn't fall. Instead, the pain only seemed to enrage it further. Its bloodshot eyes burned with madness as it struggled to its feet and charged recklessly at Arcanine. Perhaps it was due to its guts ability being triggered by the burn, combined with its unleashed rage, but ursaring's aura didn't weaken, instead, it surged wildly. Its speed became shockingly fast, almost unbelievable. This wasn't the behavior of a heavily wounded patient, it was the charge of a berserk, furious bear dragon. A terrifying pressure exploded from ursaring's body, so overwhelming that creatures within a 100-meter radius collapsed to the ground, trembling. Even those who resisted felt as if a boulder had crushed their chest, making it hard to breathe. Guerrilla tactics. Don't engage head-on. Seeing that the ursaring hadn't gone down and had even become more powerful, Sato's eyes lit up sharply. He wisely refrained from ordering Arcanine to engage in close combat and chose the most rational strategy instead. At the same time, he released his Ariados and commanded it to carry him up the nearest tall tree. Ursaring's base attack stat was a staggering 130, already incredibly high. Now, with the guts ability triggered by its burn, its attack power received a further 50% boost. Note, guts, when affected by burn, paralysis, poison, or sleep, attack increases by 50% and the burn's attack halving is ignored. There was no sugarcoating it, ursaring's offensive capability was now explosive. Even a pseudo-legendary dragon type wouldn't come out unscathed from a direct clash. As Sato's current only main force Pokemon, Arcanine was too valuable to risk in a physical brawl against this rampaging ursaring. Unless Sato had lost his mind, there was no way he'd allow that. Even though the rampaging ursaring had become abnormally fast, it was still sluggish compared to Arcanine, who had mastered extreme speed. Obeying Sato's commands completely, Arcanine immediately darted away, widening the distance, and then began kiting ursaring with blasts of flamethrower. Rarg. Unable to land a hit, and constantly pelted by Arcanine's flames, ursaring roared in frustration, swinging its claws wildly at everything in sight. Boom. 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 A series of deafening crashes echoed out. The terrain around the cave entrance was soon completely destroyed by the frenzied Ursaring. Boulders and trees alike were shattered into debris by its massive paws. But this state of berserk fury couldn't last forever. Its injuries were grave, and repeated exposure to Arcanine's fire attacks only worsened them. After about half an hour, with a final cry of anguish, Ursaring, scorched black and bleeding all over, finally collapsed from exhaustion into a massive pit it had created itself. What a savagely resilient beast. Even with such severe injuries, he still managed to rampage for nearly half an hour. I underestimated you. Go, Pokeball. Seeing that Ursaring had finally fallen, Sato quickly rode Ariados down from the tree, approached the pit's edge, pulled out a black Pokeball from his belt, and tossed it at the fainted bear. Sato had originally thought this level 44 Ursaring was simply decent, but the fact that it had survived Arcanine's overheat and still held out for nearly half an hour proved it was extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, its willpower was terrifyingly tenacious. Without that kind of iron will, there was no way it could have fought like that while so gravely wounded and burned. With all that in mind, Sato resolved to capture it, even if this Pokemon wouldn't be battle-ready for a while and might become a burden. He had no regrets. Ursaring information. Pokemon, Ursaring. Level. Type, normal. Ability, guts. Gender, male. Known moves, hammer arm, covet, scratch, leer, lick, fake tears, fury swipes, feint attack, sweet scent, play nice, slash, scary face. Egg moves, belly drum, double edge. Tutor moves, hyper beam, fire punch. Held item, none. IVs, out of 31. HP. Attack. Defense. SP ATK. SP Def. Speed. Overall 4 rating, 165, purple tier rating. With a satisfying thunk, the Pokeball clicked shut. The red light in its center dimmed after a few shakes. The capture was successful. No sooner had he caught the Ursaring than Sato released it again. He pulled out several burn ointments and 2 large rolls of medical bandages, and immediately began treatment. Ursaring's injuries were extremely severe, not just general trauma, but full-body burns. Without immediate care, it likely wouldn't survive the night. It took about 20 minutes. With sweat dripping from his forehead, and the help of Arcanine and Ariados, Sato finally finished treating Ursaring using 5 bottles of burn medicine and 2 full rolls of bandages. Phew. It's done. If only Bellissum were here, this wouldn't have been half as messy or exhausting. Looking at the bandage-wrapped Ursaring lying like a big rice dumpling, Sato wiped his brow and couldn't help but lament how important Bellissum, the team's medic, was to the squad. Ursaring's body was indeed sturdy. Once given timely treatment, its life signs gradually stabilized. After Sato poured a few potions into it, its vitality slowly began to recover. Seeing that the bear was starting to pull through, Sato returned it to the Pokeball and then led Arcanine toward the cave Ursaring had lived in. This was a cave inhabited by a lone Ursaring, and naturally, its environment was abysmal. Rotting, half-eaten berries littered the floor, alongside piles of decomposing bones and both dried and fresh dung. The stench, a sickening blend of rotten fruit, decay, feces, and urine, was overpowering. Sato and Arcanine couldn't last more than a few seconds inside before they both retreated, gagging. It was hard to imagine how Ursaring had managed to live in such a filthy place and still look so content. Arcanine, use your flames to purify all this filth. As soon as they stumbled out of the cave, Sato shouted to the retching Arcanine at his side. Without hesitation, Arcanine forced down its nausea and unleashed a white pillar of fire straight into the cave. In an instant, the cave turned into a blazing inferno. Everything foul inside was consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes. Chapter 497, Chapter 496, Storing Food and Unwelcome Guests. After Sato had Arcanine burned down the cave where the Ursaring used to live, he took advantage of the time needed for the temperature to drop and went hunting nearby with Arcanine and Ariados to find food for the night. Arcanine had a huge appetite. The premium Pokemon food Sato carried, hundreds of packs meant for bonding with newly captured Pokemon, was far from sufficient. So, they had to find enough food in the area to fill their bellies. The mysterious island was indeed a land rich in resources. With no signs of human destruction or overhunting, wild animals and Pokemon thrived here. As long as one was willing to make the effort and be careful, getting enough to eat wasn't a problem. Soon, Sato found a herd of wild deer drinking by a stream near the Ursaring's former cave. With the help of Arcanine and Ariados, he successfully hunted down 4 of them. Ariados was particularly good at preserving food. The 2 fangs on its mouth could secrete a paralyzing toxin. Harmless to the body, the toxin induced a long-lasting paralysis in prey. By wrapping the paralyzed prey in its silk to form cocoons, Ariados could trigger a state similar to suspended animation. Even after hanging the cocooned prey on its web for a full week, the prey would still be alive when retrieved. This ensured the meat stayed as fresh as possible. Sato understood this food preservation method well. To avoid worrying about meals all the time, he continued hunting in the area with Arcanine and Ariados until they had taken down more than a dozen wild animals. By the time night had completely fallen, the top of the cave had already become Ariados's new home, with over a dozen large cocoons hanging from the massive web. Outside the cave, Sato had built a fire and was carefully roasting 2 plucked and fatty deer. Even with just a light sprinkle of salt and pepper and a coat of barbecue sauce, the golden brown venison gave off an incredibly mouth-watering aroma. Besides the roast, he had also set up a large pot filled with venison stew, cooked with wild herbs and vegetables rich in nutrients and commonly found in the area. Both Arcanine and Ariados were staring intensely at the roasting deer meat, unable to hide their anticipation. Arcanine, who had followed Sato for quite a while and tasted all kinds of delicacies, was still able to maintain some composure. Ariados, on the other hand, who was used to eating raw food and had never seen anything roasted before, completely lost its cool. Even though it was terrified of fire, Ariados couldn't help but pace anxiously in front of the flames, its eyes greedily fixed on the 2 golden brown deer that were crispy and slightly charred on the outside and tender on the inside. When the roast was almost done, Sato used his hunting knife to carve off a leg for himself as his main course. The rest of the meat was left to Arcanine and Ariados for dinner. Arcanine, unfazed by heat and with a massive appetite, quickly devoured over half of a roast deer that, even gutted, still weighed more than 100 pounds. Ariados, however, couldn't handle the piping hot meat. After a few failed attempts, it had no choice but to sit and stare longingly. Still, despite the delicious food, neither Sato nor his Pokémon let down their guard. Their attention wasn't on the meal, it was on the figures lurking in the shadows around the cave. Looks like we'll have to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, it'll be hard to establish ourselves around here, Sato muttered, slicing pieces of venison and putting them in his mouth, his eyes never leaving the suspicious figures hidden in the darkness. A dozen pairs of glowing eyes in the night stared intently at Sato and his Pokémon. More precisely, they were fixed on the alluring scent of the meat by the cave entrance. The aroma of the food had drawn many wild Pokémon to the area, and they gathered several meters from the cave, their eyes locked on the roast deer in the pot of stew. Ursaring had clearly held a dominant position in this area, its fearsome reputation made it a local tyrant. Wild Pokémon nearby had long accepted its rule, which explained why they used to deliver offerings to its cave. Now, however, Arcanine had defeated Ursaring in broad daylight and openly occupied its long-held territory. By Pokémon standards, that meant Arcanine had become the new ruler of the area. That was why the wild Pokémon attracted by the scent of the food hadn't dared to make a move. After all, if even Ursaring had lost, the victor, Arcanine, must be even stronger. However, Arcanine was still a newcomer. Even though it had won a decisive battle against Ursaring, its deterrent effect wasn't yet as strong as Ursaring's, whose reign had been built over time and in blood. Ursaring's body was covered in scars, many of them near fatal, and its violent temperament had kept most wild Pokémon from crossing it. Arcanine, in contrast, had only just arrived. Its only credential was defeating Ursaring, and that alone wasn't enough to earn the respect of the local wild Pokémon, especially those who had always been dissatisfied with Ursaring's rule. Tempted by the aroma of cooked meat, 3 such wild Pokémon, who had long harbored resentment toward Ursaring, couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward. They were a Scyther, a Zangoose, and another Ursaring, this one bearing a visible claw scar across its face. Among the 3, the scar-faced Ursaring was the highest level, matching the one Sato had just captured. Both were at level 44. However, its potential was inferior to the one Sato had caught, and physically, it was at least a head shorter. Still, of the 3, the one that posed the greatest threat to Sato was the level 42 Scyther. Normally, Scyther were pack Pokémon, but this one was clearly a lone wolf, appearing without its swarm. It was at least 1.5 times larger than normal and had broad, powerful wings. It remained airborne the entire time, flying silently and without a sound. Its scythe-like arms gleamed with a cold light. To Sato, this Scyther felt like a deadly assassin, emerging from the shadows to strike. As for the level 43 Zangoose, Sato wasn't particularly impressed. It seemed to be the weakest of the 3. None of the wild Pokémon had any intention of taking turns or issuing formal challenges. Instead, they attacked simultaneously, coordinating from 3 different directions. In an instant, a wave of danger swept over Sato. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and goosebumps spread across his skin. Chapter 498, Chapter 497, Ambush and Reinforcements. Ever since Sato became a psychic, although his own strength hadn't increased much, his heightened spiritual power had significantly improved his ability to sense danger. Now, with a sudden surge of lethal threat from behind, he instantly realized that the attackers this time were far more than just the Scyther, Zangoose, and Ursaring. There was no time to think. Sato immediately pushed off with his feet and rolled forward. In the very next second, a mass of inky black shadow transformed into a sharp spike, stabbing out from the shadow cast by firelight behind a nearby rock, right where he had just been. Had Sato not reacted in time, that shadow spike would have pierced the back of his neck and exited straight through his throat. Ariados, aim at the shadow under that rock and use spider web. Though his face was pale after narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, Sato's killing intent surged to the surface. Without hesitation, he commanded the Ariados by his side to attack. Sato had sharp insight. He instantly recognized that the shadowy spike just now was a typical shadow sneak, a move commonly used by ghost-type Pokemon. Which meant the enemy hiding in the shadow under the rock was very likely an invisible ghost-type Pokemon. Against such stealthy opponents, the best method was to use specialized moves to restrain them. Once immobilized, their invisibility would be rendered useless. Ariados's webbing was sticky and extremely tough. Once a target was trapped in its spider web, unless they had mastery over fire-type moves, there was no easy escape. Even if the opponent did use fire to break free, traces of the white webbing would still cling to them, making it impossible to remain hidden. After witnessing Arcanine defeat Ursaring earlier, Ariados had already thrown all its doubts to the wind. What's more, during the daytime, Sato had led it to several easy victories. At this point, Ariados followed his commands without question. As soon as Sato finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in Ariados's eyes. It gathered power in its mouth and fired a wide white web straight at the rock Sato had pointed to, enveloping the shadow beneath it. In an instant, an invisible creature was caught in the sticky strands. It struggled furiously, but the more it moved, the tighter the web bound it. Eventually, a Kecleon, its red W-shaped belly stripe barely concealed behind a rock, was forced to reveal itself in panic. At the same time, Scyther, Zangoose, and Ursaring launched their attack on Arcanine. Wrapped in blazing white-hot flames, Arcanine charged forward. Scyther, who was in the lead, dared not engage in melee and instead flew high into the air, unleashing a barrage of air-slash attacks and rapid vacuum waves from its scythe-like arms. For a moment, countless white blades of wind and invisible slashes rained down from above toward Arcanine. However, these attacks from Scyther clearly couldn't keep up with the speed of Arcanine, who was now in flame charge mode. Boosted by this move, Arcanine became as swift as a storm wind. With a powerful leap, it dodged the rain of slashes entirely. Originally intending to return to assist Sato, Arcanine spotted that he was safe and that Ariados had already captured the hidden threat. With that confirmed, Arcanine activated extreme speed and instantly appeared behind Zangoose. Now imbued with the power of the mysterious mutated fire stone, white flames surged around Arcanine's body. A devastating combination of extreme speed and flame will slammed toward Zangoose's back. Though Zangoose appeared the weakest of the three ambushers, it was still a level 43 wild Pokemon that had survived many harsh battles. It possessed solid strength and excellent battle instincts. The moment Arcanine disappeared from its sight, Zangoose felt a chilling sense of impending death. Its survival instinct flared, far more intense than even the last time Ursaring had nearly beaten it to death. Without hesitation, Zangoose activated the defensive move it had recently managed to learn by mimicking others, Protect. With its hands clasped together, a brilliant green energy shield surrounded its body just in time. However, since Zangoose had only just learned Protect, its current shield could probably block a strong blow from a typical Pokemon, but defending against Arcanine's combo of extreme speed and flame will was pushing it far beyond its limits. Not to mention, Fire-type energy is second only to Electric-type in terms of explosive power, and his Arcanine was no longer an ordinary fire user. Sure enough, when Arcanine's blazing charge collided with Zangoose's green shield, the barrier shattered within half a second under the stunned gaze of Zangoose. With a sound like shattering glass, the energy shield broke into fragments. The next instant, cloaked in high-temperature white flames, Arcanine crashed into Zangoose's exposed back. A painful howl rang out as Zangoose was turned into a flying fireball, slammed heavily into a nearby hill, and instantly fell silent. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the once feared loner known throughout the area was now defeated, his life or death uncertain. Seeing this, the wild Pokemon hiding in the dark who had initially planned to swarm with Scyther all froze mid-charge. Without exception, they retreated a long distance with terrified expressions in their eyes. In truth, many of the local wild Pokemon had not witnessed the earlier battle between Arcanine and Ursaring, most had only heard rumors. That lack of first-hand fear meant they had underestimated him. But now, with Zangoose's crushing defeat right before their eyes, the arrogance they had from numbers vanished. Their reverence for Arcanine skyrocketed. However, unlike those cowardly Pokemon who retreated upon encountering real strength, the scarred Ursaring was a true warrior. It wasn't intimidated in the slightest by Zangoose's swift defeat. Instead, its fighting spirit surged as it charged at Arcanine. Roar! With an enraged battle cry, Ursaring's entire body flared with white light. It was preparing to use takedown in a full-on collision against Arcanine. At this moment, Arcanine had just finished using his combo move and was in that fleeting gap between old power expended and new power gathered. Facing Ursaring's brilliantly timed charge, Arcanine had no choice but to brace for impact. Fortunately, Arcanine wasn't fighting alone. Behind him stood a powerful and competent trainer, Sato. Ariados, use string shot to bind Ursaring's hind leg. In this critical moment, Sato shifted his attention from the trapped Kecleon to Arcanine's situation. He abandoned the currently immobilized Kecleon and quickly issued a support command. Fueled by the intense battle, Ariados didn't hesitate. It instantly spat out a strand of white silk that shot like a bullet, striking one of Ursaring's hind legs with precision. At the same time, Ariados quickly darted beneath a large nearby tree, circling it several times. Clearly, this was a technique Ariados had practiced many times. His movements were smooth and precise. As soon as the setup was complete, Ursaring's charge was disrupted. Ariados' silk was incredibly tough, even a power-type Pokémon like Ursaring couldn't break it instantly. His takedown attack was severely hindered by this single strand. With Ursaring's movement restricted, Arcanine gained the time he needed. He instantly sprang away, opening up a large distance between them. For a brief moment, Ursaring was stunned. It had been about to slash through the string with its claws, only to find Arcanine had already vanished out of reach. Chapter 499, Chapter 498, The Night Battle Ends. Ursaring was dumbfounded, but Arcanine wasn't. As soon as it widened the distance from Ursaring, it let out a stream of flamethrower in its direction. Startled, Ursaring instinctively rolled backward with surprising skill, not only dodging the bulk of Arcanine's flames but also conveniently using the fire to burn away Ariados' restraining web. Then, shockingly, Ursaring curled into a ball on the ground and began rolling rapidly toward Arcanine again, intending to clash head-on with another double-edge attack. Woof! As a fire-type Pokémon, Arcanine naturally carried the pride of its kind. Seeing Ursaring recklessly charging again, its eyes flashed with a fierce light. With a roar, it charged forward as well, meeting the challenge with a full-force flare blitz. In an instant, white-hot flames erupted around Arcanine's entire body, turning it into a blazing beast. At the same time, Ursaring's body shone with white light, its momentum peaking. It was worth noting that Ursaring's Double Edge was a normal-type move with a base power of 120, and Arcanine's Flare Blitz, also with a base power of 120, was of its own type. Now, with these two powerhouses unleashing such high-impact moves simultaneously, it was like a meteor colliding with the Earth. The next moment, boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Ursaring and Arcanine slammed into each other, triggering a powerful blast. Both were engulfed in the smoke of the explosion, and the shockwave created by the impact surged outward in all directions. Sha-sha-sha. The trees around them rustled violently as the sudden gust swept through the forest. Meanwhile, as Ursaring and Arcanine battled intensely, the Scyther flying above didn't just stand by doing nothing. It gave up on Arcanine altogether and charged straight toward Sato. With rapid flaps of its wings, Scyther's speed surged. It turned into a blur of green in the night sky, and its blade-like pincers gleamed with cold light as it aimed straight for Sato's head. Sato appreciated Scyther's decision to abandon Arcanine and go straight for him. It showed battlefield awareness, but he also knew the threat was real. Instantly, he crouched and pressed a button on his high-tech running shoes. The next second, the shoes activated. Light as a feather, Sato moved with the grace of a martial arts master, weaving across the ground in blurring afterimages. In Scyther's stunned gaze, Sato barely managed to dodge the sudden assault with a sharp sidestep, and in the blink of an eye, he had already widened the gap between them significantly. Clearly, the 30 million poke dollars he'd spent on his high-tech shoes were well spent. Ariados, use string shot to bind its wings. As soon as he was out of immediate danger, Sato, flushed and breathless, wasted no time. He gave Ariados, who had just completed a round of Swords Dance and Focus Energy, a direct command. At just level 32, Ariados was at a serious disadvantage against the level 42 Scyther. But with Arcanine still locked in combat earlier, Sato had no choice but to send Ariados in. Of course, commanding a Pokémon to defeat another of equal or greater level wasn't much of an achievement. What made a great trainer was the ability to lead their Pokémon to victory despite a level or type disadvantage. Having just witnessed Arcanine's ferocity, Ariados was now riding high on courage. Even when facing an opponent 10 levels above it, it showed no hesitation. At Sato's command, Ariados immediately shot out a strand of sticky white silk, aimed precisely at Scyther's rapidly flapping wings. The silk was thin and long, and in the low visibility of night, Scyther didn't notice in time. Its wings were instantly tangled by Ariados' sticky, resilient thread. With its wings momentarily paralyzed, Scyther plummeted from the sky. Its follow-up aerial pursuit of Sato was abruptly interrupted. And to make things worse, it landed headfirst, crashing into the ground and leaving it dazed. Perfect. Use spider web, tie it down completely. Seeing Scyther land headfirst and enter a stunned state, Sato's eyes lit up with glee. He ordered Ariados to use spider web to fully bind the opponent. Ariados weren't known for their raw power. Their greatest weapon lay in the terrifying webbing they could produce, an innate, sticky, and incredibly strong substance. To put it bluntly, unless faced with fire or a razor-sharp weapon/attacks, Ariados' silk was like a budget version of a mythical binding rope, nearly unbreakable in the Pokemon world. Once entirely entangled, not even Sato's Swampert with its raw strength could escape in the short term. And once a Pokemon was caught, Ariados, as a poison type, had many ways to grind it down over time. Acting swiftly, Ariados launched a wide net, catching the dazed Scyther precisely. To be extra cautious, it then began spitting even more silk. Especially around Scyther's razor-sharp pincers, Ariados focused on binding them tightly behind its back, giving it no chance to retaliate. By the time Scyther recovered from its dizziness, it was already wrapped in silk like a cocoon. No matter how it struggled inside, the web held strong, it wasn't breaking free anytime soon. As Sato finished commanding Ariados to completely immobilize Scyther, the battle between Arcanine and Ursaring finally reached its conclusion. After their explosive clash, both were wounded. But in terms of condition, Ursaring was clearly worse off, its body covered in burns. Arcanine didn't come out unscathed either. Having gone all out, one of its front legs was now injured and severely swollen. Learning its lesson, Arcanine didn't go for another head-on clash. Instead, it switched tactics, using its superior agility for hit-and-run strikes, exploiting Ursaring's short legs. Though Arcanine's leg injury slowed it down somewhat, it was still faster than Ursaring by a wide margin. Eventually, burned and battered by Arcanine's relentless flames, Ursaring couldn't take it anymore. Choosing the smart path, it tucked into a ball and rolled away into the dark forest, disappearing in an instant. Seeing this, Arcanine wisely didn't give chase. After all, Sato still had Scyther to deal with. Once Ursaring was truly gone, it immediately returned to support its trainer. But by then, Sato had already commanded Ariados to fully subdue Scyther. All Arcanine had to do was finish the job with a single flamethrower. Bathed in flames, the cocoon Scyther wasn't as lucky as Ursaring. It was roasted into a charred mess, left barely breathing on the ground. As for the last one, the Kecleon that had ambushed Sato in the beginning, it had only just managed to struggle free from Ariados' webbing, after watching its teammates, Zangoose, Ursaring, and Scyther, fall one after another. Now, as the first wave attacker and at only level 28, Kecleon was terrified out of its mind. It tried to flee under the cover of its invisibility. Unfortunately, despite breaking free of the webs, its body was still covered in sticky white strands, rendering its camouflage nearly useless in the dark. In the end, Kecleon didn't escape Sato's grasp. The small chameleon-like Pokemon was slapped half-dead by Arcanine, then trussed up like a roast by Ariados' silk. And thus, the intense battle in the night finally came to an end. Chapter 500, Chapter 499, an incredibly rare combo. Sato commanded just 2 Pokemon to take on 4 enemies. Among them, his Ariados was vastly outleveled by 3 of the opposing Pokemon, and yet, they still managed to win. To say this was a hard-earned victory would be an understatement. After this intense battle, the previously circling wild Pokemon finally backed off. Witnessing the defeat of Pokemon like Scyther, they swiftly scattered, no longer daring to test their luck. In that moment, the once stifling air of danger began to lift, and the oppressive tension in Sato's heart eased considerably. Once the battle ended, Sato quickly pulled out some healing sprays and medical bandages from his space backpack and began treating Arcanine, whose front limbs had suffered serious injuries. Thanks to a Pokemon's natural resilience, and with timely treatment and bone realignment, Arcanine would likely make a full recovery after a good night's rest. As for Ariados, it had mostly played a supporting role in the battle and hadn't taken much damage. After treating his Pokemon, Sato turned his attention to the prisoners of war. Right now, Zangoose, Scyther, and Kecleon were all tied up in Ariados' webbing, looking thoroughly dejected. Among the 3, Scyther was clearly the strongest, followed by Zangoose, and lastly, Kecleon. But surprisingly, the one Sato found most interesting was the weakest of the trio, Kecleon. And with good reason. This particular Kecleon had managed to sneak up on Sato without a sound and ambush him. Its ability was an extremely rare hidden ability, Protean. Protean ability changes the Pokemon's type to the type of the move it's about to use. The change lasts until it uses a move of a different type. On top of that, Kecleon also knew a fascinating move, one that, combined with its ability, made it especially valuable in Sato's eyes despite its otherwise mediocre stats. Kecleon data. Pokemon, Kecleon. Level. Type, normal. Ability, Protean, hidden ability. Gender, female. Known moves, Thief, Astonish, Tail Whip, Lick, Scratch, Bind, Shadow Sneak, Feint, Fury Swipes, Sucker Punch, Psybeam, Ancient Power, Slash. Egg Move, Trick. Tutor Moves, Skill Swap, Trick, Roleplay. Held Item, None. IVs. HP, 19 slash. Attack, 26 slash. Defense, 20 slash. SP ATK, 23/. SP Def, 20/. Speed, 27/. Overall 4 rating, blue, total 4, 135. Clearly, this Kecleon's individual values weren't much to look at, but its protean ability and knowledge of skill swap made it a rare and precious find. There was no need to overhype protean, the ability allowed a Pokemon to completely circumvent type disadvantages if it knew a wide array of moves. It could seamlessly become the type best suited to counter the opponent. Currently, only 2 Pokemon species could have protean as a hidden ability, the Kecleon line and the Froakie line. That alone made it extremely rare. As for skill swap, a psychic type status move, it was just as precious. There were no technical machines for this move on the market, just like Outrage, it could only be learned through teaching. From a value standpoint, it might not quite match protean, but if used strategically, skill swap had the potential to completely flip a battle on its head. Note, skill swap, psychic type status move. Effect, swaps the user's ability with the target's. Now, with a Pokemon that possessed both protean and skill swap, even if Kecleon wasn't the most gifted, Sato knew she was worth her weight in gold. As he examined the data, Sato's mind began racing with possibilities. His gaze on the Kecleon grew more intense with excitement. He knew just how powerful protean was, not only could it eliminate type disadvantages, but it also allowed moves to benefit from the same type attack bonus, stab, every time. A Kecleon with protean and skill swap might not be a fearsome fighter on its own, but it could grant protean to other Pokemon, drastically boosting their power. This is interesting, incredibly interesting. To think I'd run into such a peculiar Pokemon. Protean and skill swap. This could be the foundation of a game-breaking strategy. If this works, I might just end up with a Pokemon on par with a normal legendary. Sato's eyes burned with anticipation as a bold training plan formed in his mind, one that, once conceived, became impossible to stop. Which type of Pokemon would benefit the most from protean? As soon as the question popped into his head, the answer became clear, normal-type Pokemon. Yes. While normal types had no inherent strengths over other types, their advantage lay in their ability to learn a huge variety of moves, a perfect match for protean. Combine that with protean, and you had something downright terrifying. A normal type with protean that knew many different types of moves wouldn't have to worry about type disadvantages. It could even switch its type mid-battle to counter its opponent perfectly. In fact, when Sato realized this Kecleon had both protean and skill swap, the first Pokemon that came to mind was none other than Slaking, a normal type with sky-high base stats. After all, he was currently in a forest known for housing a large number of Slakoth. He had recently even encountered a particularly powerful Slaking. But up until now, he had always dismissed Slaking due to one huge issue, its truant ability. Still, Sato knew there were ways around that. Slaking's truant ability could be nullified with either the Gastro Acid move or skill swap. The former removed the ability, while the latter could replace it entirely. Between the two, the latter was undoubtedly superior. It didn't just remove truant, it gave Slaking a whole new ability. And Slaking was a normal-type Pokemon that could learn up to 14 different types of moves. Now, with this extraordinary Kecleon in hand, all Sato needed was to capture a Slaking. Then he could use Kecleon's skill swap to grant Slaking the protean ability, turning it into a multi-type juggernaut. A Slaking without truant and with access to 14 types through protean, how strong would that be? Wouldn't that make it a kind of budget version of Arceus? Of course, just thinking about Slaking's lazy nature gave Sato a headache. Truant wasn't even Slaking's biggest problem, its true issue was its deep-seated laziness. To be blunt, 99% of all Slaking could be considered extreme couch potatoes, and the remaining 1% were just slightly less lazy. Its inherent laziness was the real obstacle. Training a Pokemon like that to become strong would be a nightmare, the kind of challenge only a masochist would enjoy. Still, Sato couldn't shake the thought, how could he raise a Slaking that had protean but didn't suffer from laziness? That was the question that had taken root in his mind the moment he saw Kecleon's data, and the foundation for a grand new training plan. Chapter 501, Chapter 500, The Ability Converter. Of course, how does one raise a Slaking that has protean and doesn't slack off? It was just a plan for now, the difficulty of actually putting it into action was immense. This Kecleon, who currently possessed both the protean ability and the move skill swap, was essentially a key, but for Sato to find the treasure that matched this key would still take considerable time and effort. After all, what Sato needed was a Slaking that either had a strong desire to grow stronger or simply didn't enjoy being lazy. That sort of Pokemon was likely rarer than encountering a shiny. Still, obtaining a Kecleon capable of granting protean to other Pokemon was already a stroke of unimaginable fortune. Even if he could never proceed with the protean Slaking training plan, Sato could pivot to other plans, like perhaps a protean Swampert. That didn't sound bad either, right? In fact, aside from protean and skill swap, Sato had also noticed that this Kecleon held yet another rare opportunity, the move role play. He had previously been so captivated by protean and skill swap that he had momentarily overlooked this move. Now that his excitement had settled, he finally noticed the hidden potential of this technique. If Sato remembered correctly, roleplay was also a psychic-type move, and its effect allowed the user to temporarily copy another Pokémon's ability. So, with Kecleon having access to both skill swap and roleplay, this meant that as long as it was willing, it could make a teammate acquire the ability of either an enemy or an ally. Abilities are one of the most vital components of a Pokémon's overall strength. However, not every Pokémon's default ability is best suited for it. If one could switch to another ability, its power would often increase drastically. Take Swampert, for instance. If its ability could be changed from Damp to Sap Sipper, it would become a Pokémon without a single type weakness. Or, if it gained Swift Swim, then even without Mega Evolution, it could still reach astonishing levels of strength in rainy weather. Now Kecleon could help Swampert attain both of these abilities, with just one condition: the presence of a Pokémon with Sap Sipper, and another with Swift Swim. In short, this Kecleon, armed with both skill swap and roleplay, effectively functioned as an ability converter. As long as the conditions were met, it could smoothly and easily swap abilities. Moreover, once the conditions were met, this ability converter could repeat the process indefinitely, allowing as many Pokémon as needed to gain the same ability. For example, Kecleon could use roleplay to copy Sap Sipper from another Pokémon, then use skill swap to transfer Sap Sipper to Swampert. Immediately after, it could use roleplay to copy the Sap Sipper ability now on Swampert, then use skill swap again to give it to another Pokémon. In this manner, Kecleon could efficiently convert all nearby teammates to temporarily have Sap Sipper. Amazing. I almost overlooked how good roleplay is. Now that I have Kecleon, I just need to catch a Pokémon with Sap Sipper, and I can completely solve Swampert's problems in the tropical rainforest. And if I catch one with Swift Swim, I can fully unleash my rain-based tactics. As Sato imagined the tactical combinations these two moves could provide, he was instantly stunned. His excitement, which had just calmed down, reignited with full force. At this moment, Kecleon's status in Sato's heart shot up rapidly, almost on par with his Swampert and Piku. Of course, Kecleon had no idea that it had just been ranked among Sato's most valuable Pokémon. All it saw was Sato staring at it with a hungry, almost predatory look, and its heart pounded with fear. Just moments ago, it had tried to assassinate Sato with Shadow Sneak. If not for Sato's quick reflexes and vigilance, he would have been dead. So now, from Kecleon's perspective, this human's current expression likely meant he wanted to eat it. It had heard from other wild Pokémon that bipedal, half-hairless monkey-like creatures like Sato were terrifying. They had the power to enslave Pokémon and were vicious, killing without remorse. Imagining itself about to be killed and roasted over a fire like that deer just now, Kecleon was terrified beyond belief. Woo! As it saw this terrifying human reaching out toward it with a monstrous grin, Kecleon nearly leapt out of its skin. It wanted to scream, but its mouth was tightly bound in Ariados's web. It struggled with all its might, but the silk was just too strong, there was no escape. The moment Sato's hand touched its head, a warm stream involuntarily trickled down from its legs. Don't be scared. I'm not going to hurt you. In fact, I'm going to treat you well, nurture and protect you. I'll raise you until you're chubby and healthy. Seeing Kecleon this scared, and even wetting itself, Sato couldn't help but feel a little speechless. But considering its enormous value, he still spoke in a gentle and friendly tone. Ironically, that smile made things worse. The moment he grinned, Kecleon's eyes rolled back, its head drooped, and it fainted from fright. Watching Kecleon pass out from sheer terror, despite having done nothing to it, Sato was left in stunned silence. Still, being this timid wasn't all bad. It meant Kecleon had far less resistance compared to Ariados. Once it woke up and heard that Sato wasn't trying to kill it, but rather to make it work for him like Ariados, it instantly gave up and sold itself out. After some intimidation and bribery from Sato, Kecleon quickly adapted to its new role. In no time, it was sitting beside Ariados, chatting away and munching on high-quality Pokémon food as if nothing had ever happened. After sharing some delicious snacks, Kecleon and Ariados became sworn friends, no trace of their earlier hostility remained. Once he had easily captured Kecleon with a Pokeball, Sato turned his attention to Scyther and Zangoose. Finding nothing particularly useful about either of them, he decided to release them both. Of course, he wasn't kind enough to treat the wounds of these wild Pokémon who had just attacked him. He simply cut away the webs binding them and tossed them into the surrounding forest. Whether they lived or died was up to fate. Chapter 502, Chapter 501, The Second Day's Action. After Sato commanded Arcanine and Ariados to repel the attacking Scyther and other wild Pokémon, the area around the cave fell into complete silence. No wild Pokémon dared to approach within 10 meters of the cave entrance. However, Sato didn't let his guard down. He had Ariados, with its insomnia ability, stand watch at the entrance while Arcanine and Kecleon remained inside to protect him. Once he finished reapplying medicine to Ursaring's wounds, Sato crawled into his high-tech sleeping bag and prepared to sleep. The expensive high-tech sleeping bag lived up to its reputation. The moment Sato placed it on the ground, it instantly camouflaged itself, blending seamlessly with the terrain. Sato slipped inside, covering himself up to his nose, leaving only his eyes exposed. To an outside observer, it was as if he had completely vanished. The sleeping bag's incredible concealment gave Sato an extra sense of security. Thanks to its sleep-enhancing function, he soon drifted off. Though his first night on the mysterious island was somewhat restless, it passed without incident. At 7 a.m. the next morning, Sato woke up to his alarm. He neatly folded the sleeping bag, stored it in his backpack, and after a quick wash, began preparing breakfast for his Pokémon. However, when he had Arcanine and Ariados drag the 3 trussed-up wild deer out of the cave, he noticed a small pile of berries placed just beyond the 10-meter perimeter. Most were ordinary fruits, with only a few being actual berries. Sato couldn't help but smile. Clearly, these were offerings from the local wild Pokémon, paying tribute to Arcanine, their new lord, who had replaced Ursaring. The presence of these gifts also meant that Sato and his team had gained some level of acceptance from the wild Pokémon in the area. Sure, this acceptance was achieved through force, and the wild Pokémon likely feared them more than respected them. But the result was the same. Sato knew they had successfully established their presence in this territory. Without hesitation, Sato collected the pile of fruits. Since he had just arrived on the island, the more supplies he had, the better. This way, he could sustain more Pokémon in his team. 3 deer and over 50 fruits, this was breakfast for Sato and his Pokémon. Arcanine devoured an entire deer by itself, while Sato, Ariados, and Kecleon shared another. The last one went to Ursaring. Yes, Ursaring had woken up. Its physical resilience was extraordinary, and with the help of Sato's burn heal and potions, its injuries had mostly healed overnight. Of course, its fur wouldn't grow back so quickly. Right now, Ursaring was completely bald, looking rather comical. Surprisingly, Ursaring held no resentment toward Sato, its temporary master. It didn't even mind that Sato had taken over its cave and territory. As a battle-hardened warrior and the former ruler of this area, Ursaring understood the law of the jungle. This cave hadn't originally been its either, it had taken it from the previous owner. Yesterday, it had lost a direct fight against Arcanine. Sato had every right to kill it, and without intervention, Ursaring would have soon succumbed to its injuries. But instead, Sato had spared it and even saved its life. Because of this, the straightforward muscle-headed Ursaring quickly acknowledged Sato and expressed willingness to follow his orders. Of course, another major factor was the delicious roasted venison, something Ursaring had never tasted before. Sato had specifically coated Ursaring's portion with some wild beedrill honey, instantly winning over the bear's stomach. Pokémon were simple creatures at heart. They respected strength, and if a trainer could defeat them fairly and treat them well, most would willingly follow. After breakfast, Sato pulled out his map and began planning his next move based on the information it provided. The main task of this island trial was to survive for 3 weeks. Now that he had secured a foothold in this area, as long as he didn't do anything reckless, he could probably coast through the 3 weeks without issue. But Sato knew that if he simply holed up in one spot, even if he made it to the end of the second phase, his chances of competing for the first place would be slim. In Sato's eyes, the second phase was a free-for-all, a perfect opportunity for those aiming for a high ranking to exploit the chaos. By seizing the initiative or forming alliances, weaker competitors could potentially take down stronger opponents and climb the ranks. Winning the first place in the competition had been Sato's goal ever since he gained Giovanni's backing. Even after witnessing top-tier competitors like Tomoki and Vanna, he hadn't given up on this ambition. Now that he possessed the Reverse Dragon Scale, a treasure for raising pseudo-legendary dragon types, his desire for the top had only grown stronger. The grand prize, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg of his choice, was a one-time opportunity. He had to seize it. So instead of hiding in one spot, Sato's next move was to take the initiative, hunt down other competitors, steal their number tags, and quickly reclaim the Pokémon he had temporarily left at the Team Rocket base. At the same time, he intended to use this island, filled with high-level wild Pokémon, as a training ground. 3 weeks of intense battles could help him close the gap between himself and elite young trainers like Tomoki. In gaming terms, this mysterious island was a high-level grinding zone. Still, Sato also hoped to stumble upon more opportunities. From veteran Team Rocket members, he had learned that the island held many treasures capable of enhancing a Pokémon's strength. There were even rumors of someone once bringing back a pseudo-legendary dragon-type egg. In short, while dangerous, this island was a genuine treasure trove. With enough strength and a bit of luck, a trainer could rapidly grow stronger using its resources. Sato believed this wholeheartedly. He hadn't even been on the island long before capturing Kecleon, a Pokémon that could greatly strengthen his team. Alright, first I'll scout around Slacketh Forest to see if there are any other competitors or special Slacketh. Then I'll head south to Poliwag Lake and try my luck at catching a Poliwag with Swift Swim. After studying the map for a while, Sato finalized his plan. He had Kecleon climb onto his shoulder and turn invisible, acting as his hidden guard. Then he mounted Arcanine and dashed eastward into the forest. Chapter 503, Chapter 502, Fighting Poison with Poison. The nearby forest area was called Slacketh Forest for a simple reason: it was home to an overwhelming number of Slacketh. Just how many? Well, more than enough to be seen everywhere. Since Sato had left the cave on Arcanine's back, the Pokémon he had encountered most frequently were Slacketh. Without exception, these lazy creatures were all either sleeping in trees or sprawled on the ground, their faces perpetually stuck in a drowsy expression. Even when hungry, with food right in front of them, most couldn't be bothered to move an inch. If not for the fact that they had the backing of a king's rock-wielding powerful Slaking and were regularly cared for by their hyperactive Vigoroth counterparts, who never seemed to tire, half of them would probably have starved to death by now. Sigh. Slacketh really live up to their name. Every single one of them is unbearably lazy. No wonder so few trainers bother raising them. A personality this sluggish is completely unfit for Pokémon battles. Maybe they'd work as pets. No, scratch that, even as pets they'd be useless. They're just too lazy. Sato watched the countless Slacketh around him with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. He was starting to regret his grand plan of raising a protein-powered Slaking. It seemed like a hopeless endeavor. But Sato wasn't one to give up so easily. As he traveled, he meticulously used his system's scanning function to inspect every Slacketh he came across. To his surprise, these lazy creatures had shockingly high potential. Along the way, he had already spotted 9 Slacketh with gold tier ratings, 3 of which even inherited some exceptionally strong moves. However, these 9 golden Slacketh, likely due to being pampered by their colony, were even lazier than the rest. They lived like royalty, with food and care handed to them without lifting a finger. For Sato, talent was secondary. Personality was the real deal-breaker. As long as a Slacketh wasn't lazy, he'd take it regardless of its potential. Unfortunately, finding a Slacketh that actually wanted to train was easier said than done. So far, Sato hadn't seen a single one that engaged in any form of combat practice. The wild Pokémon in Slacketh Forest mostly treated Slacketh as invisible or mere mascots. Very few bothered to attack them, let alone see them as threats. With the forest's abundant resources and Slacketh too lazy to consume much of it, other Pokémon had no reason to risk angering the Slacketh tribe by fighting over food. As a result, these Slacketh lived completely without fear, enjoying carefree lives every day. Under such heavenly conditions, their already lazy nature had zero motivation to change. This was why many of the Slacketh Sato encountered were actually quite old, yet their levels remained pitifully low, around 7 or 8. It was a testament to just how deeply ingrained their laziness was. After circling most of Slacketh Forest on Arcanine's back, Sato left with a heavy heart, speeding southwest in disappointment. Laziness is incurable. Maybe I should start fresh with a Slacketh egg. The ones here are beyond saving, raising them would just be a waste of resources. While nature is hard to change, with the right environment and training, a newborn Slacketh might still have a sliver of hope to overcome its instincts. As Sato rode Arcanine, directing him southeast, he pondered how to raise a Slaking that wouldn't slack off too much. Suddenly, a white figure leaped down from a tree ahead, blocking their path. Another one of these hyperactive nuisances. Ignore it, Arcanine. Speed past. Sato frowned at the Vigoroth shouting and waving at them. Without hesitation, he ordered Arcanine to dash away. Compared to the unbearably lazy Slacketh and Slaking, Vigoroth were the complete opposite, relentlessly hardworking. Aside from sleeping at night, they spent every waking moment laboring for their colony. Their days were spent either searching for food or delivering it to their lazy kin. Without them, the Slacketh tribe would have collapsed long ago. If Slacketh and Slaking were victims of their truant ability, then Vigoroth were prisoners of their vital spirit. Their relentless energy kept them in a permanent state of excitement. If they didn't burn it off, they couldn't sleep at night. Their heart rates were 10 times faster than normal, their blood constantly boiling. Unless they exhausted themselves, they couldn't stop moving. They were, in short, severe hyperactivity cases. And out of all the wild Pokémon Sato had encountered blocking his path, Vigoroth were the most frequent offenders. Used to bullying others in Slacketh Forest, they were extremely territorial and xenophobic. The moment they spotted Sato and Arcanine, who were clearly outsiders, they attacked without hesitation. At first, Sato had considered battling them to grind some EXP for his team. But he quickly realized he'd poked a hornet's nest. These creatures fought dirty. If they couldn't win alone, they called for backup, leading to an endless swarm. Now, Sato knew better than to engage. The best strategy was to run and avoid them entirely. Following Sato's command, Arcanine's flaming mane flared, and he blazed forward like a crimson streak, leaving the Vigoroth far behind. But this particular Vigoroth was stubborn. Infuriated by being ignored, it let out an angry cry and gave chase. While Vigoroth couldn't match Arcanine's speed on the ground, its tree-hopping agility and perfect balance allowed it to keep up, leaping from branch to branch. Sato gritted his teeth as the Vigoroth's shouts attracted even more of its kind, forming a small mob behind them. These pests just won't quit. Arcanine, let's teach them a wait. Just as he was about to order an attack, an idea flashed in his mind, cutting him off mid-sentence. A grin spread across his face. That's it. Why didn't I think of this earlier? This might actually work. Fight poison with poison. A few seconds later, Sato's frustration melted away, replaced by excitement. He now had a plan. Chapter 504, Chapter 503, the fourth Rain Team member. In truth, Sato should have realized it much earlier. Slaking and Slaking's final evolution, Slaking, were completely different in temperament from Vigoroth, as if they were polar opposites, existing at two extremes. Of course, the reason Sato even began to think this way was largely thanks to the Kecleon on his shoulder. If it weren't for this Kecleon, he might never have considered transferring Vigoroth's vital spirit ability onto a Slaketh. Slaketh's laziness was, to a great extent, due to its truant ability. Ever since birth, that ability had been influencing it every moment of every day. It could be said that laziness had seeped into its very bones, making it extremely difficult to change later in life. What Sato wanted to do now was start with newborn Slaketh, imprinting them right from birth by using Kecleon's role play and skill swap moves to inject the vital spirit ability into their bodies. By doing so, the newborn Slaketh would be deeply affected by vital spirit, and would gradually become a hard-working, energetic Pokemon through constant exposure. Once a Slaketh like that evolved into a Vigoroth and continued to be influenced by vital spirit, even if it eventually evolved into a Slaking with truant again, its hard-working personality might already be so deeply ingrained that it couldn't revert, no matter what. Sato knew that any creature, when in its infant stage, is the most susceptible to external influences. Even a tiger, if raised like a pig from birth, might really turn into a creature that eats and sleeps all day. Of course, while this idea sounded good, once Sato thought about it in depth, he realized there was a critical flaw. If he couldn't solve this problem, then the entire concept would be nothing but a pipe dream. But, the effect of skill swap is extremely limited in duration. Once the time runs out, the truant ability will return. And using role play and skill swap consumes a lot of energy for Kecleon. It's not feasible to do this non-stop, 24 hours a day. I'll have to find another method to fill the gaps between swaps and suppress truant somehow. As Sato thought further, the excitement on his face gradually faded. The reality of the time-limited ability swap issue left him feeling helpless. If vital spirit couldn't influence Slaketh for long enough and truant reclaimed dominance, the Slaketh would ultimately revert to being lazy, and all previous efforts would be wasted. Well, that's enough for now. Coming up with this approach today is already a major breakthrough. You can't eat a whole meal in one bite. Maybe in time, I'll figure out a way to overcome this hurdle. Sato wasn't someone who got stuck on one problem forever. Unable to think of a better solution for the moment, he decided to set the idea aside for now and revisit it later. The Vigoroth simply couldn't keep up with the speed demon Arcanine. Before long, Arcanine had left the pursuing Vigoroth far behind. By now, they were nearing the boundary between the Slaketh forest and the neighboring woodlands. The decreasing number of Slaketh in the area was the clearest sign. To the west of the Slaketh forest lay Spider Forest. To the south, Shiftry Forest was separated from it by a river. And to the southwest was Poliwag Lake. Poliwag Lake was one of the few large lakes in the eastern region of Mystery Island's forest zone, covering at least 2,000 square kilometers. This lake was home to countless water-type Pokemon. Several large groups of them made their home here, such as the Magikarp line, the Goldeen line, the Chinchou line, and the Poliwag line. However, the strongest group in Poliwag Lake was undoubtedly the Poliwag evolutionary line. Thanks to their overwhelming numbers, as well as having a powerful Poliwrath and a Politoed, they had maintained dominance over the lake for a long time. Because of this, Team Rocket had dubbed the lake with the simple and straightforward name, Poliwag Lake. Sato had come to Poliwag Lake with a simple goal, to try and find a Poliwag with the hidden ability Swift Swim. Ideally, it would have decent potential too. His Rain team already consisted of Swampert, a shiny Pelipper, and Piku. Now that he'd discovered a lake teeming with Poliwag, he couldn't let the opportunity pass him by. That's right, Sato's next intended Rain team member was a Swift Swim Poliwrath. Poliwrath's base stats were relatively balanced, and each stat surpassed the average Pokemon's. With 90 base HP, 95 defense, and 95 special defense, it had solid bulk. A base attack stat of 95 and the ability to naturally learn Belly Drum at level 37 gave it impressive offensive potential. Combine that with a rain-boosted speed stat of 140, and the muscular Poliwrath could become a low-cost version of Swampert. Within Sato's Rain team, Poliwrath would serve as the one to clear the path for Swampert. The reason Sato chose Poliwrath as a team member was largely influenced by the one he'd seen in Viridian Forest, a Poliwrath that walked through the rain like a shadow, and another Poliwrath at the Battle Tower who wielded sword techniques. It was these two Poliwrath that made Sato realize Poliwrath might possess unknown potential. Among many Pokemon, Poliwrath was one of the few whose physique closely resembled that of humans. As a result, with the right training, they could learn many human techniques. Whenever Sato thought about Poliwrath, he couldn't help but wonder, just how powerful would a Poliwrath be if it could walk through the rain and wield human weaponry? Sato didn't know the answer, but he knew that if he could raise such a Poliwrath, it might just become another ace up his sleeve. Coming to Poliwag Lake now was his way of chasing a long-held hypothesis. But before anything else, he needed to capture a Poliwag with the hidden ability Swift Swim. For a trainer, finding a Pokemon with good potential and a hidden ability was no easy feat, anyone could tell you that. Even so, Sato was confident in this capture mission. He'd already seen how high the average potential of Pokemon on Mystery Island was. Most of them had blue tier potential, but they were at the peak of the blue tier, just a step away from purple tier quality. What's more, Sato had both a top-grade water stone and a mutated version of it that contained a trace of Kyogre's primal power. As long as the Swift Swim Poliwag he found didn't have absolutely terrible potential, Sato was confident he could evolve it into a top-tier Pokemon with those stones. Before long, Sorrow, riding on Arcanine's back, burst through the woods and arrived at the shores of Poliwag Lake. Pushing through the dense vegetation, he was greeted by the sight of a vast, seemingly endless lake. Under the sunlight, the lake shimmered with a million sparkles. At the lakeside, directly in front of Sato, two Pokemon groups were facing off, a group of the Poliwag line and a group of the Seismitoad line. The air was thick with tension, as if a battle was about to break out at any moment. But before Sato could fully take in the scene, something in his pocket suddenly started to buzz. Guys, it's my mom's birthday in a few days. I'm going to be doing a mini release of about 6 chapters on that day, so do look forward to it, and if you can, please kindly wish for her well-being. The chapters will be dropped at 4 a.m. GMT+8 on June 28, 2025. That's all, guys. Have a great day. Chapter 505, Chapter 504, The Victim. Sato's expression didn't change as he took out the detector from his pocket, which was vibrating lightly and emitting a faint warning sound. He glanced at the dim red light glowing on the device, and a trace of delight flickered in his eyes. Truth be told, the entire mysterious island was massive. Based on extensive field surveys conducted by Team Rocket, its total area was estimated at roughly 540,000 square kilometers, about the size of 3 Oklahomas. The eastern region alone made up a quarter of the island, meaning Sato would have to search within an area of 135,000 square kilometers to find other contestants. Unless he had a special method, relying solely on this detector, which could only scan a 10 square kilometer radius, made the task extraordinarily difficult. Moreover, he would need to traverse the territories of numerous wild Pokemon along the way, adding even more obstacles to his search. Being able to run into another contestant now was, frankly, a stroke of luck. Having finally picked up a signal, Sato naturally had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by. He quickly shelved his plan to capture the carefree Poliwag and directed his Arcanine eastward. A distance of 10 kilometers was nothing for Arcanine. At full speed, it would take no more than 2 or 3 minutes. However, just after Sato had ridden Arcanine eastward for a short distance, he noticed the light on the detector rapidly dimming. Realizing what was happening, he immediately had Arcanine double back and head west instead. Sure enough, the light on the detector lit up again. So they're to the west, huh? Arcanine, let's go, don't let them get away. Seeing the detector's light return, Sato instantly understood that the contestant he'd accidentally encountered must be located to the west. He urged Arcanine into a full-speed sprint in that direction. To be precise, the contestant Sato was desperately searching for was currently located northwest of Poliwag Lake, right where Sato had first landed on the island, Spider Forest. Meanwhile, while Sato was racing on Arcanine in pursuit of a contestant, the very target of his hunt, Saburo Aoki, was caught in a life-threatening crisis. Aoki wasn't some clean-slate Team Rocket rookie. He was actually a subordinate of Athena, one of the 3 major faction leaders within Team Rocket. Of course, compared to Runka, Athena's trusted right-hand man, Aoki's status as a regular subordinate was far lower. As such, Aoki currently answered to Runka's command. In fact, to climb the ranks within Athena's faction, Aoki had immediately chosen to submit when Runka attempted to recruit him. On the first day of arriving on the island, Aoki was relatively lucky compared to Sato. He had landed north of Spider Forest, at the base of Toro's Mountain, and had the good fortune of landing behind a large rock. What's more, while the Toros that dominated the area were hot-tempered, they were herbivores. So long as one didn't provoke them or wear bright red, they weren't especially dangerous, even to a regular person. Thus, Aoki had an exceptionally smooth first day on the island. He even managed to capture 3 decent Pokemon at Toro's Mountain and passed the night without incident. Perhaps because things went too smoothly, Aoki got a little cocky. Without fully investigating the true nature of Spider Forest, he dared to lead his Pokemon team deep into its depths. The reason Aoki even decided to explore Spider Forest had a lot to do with Sato. After all, it was the massive blaze Sato had started there the day before that drew Aoki's attention. That's right, Aoki's goal in entering the forest was to find Sato. He was convinced that even if the contestant had somehow survived the inferno, he must have lost most of his strength in the process. Thinking he might easily snag Sato's number tag without lifting a finger, Aoki boldly brought his strongest Pokemon, Scyther, along with 3 newly captured Pokemon into Spider Forest. But things did not go as planned. Before he even caught sight of Sato, Aoki found himself in deep trouble, on the brink of defeat before his plan even began. It was true that the fire Sato had set with Arcanine had temporarily driven the poisonous spiders from the forest. However, it also made them bear a grudge against humanoid creatures like Sato. When Aoki first entered the forest, the Ariados and Spinarak were cautious around him. But after some probing, they discovered Aoki had no fire-type Pokemon and lacked the power to burn through their webs. That was all the confirmation they needed. Aoki was then treated to their enthusiastic hospitality, to an even greater extent than Sato had been the day before. Suddenly, Spider Forest once again became a deadly battlefield. The Ariados and Spinarak set an inescapable trap with their webs, turning the area into a hellish webbed labyrinth. Aoki was completely ensnared. He had never seen such a terrifying sight before and immediately tried to flee. But the entire forest seemed to turn against him. No matter where he ran, thick webs would shoot at him from the trees. At first, Aoki didn't take the webs too seriously. But once he saw his strongest Pokemon, Scyther, bound up like a dumpling in an instant, he was scared out of his wits and jumped on Tauros to escape. In his blind panic, Aoki rode his Tauros straight toward Poliwag Lake. This was exactly why Sato's detector had suddenly picked up a signal from Aoki's number tag. Unfortunately, Tauros was no Arcanine. Though it had more stamina, its speed was no match for an Arcanine with access to extreme speed. Worse still, Aoki's newly caught Tauros was almost useless at channeling flame-based energy. As a result, Aoki had no way to break through the trap laid by the venomous spiders. Though Tauros charged forward with all its might, it couldn't shake off the relentless pursuit. Before long, Aoki was covered head to toe in sticky white webs, and his Tauros was so tightly entangled it couldn't charge forward anymore. It's over. I never should have been so reckless. I should have used the emergency button on my device. Now I can't even move. I'm done for. Oh God, someone save me. With his arms, legs, and mouth bound by webs, Aoki looked helplessly at the swarm of Ariados and Spinarak surrounding him and Tauros. He began sobbing in despair. He knew that unless a miracle happened, he would soon become just like the many cocoons hanging from the nearby trees, food reserves for the venomous spiders. Just as Aoki was resigning himself to his fate, a pillar of flame suddenly burst from behind him, rekindling a flicker of hope. In that moment, tears of relief streamed down Aoki's face. Chapter 506, Chapter 505, Rescue and Suspicion. Following the weakening signal on his communicator, Sato rode atop Arcanine and sped into Spider Forest, heading straight toward the direction where the signal was strongest. Both Sato and Arcanine were undoubtedly marked as the most hated targets by the poisonous spiders dwelling in the forest. So, shortly after they entered Spider Forest, numerous Ariados and Spinarak immediately began screeching loudly to alert their fellow Pokemon throughout the forest. In no time, a large number of Ariados and Spinarak surged from all directions, aiming to ambush Sato and Arcanine. Countless threads of web shot out like a giant net, attempting to ensnare the two. Unfortunately for the spiders, both Sato and Arcanine had already survived one ambush from them. They knew exactly how to handle these poisonous arachnids. With all 4 of its limbs wreathed in flames, Arcanine's speed remained completely unaffected by the webs. However, seeing these spiders unrepentantly obstructing his path again, Sato's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. After last night's battle, Sato had come to fully understand the law of survival on this mysterious island. Only the strong had the right to live on and grow stronger. Therefore, any action taken in pursuit of that goal should not be constrained by one's moral code. Of course, if one's strength was overwhelming, then one could afford to uphold some moral standards, perhaps even show mercy to one's enemies. But for enemies who never learned their lesson, death was the best outcome for them. Without hesitation, Sato gave the order again, for Arcanine to set the forest ablaze. Arcanine, who obeyed Sato's commands without question, immediately used Flame Burst, a move capable of unleashing a large area of fire damage in an instant. A high-temperature fireball the size of a watermelon shot from Arcanine's mouth into the air. As soon as it emerged, the fireball rapidly expanded with the wind. In just seconds, it ballooned into a massive sphere at least 5 meters in diameter. With a loud boom, the massive fireball exploded, transforming into a fiery rain. In an instant, every tree and plant touched by the fire rain burst into flames. With the aid of a gust of wind, the flames roared to life and began spreading rapidly in all directions. Now, the poisonous spiders were once again gripped by the fear of Sato and Arcanine's overwhelming power. Threatened by the blazing inferno, they scattered in retreat, no longer daring to obstruct their path. Freed from interference, Arcanine picked up speed once more. It didn't take long before it brought Sato to a contestant who had nearly become food storage for the spiders. Arcanine, use flamethrower to intimidate them. Seeing the large group of poisonous spiders and 2 nearly complete cocoons on the ground ahead, Sato frowned. He immediately commanded Arcanine to use flamethrower for a show of force. In truth, if he wasn't worried that the contestant's number tag might get burned by Arcanine's intense flames, he wouldn't have bothered saving the guy at all. Now that he was here, he might as well go all the way and save the man's life. Arcanine followed the order. A jet of searing flames erupted from its mouth, and it swung its head side to side, sweeping the fire over the heads of the spiders like a flaming rope. When the Ariados and Spinarak on the ground saw Sato riding on Arcanine before them, panic had already set in. After watching their poison stingers and webs once again prove useless against Arcanine, and feeling the oppressive power of its flames at close range, the spiders collectively chose to retreat. Saved. I can't believe, a miracle actually happened. Seeing the poisonous spiders withdraw, Aoki knew he was finally safe. His heart swelled with gratitude toward his rescuer. But the moment he saw that the one who saved him was Sato riding on Arcanine, his expression twisted into something far more complicated. Aoki currently served Runka. And since Sato had thoroughly embarrassed Runka earlier, Runka had made it clear to all his loyal followers, if any of them ran into Sato, they were to signal him and the others immediately. So when Aoki realized his savior was none other than Sato, any gratitude he felt vanished instantly, replaced with only one thought: how to send Sato's current coordinates to Runka and the others. Aoki wasn't stupid. He knew Sato had saved him only to snatch his number tag. While he had escaped with his life, being eliminated was inevitable. So why not make the most of it before he was out of the game? Runka had promised his loyal followers a reward of 100 million poke dollars to whoever could help locate Sato's whereabouts. At that moment, Aoki began scheming, thinking of how to earn Sato's trust and convince him to swap backpacks, giving him the opportunity to send a signal. What Aoki didn't realize, however, was that his momentary look of surprise had already given him away. In truth, the moment Sato saw Aoki bound in webs, he knew this contestant was already within his grasp. Originally, Sato just intended to extort him, snatch some supplies and leave him a special device that could be used later to gain help from Psychic-type Pokemon at the base. But that one fleeting look of shock and surprise when Aoki first saw him made Sato suspicious. Though the expression only lasted a split second, Sato's sharp dynamic vision picked it up immediately. That genderbender Runka. Sato had never forgotten the threat that guy posed. With just a brief thought, Sato began suspecting that the men in front of him might be one of Runka's people. Though he lacked solid evidence, Sato had always been cautious in handling such matters. He had no ties to Aoki and now had him completely at his mercy. Since the guy was suspicious, there was no way Sato would let him off easily. For the sake of his own life, he'd have to deal with Aoki, firmly. If Aoki really was Runka's subordinate, he likely carried some way to transmit information. If Sato allowed that to happen, he might soon find himself surrounded by Runka and his men. With that thought, Sato's eyes grew cold. He released Ariados and ordered it to remove Aoki's storage backpack. What's your relationship with Runka? Start talking. Once Sato confirmed there were no active devices in Aoki's backpack, he delivered a hard kick to the man's stomach and interrogated him coldly. A moment later, Sato saw the flicker of panic flash across Aoki's eyes, and he had his answer. Chapter 507, Chapter 506, Captive and Spoils of War. The eyes are the windows to the soul. When interrogators question prisoners with yes or no questions, they often stare into the prisoner's eyes, trying to catch even the subtlest of changes. As long as the prisoner's will isn't firm enough, any hint of emotion or guilt will show in their eyes. From that, the interrogator can easily extract valuable information. Once they get a clear answer, all that's left is to apply pressure through force. Sato's sudden outburst just now had clearly caught Aoki off guard. Coupled with the pointed question, Aoki, who harbored a guilty conscience, panicked. His gaze instinctively averted, no longer daring to meet Sato's eyes. That one action played right into Sato's hands. He immediately understood that the person in front of him must have some deep connection to Runka and absolutely could not be let go. MMPH MMPH MMPH. With his mouth still sealed shut by Ariados' silk, Aoki wasn't stupid. He quickly snapped out of his panic and forced himself to feign confusion, shaking his head at Sato in an attempt to convey that he didn't understand. He knew all too well that the relationship between Sato and Runka was one of open hostility. If Sato found out who he really was, he'd be dead for sure. Moreover, all his Pokemon had been wiped out, and his storage backpack, along with the special device inside, was now in Sato's hands. Which meant that his life was completely at Sato's mercy. He could be crushed at any moment. The realization made sweat pour down Aoki's back. Unfortunately, it was already far too late. He had aroused Sato's suspicion. And based on Sato's usual methods, anything that could potentially threaten his personal safety, if the conditions allowed, he would eliminate without hesitation. Right now, with Aoki completely incapable of resisting, those conditions were more than met. Sato's gaze flickered coldly. He retrieved the personnel dossier Nogu had gifted him from his backpack and patiently flipped through it page by page. Still trying to lie. Take a look at this, Aoki. You're one of the Athena faction's people. And you expect me to believe you don't know Runka, Athena's most trusted rookie subordinate. You think I'm an idiot? Eventually, toward the back of the booklet, Sato found Aoki's profile. He sneered and shoved the page in front of Aoki's face. The dossier clearly listed Aoki's name, photo, and his affiliation with Athena's faction. MMPH. Seeing his own face and description laid out like that, Aoki's face went pale. But he still refused to admit anything, vigorously shaking his head as if to say he didn't know Runka. He didn't dare admit it. If he did, he was as good as dead. It's fine if you don't admit it now. We've got plenty of time. Ariados, wrap him up. Sato saw that Aoki still refused to give in, but didn't press further just yet. Instead, he gave him a cold smirk, snatched the number badge off Aoki, and gave an order to Ariados. Aoki still had value. If he could get some intel on Runka or the others out of him, that would be fantastic. Even better, if he could obtain a way to contact them, he could use Aoki as bait to lure them in. Ariados, having long since pledged loyalty after witnessing its former kin subdued by Sato's overwhelming might, immediately got to work after receiving the command. MMPH. Aoki's eyes widened with terror the moment he saw Ariados begin to demonstrate its web-spinning skills. He struggled with all his might, but under Ariados's precision webbing, it was all in vain. Finally, when Ariados gently bit down on Aoki's neck, the paralyzing venom kicked in. His entire body froze, and as Ariados quickly wound webbing around his head, Aoki fell unconscious. In less than a minute, Ariados had expertly wrapped him into a tightly bound cocoon. Once Ariados finished, Sato had it drag the cocooned Aoki onto Arcanine's back and secured it tightly with more webbing. Then, he recalled Ariados, mounted Arcanine, and dashed off in the direction of Slacketh Forest. He planned to stash Aoki somewhere safe for now, retrieve a Pokemon from base using the number badge, and then proceed accordingly. On the way back to the Ursaring Cave, Sato began checking the contents of Aoki's storage backpack. Compared to Sato's own pre-departure stockpile, Aoki's gear could only be described as pathetic, both the supplies and healing items were limited. That said, Aoki clearly wasn't stingy. What he lacked in quantity, he made up for in quality. These were high-grade supplies and treatments. With this batch, Sato could easily go another 3 days without needing to lift a finger. Of course, what pleased Sato the most was the backpack itself. Now that he had an extra space backpack, he could carry even more items and no longer worry about running out of room when he found rare items on the island. Aside from that, the best loot from Aoki's backpack were 3 TM discs, Hyper Beam, Thunderbolt, and Endure. Although none of the 3 TMs were exceptionally rare, they were still uncommon enough that they'd require a decent mix of luck and wealth to obtain on the black market. All 3 moves were quite useful. Hyper Beam and Thunderbolt needed no explanation, they were both powerful offensive techniques. Endure was more interesting. In the games, its effect was to allow a Pokemon to survive a fatal hit with 1 HP. In reality, it let a seriously injured Pokemon hold out for just a bit longer. This move worked especially well with techniques like Reversal or Flail, whose power scaled based on remaining HP. When a Pokemon was down to just 1 HP, Reversal and Flail could hit with a base power of 200, making them true comeback cards. Note, Flail is a normal-type physical move. Its power increases the lower the user's HP, maxing out at 200. Endure, not bad. I could never seem to find this move before. And to think I'd stumble upon it like this, it really must be fate. Arcanine already knows Reversal, so if it learns Endure, it'll gain another layer of protection and a clutch move in a pinch. Staring at the Endure TM in his hand, Sato gave it a spin and chuckled in satisfaction. Chapter 508, Chapter 507, Number Tag Exchange List and Level Grinding Time. Over half an hour later, Arcanine safely brought Sato back to the entrance of the Ursaring Cave. By then, it was already 11:41 a.m., almost noon. The moment Sato returned, the first thing he did was release Ariados and instruct it to properly hang up the cocooned form of Aoki at the top of the cave using its webbing. After that, Sato had Arcanine and Ariados stand guard nearby while he retrieved Aoki's number tag from his storage backpack, along with a special device that allowed the base's Psychic-type Pokemon to teleport items. This device didn't just function as a distress beacon to call for emergency rescue by Psychic types at the base, it also allowed participants to request material transfers. To boost the participants' enthusiasm, Team Rocket's higher-ups had put a lot of effort into these number tags. They even created an exchange list tied to the tags. This list featured a variety of rare and valuable items. As long as one had enough number tags, they could even end the current trial early. That made the number tags immensely valuable. For example, just one number tag could be exchanged for a basic revival serum. In other words, one number tag was practically equal to an extra life, allowing the participant to survive better on the island. Moreover, anyone who managed to collect 20 number tags would be granted direct entry into the next round, with the right to end their island journey early. Even more impressively, anyone who gathered 50 number tags would not only get a direct pass to the next round but also a guaranteed spot in the top 16. The device had two buttons, one red and one green. The red button signaled an emergency, while the green one requested material transfer. Once Sato confirmed everything, he pressed the green button. The next second, the device activated, and a small crystal light on it began to glow, releasing a familiar wave of psychic energy. Less than 10 seconds later, space twisted 1 meter in front of Sato, and a powerful alakazam radiating intense psychic energy appeared. The moment alakazam appeared, Sato raised Aoki's number tag to show he had the currency for an exchange. Not bad mental energy for a human. What do you want? Alakazam, recognizing the number tag, confirmed its authenticity with a mental scan and then asked Sato telepathically. Sato had already decided beforehand what he wanted to exchange the number tag for, the Pokemon he had stored at the base before entering the island. That Pokemon was Bellossom. Bellossom was the core medic of Sato's team. She didn't just have high healing capabilities, her offensive power was also solid. In terms of overall strength, she ranked 4th on his team. With Bellossom back in the party, Sato could finally battle freely with his Pokemon without holding back due to lack of medical support. I'd like to retrieve my Bellossom's Pokeball, which is stored at the base. I'll leave it to you. Here's a little gift to show my thanks. Facing the high-level Alakazam, level 59, Sato didn't dare be careless. He took out 2 packets of high-grade Psychic-type Pokemon food and handed them over along with the number tag, smiling politely. You're an interesting human. Wait here, I'll be right back. Alakazam, clearly pleased by the offering, cracked a rare smile. With a small flex of its telekinesis, it took the number tag and the food. Then it responded telepathically once more before vanishing in a flash of blue light. About a minute later, spatial ripples formed again in the same spot. Alakazam reappeared, this time holding a blue and white special handcrafted Pokeball that Sato recognized instantly. This is what you wanted. I hope we meet again, interesting human. Using telekinesis, Alakazam gently floated the Pokeball over to Sato, then disappeared again using teleport. What a convenient ability. Every time I see it, I'm amazed. I wish I could freely use teleport like that one day, Sato thought, envious as he watched Alakazam vanish effortlessly. Come on out, Bellossom. It's so good to see you again. After daydreaming briefly about a future where he could show off psychic powers, Sato returned to reality and focused on the Pokeball in his hand. He happily released Bellossom. Bell. Even though it had only been a day, Bellossom clearly missed him. The moment she appeared, she performed a graceful curtsy, then affectionately hugged Sato's arm. Let me introduce your new teammates. I hope you all get along. Sato smiled warmly, then released Ursaring, called over Ariados and Kecleon, and introduced them one by one to Bellossom. Bellossom. Since her evolution, Bellossom had grown more cheerful and kind-hearted. She welcomed the new team members enthusiastically and even offered her flower nectar as a gift. Bellossom was undeniably beautiful. Combined with her medic role, her charm and friendliness among Pokemon were top-notch. Both Ariados and Ursaring scratched their heads awkwardly, clearly flustered. Soon, after receiving Bellossom's attentive care, Ariados and Ursaring became her loyal protectors. As for Kecleon, it quietly climbed back onto Sato's shoulder, continuing to act as his stealthy bodyguard. With Bellossom now in the team, everyone's injuries began to heal quickly. Except for a few deeply hidden internal wounds that would take more rest, Bellossom used grassy terrain to fully treat Arcanine and the others. Unknowingly, noon arrived. It was time for lunch. Sato began preparing food for himself and his Pokemon. Using Ariados' webbing to hang up stored supplies, he cooked a rich meal and enjoyed it with his companions. After lunch, Sato and his Pokemon took a 2-hour nap in the cool shade of the cave. Then, it was time to move again. He left the cave with his Pokemon and rode Arcanine, sprinting toward Poliwag Lake. With daylight still available, he intended to finish what he hadn't done that morning. As for interrogating Aoki, he'd save that for nightfall. Now that he had Bellossom, it was the perfect time to take his team to various training zones. It was time to grind levels like crazy. Chapter 509, Chapter 508, Lure and Trap. The second time they headed to Poliwag Lake, Arcanine was already well acquainted with the route. It brought Sato to the lakeside with such familiarity that they arrived 7 or 8 minutes faster than the first time. By then, the minor skirmish between the Poliwag and Palpitoad groups had already concluded. It was a little past 2 p.m., right when the midday sun was at its most intense. With hardly any clouds above Poliwag Lake, the lakeside was scorching hot and unbearable. Aside from a dozen or so playful Poliwag and Poliwhirl, only a couple of stray Pokemon lingered around, making the whole lakeside look incredibly desolate. Looks like I picked the wrong time to come. With the sun this harsh, even the Poliwag in the lake don't want to come out, Sato muttered helplessly as he stood under the shade of a tree, glancing at the empty lakeside and then up at the blazing sun overhead. Still unwilling to give up, he used the system's scanning function to check on the dozen or so Poliwag playing in the mud near the lakeshore. But after that, he could only sit on the ground, slightly deflated, eating a mildly sour orange. Although the Poliwag population was massive, actually finding one with the Swift Swim hidden ability was no small feat realistically. It required filtering through large numbers before one might get lucky. Relying solely on the handful of Poliwag currently visible by the lakeside wasn't going to cut it. Unless Sato's luck defied the heavens, he wasn't going to encounter one. And sure enough, after using the system's scan, he confirmed that the dozen Poliwag by the lake either had the water absorb or damp ability. As for one with Swift Swim, not even a shadow of one. Given the scorching heat under the blazing sun, Sato could easily guess that most water-type Pokemon wouldn't be coming up to the surface unless they wanted to become sun-dried fish. Screw it. I'll come back tomorrow morning, or maybe the best time is on a rainy day. For now, let's just go somewhere else to train. With no better option, Sato decided to temporarily leave. He pulled out his map and began considering which place would be best to train his Pokemon. Beal. Just then, Bellossom, who had been helping with lookout duty, stepped forward enthusiastically and patted its chest, declaring confidently to Sato that she had an idea. Right after, a sweet, alluring scent began drifting from the two vibrant blossoms on Bellossom's head. In an instant, both Sato and Arcanine found themselves entranced by the aroma. Sweet scent. Why didn't I think of that? That's a great idea, worth a try. Seeing Bellossom's eager display, Sato immediately understood what it meant and grinned in delight. Sweet scent might not be offensive in battle, but it was absolutely top tier for attracting wild Pokemon. Among those best at using sweet scent to draw in wild Pokemon were the Bellsprout family. Sato still remembered the Victory Bell he faced at the Saffron City Battle Dome. That thing had refined sweet scent into a passive ability. Moreover, that particular Victory Bell's sweet scent didn't just lure, it came with a hypnotic effect. Any wild Pokemon with a weak will that inhaled it would unknowingly fall prey and end up in its stomach. Bellossom's version of sweet scent wasn't quite as potent as that Victory Bell's in terms of hypnosis, but in terms of aroma strength, it was easily on par, perhaps even more potent. Just a whiff was enough for Sato to tell that Bellossom's sweet scent might actually be more effective at luring Pokemon than the one used by that Victory Bell. Beal. Bellossom cheered and twirled in place with joy when Sato approved her idea. Sato then led Bellossom, Arcanine, and Kecleon back to the lakeside, stopping under a large tree about 10 meters away from the water. Come out, Ursaring, Ariados. Ursaring, you're good at digging, right? You and Arcanine dig a hole about 5 or 6 meters deep here. Ariados, go with Kecleon and gather some dry branches and leaves nearby. Also, catch a flying-type Pokemon while you're at it. Standing under the tree's shade, Sato released Ursaring and Ariados and gave them instructions. Although Ursaring's fur hadn't fully regrown, its claws were already back in shape. Without saying a word, it began digging at a spot 1 meter ahead. Ariados and Kecleon darted swiftly into the nearby forest. Before long, thanks to Ursaring and Arcanine's hard work, a massive hole, 5 meters wide and 8 meters deep, had been dug before Sato. Ariados and Kecleon returned shortly, carrying a large bundle of dry twigs and leaves. They also brought back a thoroughly tied-up Pidgeotto. Yes, Sato was preparing to build a massive trap and use Bellossom's sweet scent to lure in unsuspecting Poliwag like sitting ducks. Once the pit was ready, Sato had Ariados with a sticky web at the bottom. Any Poliwag that fell in would get stuck and find it very difficult to climb out. Finally, using Ariados' silk, Sato carefully covered the trap with dry branches and leaves, then topped it off with a thin layer of sand. The trap was now almost perfectly concealed. Not bad. This trap is about 70 to 80% as good as the ones the Rocket Trio built in the anime. More than enough for dealing with most wild Pokemon. Looking at the virtually invisible trap before him, Sato felt a wave of pride. It was time to put their skills to the test. Bellossom cautiously stepped near the trap and began releasing a cloud of pink sweet scent. Your turn, Pidgeotto. Use your wings to blow the scent across the lake. Sato then turned to the Pidgeotto, which had 3 large lumps on its head and was tied securely with a thick strand of Ariados' silk. He smiled at it gently. Pidgey. Seeing Sato smile, cold sweat immediately broke out on Pidgeotto's brow. The painful swelling on its head throbbed anew. It quickly raised one wing in salute and let out a loud cry in compliance. The next moment, Pidgeotto began flapping its wings hard, channeling flying-type energy to generate a gentle breeze. Under Pidgeotto's breeze, the sweet scent released by Bellossom was carried swiftly toward the direction of Poliwag Lake. In no time, the low air over the lake was filled with a mist of pink aroma. Since the scent was denser than air, it quickly began seeping into the lake itself. Glow glow glow. Boom. Within 10 seconds, a massive surge of bubbles burst from the lake's surface. Then, a blue sea serpent emerged first from the water, sending waves splashing high into the air. And that was only the beginning. As the blue serpent surfaced, a huge number of water-type Pokémon followed suit, all scrambling to reach the direction of Bellossom's scent. In mere moments, the section of Poliwag Lake closest to Sato and his group had exploded into chaos. Chapter 510, Chapter 509, Chaos and Discovery. Among the water-type Pokémon surfacing from the lake, the ones appearing in the greatest numbers were undoubtedly from the Poliwag, Tympole, and Magikarp evolutionary lines. Under the alluring effect of sweet scent released by Bellossom, the lake's surface visible to Sato was crowded with all sorts of water-type Pokémon. Apart from the Poliwag and Tympole lines, most of the water-type Pokémon lacked the ability to move on land. Especially under the current blazing sun, they would quickly dehydrate upon leaving the water. Thus, under the lure of Bellossom's sweet scent, only members of the Poliwag and Tympole lines managed to come ashore and quickly surge toward the direction of Bellossom. As for those water types without amphibious capabilities, most could only look on helplessly. A few overly naive ones scrambled out onto land and simply basked in the beautiful sunshine. The incoming Poliwag line Pokémon were mostly Poliwag and Poliwhirl, only a dozen or so were Poliwrath, and there wasn't a single Politoed in sight. The Tympole line Pokémon, however, were mostly Palpitoads, and their numbers were noticeably fewer than the Poliwag line. But since the final evolution of the Tympole line didn't require special items, they had more advanced combat power on the field this time. The number of Seismitoads was at least double that of the Poliwraths. Both the Poliwag and Tympole lines were among the largest populations in Poliwag Lake, ranking within the top 3, just slightly behind the Magikarp line. Due to the difficulty of evolving Magikarp into Gyarados, combined with their naturally weak base strength, and the fact that Gyarados, being extremely aggressive by nature, showed little sense of belonging to its own species and preferred to act alone, even though the Magikarp line had long held numerical dominance in Poliwag Lake, their social standing was only considered middle tier. If not for a few powerful Gyarados maintaining their presence, the Magikarp line might have already become the lowest-ranked group, bullied and devoured by other water-type Pokémon clans. The Poliwag and Tympole lines were different. Their populations weren't just large, their evolved forms also had a strong sense of loyalty to their species. Because of this, both lines remained among the top 2 strongest factions in Poliwag Lake. However, even though Poliwag Lake was vast and rich in resources, the number of wild Pokémon it could support was ultimately limited. So whenever the population reached a certain threshold, a large-scale war over food and territory was bound to break out. In such conflicts, the Poliwag and Tympole clans, each occupying the majority of Poliwag Lake's territory, would inevitably clash the fiercest. Moreover, with more and more strong Tympole line evolutions emerging, and the Poliwag line facing a bottleneck due to the restrictive evolution conditions, an imbalance in top-tier strength began to surface. The Tympole clan was no longer content to be runner-up. They had been increasingly challenging the Poliwag clan's dominance in the lake. Thus, even in ordinary times, friction between the two groups was common. Over time, their animosity had reached irreconcilable levels. Whenever they met, even the slightest provocation would spark a full-blown fight, no greetings, no hesitation. Now, drawn to the same sweet scent emitted by Bellossom, both groups' main forces once again encountered each other unexpectedly. Though they hadn't yet figured out the source of the aroma, seeing their rivals instantly triggered hostility. It only took a single excited Seismitoad, riled up by the fragrance, accidentally ramming into a Poliwag and injuring it, for a massive clash to erupt. Within moments, the two clans began to brawl fiercely on the lakeside, seemingly forgetting why they had even left the water in the first place. What the heck is going on? This wasn't the plan. Can someone please tell me what's happening? Hiding in a tree, Sato watched the sudden battle breaking out on the lakeshore with a bewildered expression. Since he wasn't aware of the history between the two groups, this escalation had completely taken him by surprise. Still, even though the traps Sato had carefully set were momentarily useless, his initial goal had been achieved. Because the conflict was escalating, more and more Poliwag line Pokémon emerged from the lake. What had begun as a small skirmish had now turned into a full-scale battle royale. Seeing this, Sato wisely instructed Bellossom to stop using sweet scent, and he took a step back with his Pokémon to watch from a safe distance. Under the harsh sunlight, the battle conditions were poor for both species. But neither clan lacked members capable of using the move Rain Dance. Before long, as many of their members began using Rain Dance simultaneously, a dense mass of clouds quickly gathered over the lake and expanded outward at a visible rate. In just a short while, the dark clouds had blanketed an area several hundred meters wide. Then, after a flash of lightning cracked through the clouds, the rain came pouring down. Patter patter patter, the heavy downpour began. Now, with the perfect battlefield set, the fight between the two clans escalated dramatically. In the grand brawl, both sides were evenly matched, neither gaining a significant advantage. However, a closer look revealed that the Timpol clan was slightly at a disadvantage. Although they had more high-tier combatants than the Poliwag clan, most of the latter's powerful members had the water absorb ability, which completely neutralized the Timpol clan's usual water-type attacks. They were forced to resort to ground-type moves instead. Fortunately, many members of the Timpol clan had the swift swim ability. In the rain, their speed skyrocketed, significantly boosting their overall battle power and preventing a quick collapse. Meanwhile, the true culprit behind all this, Sato, was now hiding inside a tree hollow crafted by Bellisum using secret power. He had already recalled Arcanine, who hated water, and Ursaring, who still couldn't get wet. Only Bellisum, Ariados, and Kecleon remained by his side on alert. As for Pidgeotto, who had completed its task, Sato had rewarded it with some berries and sent it away. Never expected things to spiral like this. Looks like the grudge between those two lines runs really deep. Still, this might actually work in my favor. With this rainy weather, it'll be much easier to find Poliwag with the swift swim ability. From his high vantage point in the tree hollow, Sato used his binoculars to observe the chaos unfolding at the lakeside. As he watched, he simultaneously used his system scanning ability to examine the Poliwags in combat. Very soon, he found his target amidst the large-scale battle. But that wasn't all, he also discovered an unexpected surprise. A flash of brilliant gold stood out conspicuously in the midst of all the chaos. Chapter 511, Chapter 510, The Great Comeback of the Magikarp. There were many Poliwag caught in the chaotic brawl, and since it was a rainy day, Sato, watching the battle through his binoculars, quickly spotted two Poliwag that moved significantly faster than their kin in the rain. As for the sudden flash of gold in the chaos, that was an entirely unexpected discovery. If Sato wasn't mistaken, it was a rare golden Magikarp, at least 3 times larger than an average Magikarp. It must have initially been lured to the lake's surface by Bellisum's sweet scent, but it was clearly caught in the crossfire of the sudden battle between the Poliwag and Timpol evolutionary line. The golden Magikarp now lay pitifully on the wet lake bank. Perhaps because of its flashy appearance and weak strength, it had earned the ire of both the Poliwag and Timpol line. It was now battered all over, looking very much like a true, useless fish out of water. Still, the appearance of this golden Magikarp made Sato's eyes light up. When he used the system's skin function on it, however, he was shocked for an entirely different reason. It wasn't that the golden Magikarp had some god-tier potential or special ability, what stunned Sato was that it had actually reached level 25, and yet had not evolved. After all, Magikarp were infamous for being weak. Their growth was painfully slow. As bottom feeders on the food chain, most would be lucky to even hit level 10 or so in their lifetime. Even when raised carefully by a trainer, leveling them up was no easy task. So after reading its stats, Sato was quite disappointed. Aside from its appearance, the golden Magikarp didn't seem special at all. Its potential was only average, and it lacked any unique abilities like a shiny Pelipper or shiny Beautifly. Pokemon, Magikarp, shiny. Level. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. Gender, male. Known moves, splash, tackle. Egg moves, none. Tutor moves, bounce. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 23/. Attack, 25/. Defense, 22/. SP ATK, 24/. SP Def, 26/. Speed, 22/. Overall 4 rating, purple, total equals 142. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Sato could only think, this shiny Magikarp is such a waste. Despite being a shiny Pokemon, it had no outstanding stats or abilities. But maybe the golden Magikarp sensed Sato's disdain, or perhaps it was furious at being beaten for no reason, or maybe it just felt the looming threat of death. Suddenly, under Sato's incredulous gaze, this fish on the brink exploded with an intense light of evolution. In an instant, the fierce battle between the Poliwag and Timpol lines was interrupted as their attention was drawn to the dazzling light radiating from the golden Magikarp. One by one, they stopped fighting. A Pokemon mid-evolution was extremely unstable, any external attack could interrupt the process, potentially causing irreversible harm. Even worse, it could trigger a violent energy explosion, with a blast radius exceeding hundreds of meters. So, the Poliwag and Timpol lines didn't pause because of compassion, but because their respective leaders had warned them in time. Soon, under the glow of evolution, the golden Magikarp began to rapidly expand in size, dozens of times bigger in a flash. Finally, an enormous red Gyarados, at least twice the size of an average one, emerged before Sato and all the wild Pokemon present. Just like any typical Gyarados, the newly evolved red Gyarados was violent and aggressive. Having nearly been killed earlier by the Poliwag and Timpol lines, it was seething with fury. Its blood-red eyes blazed with rage. Roar. The moment it evolved, the red Gyarados let out an ear-splitting roar. A sound wave of invisible force blanketed the entire battlefield. At the same time, its Intimidate ability activated. Combined with the overwhelming killing intent and fury it now radiated, its menacing aura reached its peak. Under this pressure, many weaker Pokémon of the Poliwag and Tympole line trembled uncontrollably, some even passed out on the spot, eyes rolled back and foam at the mouth. This was the terrifying power of a Gyarados in a rage. I swear, are these stats even real? How can they change so drastically? Is this the legendary Magikarp comeback people talk about? This is insane. With binoculars still in hand, Sato stared at the now rampaging red Gyarados by the lake, muttering in disbelief. Using his system's detection ability, he saw that the red Gyarados' data had completely transformed. Pokemon, Gyarados, Shiny. Level. Type, Water/Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Splash, Tackle, Bite, Thrash, Leer, Twister. Egg moves, none. Tutor moves, Bounce, Hyper Beam. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 28/. Attack, 31/. Defense, 28/. SP ATK, 29/. SP Def, 31/. Speed, 30/. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total 4 equals 177. Special ability, Tyrant. When Gyarados' Intimidate activates, it amplifies the fear effect and continually exerts mental suppression on all creatures within range. Any being whose will fails to resist the pressure will fall into a state of psychological unconsciousness. The difference was night and day. This evolution truly was a fish transforming into a dragon. As a shiny Pokemon, Gyarados had regained all the pride it had once lacked. However, the red Gyarados was still only level 25. Despite its Intimidate ability and the terrifying Tyrant effect disabling many Poliwag and Tympole line warriors on the battlefield, it couldn't make the stronger elite members of either line submit. In fact, far from backing down, it enraged them. Seeing their kin devastated by the red Gyarados' sudden rampage, their eyes lit with fury. All at once, they stopped fighting each other and formed a temporary alliance, joining forces to take down the intruding Gyarados. Bubble Beam, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, rain-boosted water-type moves filled the air and rained down on the red Gyarados, completely submerging its once dominant form. Roar. As ferocious as it was, the level 25 red Gyarados was no match for a barrage from the combined forces of so many high-level enemies. It didn't stand a chance and was completely overpowered. Within seconds, it was seriously injured and collapsed on the lakeshore. Fortunately, just then, its backup finally arrived. Boom. 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 One after another, massive blue dragons burst from the lake's surface. When they spotted the fallen red Gyarados, their bloodshot eyes filled with savage rage. Roar. 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 In the next moment, a chorus of earth-shaking roars echoed across the battlefield. Chapter 512, Chapter 511, Ruthless Strike. A furious roar from the shiny Gyarados summoned no less than 16 Gyarados. With Sato's system detection ability, he saw that all 16 Gyarados were above level 40. One of them, nearly as large as the red Gyarados itself, was an intimidating level 53. 16 Gyarados appearing at once was not just formidable, it was downright terrifying. Why? Because Gyarados were never known for reason. Once ignited by rage, they would never rest until either their enemies were destroyed or they themselves were taken down. After letting out synchronized roars, all 16 Gyarados, led by the level 53 powerhouse, launched 16 blazing orange beams from their mouths, hyper beams, straight toward the Poliwag and Tympole clans by the lakeside. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted across the lakeside like an airstrike. The area was pounded relentlessly. Many Poliwag and Tympole who couldn't escape in time suffered heavy casualties. Cries of agony echoed across the water's edge. Poly. Croak. The warriors of the Poliwag and Tympole line were enraged upon seeing their kin brutally decimated by the Gyarados hyper beam assault. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and they charged forward to fight the Gyarados head-on. But these 16 Gyarados weren't on the same level as the newly evolved Red one. Their individual strength far surpassed that of typical Poliwrath and Seismitoad. Even when surrounded, the Gyarados didn't flinch. Once the aftereffects of their initial hyper beam subsided, they, under the command of the level 53 leader, retaliated with a sweeping counterattack, Aqua Tail. 16 colossal blue tails made of swirling water smashed across the shoreline, scattering the Poliwag and Tympole line fighters like leaves in a storm. The combined Aqua Tail created a tidal wave that surged from the lake and crashed violently onto the shore, blasting the remaining Poliwag and Tympole even farther inland. Our chance is here. Let's go. Seeing the heavily injured red Gyarados flung far from the lake by the wave, Sato realized his moment had come. He quickly led Bellissum and the others out of the tree hollow and headed toward the lakeside. Even if the situation was a bit different than he originally expected, who cared? After witnessing the red Gyarados' magnificent rampage, Sato had already made up his mind to capture this shiny Gyarados. If he let this opportunity slip by, he'd regret it for sure. Shiny Pokemon were rare enough, but a shiny Gyarados, one that was notoriously hard to evolve and incredibly powerful, was a prize among prizes. And this one had golden ratings. Sato headed straight for the red Gyarados. But on the way, he was intercepted by several Poliwag and Tympole line Pokemon who'd also been swept away by the wave. Compared to the red Gyarados, they were lighter, so they were thrown even farther inland. Now, spotting the unfamiliar outsider, they unanimously turned their aggression toward him. TCH. You've got some nerve. Come out, Arcanine, Ursaring. Kecleon, use role play on that Tympole's water absorb ability. Then use skill swap to give it to Arcanine, Ursaring, and Ariados. Bellissum, grassy terrain. Bombard them with energy ball. Arcanine, use hidden power. Ariados, use swords dance and focus energy, then follow up with poison sting barrage. Ursaring, stand in front and protect me. Furious that these small fry dared attack him, Sato unleashed Arcanine and Ursaring and barked out commands to his team. Kecleon, perched stealthily on Sato's shoulder, locked eyes on a Tympole with water absorb. Its eyes flashed red, and in a blink, it copied the ability. Then, with skill swap, Kecleon transferred water absorb to Arcanine. It repeated the process again for Ariados and Ursaring. As Kecleon worked, 8 Poliwag, around level 20, and 3 Poliwhirl, level 28+, charged forward. They aimed water gun and bubble beam attacks at Arcanine, trying to overwhelm him. Meanwhile, 6 Palpitoads also attacked from the flank, launching mudshot volleys. Fortunately, Arcanine had already received the water absorb ability. Although he couldn't dodge all the incoming water attacks, not only did he remain unscathed, he actually recovered HP, becoming even more energized. As for the mudshot from the Palpitoads, far fewer in number, Arcanine easily evaded them. But Arcanine wasn't going to take it lying down. He immediately countered with hidden power, Grass. Just then, Bellissum completed her grassy terrain, drawing on the surrounding lush energy and summoning a vibrant 5-meter field of revitalizing grass. Arcanine stood right on the edge of it. Empowered by the field, his hidden power, Grass, became significantly more potent. One after another, green energy spheres formed around Arcanine before they fired off like a machine gun toward the oncoming Poliwag and Tympole line. Overwhelmed by the level difference and type disadvantage, the enemy dropped like wheat under a sickle, losing their ability to battle in quick succession. Meanwhile, Bellissum launched her energy ball barrage at the 6 Palpitoads. As water/ground types, they were 4 times weak to grass. Each energy ball she hurled contained an overwhelming force. The Palpitoads, all level 30+, didn't even get a chance to cry out before they collapsed into the mud. Ariados, reassured by Arcanine and Bellissum's devastating performance, jumped into the fray. After using Swords Dance and Focus Energy, it joined in with a barrage of Poison Sting. Thanks to the boosts, the poison stings not only hit harder but also occasionally landed critical hits or inflicted poison. Under this needle storm, both the Poliwag and Tympole line struggled to dodge. Those who were hit reeled in pain. Soon enough, under the combined assault of Arcanine, Bellissum, and Ariados, the Lake clans could no longer hold their ground. Due to water absorb, their go-to water-type moves were rendered completely useless. Arcanine, with his blazing speed, became a force of nature, every water move thrown at him just made him stronger. And Bellissum. She was a walking turret. Boosted by grassy terrain, her energy ball machine gun mowed down everything. Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Tympole, Palpitoad, even Seismitoad elites couldn't withstand a single hit. Realizing they'd run into an immovable steel wall, both clans decisively retreated, leaving behind their fallen. Now, with the enemies beaten back, Sato finally made his way to the collapsed red Gyarados lying on the lakeside. But just as he did, a new set of eyes locked onto him, those 16 blue dragons, the Gyarados pack. They stared daggers at Sato. But Sato didn't spare them a second thought. They hadn't even come ashore yet, and the distance between the lake and him was at least 10 meters. They couldn't reach him in time. Confident in his team's protection, Sato tossed a black pokeball he prepared well in advance, directly at the red Gyarados. It struck dead on. But just then, a beam of orange energy shot out of the mouth of the level 53 Gyarados still in the lake. Its target. The very red Gyarados it had just helped rescue moments before. Guys, as promised, here are the 6 chapters. Happy birthday, Mom. Chapter 513, Chapter 512, Grievously Wounded. Although Sato knew that Gyarados were naturally ferocious, he hadn't expected it to mercilessly attack a fellow Gyarados that had already lost the ability to fight. He wanted to intervene, but it was already too late. Boom. The hyper beam from the level 53 pseudo-elite 4-level Gyarados struck the red Gyarados head-on, causing a violent explosion. The black Pokeball that had just been opened was instantly destroyed. In an instant, sharp shards of rock blasted outward in all directions. Fortunately, Arcanine reacted immediately, shielding Sato with its body and using Protect to block the blast. Otherwise, he would have definitely been caught in the close-range explosion. Once the flames and thick smoke from the explosion were quickly washed away by the rain, what appeared before Sato was a Gyarados with shattered scales and profusely bleeding wounds. Even though the red Gyarados was incredibly resilient, it had already lost its ability to fight. To take a hyper beam from a level 53 Gyarados head-on and still survive was nothing short of miraculous. However, the red Gyarados' life force was rapidly slipping away. Sato could clearly see the light fading from those eyes, which were even larger than many Pokémon. Damn it. Bellossom, teach it a fucking lesson, attack with a fully charged energy ball. Arcanine, hidden power. Ariados, poison sting. Ursaring, hyper beam. Seeing the red Gyarados on the brink of death, Sato's eyes filled with murderous fury. He immediately commanded all his nearby Pokémon to unleash a relentless assault on the level 53 Gyarados, which was momentarily immobilized due to the recoil from its own hyper beam. At the same time, he quickly pulled out another black Pokeball and hurled it at the red Gyarados. In the next second, Bellossom raised both hands as a terrifying surge of energy began gathering above her. The energy ball rapidly swelled to 3 meters in diameter before she forcibly condensed it down to just 1 meter. She did this in under 3 seconds. Then, she hurled the condensed orb, overflowing with deadly power, straight at the level 53 Gyarados. Meanwhile, Arcanine, Ariados, and Ursaring had already launched their attacks, a barrage of bright green energy bullets, a flurry of purple toxic needles, and a half-meter-wide beam of energy all struck the target in quick succession. Another massive explosion rang out, louder than the last. Bellossom's final energy ball hit the level 53 Gyarados dead-on, triggering a massive blast across its body. A gut-wrenching shriek followed. The combined attack from 4 Pokémon, especially Bellossom's devastating energy ball, left half of the Gyarados' face a mangled mess. It wailed in agony, unable to stop screaming. On the other side, the black Pokeball Sato had thrown successfully captured the red Gyarados. It didn't even have the strength to resist, and the red light at the ball's center dimmed instantly. Just then, the Kecleon perched on Sato's shoulder acted on instinct. Without waiting for instructions, it extended its long tongue and snatched the black Pokeball off the ground, retrieving it swiftly. Well done, Kecleon. Use roleplay to copy the Swift Swim ability from the Poliwhirl in the lower right, then use Skill Swap to give it to Arcanine. Taking the ball from Kecleon, Sato didn't even spare a glance at the battered level 53 Gyarados. He quickly recalled Ariados and Ursaring with their Pokeballs and gave Kecleon new instructions. Once the command was given, Sato climbed onto Arcanine's back along with Bellossom and instructed Arcanine to charge into the forest without looking back. The Poliwag and Timple groups weren't the kind of Pokémon to mess with. Previously, they had been easy to take down because their forces were scattered. But now that they had regrouped, their confidence was resurging. While Sato was facing off against the Gyarados, they had already begun surrounding him. And now, seeing the level 53 Gyarados heavily wounded by Sato's Pokémon, the previously hesitant Gyarados in the lake immediately identified Sato and his team as enemies. A few hot-tempered ones even started gathering energy for Hyper Beam in their mouths. Kecleon moved fast. In less than 2 seconds, it had copied the Swift Swim ability from the Poliwhirl and transferred it to Arcanine using Skill Swap. With Swift Swim, the relentless rain pouring from the sky no longer hindered Arcanine's speed. In fact, it became his greatest asset. In a flash, Arcanine's speed skyrocketed under the rain. Combining that with extreme speed, Arcanine turned into a streak of red lightning, dodging the wild Pokémon's attacks before they could even fall. The next instant, before the stunned wild Pokémon could react, Arcanine had already carried Sato, Bellossom, and Kecleon far from view. 1 minute later, at the border between Slacketh Forest and Spider Forest, a panting Arcanine arrived with Sato and the others and stopped beneath a large, empty tree. Bellossom, quickly use grassy terrain to heal Gyarados' wounds. You've done great, Arcanine. Here, drink some water and eat a few poke blocks. Take a rest. Come out, Ariados, Ursaring. Stand guard around the area. As soon as Arcanine stopped, Sato released the red Gyarados, Ariados, and Ursaring onto the nearby open space. He then calmly issued orders to his team. The red Gyarados' injuries were grave. While the Pokeball had temporarily halted the deterioration of its condition, it couldn't provide treatment. The moment it was released, its life force began fading rapidly again. Fortunately, under Bellossom's grassy terrain, the red Gyarados' condition started to improve, and its life force stabilized. However, its injuries were far too severe, and one particular wound was especially deadly. The hyper beam from the level 53 Gyarados had pierced right through a segment of its massive body. Blood was still gushing from the hole, and not even grassy terrain could close such a large wound quick enough. As the red Gyarados continued losing blood, even the effects of grassy terrain couldn't stop its life force from slipping away. It was practically one step from the grave. This was a miscalculation. I didn't expect that Gyarados to be so ruthless, to even strike down its own kind. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. I hope this stuff works on Pokemon too, otherwise, I've really taken a loss. Watching the red Gyarados teeter on the edge of death, Sato clenched his teeth and finally pulled out a vial of precious revival serum from his bag. Uncapping it, he poured every last drop of the rare liquid into the red Gyarados' mouth, with Arcanine and Ursaring assisting.